Talk to Me. This is y'all's night to come and chat. Um, if I'm not mistaken, uh, I'm trying to remember the topics. We got three really good topics today, but y'all don't forget this is not just for Christians or believers. This is also for deconstruct people that are deconstructing and atheist or agnostic atheist. This show is not just for Christians. This was originally made for y'all. So please, y'all, request up so we don't have calm moments in the night because Thinker hates small talk and she's a little bit awkward when she does make small talk. So let's not force Thinker to make her nasty little small talk because then me and her gonna start beefing and all that, y'all. So let's have a productive night.
God damn, you been listening, man. But did you have to call me awkward though?
I
Like
don't know.
goddamn.
Sometimes when
But
you
it's
make small
true.
talk and be a little
I
awkward,
mean, it's
it's kind of
true.
funny.
It's true. It's true. That shit was funny as hell. But yeah, very good, Maddie. Oh my gosh. I see why you're a college student. You're a good student. You're gonna be a badass podcast host or TikTok host. Look at you. What's up to the YouTube fam? Hello, Avatar Che. Angelica, no, Angel Elliott. Hello, Silverfat. What's up? Tilting Windmill. What's up? Satan was framed. My favorite motherfucking name. Hello, Love Bug. HN HNPJR. Hey friend. Hey friend. We need you to change that. I'm ready for you to be here too. But can you make that easier for me to say? Especially since you are a nerd. Cause I'm gonna call you head nerd. Head nerd. That's what I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna shorten it. Head nerd junior. That's what I'm gonna call you. The head nerd. Nope, that ain't gonna work either. Yeah, change it. Make it easier. Cause my brain and my tongue don't work at the same space. I'm kidding. Why are you back, I Slay God? Like you complained the whole live yesterday. You complained the whole live. You talked shit about us. You was doing your affirmations in the chat, and you on time. I ain't mad at you though. Well, welcome back. They be saying they hate us, but they be waiting on us to show up. They be waiting on us to show up.
All day.
All day. Absurdist atheist, what's up, friend? Welcome in, y'all. YouTube say what's up to TikTok. TikTok say what's up to YouTube. Yeah, he was doing affirmations in the chat. Money come to me now. Money is loyal to me. Y'all got to share the live out. We had 65 people in the room. I was late. I got caught up in watching the sequel to Sex and the City, which is a really good show. It's called And Then There's That. Even in their old age, they are fucking hilarious. The show is eventful, so I was late. But Maddie was on time, and that's all that matters because it's Maddie's hour. Atalia Flair, are you in the request box on purpose? All right, y'all, we had 56 shares. We got to get up to 100 shares. Tap the screen. If you're just coming in, make sure that you grab your heart me options, good night options. Italia Flair, I doubt that you're in the request box on purpose.
Also, before y'all go to sleep, please sing your heart me's before you lay down and a popular arrow to keep our live boosted and to keep Thinker up in the ranks so we get better conversations and we don't end up down the wrong street.
What's up, Fred Green? Hello. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. The conversation that we had, Nelly, that was a Hebrew Israelite. It was with a Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
This you, Maddie. This the same motherfucker that started my live off yesterday. Maddie, do you remember me telling you about the egotistical, condescending 21-year-old?
Yeah, no, I was here. I was here. I'm
Call me
pretty.
whatever you need to.
Yeah, okay.
Like, don't he sound like Trading with John?
Honestly, worse. It's worse. I don't know.
You're
He
projecting.
sounds like Trading with John. Yeah.
How can we project? Do you even know who that is? What are you talking
No,
about?
no, you saying I sound worse is a projection. Just be real. Be
Yeah,
honest.
but do you know what he sounds like to even know
I
what
told
I'm
y'all they be
doing?
waiting on us, yo.
You're exposing your weakness.
What is my weakness?
It's open for everyone who has an eye to see.
Yeah, what is it? Can you tell me what it is?
I can see it.
No, you can't tell me, huh? Yeah, it's okay, buddy. You done met your match because I'm the petty queen. We can do it all night, I promise.
Yeah,
You
that's your
can't-
weakness, your pride.
Oh, you found it now, huh? Yes, I am prideful. Why would
Well,
I
I
be
mean,
humble?
you confessed it.
Why
We
would
all
I be
just heard
humble?
you.
Why would I be humble? Why should I be humble?
Hold on. We only at 89 shares, y'all. Let's get to 100 shares. We need to get to 25,000 likes. Tap the screen up. We just getting started. We've only been live for 10 minutes, but please help us get to that 100 shares. We missed our goal of getting to 100 shares within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I'm trying to get into the habit of getting the show started as soon as somebody requests up. So we need y'all to do y'all's job while we do our job up here. And that is give y'all some great conversations that you can learn from, that you can laugh at and laugh with and grow. So y'all got to be commenting, sharing the live, feeding the beast, and sending your heart me's. And Venus has arrived.
Hello, guys. I'm on time.
No, you weren't,
Hey,
Venus.
Venus.
Girl, no, you're not.
You were not on
What?
time. You were
You
not.
the Australian ass. You're insulting me.
No,
Am I meant to
we're
be
all.
here the
Hey,
minute?
the show has already started, and there's already an asshole on stage, and Maddie was in the middle of reading the book. So
Shit.
go ahead.
Okay.
Yes. What did you come up here to talk about? Which topic?
I actually want to talk about number one. She didn't explain to me what what she meant by unlimited sin yesterday. So I'm just gonna take the statement in its entirety today instead of breaking it down.
Okay.
Jesus is
Oh.
Go on.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done. You can keep going.
You have something to say?
I'm gonna wait until you get done. I kind of interrupted you there, so go ahead.
Okay. Jesus' unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness contract is bad for humanity. Why do you think that? Why? And why do you guys agree with her? If you do agree with her, of course. I mean, I assume you do because you're here as friends. So why?
Right. Is there a limit on how many times you can sin before it's not accepted anymore? Like,
The limit is rebirth. That's the limit. Once Jesus frees you, you're not supposed to live a life of sin anymore.
that's not really a number. Like, can you give me like a projected number? Like a guess or anything?
I just told you the limit.
N- Right.
Oof, that hurts.
Right? It should sting because you don't understand what I'm asking and you're 21. So is there a number of sins you can commit before you are no
That was a
longer
good
able
save.
to
I
be
commend you for that
forgiven?
one.
What?
That was a good save. I commend you for that.
Right. Okay. Is there a number of sins you are able to commit before
Why
you're
are you
forgiven?
laughing?
Because like
You know what? I
but
like you guys.
yeah, we can tell. It's okay. Listen. Um how
Mhm.
many sins can you commit before it's a cutoff and you can no longer be forgiven for?
At the
How many?
It doesn't work like that. The point of rebirth is the limit. Once you're reborn, and it says this in scripture, the one who is truly rebirth, he can no longer commit sin because God lives within him. So the point of rebirth is when you leave your life of sin.
Hold on for a second. If you're in the request box, be patient. We only take one guest at a time. If you spam the chat, I'm requesting, that's going to get you muted. And if you're muted, you can't come on stage. So please be patient. We will get to everyone. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Okay, you're referring to the scripture that says once you're reborn, you can no longer sin.
It says that the one who's reborn does not commit sin because God resides within him, or God's seed. It says God's seed or God. It's one of those, but I'm pretty sure it's that.
But up until that point, you can just sin unlimitedly and then be reborn.
No, up until that point, you're a slave to sin.
Right. So I can just sin unlimitedly and then be forgotten once I'm reborn.
No, if you sin, you don't choose to sin. You're a slave to it. You think you have a choice, but you don't.
I'm sorry. If I consent to have sex with somebody, am I a slave to my sin or am I willfully choosing to do that?
You didn't consent to anything. Your nature pulled you toward that person to have sex. And the reason why you couldn't resist having sex is because you don't have self-control.
So
You're a slave.
hold on. After you are reborn and you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you can't sin anymore. Is that correct?
Well, God is the one who rebirths you.
Right.
It's
so
not.
you
It's
can't
not.
sin anymore. Is that
Hold
correct?
on, wait. Because what you just said
Okay,
is
cool.
incorrect.
I don't give a fuck about that. God rebirths you.
Oh, so
okay.
you don't care about the truth
then
anymore.
after God rebirths you. After that, you cannot sin anymore.
Yeah. It's not a choice.
You can't
It's
do it.
It's not possible. No.
Okay, so then a person after they accept Christ, they have this.
Yeah, that's
Holy
incorrect.
Spirit.
Once again, you're going
I'm sorry.
back to that.
After you accept Christ and you are
No,
fucking
after you are
rebirthed,
reborn.
after Jesus
you are
pushes
born.
you out, after God pushes you out of His God
After
pussy,
God rebirths you.
after
That's what you
God
mean.
pushes you out of His God pussy, you can't sin, you can't lie, you can't commit adultery, you can't steal, you can't sin anymore.
After God makes one reborn, it is impossible for them to live as they have before.
Okay, so have you been pushed out of God's pussy?
Damn, you got to think about if you've been reborn or not. Holy shit.
Oh, that's not what she asked me. Sorry.
I did. I asked you, have you
No, you
been
didn't.
pushed out of God's pussy?
Yeah, that's what you asked me.
Yeah.
You didn't ask me if
which
I
is
was
being
reborn.
That's what that means.
I mean, I don't like.
No, it's not what
I
that
ain't never
means.
seen nobody born that didn't come through a pussy.
No, my body came through a pussy, but
And
my
your
spirit came from God.
Right,
Okay.
God's spiritual pussy.
His spirit came out the ass.
Hee 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 hee.
Spiritual
You're
pussy.
giggling with me. Thank you.
Look, bro, look.
Right.
Once you are reborn, it's not possible anymore.
Okay, are you reborn?
Why do you care?
Damn, can you not answer the question?
No, I can, because another
Okay, well,
person,
let's answer it.
yeah, but why are
answer
you
it.
concerned about that though? Are you Christian?
Can you
This
answer
is
the
called
question?
deflection because he know his
Right.
motherfucking ass sins. He don't want to get caught in a motherfucking lie. You still sin,
Why-
don't you? You still sin.
No. Why are you guys
Oh, so you
concerned?
don't sin.
No, it's not possible. Why are you guys
So
concerned?
you have been pushed out of God's spiritual pussy.
Why are you guys concerned?
So you have been pushed out of His spiritual pussy.
Why are you guys concerned though? Seriously.
I mean, what the fuck did you come up here to answer the fucking question for? We're discussing the fucking topic. Like, why are you
you want to
scared?
discuss rebirth?
Yes.
You want to discuss rebirth even though you're an
Yes,
atheist?
motherfucker, yes.
That makes sense to you?
Yes.
Yes, I have been.
Yes.
Yes, I have
Okay,
been.
so you don't sin.
No.
So you don't tell a lie.
No.
Think about it quickly.
Yeah. So you're not lying about who you are.
No.
Your name ain't Trading with John.
No. My name is Haile McLennan. I was born of Rohan McLennan.
I don't know why I sound like they be off in the medieval times fighting off wars and shit.
I don't think that you fornicate because I don't think that there's anybody that would fuck you. Like you have a
Me?
Yeah, you. Like you have a nasty ass personality. So I don't think that there's any.
Are you serious right now?
Any
You're
woman
projecting.
that would fuck
You don't mean that.
No,
you don't
I
mean
mean
I have.
that.
You don't. No, you don't.
No, yes,
you
I
don't.
do. Like,
No, you
I
don't,
think that there's
because
any
I
woman
have-
that would
I have
fuck
not
you.
been
You
nasty
are,
to you
are
at all.
annoying. Yes, the fuck you have. You are annoying.
You can say I'm
as
annoying,
fuck.
but you can't say I'm nasty.
You are nasty.
You can't say I'm nasty.
Annoying is nasty.
That's not an accurate. No, that's not an
Annoying-
accurate.
annoying
That's not
is
an accurate
nasty.
description of my
Annoying
personality.
is
That's not an
nasty.
accurate
Like, look
description.
at
That's not
you.
accurate.
Look at you.
That's not accurate.
Like, why do you care? Why do you
Because
care?
it's not-
Why do you
because it's not
care
true.
that I think that no woman would fuck you and that you're still probably a virgin and that you can't sin by fornicating?
No, I just care about the
Like, you
truth.
know,
The
that's
truth.
why.
The truth is, I have
Maddie,
not been nasty to you, so
Maddie,
that's an inaccurate
that's why
description of my personality.
that's why he can't sin. That no other human would fuck with him in a way that would make him want to sin, right? Like
You know, fornication is
doesn't
not the
have
only
he
sin,
doesn't
right?
have the opportunity to fucking sin.
I mean,
Like
whatever.
there's no woman in his life for him to fucking lie to. There's no woman in his life for him to
But why would I
fuck.
need to lie to
There's
any
no
women?
woman in his life for him to commit adultery with. Like he can't fucking sin.
But why would I use women for their bodies, though? Why would I do that? Why would I want
Nice
to do
try.
that?
Nice
I mean,
try, buddy.
your God's commandments revolve around a woman's body.
And her being property. Do you not agree
No,
with that or
the
something?
commandments revolve around loving God,
Yeah.
and all the rest
And
hinge
don't
upon
have
that.
sex. Don't have sex. Don't have sex.
Don't have sex with someone
Right.
that you're not married
Exactly.
to.
And you can't,
With someone you're not married to.
A woman or a man would have to want to have sex with you. And you, like, unfortunately, there ain't nobody gonna want to do that. So
This is
you
major
can't sin.
projection.
You can't sin.
This
Like,
is
I don't
major
have to-
projection,
Like,
bro.
this don't make any fucking sense. I don't have to fucking project that. I fucked a lot. I've birthed 4 kids. I've married a man. I have
Ooh.
grandkids. I don't have to project nobody wanting to have sex with me, motherfucker. You
should have probably kept this information to
No one's going
yourself,
to want
not
to
gonna
have
lie.
sex with you, so you can't sin.
I mean, you probably should have kept your personal information to yourself.
Dude, almost
Every
everybody
motherfucker
knows
about it
she
knows
has
that
4
shit,
kids.
dumb motherfucker.
Thank you.
They shouldn't know it though. They shouldn't.
No one should
What? It's
know that I
obvious.
have children. And if they know I have children, then they don't know that I fuck.
No one should know that you fucked a lot. No one
That
should know
doesn't
that.
make any motherfucking sense, motherfucker. How you think children get here?
It's just called self-respect. It's basic
That's
human
called
decency.
ignorance, dumb motherfucker. Like,
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
think
okay.
that you are respecting yourself by saying, I don't fuck, but you
By
a motherfucking
respecting your own
grandmama,
privacy?
but you a
By respecting
motherfucking
your own
grandmama,
privacy.
and you think that a motherfucker don't know you fuck?
Bro, this isn't a good look for you. That's all I'm saying.
God,
Okay?
like,
Tell
this
us
is
your whole government name.
Jesus
and who you
fucked
came
y'all.
from, bro.
Exactly. Jesus fucked y'all up. Like, Jesus made y'all dumb
I
as
told
fuck.
y'all my whole government name.
This
So
is
what?
proof.
That's not the same
This
as
is
that's not the
proof.
same as telling you mine.
This is proof Jesus' contract is bad for humanity. Because if your dumb ass don't know that a motherfucker fuck, if they are a mama, if somebody's calling them mama, if somebody's calling them granny, then if you don't know that that motherfucker has fucked, then you are a dumbass.
You never had to say that I fucked a lot to let us know that you're a mother. You just don't have
Oh my!
self-respect.
Okay,
How many times do you think that I would
Like,
fuck?
bro.
How many times do you think I would fuck if I'm a mama?
I just think you need to control your tongue. That's all.
Does me saying fuck make you feel uncomfortable?
No, you just need to control your
It's
tongue. It's
making you
not
feel
good for you.
uncomfortable. It's making you feel uncomfortable
It's
because
just
you
not,
ain't
it's just
never
not good
fucked.
for you.
It's
It's just
making
not
you
good
feel.
for you.
It's making you feel uncomfortable because you ain't never fucked, and therefore,
You know I don't
prove
have
my
any
point.
personal
That's why you
feelings
can't
about any.
see it because
Okay, whatever.
ain't nobody trying to fuck you.
Okay, whatever.
Can
Next.
I ask you a question, sir?
What's up, man?
I heard something earlier. You said that you were reborn and you don't sin. Is that correct?
I never answered the first question, but I answered the second one.
Yeah,
Why do you
you
want to
said
know?
you don't sin,
I'm just
buddy.
asking the
Yeah,
question.
I did. Yeah. Why?
So do you sin?
Why do you want to know? Are you a Christian?
It does, man. Can you just answer the question?
Actually,
If
it
not,
does. Actually, it does matter.
If you do not
It
want
does.
to answer the questions, then get the fuck off the stage, man.
No,
Well, you're free
he
to kick
already
me,
said
but
he
I'm
don't
not just gonna
sin.
leave.
He already said he don't sin. It's
You're
okay.
free to
So if
kick
you-
me if you want to. It's your
I'm
panel.
trying to ask you a question.
Why? What's your intention?
My intention is to learn.
And learn what exactly? Be specific, man.
Learn what your punk ass is up here for, bitch. Now answer the goddamn question.
Oh, but I told you why I'm here already.
Motherfucker, can you answer the question?
What's your intention?
You know what? Get the fuck off this stage, man. You just come up here to irritate people. Ain't nobody got time for your
I
bullshit.
told you why
Get
I'm
the
here
fuck
already.
off. Shut the fuck up and go.
Why are you angry, man?
I'm
He
not
mad
angry.
because Thinker cut him deep. Thinker cut
Dumb
him deep.
fuck.
And motherfucker, I'm telling you, he can't fucking sin because don't nobody want to fuck with his ass. Like, he is annoying as fuck.
He ain't
I
even
can't-
want to engage
I can't
anymore
stand
after
people
that.
like that. He just come up here just to be here. I don't know what the fuck he think
Look, he
he
back
is.
in the guest box. He don't got no fucking friends. I'm telling y'all, that motherfucker sound like trading with John. Like, he ain't got no fucking friends. He is annoying as fuck, and he ain't never fucked, and so therefore he cannot sin.
He said we his friends, guys. He like us. We're his best friends, for real. That's why he want to be here so bad. Well, Thinker, you got him there. I don't know. He ain't
What's
want
going on,
to come
Thinker?
back.
How you doing?
I'm sorry. What were you saying, Maddie? 1 second.
I said,
What's going
well,
on, Thinker?
you gotta think. Oh,
I'm sorry, Maddie. What were you saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
What were you
said,
saying,
well,
Maddie?
we low key clocked this D. He really like it up here. And after you,
Yeah. Facts. Yeah, you guys really clocked this thing.
what's going on?
What's happening right now is that incel number 2 has joined the stage. I tend to like
What's going on?
draw them
Hey,
in because
Thinker.
their insecurities like be
I'm definitely not
bubbling as soon
insecure.
as I go live.
Yeah, that guy
Like
was a fucking douchebag.
this is why he's doing what he's doing because he's insecure than a motherfucker.
That guy was a fucking
But
asshole.
Maddie, what
If
were
you
you
think
saying?
about it, you're really loved in the incel community. Like, you're the woman that they
Yeah,
love.
you right. I don't have any home training. You right.
No, they actually hate my ass.
Fuck home training, bro.
They hate me because they love me. Like, they really wish that they
Okay, I'll shut the
could
fuck up. I'm
get a
sorry.
woman like me, but yeah, they hate themselves for being
Damn,
incels.
you motherfuckers is mean.
I reckon they've got like mommy issues because Thinker, you're very intelligent and mature, and it kind of like grinds their gears that they have a thing
Oh, what
for,
the fuck, my
more
cigarette?
mature women because their mothers were never there for them to teach them how to respect women.
But unfortunately, some incels had good
Now,
mothers.
Thinker is amazing.
Some incels had good mothers. They just didn't
I
have
love
good
Thinker. She's
daddies.
amazing.
And so they don't know how to talk to daddy and tell daddy that they
Venus.
pissed at daddy. So they take it out on their good mama who was there and taught them. And then they create these delusions in their minds that mama wasn't there. Like, and then they
Yeah,
go
now my
out and
daddy
they
wasn't
hate
shit.
women who remind them
My
of
daddy
their
wasn't
good
shit for
mama
real. Like, that
because
nigga-
they scared of daddy and they
Yeah,
don't want to
yeah,
tell
daddy wasn't
daddy
shit. Oh
that
God.
he ain't shit. They
My
go
daddy
on the
left. He
internet.
never came back.
They go
That
on the
nigga wasn't
internet
shit.
and they tell other people that daddy wasn't shit. They actually don't say daddy wasn't shit. They say my mama drove my daddy away and that's why he didn't love me. That's
Boy,
what
see,
they
now I
gonna
fuck with
do.
my
They
mom. My mom
blame
was
their
cool as
mama
hell.
for every
Thank you.
motherfucking thing, Venus.
Bro, this
Yeah,
sound
My
that
like a
makes
dad,
rap
fuck that
sense.
nigga.
song.
That nigga trash. My mama.
This sound like a rap song, bro. You ever hear the Migos, Mama?
What's going on,
That's
Thinker?
exactly what it sound like.
Hey, Thinker, how
Anyway,
you doing?
motherfucker, how old are you?
I'm 26 years old, my baby.
Venus,
Yes, Thinker?
do you want to talk to this 26-year-old motherfucking baby?
Ooh, yes, I want to talk to Venus. Oh, bro,
Yes, I would
Venus.
love to,
All
but
right.
is someone able to take over for 5 minutes? I just have to perform a small task. Is that okay?
Damn, I really want to talk to Thinker though. Man, Thinker,
Nelly
bro,
now.
you look good, bro.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you. I'll be back in
try
5
this
minutes.
again. No
Yeah,
problem.
nice avoidance, Venus. I
What
peeped that, bro.
what is your name, sir?
My name is Blank. You call me Blank. You know what I'm saying?
Blank.
Yeah, you call me Blank. But I don't want to talk to you, nigga.
I'm
Like,
gonna try
damn, I
to
want to talk
I'm
to
gonna
the
try to
host.
compose myself when I'm talking to
I don't
a
want to talk to
child.
you. I want to talk to the host, bro. What
No,
the
you gonna
fuck?
talk to me, goddammit.
Man, what the fuck?
You gonna talk to me or you gonna get the fuck off the stage? Choose.
Bro, I don't want to talk to you, Mr. Nelson. I want to talk
Okay,
to
then
Thinker.
bye.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. All right. I'll talk to you. Fuck it. I'll talk to you. Fuck it. Fuck it.
What topic did you come up to talk about?
I don't want to talk about 3.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on topic 3?
God is not a deceiver. Devil is. How could you call God a deceiver?
Okay, so why do you say that? What is your thoughts behind that?
I'm saying because like why y'all call God deceiving though? Like he not even like, you know what I'm saying? Like he not even like God real.
Nelly, I hope you are recognizing this motherfucking comedian act.
I'm saying like God gotta be real because I'm looking at an angel right now.
Who the
Who
fuck
is
you
that?
looking at? Because Thinker ain't on screen.
Thinker, you're so fucking bad, dude.
Nelly,
Yeah.
you call it. What do you want?
But hold on.
I'm trying to give him the opportunity to explain
No,
why
hold
he
on.
feels.
I'm really a Christian.
I didn't ask you if you was a Christian or not.
Oh yeah, you right. You right.
Can you explain yourself, please?
I'm just saying though, like y'all calling God a deceiver, like I'm saying like what's up with that?
Okay, let's try this again. Okay, we're gonna try it one more time. Let's read the question. Who's really the great deceiver, God or the devil?
The devil, bruh.
Okay, and why do you say that?
Nigga, it's all in the Bible. Like, do you read the book or what, nigga?
It's Nelly instead of nigga. It's Nelly.
Like, do you not read the book?
Show me in the Bible. Show me one passage in the Bible. Or just show me anything. Show me. Hold on. Be quiet for. I need you to understand what I'm asking you. Show me in the Bible where the devil is deceiving people. Show me in the Bible where the devil is asking people to follow him. Show me in the Bible where the devil has sacrificed children,
let me answer your question,
men and women.
Chill out. Let me answer your question.
I'm not your goddamn uncle.
You like what? Come on, you like 50, you like 6 years old. Like you really for real?
I'm not your uncle though.
Embarrassing. Like
it really is.
And then motherfuckers in the comments talking about he really funny. Like y'all gotta be dumb as fuck to think.
Bro,
that
I'm not trying to be. I'm being myself. I can't be
This
myself.
shit is fucking embarrassing.
Bro,
I wish my children would come around me talking like that. Like my son is 23 and my youngest is 18.
Like, come on, like you all up here,
the
sexy
fuck
as hell
they
talking.
would come to me talking like that. There's no motherfucking way.
Bro, let me answer the question. Goddamn, when a Sherman goddamn came out the grave, goddamn, telling everybody the apple and shit, goddamn it.
Sorry, I'm not platforming that shit.
Me either. I don't understand it. What is going on with our young people today?
Embarrassing. Embarrassing as fuck.
Hello.
Black, how old are you?
I'm 32.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yo, I'm a believer. Sure. I don't know about the other parts and stuff like that.
That's okay. You're a
But I'm a
believer.
believer.
Okay. There's 3 topics on the board. Which one do you want to do? And you'll be talking to me.
I want to attend number 3.
All right.
I want to attend number 3. Okay.
First
of all,
go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to say I know this is your panel, but I wouldn't have put it that question like that because the devil is in the level of Jesus, is not in the level of God.
Of course,
God
you wouldn't put
created-
the question like that.
Okay.
You are a believer. Don't tell. Nobody cares about that. Please
Yeah, I
answer
know.
the question.
That I'm speaking my mind.
I don't care about that. No one asked you that. Please discuss the topic.
Don't be rude. You
Okay,
don't have to be
you
rude.
are being rude by telling me stuff I don't want to know. I did not ask you that. So please
me debating.
discuss with that's not a debate. No one is debating how I framed the fucking question. Talk to Nelly about the topic.
So what are your thoughts on the topic?
Okay, my thought is the devil is not even in the level of God. He's in the level of Jesus. I would say that because God created black and white, good and bad. So
Okay.
he gave us freedom. So he cannot be a deceiver or what. He is allowing us to be who you are. He wants us
Can
to
I
be
ask?
who.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Did anybody else here give us free when he said that? When he
Mhm.
said, okay.
Yeah. Nelson, yeah. What you say?
Okay. So, you almost made me lose train of thought. You saying that they're not on the same level. So, what I'm asking you is, so you're saying God is not a deceiver, right?
No, not even. Because now this,
Okay.
especially the last question that you asked the other guy, that the other guy couldn't answer
We're not
about the
talking about the other
followers.
guy. We're not talking about the other guy. We're talking. This is me and you talking now.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go.
So you said God is not the deceiver. The devil's the deceiver, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Okay. Great. Can you tell me? Do you even know what the meaning of deceiving is?
yeah.
What's that? Tell me. What's deceiving?
It's making someone think that something is while that thing is not.
Okay. That's a good example. So, and you're saying the devil's doing this, right?
Are you asking me a question, or are you asking if
I,
that's
I,
what I'm saying?
I'm
Ask me a straight
asking.
question, please, because I haven't talked. No, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry
Just
to say this, but
listen again, because I'm talking very
rephrase.
plain. I'm talking very plain.
Yeah,
I asked you. I said, by your definition
it's
of
like you're
deceiving.
directing me on what should I answer.
No, I'm not directing you. You can answer the
Okay,
question
okay.
based on your definition. You're saying the devil does these things, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you show me in the Bible?
Can I show you on the Bible?
Show me in the Bible where the devil is out there deceiving people and doing all these things you said that he does.
Okay, first of all, the first lie, he was a snake, so they were not supposed to go and eat from the farm. The apple. They were
The
not supposed to
tree?
do that. They were not supposed to do that. Fine. Let me go from that and go to somewhere else. Let's see. I'm just thinking.
No, I think no. Let's stick with that. Hold on. Let's stick with that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you saying that the serpent was the devil, correct?
Yeah. Sense.
Okay, right. So even though it doesn't say that in the book, we're gonna run with that. We're gonna say that the serpent was the devil, and he deceived Eve, correct?
Yeah.
How did he deceive Eve? How?
By making him think that the fruit was a good idea to actually eat and go against the word. Now, because of believing and knowing this is good, just to realize later that it's actually bad, that is deceiving someone.
Say that again.
By making a person think that what I'm going to do right now it's good, while later on realizing this was actually bad, you were deceived. Because after that, where was the person that told you that? He disappeared. Now, because you have done something, now the person is not even there to stand up to make you feel better. No, they're actually lying. You were right. You were right. You were supposed to actually eat the apple. After that, the snake was gone. The snake was gone. Gone. Kanji.
Where'd the snake go?
Exactly. Where did it go? Do you
No,
understand?
that's not exactly. Show me in scripture. Where did he go?
No, okay. Let me. Can I speak my mind for a minute? Don't just give me
No,
give me a good and food team, and look, and I won't be specific on your question. Just give me just allow me to talk. Okay, first of all, I feel manipulated right now. The way you're constructing your questions and the way you're asking me. Two, once you start saying things like, "Where is this? Where is that? What's the direct time? What's the direct this?" It's you wanting to manipulate someone because you want them to show them, but you can feel it. You can see this is not right. This is not wrong. So you cannot. It's like someone. Wait. It's like someone dying, but then that death is not documented.
Go ahead, Nelly.
okay. So now,
Sorry for that
no,
language.
quiet,
It's like someone being
quiet.
unalive.
Stop,
Wait.
sir. Stop. First of all, I'm not manipulating you. I'm asking you where are you getting your information from? That's what I'm asking you, because right now you're saying stuff that is not in the Bible. So I want to know where are you getting it from? And if you call that manipulation, then something's wrong with you.
Wait, are you saying the devil? Are you saying God is a deceiver? Are you saying Jesus is a deceiver?
I haven't said anything yet. I've just been asking you questions. And then I'm asking you to
Yeah,
show me and
I'm
verify what you're
constructing a
saying.
question. No, I'm constructing a question the way you did. You see how it feels? That's what you did to me. I came here.
Stop.
I came here and yeah.
Stop. How would you prefer me to ask you the question?
You see, you don't want to be manipulated.
No, I'm asking you, how would you prefer me to ask you that question? If I want to verify your statement.
Think the devil is greater than God? I'm asking.
What the
Do I
fuck
think
is
the
going
devil? Are
on?
you okay? I see you switching this around. So you're asking me, do I?
Yeah, why you sound
No,
so
I'm not defensive.
on his side?
Or whose side? The devil's side?
I'm listening to you.
Is that what you're asking me? Is that what you said? The devil's side? I chose the side.
I'm asking if are you choosing a side, and what's your side?
Okay, there is no side for me. I'm gonna make this very clear for you. Okay, I don't believe in your God. I don't even believe in your devil. I don't believe in none of this shit. But you do. So I'm trying to find out where are you getting your information from, because what you're saying is not in the Bible. So where are you getting your information from?
Fine. It's not in the Bible. It's here in my mind, by my temple, inside my pineal gland. Inside my pineal gland. Do you know where the sixth chakra is?
Oh God damn! I can't.
I'm just asking you because, like,
I can't do this.
No, even you know this thing about your. The thing is, everyone to my side, everyone is just thinking everything is disconnected, right? Everything is connected. Even you feeling spiritual and all that, it's all God's will. Even the chakras, like, sir, I don't know. Even the science, it also annoys me when I start saying, "Wait,
stop."
He asked you to stop.
My
Please
mind.
stop.
Allow me,
stop. Please stop. Hey y'all. He asked you to stop.
Bye-bye. Let me drop.
Hey, Selena.
Okay, go.
Yeah, drop. Bye. Please. I can't do this.
For this.
Hi, Selena.
I can't do it. Hey, Selena. Thank you, Selena.
Thinks he manipulated. The fact that he think he was being manipulated and tried to turn that around on Nelly when Nelly actually answered his question.
It's wild.
They trolling.
Now,
Yeah.
nerds, I literally
Like,
told
why did we get into
y'all
Naruto? Like, what the fuck?
nerds, I literally told y'all to do what y'all needed to do, so we did not end up in the hood, and we are currently in the hood. Can y'all please feed the beast, share the live, and send your heartbeat so we can get the fuck out of this hood, please. I can't.
Call him Mr. Nelson, Unc, and Kerr.
Sally Gord.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I am Sally Gord.
How old are you?
I am 25.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. Maddie.
Okay.
Oh.
Hi, how you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Which topic did you come up to talk about?
Pretty much anything, but I don't mind number 3 as well if you want to continue that topic, but it depends.
Okay, it's just which one that it's which one you're more drawn to. So are you more drawn to number 3?
Okay, since we were on that topic, then.
Okay, what's your thoughts about the topic?
I believe that the devil is the deceiver, obviously, and that God allowed certain things in life, especially deceivers, to be used, either for the good or the bad. But God can never be the deceiver itself, himself. So he allowed things to happen.
Okay, so it's happening within his will. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's his will for people to get deceived.
Well, it's the consequences of man. So basically, he doesn't want that, but it is how things happen. So it sounds, in your way, in your view, I get what you're saying. It sounds like it's in his will, but it's not. Like he doesn't want it to be. But then that's the future of the man. That's their choice of life that they will end up to be. Remember, he is all knowing. So if he knows the future, that he allowed us to do whatever we want, even though he had said, this is the way of what I desire, what I want in my life. But the man still choose to pick their own way and fall into that destruction.
Okay, so why did he deceive Adam and Eve and he didn't tell them the truth about what would happen if they ate the fruit in the garden?
He did.
Really? Did they die that day?
Well,
did they die when they ate it?
No, they did not die physically, but they die. Well, they have carried sin, and sin brings death. So they didn't die like right immediately, but aging came, and short of life and consequences of pain and suffering came within them. And some things, most of the things start spiritually, and then it becomes physical in some way cases. So it's not
Okay.
like automatic death, like unless they blaspheme the Holy Spirit or something, but it's not like, like what you think, because in the Bible, we have seen that they have lived. They have given birth to many people on earth, like you, me, everybody here. But the problem is that death brings sin. That's true. Death produces sin. And that is something in the spiritual sense as well. And there's a spiritual death behind it. Obviously, it doesn't mean we automatically go to hell. No. But there's a way of finding hope to go to heaven as well, but through that process of death. So
Okay.
death does not always
Hold
mean.
on. You
Manny,
gotta
I
let me
wonder.
respond, because if you go too far, I'm not gonna be able to like touch everything you say. Do you get what I mean? I don't want to like control what you say, but try to shorten it a little bit, okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quick, because everything like this spiritual death, spiritual kingdom, spiritual kings and all this shit. Like, I wonder, is there a such thing as a spiritual shit? Like everything
Yeah.
else, you can take a spiritual shit.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Out
Per
of
se?
what spiritual asshole? Like you need a whole system to be able to do that. Like you need organs. So spirits have an organ?
Yes. Okay. So there's the physical, right? And I have doing research that there's scientists now, even scientists themselves, are finding out there's something spiritual behind in worship and prayer and the way we move, even in plants. Like,
We're
I'm not
asking
saying
about
like
taking
plants
a
are spiritual
spiritual
things,
shit.
but there is some things in life.
We're not
right?
asking if there's a spirit. How
It's
how
not
does the spirit take a spiritual shit?
like how does a spirit dwell in a body?
I'm not asking that. How does the spirit take a spiritual shit? How?
Okay, can you speak more clear without cursing?
No,
And
no,
like change the
no,
words
no,
to
no, no.
okay.
The only thing you can control is whether your ears are here to hear them.
Okay, I'm hearing
Right?
you.
Yeah, you can't control how I speak.
But I don't curse. So
This
I
isn't
don't
your
curse
motherfucking
either.
mouth. This
But guess
is
what?
not. I got it,
okay.
Selena. This is not your mouth. So you still don't curse. I do. The fuck?
Okay. I will try to understand you. You're right. I'll
What do you
listen.
mean you'll try to understand?
No, I'll try to
your brain
understand. There's
doesn't
different
work.
ways, and you're
Like,
right.
that
There's
doesn't
different
make
ways of
any
people
motherfucking
speaking.
sense.
So I
Y'all think
understand you.
that y'all can control everything because you have a belief. I'm not under any obligation to change who I am because you believe in a fucking God.
No, I'm not gonna try to change you.
You did just try to do
But
that.
I'm just trying to give you
But
the
you did
evidence.
just try
You
to do
can
that.
think on it if
But
you
you
want.
did
That's
just
your
try to do that.
choice.
Motherfucker, I am somebody's grandmama. I don't need you to try to raise me. I've already been raised, and I've raised 4 motherfuckers. I don't need you to
Okay.
try to raise me.
Thank you.
You think that I don't know that I'm cursing? Stop typing
Okay.
in all
So
caps in my
why are you?
comments.
Hey,
Stop
you're a
typing
woman.
in
You're
all
older
caps
than
in
me,
my
right?
comments, please.
Okay.
I
Why?
I'm not, nigga. I don't need you to police me on how I speak. The
Okay.
fuck?
Thank you.
Now, you said spirits take a shit, and I want to know, how does the spirit shit?
Okay. Okay. So let me start over then. If you want to clarify about spirits taking your whatever.
Thank
So
you, Breath Raid. I don't know
God
who
is a
that is, but I
spirit,
appreciate you.
right? God is a spirit. He didn't start as physical yet. God is a spirit. Okay.
No, Shelly, that's
So
not what we're asking you. Okay,
you said,
listen.
okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna
I
restate it. Hold on, I'm gonna restate it because I feel like you're trying to go somewhere else. We're not going. We asked you, could a spirit take a shit, right? That's a biological process. You said yes. The question now is, how can it do that?
take a
Like,
temple.
what?
Okay, I would not say, okay, take a temple, right? The body, physical,
What? No, the
or
spirit.
sin.
We asked
Or,
you. No, listen. Look, I don't know. Like, look. Hold on.
okay.
I'm just gonna reset. I'm gonna say
Okay,
it
I
again.
have a
Okay.
question. Where do you get confused in the statement earlier when I was talking about sin and Adam and Eve?
You don't
Oh, we
realize
didn't
that
get
the reason
confused.
that I asked this question is because you all make everything spiritual that you cannot prove in the physical. And I
Okay.
asked,
Okay.
I literally,
So,
will you please be quiet while I speak?
mhm.
Thank you. I literally went down the line of the things that y'all have made spiritual. Jesus is a
Yes.
king. He was not a king in the physical. He's a king spiritually. He did not have a
Okay.
kingdom in the physical. He had a spiritual kingdom. They didn't
Okay.
die in the physical. They died spiritually. If everything happens in the spiritual, my question is, can the spirit take a fucking shit? Can it piss? Can it have a
Okay.
orgasm?
Okay. So you're just talking about poo and pee. This is just okay. Thank you for your clarification. Okay, this is how I like that conversation now. Now we're going somewhere.
If
Okay.
you had not been so
So
focused
I will say
on me
no.
cursing, you would have
I will
gotten
say
it when I
no.
went.
Okay.
If you had not been so focused on policing how I speak, you would have gotten it the first time.
No, because
I'm sorry, you
you
are
went
still
off topic.
talking while I'm talking. If you would not have been so focused on policing the way I speak, then you would have gotten it the first time I went through that list.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. No, the spirit do not pee or poo.
So how can you have a spiritual death if it, like, dying is flesh? That's fleshly. That's physical. Death is physical. Unless you're gonna tell me that a spirit can die now. Like, death is physical, but not only that, you have no proof in no language that from this book that this is a spiritual death. You cannot point to any word in Genesis that implies that that was a spiritual death. Secondly, you said they did not age.
Okay,
I
that
want
is
to
so
know,
true.
hold on, wait. I want to know, how did they not age? Because nothing in this book tells us that these were infinite beings or unaging beings. Nothing. It literally says nothing about them being alive forever. There was a tree of life in the garden they could have ate from that would have let them live forever, but they did not eat that. So I'm pretty sure they were already aging beings. Otherwise, the tree of life for them to live for eternity would not be there. So I feel like you're adding a whole lot of stuff that isn't biblical, and that's a sin. Also, if you go on Teacup, I can't hear you. So if you go off the app and you try to talk, it won't let me hear you. Just a little heads up. So if you go off the app, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me say some things that are biblical if you don't think that one was biblical. Okay. So in Revelation, it does say that they went to hell, the spiritual. Okay. So there is a death, but they are not fully like they're just disappeared in nowhere or something, not remembered anymore. But the thing is that there is hell and it's internal. Okay. So the
But that's
spirit
not a
doesn't really
death. The spirit
that
isn't dying. The spirit is going to hell. It cannot die and then go to hell. The spirit is still alive. It's going to hell. That's what I'm saying.
But
It's not
also,
dying.
how the fuck can a spirit feel the pain of fire if it can't take a shit? Like, if the spirit doesn't have organs that makes it release waste, why do you think it have pain receptors? Like, if the spirit can't shit or piss, how the fuck is gonna feel pain or fire?
okay. So let me see. Let me tell you something. The spiritual world, right? And you want to understand more about it. There is good and evil. There is life and death. And you're talking about spiritualness. Now, it's the way how we feel and think. And spiritual death is emptiness. It is pain and suffering. It is loneliness. It is hate and all these other things that burn inside of you. It's hell of fire, you know? So
How
it's
could you feel the
something,
pain?
and
That's what we're asking,
I
friend.
will say spirits, look, you can look, you could speak, you can fly, you could dance, and I think you
What?
can poo, but it's not necessary to poo. There's no
Kelly,
way. So there's
hold
no way
on.
because they don't need that. But I know that in heaven they do eat, but it's not necessary for them to eat. They just do it out of
So
joy.
How can
the
they
sinful
eat?
spirit is gonna stay alive without eating. And then y'all gotta eat in heaven to stay alive.
That's funny. No,
I'm sorry.
that's
I'm
just
sorry.
out of joy, and that's
The sinful
celebration with
spirit is
Christ.
in
It's
heaven. The sinful spirit is in heaven, alive, having eternal life without eating. Am I correct?
okay.
Am I
Okay.
correct?
So look,
Can you answer
this
that question? I'm trying to understand so I can get you back to Maddie. The sinful spirit is in hell, alive without eating. Correct?
yeah,
Okay.
without
So
eating.
all right. So eternal life without eating, and then y'all go to heaven and you eat to have eternal life. You have eternal life
Yeah,
and you have to eat in heaven.
you don't have to eat, but it's a part of celebration. It's like a wedding. You go there, you don't have to eat, but you know that this is part of the ceremony, the part of a communion
Oh, so
with
you
one
have a
another.
wedding. You had a wedding for eternal life.
Yes, you can say that.
Oh, okay. So it's
Yes.
an eternal wedding.
You can
But
put
can
it
we
Okay.
any
All right.
way.
Go ahead, Maddie.
It's a part of love. It's family. It's coming together.
okay.
Now, hell is just a punishment. It's a prison place, okay, for people who don't choose God and they live there for eternity. Okay, so that's the
Which
answer.
means they're not dying. That's my thing. Like,
They are,
hold
well, they're
on. Let me
dying in
tell you.
pain.
Let me say, they're okay. How are they dying in pain without pain receptors? You just said they go to hell for eternity. How are they there for eternity and dying and in pain without a fleshly body? So
Okay,
it's either the spirit is eternal and it quote unquote burns in hell, or it dies. Do you
okay.
see how that's not making sense?
You're okay. The definition of dying in your sense is completely like disappearing, death, gone. But
No, it's
and
my
but
organs.
death,
Hold on. No, it's my organs shutting down, and my brain and my heart no longer working. That's death to me,
okay, that's physical death. Okay.
right? But what is? There's no spiritual death either. You don't even agree with the spiritual death.
Spiritual
It
death
has to
is
go to
leaving
hell.
with no God. They don't have God within them,
That's not a spiritual death.
and they live in sin, and they have the punishment.
How is it dying? It's still alive. Do you not see how this is not making sense?
The,
How is it dying if it's not alive? Call it a spiritual separation,
yes.
because it's not dying if it's still alive to be able to do all these things like suffer. That's what I'm saying. That does not make sense. And again, in this book, You cannot point to anything in the original text that says this is a spiritual death. The word
Mm-hmm.
tamut, that's physical. That's not a spiritual
Okay.
death. And you can look that up. It's a physical death. They will even say it.
Okay. Then.
Maddie, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a short one, I feel runs with your dialogue. Sally, what does it mean to die?
Okay. That's a good question. So there's different ways. One of them to die is to die of sin. To not sin anymore, or to pick up your cross, humble yourself, follow Jesus. That's the way, dying of your flesh. Another way of dying is the physical death, as you just said, Maddie, about your organs fell, your brain just shut down, everything, your heart stopped beating. That's the other death. Another part of dying, going to hell, not following God, being with Satan as well, in that fire of torture and punishment
But Sally, where is
and
this in the
repentance.
Bible? Where is this other death that you're mentioning in the Bible?
Revelation.
Because that's what. Yeah, but
Wait,
that's
can you
what.
open the Bible, Revelation? We could read it together. I have
Yeah.
my
Okay.
Bible with me.
Okay. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Maddie.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to see this spiritual
Yeah,
death. And
Revelation.
I
I
wanted
love
to say,
Revelation.
hold on. So I'm gonna tell you what I'm looking for specifically. So I don't want you to pull up anything but what I'm saying. And if it's not in there, just say it's not in there so we can move on.
Okay.
I wanted to say the spirit is dying. Not that it's sent to hell, because if it's sent to hell, it's not dead, because it's in hell suffering. That's the whole point. So
Okay.
if it says anything but the spirit is dying or the spirit dies, I don't want to hear it. Do you
Okay.
understand what I said?
Yes.
Okay, go on with your scripture if that's what it said.
Okay.
Can I just preface something before we read this? It's kind of labeled as the second death, so you kind of need to physically die first. So I feel like maybe we shouldn't waste our time
No,
on
the
that
second
verse.
death is two hells.
Sally,
So there's a
Sally,
first hell and there's a
sorry, I
second
was
hell.
kind of saying something before you cut me off.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
it talks about a first death, then a second death. So you can't really get to the second death unless you've gone through the first death first, which is
Yes.
defined as a physical death. So if Adam and Eve didn't physically die, then I'm not sure why we're talking about a second death. You need to physically die first, have your first death before you can have a second death. That's why it's called a second death. Okay, because it's after the first death. So if you don't have that, you can't have the second one.
That's funny.
Is that even
That's a
mentioned
good
in-
question. That's a good question. Why you asked that?
And I also want the scripture to be from Genesis where they talk about this spiritual death.
Mhm.
Not Revelation, because Adam and Eve are not in Revelation. I want to know, like, where in the story of Genesis does it say this is a spiritual death? Because your God says the exact opposite after he's caught in his lie. So I want to know where is this spiritual death in Genesis?
Okay, so we're going back to the whole Genesis death now.
You've been on that the whole time. I don't know where you were.
Okay, because
Mhm.
I wanted to explain. Okay. So the spiritual death that you're saying, right, in Genesis,
Mhm.
as I remember, is the seed, and it's something. Okay, spiritual. It's something that's birthed within, and if I explain it, you're not gonna. Oh Lord. You're not gonna understand, but Lord, take my hand.
I'm just asking for
But
scripture. If you give me a scripture, I'm pretty sure I can understand the scripture. Like that's what I'm asking for. Like that's what I've been asking for. Where's the spiritual death in that?
well, it doesn't really explicitly, but we could see in Genesis 3, I think. Was it 3 or we could see in Genesis 3, it should say, well, this is the curse of man. And yeah, are you on your Bible, right?
I mean, you could read it. Just go ahead and read it.
How do you know if I'm telling the truth? You should read it with me.
Shelly, can you please read the scripture, please?
Okay.
Thank
I've
you.
got it, Maddie. What verse are we doing?
I put it in chapter 3 of Genesis,
3
but
verse.
it's okay. The voice. Wait, this is the deception. The serpent, the evil, the curse, and man has something. Let's see. Verse 16. Okay, so in Genesis 2.
Just gonna do this.
Okay, so let me read this. Now the serpent was more unto them by the beasts of the field, which the Lord God has made. Okay, let me see.
I think we've already read that part.
You're the. Oh. You guys
Yeah.
read that part?
I think
Yeah,
you're
I think-
struggling to find it because it's not in Genesis. The death that is being talked about in Genesis is not there. The spiritual death you're looking for is not there. It's not there.
Where? How? It doesn't say spiritual.
Right, which
But-
means it's not a spiritual death. That's
No,
my
it
point.
says
It's physical.
It is spiritual.
No, it's
Because-
not. Listen,
Okay.
the whole reason you cannot find the word is because it's not referring to a spiritual death.
Okay.
That's why. That's why I asked for you to find the spiritual death. You cannot find it because that's simply not
Okay.
what it's referring to. It's not.
Okay,
Sally,
I'm not trying to.
Sally.
I'm trying to find the
Sally.
exact scripture where God said it is
Sally.
wrong for them. Yeah.
You're looking for Genesis 2:17, but Sally,
No.
what did? Yes, you are. The scripture
Okay.
you are looking for is in Genesis
Yes.
2, verse
Yes.
17.
Yes.
And what I want to ask you is, what did Adam and Eve understand the death to be? When your God says you will die when you eat from the tree, did they understand that he was referring to a spiritual death, or did they understand that he was referring to physical?
That's actually a good question. I will say it is something mostly in the physical of pain, you know?
That's what
But
Adam and Eve
it is
understood?
it is actually spiritual because of the sin.
No.
The s-
What
the
did
sin-
they understand it to be?
What did they understand to be? That's a good
Yes.
one.
If someone says you will die, you have to have an understanding of what they mean by the word
That is
die.
something physical.
They understood the death to be physical,
Yes. That's
but
true.
your God meant it to be physical. I mean, meant it to be
Yes.
spiritual.
Well, it is because everything is brought up within.
Slow down, Sally. If your
Yes.
mom tells you not to open the door and then
Okay.
gets mad at you for not opening the physical door, but she really meant don't open the spiritual door, is that your
Mhm.
fault?
Okay.
Is it your fault? Whose fault is it that you didn't know she did not mean for you not to open the physical door?
Okay, that is my fault if I.
How is it your fault? Your mom says, don't open the door.
Yeah, and I opened it.
No, I didn't say that.
Wait.
Your mom says, don't open the door.
Yes.
And then she gets mad at you for not opening the physical door. And then she
Oh,
says,
no.
I wasn't talking about the physical door, Sally. I was talking about the spiritual door. Whose fault is it?
Okay, that I will say that would be okay. That will well. In that case, okay. Okay, so I get what you're saying, but
But
of
whose
course
fault
God
would
is
it be,
saying,
Sally? Whose fault would it be?
I will say there is a misunderstanding
From
for
who?
both of them.
Who caused the misunderstanding, Shelley?
I will say the mom
The
caused the
mom
misunderstanding.
did. The mom
But it's
did.
not
Hold on,
God.
Sally,
God did
stop.
not.
Sally, you are rushing to defend your God. Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Right. The mom caused the misunderstanding because the mom was not clear on
Mm-hmm.
what door she was referring to and what she meant by it. So when your
Mm-hmm.
God says to Adam and Eve, you will die, what did Adam and Eve understand he meant by dying? Did they understand that he meant they would die physically? Or did they understand that he meant they would die spiritually? What did they understand?
Physically.
All right. So then if they understood physically and did not understand that he meant a spiritual death, they are not
Mhm.
at fault. Your God is at fault. And when the serpent says to them, you will not die, and they are believing that the God is saying they're going to die a physical death, the serpent
Okay.
didn't lie.
Okay. I see your point now. I see where you're getting there. Now, during that time was a time that man could have lived very long, but their days have been shortened because of that. So it was physical death. That is so true. But in that case, that physical death still brought many other curses, and that is called sin overall. Because of
Okay,
that
so
sin
now
for
we're
that.
back to the beginning where I asked for you to prove where they were already finna live forever. Now we're back to the beginning because
Okay.
now you
I get
circled
where
back to now they're dying the physical death, but it's going to take a while, and that's what happened. That's the death. So you've ditched the spiritual death. Now you're talking about a physical death because apparently before they ate the apple, they were supposed to live for eternity. Where is that?
Okay. Okay, so I will go to the curse in Genesis 3 because
Mm.
we're all involved around Genesis then. So, and the Lord God said unto the serpent, the snake, or whatever you guys could say, because you have done this, you are cursed above all the cattle and above every beast of the field, and upon your belly will you go, and the dust will you eat all the days of your life. And I will put sin between you and the woman, between your seed and her seed, and it will bruise your head, and you will bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In the sorrow you will bring forth children, and you desire will be to your husband, and he will rule over thee, or over you. And unto Adam he said, because you have heard unto the voice of your wife, and has eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, you will not eat of it. Curse is the ground for your sake, in the sorrow will you eat of it all the days of your life. And the thorns and the thistles will it bring forth to you, and you will eat the herbs of the field. Okay? So if I continue all this and the dust and everything unto dust returned. So they turn into dust, okay? And it says here, in the sweat of your face will you
Wait,
eat the bread.
did you remember what I asked you?
Wait, did
Because
y'all
I
not hear
really
what
feel
she
like
just said?
Yes, you're saying about the life of being long.
Wait. Did y'all not
Wait.
hear what she just said?
Mm-hmm.
Did you just say
Wait.
the humans turned into dust?
Yes,
we
the
don't. We turn
physical,
into
the physical
organic
body, not
matter.
the spiritual. This is
We turn
physical.
into organic matter. We can't turn
Isn't
into
it true
dust.
though? Have you guys
No,
seen our
that's what I'm
skin?
saying. You can't turn into dust. You turn into organic matter.
It's dirt, okay? Dust, it's
No,
not
we don't. Oh my gosh.
dust. And
Oh my gosh, please. We do
I don't
not
think she
turn into dirt.
understands.
We do not turn into dirt. I don't know where you read that at.
dust, dirt, we go back,
We
okay?
don't turn into dust nor
We go
dirt.
back into the nature. We're dead. The physical body, I'm talking about that. Turn
Right,
into
but it still
ashes,
doesn't
okay?
turn
It's
into
dead.
dirt.
It's composed. What you call the worms eating that, and it turned into what? Dirt. And you don't know
Organic matter. Oh my gosh. It's
the
nutrients.
matter.
We
Okay,
literally
what
get
does all
broke
the
down
matter
into
in the ground?
nutrients.
Don't tell
We
me some of
aren't
the
dirt.
soil is
Oh
not
my gosh.
poo and
We are not
flesh and
soil. We
DNA.
do not get turned into soil. We get
Oh,
broken down into nutrients, fertilizer.
yes. And what is fertilizer then? In the soil.
Organic matter,
In the
not
soil.
dirt. Oh my gosh. You cannot be this. Look.
That's interesting. Thank you for bringing that up.
Can I ask you a
Why are you
question?
giggling and you're being obtuse? Like, I don't think that's funny that you think humans turn into dirt. I don't think that's funny at all. At all.
No,
And you
no.
did not
It's
answer my question either. Like that literally did not prove that they were cursed with short days or that they were living eternally. You did not answer my question or prove it. Like, what is going on? What are you
oh my.
hearing? Go on
Thank
ahead,
you.
Melody.
No,
Let me
it's funny.
hold on,
It's funny.
hon. I
Yeah.
want to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm going to run with what you said, okay? And then I need you to answer my question. So I just need to. So, since we were made from dirt, when
Okay.
we die, we turn back into dirt. Is that? Am I understanding you
No,
correctly?
no, not exactly. It's just dust. It's
Okay,
everything. I
so
will say
dust. So
we're
was
part
we
of.
made from dirt?
Well, actually, to be honest, Adam did start it off as dirt and soil, or that's what happened.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And he said from the dirt you came, you go back to the ground, right? So I mean,
Yes.
you'll be a part of the ground. So right. So
Yes.
so we were made from dirt. We go back to dirt. Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So my question is this: have you ever had a DNA test
No.
or a ancestral DNA test or anything like that?
No.
You've never had one. Have you ever seen one?
No.
You've never seen the results of a DNA test or ancestral test or anything like that? You've never seen it?
No, not yet.
Okay, great. So I think to help you to better understand what your body is, I think you should go ahead and have a DNA test done on yourself, an ancestral DNA, and then I
Yes.
want you to go down that list of what your DNA is, and if you can show me anywhere in your DNA where it says that you're 5% dirt or 1% dirt or any percent dirt, a 0.5% dirt.
Yes.
If you can show me that, then I will pay your bills for the rest of my life.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't get excited, sister, because you're not gonna find it. Anyways,
Okay.
sister.
Because
Okay.
the thing I'm trying to get to is this, and this is truthfully,
Mhm.
if there is no way that we're made from something, and then you believe that Adam and Eve populated the earth, correct?
Yes.
So that means we're from Adam and Eve. So that means we would all have that same DNA trait, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that means all of us have a DNA trait of dirt.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that is not true. That is not physically possible. We did not come from dirt. We do not turn into dirt.
Okay. Thank you for your explanation there. But have
That's
you
not an
done
explanation. That's a fact, hon. That's
I
not
have
an
a question.
explanation. That is a fact.
Have you studied yourself? Not DNA for your ancestors. Study yourself. What happened to the body, the parts of the atoms, and what does it turn to? Not everything
Matter.
will be
Organic matter. I already
what
said
kind
this.
of or I have a chemistry person. I have a friend. She's a chemist. And
She
she
says we
knows
turn into
where
dirt.
she part of it. Part of it. And that's what she believes in the Bible. She was not a Christian and she turned to
Okay, wait.
Christian because
Your
of
friend.
science.
Hold on. Your friend that's in chemistry
Yes.
said that we turn into dirt.
Well, not 100%.
Right, because we turn into nutrients that
it's
goes
different.
into dirt.
Yes, and that's why we
That's
are
what
from
I've
it.
been saying. We don't turn into dirt.
But
we
we
turn
are
into
from
organic matter.
But
What
look,
are you talking about?
Wait, Maddie, I need to tell you something. Dirt is composed of many
No.
different substances, and that is a fact. Dirt is not just rocks
Girl.
and salt. It's not salt only.
It's nutrients. That's what I've been saying the whole
what
time. I
kind
don't
of
know why
nutrients?
you're
And that
trying
is
to
part of us.
organic matter. We turn into organic matter. I don't know how many times we gotta fucking do this. I've already said this. You just did all of
Okay,
this.
and
Who tell me exactly what I said? So why are we doing it again?
why are you getting
don't
mad
turn
when I
into
know
dirt.
I'm telling you
Hold
the
on 1
truth?
second.
It's
One-
made
one
of many
second.
organic
1
matter,
second.
as you said.
1 second.
And we're part of that.
We're
Thank
not
you,
dirt
Asher.
though. What are you talking about?
I'm
Oh my
just
gosh.
going to the store.
Okay.
Like,
I
and you
don't
think
like.
that's funny to be willfully obtuse and ignorant like that? That's not funny.
No,
And
it's
the
not
internet is
funny.
free. You know damn well we don't turn into dirt. And if you think we do, something is wrong. We do not
Have
turn
you,
into dirt, friend.
Maddie, I have a question. You
Oh
don't
my
have to
gosh.
stress. This is just a discussion. We're not arguing and fighting. Is this what the live is about? Because the
Girl,
live,
I'm
I did
running
not
it.
come to the live to have an argument with you and all these people here. Okay, I
Hey,
have a respectful talk, and I like how Mr. Nelson and Venus have been talking, and some other person here, Samuel, is very quiet. But you,
why
Maddie,
are you
and
tone
I
policing
understand the
me?
host.
I'm getting,
She was
hold on.
quiet at times, so that was
Sally,
good.
hold on, Sally. I'm getting angry because you're saying dumb shit and you're too old for it. And I have a right to be angry when you're saying we turn into dirt when the internet is free. And you
Okay.
cannot tone police me for that, especially after I said it the first time and you just took us around this long ass 10-minute detour just to say the exact same thing. It was useless. That's why I'm getting irritated.
Okay.
Do you understand that? So don't tone
Okay.
police me anymore, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Maddie,
Don't
I
mention
feel
it
like
again.
Maddie, I feel like she still hasn't explained to us how we know that a spiritual death is the thing that's taking place in the garden. Because linguistically, throughout the Bible, death just means physical death. Death isn't referred to as anything other than a cessation of brain activity. And when we talk
Hmm.
about this second death that you mentioned in Revelation, that has nothing to do with a spiritual death because it comes after a physical death. So either way, if they were to physically die in the garden, sorry, if they were to spiritually die in the garden, they would need to physically die first. And that did not happen. So if we could please get an explanation for how you came to the conclusion that they died spiritually.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, you guys are right, in Genesis, that it is physical that God is mostly speaking on. But, okay, there's a but. There is sin. And God did say, well, and through Apostle Paul and other places, and even in the Old Testament, that sin brings death. Okay? Now, it does not, as you said, guys, because you're just looking at Genesis, it does not explicitly say that there's spiritual death behind it, but it showed throughout scriptures that there's curses and there's pain and there's a
Okay,
short
I
of
didn't
life.
ask that. I'm sorry, respectfully, you're
No,
wasting
you said
people's
what's a
time.
spiritual death. I'm gonna
Sally, I
explain
didn't say
with
that. I didn't say that. I asked you how you know that they are spiritually dying in Genesis. Like, how did you come to that
okay.
conclusion? Like, of course, the Bible says that sin brings death, but they're
Hmm.
talking about physical death. People were killed in the Bible for sinning. Those
Yes.
children were mauled. Ananias and
Hmm.
Sapphira were struck down. People were
Yes.
physically killed for sinning. You're talking about a spiritual death. I'm asking you how you drew the conclusion that they spiritually died in the garden. We should be talking about strictly Genesis and looking at context and scriptural clues to draw that conclusion. What do you have? Because you're getting fucking annoying.
Okay. Thank you. So, the spiritual death then, or the physical, how did I know that? Right? It's sin, okay? And it does not show or it does not talk about, and you're right, it does not talk about how they spiritually die and blah blah blah. That is
No.
true. That's true.
Wow.
But there is ways of actions. And how do we know that? Because they speak about this lives of man and what they could
Sorry?
become going to hell,
Hold on,
like
y'all.
in Nora.
Hold on.
Nora
We got
Nora is a
so
great.
far away from the topic of whether the God deceived, and so when I took you through that thought process, that thought exercise of whose fault it would be that they spiritually died, but your God communicated physical death, and asked you, then who deceived who? Like, it's to try to get us back to the topic. The topic is not whether they
Okay.
spiritually died or what spiritual death is or whatever. It's if you're focusing on spiritual death and tying it to the deception, cool. But I have no idea why we are going back and forth about spiritual death right now. Because
Okay, because
the whole
Venus.
purpose is who lied to them, who deceived them in the garden. That's the purpose. And if you're saying they died spiritually, but Adam and Eve had no idea that your God was talking about a spiritual death, then it's your God's fault, and your God was the deceiver there.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification there.
Yeah, that's what I was bringing it back to. I was more so going, what is spiritual death? Once you define it, okay, how do we know that Adam and Eve knew what this was? But I don't think she's going to be able to. I don't know if we're going to get to that point, man.
She's already
Adam and
answered
Eve.
and said Adam and Eve thought that it was physical. She's already answered that. They had the
Yeah,
understanding that it was physical, not spiritual. So
that's
if they had that understanding, then your God did not communicate it to them. Your God is the one who deceived them. Like that, you've already
no.
answered that.
God did say. I just read Genesis 3. Did it not
Did
say
not say
that your
spiritual
days?
death. No, that was
It said
after. That was
physical. I'm saying
after they
physical.
ate.
Listen
Stop,
to my
Sally.
tongue. Listen.
Stop. That what you are reading happened after they ate from the tree. If before they ate from that tree, their understanding was that the death would be physical, then your God is the
Yes.
one who deceived them.
No, God did. Okay, God did not deceive them. So let me clarify in a short sentence, hopefully. So God made their life. This is a physical death, right? Because of their actions, of their wrong, their consequences of not listening to Him, right?
They
And they
did
listened
listen
to
to
the
him.
devil. They listened to the devil,
They
right? The
listened. They
animal.
did listen to him. He told them they would die physically, and that was a
No, they
lie.
didn't.
He
Eve,
did. That was their. I'm sorry.
Adam
I'm sorry.
listened to Eve.
Sally. When your God said they would die, and they only had a concept of understanding of physical death, and that did not happen, they understood that your God lied to them. And so they did listen
God,
to your God. They did listen to your God, but he lied to them.
no,
And
the
yes,
reason.
and that Sally, you cannot talk at the same time as everybody. It doesn't matter if you use the trad white voice. You are still being disrespectful every time you interrupt
Okay.
people.
Okay.
If they had the understanding that your God is saying to them, you will physically die. That's in their mind. That's what they understand. And when they test out that information and find that information to be false, the logical thing to do is to throw out the false information. In their mind, your God lied to them. He did not tell them it was a physical death, spiritual death.
Okay. So God did not lie. Okay. And God did say physical. Okay. He didn't say physically, but he said that you will be back to dust. And that just means death physically. Okay.
Hold on,
Spiritually
Sally. Where did
is
he
the
say,
curse.
Sally? Where did he say you'll
Yes.
be back to dust? After they ate from the
I
tree?
just read Genesis 3.
Sally, listen.
I could type it if you want.
Listen. Was it after they ate or before?
Okay.
When
It
did
was
he say it,
after.
Sally? All right. So
It was
everything
after.
after, you cannot count when he's giving them the command or the warning. When he
That
gave
is true.
Sally, the lie happened before they ate. Before they ate, he told them they would die. Their understanding
Yes.
is that they would die physically. That
Yes.
did not happen.
Okay, so let me tell you this. You have been going around and others in circles talking about spiritual physically, and you just wanted to know way in the beginning. Thank you for your example about
No,
your
Sally,
mother and the
like
parents
this
thing.
is
I
fucking.
understand.
No, you
But
don't.
God,
No, you don't understand. If
look,
your God gives them a command and he says that something will happen if you disobey this command, when they receive the command, if they're understanding that the consequence that will happen is a physical death, that's
yes.
what they understand. That is where the lie happened. Not after they ate. Your God coming later on and saying, oh, I didn't mean a physical death, I meant a spiritual death, is the same thing. And the analogy that I gave you of your mama saying, I didn't say don't open the physical door, Sally, I meant the spiritual door. And if you can
Okay.
notice in that analogy that your mom is the one in the wrong, you should be able to notice in this that your God is the one in the wrong, because it is the exact same situation, Sally.
Okay. God, you're right. I see it. God doesn't explain everything, but this is why he wants us to trust him and to follow him. Your parents is not always going to explain everything of the danger behind it, but you have to just listen and follow, and
You
that's
still
part of
don't
being
get it.
faithful.
You still don't get
Look,
it. In the
Look,
analogy, you
he
still
did
don't get
not
it. You
lie.
still don't get it. In the analogy, your mom said, don't open the door. But she did not
Yes.
specify what door she was talking about. And then
Yes.
you don't open the physical door, and she punishes you for not opening the physical door. And then she says,
Yes.
Sally, I was talking about the spiritual door. That's exactly
Okay.
what your God did to Adam and Eve. He says, don't eat
Okay.
from the tree, because if you eat from this tree, you'll die. And then they go to the
Yes.
tree, and Eve is told, don't touch it. Don't eat it. You'll die if you do. And the serpent,
Yes.
when she says to the serpent, if we eat it, we'll die. The serpent says, no, you won't. The serpent is understanding that they're thinking they're going to physically die.
Yes.
And the serpent says, no, that's not going to happen. If you eat it, your eyes will be open. And she touches it. She doesn't die. She realizes, oh, that's a lie. That the serpent is telling the truth. Then she eats it. She does not die. Oh,
Okay.
that's a lie. I didn't die. So then she hands it to Adam. Adam is there watching her, listening. Adam sees that she touches it, doesn't die. She eats it, doesn't die. So then Adam realizes it's a lie. Adam eats it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, okay. I'm sorry if I upset you, but I don't want to upset anyone here, okay? That is not what I come here to do. I come here to talk peacefully and to just show you my point of view. Now, thank you for bringing that up to me. That was very clear. I do understand you. It's just that I know some things that we have answers for as a Christian in my faith is not always going to be clear to someone, okay?
You don't
And
have
that is
answers. You do not have answers. You have reinterpretations. You cannot accept that your God lied to them. Therefore, you create this spiritual death concept. And even when you apply critical thought to it, that you still cannot accept that it was your God who deceived them, not the serpent. In the story in Genesis 3:22, even your God admits that what the serpent told them was the truth. It was not the serpent who lied. Did the serpent deceive them in giving them information that your God did not want them to have? Because your God wanted them to stay in the dark? Yep.
I see why you think of that. If I was you, I would think
That's
of that.
what
And
happened
that
in the
is
story, Sally.
but
Oh
listen,
my fucking God. In Genesis 3:22, your God says man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. That is exactly what the serpent says to Adam and Eve.
okay.
So your God confirmed that what the serpent said to them happened. The serpent did not lie.
Okay. Well,
What the deception that the serpent did is that he seduced them with knowledge. He seduced them with information, and that made them disobey your God. Your God wanted to keep them in the dark. The serpent gave them information that brought them in the light.
okay. Well, can I show you my view and why I think that the serpent is of dark and God is of light?
Did I
Okay?
ask you if the serpent was of dark and your God was of light? Did I ask you that?
No, you didn't, but I
So
said, can I? I
why?
asked this.
I
Can
didn't
I show
know.
you what? My
No,
view.
because what we are talking about is whether
Okay.
your God deceived or the serpent deceived.
No, my
That
God did not deceive. Okay?
Oh my gosh.
He simply said he
You have
was
a
looking
block,
for
Sally. You
a
have a
humble
block,
heart.
Sally. Stop. This is ridiculous. You have a block. You have a block. You cannot admit that you've already admitted that your God didn't give them all the information. You've already admitted that. The book, the story says that the serpent didn't lie. Your God says in Genesis 3:22 that what the serpent said was true. The serpent didn't lie. Your God deceived them by withholding information from them because your God wanted to keep them in the dark. The serpent seduced them with information that caused them to disobey your God's command.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say this slowly one more time, if that's okay with you. Is that okay?
As long as you are on topic, Sally.
Okay. God is not a deceiver. That's the topic, right? In my view, this is my God, okay? My view and my perspective, my experience.
We're not asking for your perspective,
And
Sally. We are talking about a biblical narrative right now. We are
okay,
talking, Sally,
it's biblical.
Sally. We are discussing the garden narrative, the Adam and Eve narrative. Okay?
Okay.
All right. There are facts that we can point to that are written in the story. All right?
Okay.
Okay. So far in this conversation, Sally, what we have discussed is whether or not the serpent lied, okay, or deceived. These are the things we're discussing right now, Sally. And what you have to prove to us, did the serpent lie or deceive them? And that show us how your God did not lie or deceive Adam and Eve. That's what we're discussing right now. This is the point in the conversation. Nothing else, Sally.
Yes. God did not deceive Adam and Eve, okay? Adam and Eve simply did not obey the Lord, okay? And he's looking for a heart of trust and just simply of a childlike mind of obedience. He didn't explain to them what's the consequences behind it. He did say, you will die. Yes, okay, you're right, okay? And as in scriptures, as you want to see, we're going back to scriptures because you want biblical proof and not my perspective. What does the Bible say? Okay, we will go there. And you have your Bible up, I have my Bible up. So in Genesis 2, right, God did say about the man. Well, actually, no, this is in Genesis 3, sorry, with the serpent. And to not touch it, to not eat of it, and they will die. That's right. We could all agree that. Now, the question is, which I'm asking to you, okay, or myself, and your thoughts, what you're thinking. Why would God just like tell them, but not explicitly tell them about the other things behind what they could have died of? You know, the consequences of eating that fruit is subject say you will die. Okay. And what does he mean by death? Yes. God did not explain fully. Okay. And that's not his fault because all he wanted to do is just looking for obedience. That's all he want. Yes. It's obedience. And
He lied to get it. He lied to get the obedience. You literally agreed that they did not die physically. The Hebrew says, when he says you will die, the Hebrew is mut to mut, dying you shall die. It's a physical death, means that day.
Yes.
You literally agreed that it's a physical death. You also agreed he did not explain it. I don't know why we're going back through this again when you've already agreed that he literally lied. He is the deceiver.
I was saying that he did not explain like everything behind the death of like sin and cursing. Like he waited, as you guys said, he waited after they ate it and explained the curses that they will get.
Hold on. I don't do drop gifts in here. You can't pay to drop a gift in here. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And if I was you, I understand. If I was you, I would have said yes, he had lied. He had deceived them, or he had not been a good father to explain so much. But to be honest, he is good and he did not lie. He just wanted to just look for the trust of man. and
How many times you gonna say that, friend? You literally just agreed with my point. I don't know why you keep on
I'm
saying
looking at
if
your
I would hold
perspective,
on,
what
wait.
you feel and how you think.
Hey, hold on, wait. You think the same way you
Emphasizing.
just agreed. You just agreed. Thinker
I'm
walked
just
you through it and you agreed. So why are you
I
pulling
had
this
to
whole I'm a Christian so I understand better than you when you clearly do
I did
not?
not
When
say
we
that.
first hold on, wait, that you did say that earlier. I don't know if you remember.
I did not
You
say that I'm
said I
better than
would think
you.
like that too, but I am a Christian. You said something along these lines. So this is
Yes,
how
I
I
said I'm a
think.
Christian, but in my
Right,
perspective, my view,
right.
You
okay,
said
this
we
is
have
how.
information that you don't. That's what you said.
Thank you. Thank you.
What?
That's what I'm
No.
saying. But
Okay,
Shelly, you
you
don't
did say
have this
that. I can play it
information.
back,
Wait,
Sally.
what? Wait, can you repeat it?
You said I am a Christian and we have information that you don't.
When did I say that one?
I can play it back for you.
Okay. Probably I did say that then. Yes, but if
Yeah,
I
right.
did say,
But my point, hold on, Shelly. My point is, you said that and you started off saying this was a spiritual death. Then you said, okay, y'all are right, it is a physical death. Then you agreed with Thinker that he did not explain it correctly and that it is a physical death. Then you started shifting to what was said afterwards to make up what was said before. You literally agree with us. I don't know why you keep on saying, I would think this way too. You do think that way. I don't
okay,
know why you keep
so
doing this.
that's a good
He's the
question.
deceiver.
No,
Thinker and
why?
Maddie, is it okay if I ask Sally a
Hold on.
question?
Hold on. Go ahead,
That's
Sally.
okay, Thinker. Yeah, all right.
Go ahead, Sally.
No, Venus was gonna ask, or
Hold on. You were responding to Maddie. What were you saying?
no, I was gonna say, okay, so what I was gonna say is that after they ate it and they caused sin onto them, there was curses. And why it says spiritual? Because it's something brought within birth through your generations, future. And that is something spiritually, like, something spiritual. And it's something within sin of causing leading to people to hell, okay?
What does
And
this have
that's
to do
why
with
I
what I
added that.
said?
Now I know some people say, okay, you're adding to
Hold on, Maddie.
scriptures,
Let her
you're adding
finish.
things in the Bible that are not there. And I will say that's correct if I'm only talking about Genesis 2 and 3. But to be honest, in the other scriptures, it does show things of hell and what could happen, and not just physical death. Okay?
Sally, do you know what a post hoc rationalization is?
No.
A post hoc rationalization is when someone creates excuses or reasons for a specific thing that has already happened. Kind of
Okay.
like, when coincidences happen, a person will say, oh, that was God because I prayed for such and such 3 years ago, right? Like post hoc rationalizations. And this concept of spiritual death coming from first century Rome and church fathers is a post hoc rationalization that is read into the Genesis narrative because Christianity cannot accept that their God told a lie. The Christian God does not lie, although there is no text in the Hebrew scriptures where it says that this God cannot lie. He says, stop.
Okay.
The Hebrew God in the Hebrew scriptures says, I don't know who the fuck you think I am. I ain't a man that I got a fucking lie to you, motherfucker. When he says, I am not a man that I should lie, he does not say, I am not a man so I can't lie.
Okay.
He's basically saying, I ain't got a lie to you, you puny ass human. He's not saying he cannot lie. But the Christian God cannot lie. So when they merge a Hebrew God who can lie and does lie and tells you he will lie, they have to define words. They have to create post hoc rationalizations that explains very explicit lies like spiritual death.
Okay.
And that's why you cannot accept the facts of the story. Your God admits the serpent told the truth. There is nowhere in the story where the serpent lies. The deception
Okay.
When Eve says, I was deceived, she's in Hebrew, she's saying she was seduced. She was seduced with knowledge that moved her to disobey the God. And the
Okay.
thing that the God is upset about is that you're right. He just wants obedience. He doesn't, that he's not talking to them about their heart. He does not want them to push back on if he says, go do this. He doesn't want them to say, I don't think that's moral. He doesn't want them to decide what is moral and what is not. Because a moral human won't follow the commands of this God.
Okay. Well, I have a question. If the serpent did not lie, then how come we're not gods? How come we can't
He
control the
didn't
world?
say
And
you would be God. He said
he
you would
said
be
that.
like Sally.
Well, in my Bible, it
Sally,
says you will be as gods. It said
that's
that.
as is Sally.
Well,
As and like are comparative constructs.
okay.
He's saying you will be like God, and in this way, knowing good and evil. The knowledge of good and evil, deciding morality, was divine knowledge. It was the
Okay.
knowledge of the gods.
Okay.
He didn't say you would be a god.
Okay. I understand you. But to be honest, in scriptures of King James or NLT or NIV, all these other scriptures, right? Translation in the Bible, and I don't know what is the Hebrew really says because I do have a friend in Israel. He speaks Hebrew, but he has a Hebrew Bible I don't have. Well, actually, I do have, but I hide it somewhere.
What do you need? What do you need to know in
The
Genesis 2:17?
translation, is it will
Of which
be as
verse?
God or is it as God?
In
Now,
Genesis 3, and what the serpent
yes,
said.
and
You want to know
yes.
what the serpent said?
No. I know what I have my
What
Bible
the
open up, but it's
Ki
King James.
Yada Elohim Ki
Yeah.
Beyom Al Chalkem Mamenu Vane Pe Kehu Anakim
Okay.
Vahetim Ke Lohem Yade Tov Ra.
Okay.
Are
Thank
you looking for the word for Haya, which means to be?
Okay. Thank you. And I have a question. Okay. So in the interpretation of being as gods and knowing good and evil, does it show examples in your experience of life of people want to conquer the world, not knowing just all things, but just controlling things and being
What are you
prideful?
asking?
That's the type of
What are you
gods as well.
asking? I'm sorry, I'm so
trying
fucking confused right now. What
how
are you
how
asking?
the way the serpent want us, right? The serpent promised Adam and Eve that they will be as gods,
Knowing good and evil. And
Yes,
do
knowing
you
good.
not know good and evil, Sally?
Yes,
Okay. He's saying you
and
will
that is
have,
being
Sally, he's saying you will have a moral conscience. You will be able to decide morality.
yes.
Sally, are you saying that you would prefer a world where humans cannot decide morality?
That is funny, and the answer is no.
Right.
The answer is that we can decide right now.
Are you saying
through
that
the
you would
Spirit of
prefer,
God,
are you
though.
saying you would prefer it the way your God wanted it, where humans could not decide morality, where humans did not know the difference between when their actions are morally good or morally evil?
No, I would not want that.
Right.
But to be honest, God already revealed what is good and bad.
No, he
So
didn't,
what
Sally.
is?
He kept that information from the humans.
Are you sure?
He
Because in
told
the
them
other
if they
scriptures, he
gained it,
showed.
Sally, fuck. I don't know why y'all think like this. We are talking about Adam and Eve. There's no motherfucking reason that you should be going to any other scripture when we are talking about Adam and Eve, Sally.
Okay.
He kept the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve. Your God was to be their moral compass. He was to be the
Okay.
only decider of morality. If your
Okay.
God says something is good, it's good. If your God says something is evil, it's evil. That's what
That's
he
true.
wanted. He did not want the humans to be the deciders of that. Are you saying that you would rather have it your God's way?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Sally, your God is a jealous God, yes?
Yes, that is true.
Has he always been a jealous God
Yes,
and a
that is
wrathful
true.
God?
Yes, that is true.
So Sally, if your God, since you don't have morality, you want your God's to be your moral compass, right? You
Yes.
do not want the ability to critically think about your God's commands, about the information your God gives you. You don't want that ability. You just want to obey and not say, I don't know if I should do that. That's correct.
Well, he doesn't force us, but
I
yes.
didn't ask about forcing Sally. I'm going
Yes,
to
I
ask the
want him.
question. I'm going
Yes,
to
I
ask the
want to be
question again.
submitted everything to him.
You don't want the ability to think about the actions or commands that you get from your God. You just want to obey.
Yes.
Okay, Sally. So when your God in Deuteronomy 13 says, if anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God. So you want to be able to just obey that and not have the ability to say, I don't think that's a moral command from God. Is that correct?
Okay, yes.
So you would kill your mother if you believe God told you to,
Okay.
and see it as morally good.
Well, you're reading from the Old Testament.
This is your God, Sally. This is your God, your
And
jealous God.
where's
Sally, I
scriptures?
just
Can you
gave you the scripture, Sally.
wait?
You're not listening.
Can you give
Deuteronomy
me
13.
Can you
Sally, stop talking while I'm talking.
wait? Can
Stop
you
talking.
sorry.
Stop talking while
I
I'm
need to.
talking. Sally, I'm answering your question. How do y'all have conversations? I gave you the scripture. It is Deuteronomy chapter 13. I literally asked you if your God was a jealous God, if he was a jealous God for all time, if he was a wrathful God. And you said that you want to be able to obey that God no matter what. So reading from the old scriptures should not matter. Your God does not change. Your God is jealous. Your God is wrathful. That's your God, no matter if it's the Old Testament or the New Testament, Sally. And the fact that you are saying that you would kill your mother if you believed your God wanted you to, and see it as moral is fucking sane. This is why I said it does not fucking matter how soft your fucking voices are. Because you have a belief in this God, y'all are dangerous as fuck. The amount of believers in the comments saying that they would kill their own motherfucking mother. That's some evil shit. And that is the fucking deception. This God has convinced you all that you having the ability to morally think about his commands has deceived every last one of you.
She said that that verse was in the Old Testament, but didn't she take us to the garden, which is the Old Testament? Okay, I'm going back on mute.
I mean, she believes the story of Adam and Eve is true, so I don't know why she even said that's in the Old Testament. Like, she doesn't adhere to this story. I don't know why that was going on.
You're on mute. If you're talking, come off mute. We can't hear you.
Okay. I believe in everything what the word of God says. And I thank you for reading this, the Miss Host. Thank you. And as you're reading from the Old Testament, I understand why this will be messed up. And I'm going to try to think the way you think, okay? But in my view, I'm going to try to back it up. So, why God did that is there's sin and
Hold on. Do you think that I'm finna sit here and let you explain to me why it is morally good for you to kill your mama if she try to convince you to worship another God? Do you actually think that I'm about to platform that bullshit?
No.
Then why the fuck was you finna try to do that?
Because you pointed it out to me.
That you
And you wanted to
so
know
then
why
you
would
did,
I
No, I didn't ask you why. I know why.
Okay.
I did not ask you why you would be willing to kill your mother.
Okay then. But do you not question why would I believe in a God like that?
No, I know why
Do you
you
not
do.
think I said
No,
why?
no, I don't.
No?
If I wanted to know why, I would ask you why. I already know.
Okay.
Girl, you would actually kill your mother?
No.
What? Then why are you trying to explain why you would?
You
Why
literally
are you
said you
doing
would.
that?
So did you
No.
just
I'm
lie?
going to the
Hold on. No,
scriptures.
no, stop. You said you would. So did you just lie?
No. Look,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm
Did you
going I
not
didn't
say, stop. Did you not say you would kill your mother if you believe God
No, I
wanted you
did
to?
not. Please don't twist up. You could go to the record. Go to the record.
Yes, let's go to the recording.
Go to the record.
Yep.
And then you affirmed it multiple times when Thinker said, "Why are you trying to explain to me why you would kill your mother?" And you was like, "Well, don't you want to know why?"
No, why do you think
literally
I
just
believe in a God like that? Who believes in the death and killing other people? Okay, I did not put that word, but killing the death and other people. But why would I believe in a God that I serve like that?
Maddie, she's very dishonest, so I don't think that even though she's
Them to
mentioning
death
the
for
Old
trying to turn you
Testament,
away from the Lord your God. So you want to be able to just obey that and not have the ability to say, I don't think that's a moral command from God. Is that correct?
Okay, yes.
So you would kill your mother if you believe God told you to,
Okay.
and see it as morally good.
Well, you're reading from the Old Testament.
This is your God, Sally. This is your God. Your jealous God. Sally, I just gave you the scripture, Sally. You're not listening. Deuteronomy 13. Sally, stop talking while I'm talking. PW, the first ship to any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God. So you want to be able to just obey that and not have the ability to say, I don't think that's a moral command from God. Is that correct?
Okay, yes.
So you would kill your... So, Sally, stop. Did you lie about wanting to obey that command?
No.
So you do want to obey this command without considering whether or not it is morally good or morally evil to kill a family member for trying to convince you to worship another God?
Okay. I see why. Look. Okay. The reason why I know that in the Ten Commandments it says thou shalt not murder, right? With Moses.
Sally, we are discussing whether or not your claim that you made that you would rather not be able to decide morality, that you just want to depend on your God to make that decision for you and just obey his commands. That's what you said. Then when I read one of your God's commands, you said that you just want to obey that and not think about whether your actions are morally good or morally evil. Did you lie when you said that?
Okay. It, well, then yes, I did lie then. If you think I did not want to follow it. To be honest, in your shoe, yes.
Yes,
I did
what?
lie.
So you do
Yes.
not want to just be,
So,
so you do want to be able to think about whether a command that you get from your God is morally good or morally evil to carry out.
okay, I do think that killing your mom
I didn't
and
ask you
your
that. So you do prefer the ability to critically think, to assess, to reason, even the commands of your God, and determine whether or not they are morally good or morally evil.
God, I will say
That's
God
not what I
is
asked you.
okay.
You do prefer the ability, Sally, to be able to critically think and reason and decide whether or not the commands you believe you are getting from your God are morally good or morally evil.
I will say morally good.
No,
Yes, I do think. But
Sally,
I don't
listen
think
to the
it's
words, Sally.
evil. I
Sally,
don't think it's
listen to the
evil.
words.
Mm.
The very first words that I say, Sally, is so you do prefer. If I say, so you do prefer vanilla ice cream over chocolate, what am I asking you?
Okay, if you ask me, then you're asking if I prefer vanilla or chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when I
Vanilla if I
say,
want vanilla, but
Sally,
I
so you
prefer.
do prefer to be able to critically think about your God's commands
Okay.
over just blindly obeying them.
Yes.
So you do prefer that.
That's a good question. 90%, no, 80% yes. 80% will be yes.
If it's even 1%, Sally, that means that you prefer the ability to critically think and determine whether something is morally good to do or not. I don't know what this percentage is. Like you sitting up here telling me that you don't, like you sitting up here acting like you do not enjoy your fucking brain, or you don't enjoy that human beings can reason and say, I'm not finna go kill Sally for God. Like, do you want other human beings not to have that ability, Sally? And other human beings who believe and worship a God, who just obey their God and have no moral compass and let the God decide morality. And if their God says, go kill Sally, and they just go do it, or would you rather that human being stop and think? What would you prefer, Sally?
You're right. I will be in fear, and I would not want the person to kill me. And that is true.
Would you prefer that person to stop and think
Yes,
about
I would have
morality?
preferred the person to stop and think if I was in that shoe.
So why do you think that you reserve the right to not stop and think, Sally? Why do you think that it's okay for you to say that you would just want to lean on your God? Have you thought about like how you would feel if somebody else thought like you? How unsafe the world would be? Like it's already fucked up.
I understand the anger, but there's
No, you
always a
don't,
reason
Sally. What is
behind.
the anger about?
Look, do you know the whole history of Deuteronomy?
Nope. Since you understand the anger, what is the anger about, Sally?
Okay, the anger is about not just God himself, but people like us.
Wrong. You don't understand the anger. No, you're wrong.
Listen, who
You
is
are
foolishly
wrong.
following something that you think.
You are wrong. I don't give a damn if you believe in a God.
Then
you
why
are
you
wrong because you won't fucking think, and you just said that you would kill your mother for a God. I don't care if you believe in a God. Y'all need to stop saying these motherfucking cliches. You don't understand the anger because you don't listen, because you will not think. You answer from
Look,
a place of fear. You answer from a place of obedience, from a place of loyalty. You will not think about the things that you are saying, the things that you have been indoctrinated to believe. You literally
well,
just
because
said, and it is on YouTube. It is on YouTube. You literally
okay,
just said that
that's
you would
good.
kill your mother if you believe God told you to. And you said yes with joy. How do you think your
With
mother would
joy.
feel if she saw that shit?
It's not with joy.
Okay, but you need to hear it again? Do you need to
Okay.
hear it? Do you need to hear it again?
Thoughts?
Not have the ability to say, I don't think that's a moral command from God. Is that correct?
Okay, yes. You're talking about that part. Okay.
Yes, that is, oh my fucking God. This is what I mean when I say y'all don't think. I literally
Okay.
just said, you said that you would kill your mother if God told you to. You
Well,
literally said that shit. And then you
that's what
said yes
Adam did.
with joy. You said,
Abraham
okay,
did. So
yes, with
let's
joy. How do you think your
listen.
mother would feel if she heard that?
Listen. Is okay, so in scriptures, because of their wickedness, in Deuteronomy, in the beginning, okay, the Old Testament.
Sally, this scripture is talking about them just serving another God because your God is jealous.
Yes. And it's not just because they're in full of wickedness, dark hearts, right?
Sally,
Yes, maybe you're right. They could change.
Sally, I think you have a dark heart.
Okay.
Like y'all don't even know. Like you just think that because another person worships another God, that person is evil because your God has fucking blinded your fucking mind, and you agree to kill people because they worship another God.
Okay.
And then you ignore your dark heart because you just said that you would kill your mom.
Okay,
And that's
look,
not. And
I
then
will
you
not
said,
do
then you
that,
said, I
though.
don't think. Then you said, I don't think it's evil. That's a dark heart. Like you call evil good and good evil. Y'all are blinded.
I get what
Y'all
you're
are
saying.
deceived, and that is fucking crazy to me that y'all can't fucking see that shit. Y'all call murdering family members holy.
I have a question, though. I have a question. Okay. Have you read the whole thing of Deuteronomy, and why is God saying these things and the people supposed to be doing these things?
Sally,
Or
I
you
don't
just
give a
pointing
damn.
one
Sally,
part of
I
the
don't give a
verse?
damn if your mama was cutting up lambs to Satan himself.
Okay.
You don't have the fucking right to take anybody's life over who the fuck they choose to believe in. And that is the deception your God gave you. Your God, Sally, commands sacrifice. Your God commands that little girls be sacrificed to him. Your God commands that people of other nations be sacrificed to him. You call, you say, oh, they deserved to die because they were worshiping other gods and they were wicked. But you don't know your wicked ass God.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your clarification there, and I am sorry, and if I offended everybody here or whatever, but the thing is that I understand you guys will see me as a dark heart who's following something very dark and deceptive like witchcraft or something. Okay, I
You just
What the
said you'll
fuck?
understand
kill
that.
your
What? Like
mom.
Okay,
witchcraft?
look,
Like
no,
no, stop. Now you wanna become a victim. Like it's not okay to
no,
call
no.
Hold on, it's not okay to call Sally to say Sally has a dark heart.
I'm
But it's
trying
okay.
to.
But it's okay for Sally to say other people have a dark heart and deserve to be
I'm
killed
saying
by
myself.
followers of
It's okay
Yahweh.
to call me as.
Stop.
What?
Like you're literally making yourself a victim now.
Wait.
Like you literally said that these other people that worship other gods had a dark heart and they deserve to die. It's not evil to kill them. But no, don't say Sally has a dark heart.
No, you could call me that. But I'm saying that I said it's okay. You could rewind that. I said it's okay to call me that, the dark heart and witchcraft, right?
Do you realize
Somebody
that you
said you were doing
do you
witchcraft.
realize that you brought in witchcraft?
Yeah,
Yes,
because nobody said
Like
you
what
I'm
the
not
were.
fuck? Like there was
No, witchcraft
yes.
means, look, I met
It
someone
doesn't.
in
No, the
person
fuck
that
it
said
doesn't. It does
witchcraft could mean
not.
some things. Some people saw the Bible as witchcraft. I had friends that thought
Oh,
like that.
Oh my
So I
fucking
don't
God.
know what What's
Why are
so
you trying to be
offended
the
about like?
victim? Why are you trying to be the victim right now? Literally, nobody said you're trying to do witchcraft. We said you have a dark heart because you just said you would kill your mom.
Okay, that's
Like, and you
yes,
don't
yeah.
see
I'm
how
just
you
putting
don't see
examples,
why.
okay?
But we never
And
said witchcraft. You don't have to believe in witchcraft to kill your mom. What are you talking about? Like,
okay, but
you
some
aren't a
people.
witch, and you just said you'd kill your mom.
Like, it's
No, we're
Okay,
not
crazy as
talking about
hell
psychically.
that those of
Maddie.
us that don't believe in your God are pissed that you said you would kill your mom, and you're like, it's not evil. Like, that's crazy as hell. And that's the right path. That's the path that everybody should take. Don't follow atheists, because atheists are against killing their mamas. Atheists are so
Okay,
evil because they are against randomly killing humans for a God. That's
Can I?
the devil. That's the devil. They said
okay,
don't kill people for God. That's the devil. Like, listen to yourself, Sally. You
but
literally said, I don't think it's evil.
okay.
Hey,
But you
Sally.
also wouldn't
Thank
want
you.
nobody to kill you because of your belief in this God. Y'all literally scream persecution every 2 seconds. You would not want nobody to come attack you because you're minding your business, worshiping another God, or spreading your belief. Because y'all always spread your belief. Literally, what this book is telling you to do is to unalive somebody if they're spreading their belief, just like y'all do. You would not want somebody to kill you because you said the Lord loves you. You literally would not want that. So I don't know why you think it's okay for you to do that to somebody. And even then, your mother? What?
Sally, can I ask?
Yeah.
Let me ask you another question. Oh,
Okay.
um, you said if God told you to, and you knew it was God, and God told you to kill your mother, you would do it because God commanded it, correct?
Wait, can I ask a question?
No, can you answer my question,
Okay.
please?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, do you realize that puts you in a dilemma?
Yes.
Because you are following your God's command, but at the same time breaking his command. Because in
Okay.
the 10 Commandments, it says, thou shalt not kill.
Yes. But
So if God commanded you to kill, then at the same time, you're following the order, you're also breaking his law.
that's
Saying that your
a good
God would
question.
never say that when he literally says it in Deuteronomy
But
13. Stop. He literally tells Zechariah, in Zechariah chapter 13, he literally tells the Israelites to kill their own kids if they prophesy a lie. Like, saying your God would never tell you to kill your own kids is a fucking lie.
And
okay.
I heard you when you said, well, that's the Old Testament. What did
Yeah.
Jesus get on to the Pharisees about?
And then the fear, the death, like their. What did Jesus get into the Pharisee
Yeah,
about?
when the Pharisees decided on their own, using their own morality, saying that we're not going to stone our kids to death just because
Huh.
they're disobedient.
Okay.
And Jesus called them what? Hypocrites.
Okay. But
Because they wasn't following the law.
where in the scripture?
Y'all,
You
I
never
think.
heard that story.
Hold on for a
No,
second.
all I know is that
Hold
I
on.
remember the
Hold
woman in the
on.
well that
Hold on. The believers in the comments thinking that nobody today is killing family members or children because God told them to. You need to look. You need to research. Woman kills kids because God told her to. Man stabbed brother. Actually, a man took a fucking machete and took off another man's head because God told him to. A man
yeah.
plucked out his own fucking eye because God told him to.
Yeah, but this is okay, this is something that is not of God. This is something we're in the New Testament and we
Okay,
don't
let's go in the
murder.
New Testament.
That's what you asked, right? With Jesus and the Pharisees. So I was a little
Yeah, that'd
confused
be
there.
that would be, I believe, I think it's Matthew. Is it 23, Thinker? Am I right on that? 23, 2 and 3 or something like that?
And
What are
The
y'all
God
looking for?
doesn't change.
Like,
and
yeah, I don't even
Where
think that we should even like it.
Yeah, like it's
The
useless
important
because the
thing,
God
yeah,
doesn't
it's
change.
useless, and it's getting away from the fact that she is saying that she would obey this guy, like,
yes,
and it's
but
a
this is
deflection. It's a deflection. It's an excuse.
if
The
if
God
this
doesn't change. The
if this
only
if I
thing that
was in
why
an
the
old
fuck are you talking while I'm talking, Sally?
okay,
You and I
okay,
can't talk at the same time.
that's true.
That's
Okay,
that's like the third or fourth time we've had to say that to you.
okay,
The God does not change. The only thing that changes from the Old Testament to the New Testament is the covenant. Who the covenant is with, who the contract is with. In the Old Covenant, the contract was between the God and Israelites. In the New Covenant, the contract is between God, the Israelites, and Gentiles. That's the only thing that changed. Paul told y'all that you did not have to follow the law. Even if you don't follow your God's laws, your God's commands, and who he is and what he wants, it does not change.
okay.
And the reason why I brought that up is because I seen where you was going with it. You were saying, well, that's the old law. That's the old this. That's the Old Testament. And in the New Testament, you're saying that Jesus said something totally different. But Jesus said, Jesus told them specifically, I did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law. And what law is he talking about? He's talking about the laws of Moses.
Man, yes, that's true.
Okay, then. So there is no change there. See, you will say in one breath, just like Thinker said, you will say your God doesn't change, but yet you change him in the New Testament.
That's a good one, but no, he does not change in a way of he fulfilled his laws, right? And
Okay, then. So God's law was that for disobedient children to be stoned to death. Would you stone your child to death for disobedience?
yes, if it's in the Old Testament.
What the fuck
You would
is
stone
wrong
your
with you?
child. You would stone your own child to death because the law says so.
If it's in the Old Testament, but he said, "Thou shalt not murder," and that is
He said,
something
thou shalt not murder in the Old Testament too, Sally.
that's yes, that's what I just said. And the thing is that it's different in what he meant.
Okay, is Jesus in
Girl.
the Old Testament or the
I
New
don't.
Testament?
Jesus is in the New Testament.
Okay, so I just said that Jesus got onto the Pharisees for not following the law,
Okay, no.
and he called them
In Matthew 15,
hypocrites.
in Matthew 15, Jesus tells the Pharisees that they are nullifying God's word because they are not stoning children for disobeying and dishonoring their parents. Jesus expected them to stone children, Sally, in Matthew 15 and in Mark 7. So now
Okay.
that you know that Jesus was game for stoning children, Sally, are you going
Okay.
to stone children? Are you going to kill children for being disobedient?
Okay. Is it okay?
What do you mean, okay, are you?
Yeah, if Jesus says so.
Do you hold on?
Well,
I
I want to
fucking
make sure. I
cannot.
want to
Y'all are
actually make sure.
dangerous than a motherfucker.
Okay,
This is
but
the type of mindset Andrea Yates had. This is the type of mindset that lady had who took that big ass stone on and bammed her kid's head in. Y'all are dangerous.
no,
Y'all
no,
are
no.
dangerous as fuck. I swear
But
y'all are.
this is
Are you
back
truly
then.
think? Hold
This was
on,
when in
Sally.
Israel.
Hold on, Sally.
Yeah,
I don't care what time it is. At any time frame, if you do that, you're still a shitty person. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
I don't care if it's
Okay.
antiquity. So saying that doesn't help your case. You actually would do these things, or are you just saying this because you're scared to say no? You would disobey the God. Like, you would actually do this stuff? Like, on your
Um,
God, you would actually do this stuff? Seriously?
I will say yes if I live in that term, but
Live in
You
what
I'm not
would
term?
still do
surrounded
it.
with
What are you
people like
talking
that.
about?
Hold on. Live in what term? Live
Like
in what
if I'm
time?
surrounded with people
No, live in what
that
time?
throw stones. No,
No.
this time,
No,
and they
it
throw
don't matter
stones.
about throwing stones.
Yes,
It doesn't matter about throwing stones, Sally. The only reason that
listen,
you do not kill your kids today is because
it's
human beings said that it was immoral. Humans created laws.
yes.
Humans did, not your God. There's nowhere in this book where your God says, do not stone kids anymore. Don't kill kids. Stoning was just the way that they kill. They don't have Mac 9s in the fucking Bible.
No.
Stoning was just the weapon they used to kill someone. Your God never says, I changed my mind, y'all. Don't kill kids for being disobedient anymore. Don't kill kids for not honoring their parents anymore.
Okay.
Humans changed that. And the crazy thing is that your God is calling the Pharisees hypocrites because they gave the kids grace and they changed the law. They
Yes.
changed your God's law. And they said,
Yes.
wait, it's immoral to kill kids for disobedience. We just gonna make them pay a fine we're gonna make them give an offering to the temple. And Jesus said, you're a hypocrite. You nullifying God's word by changing it, by creating your own tradition. Jesus got mad at them for giving the kids grace and letting them live.
Okay.
What?
So
Like,
it,
you gonna be on the news. You gonna be on
so
the
it,
news.
so it
Okay.
brings me back to what I said earlier. If you follow the God's law, you're breaking his law at the same time. If you follow the God's order, you're breaking his law at the same time. Because he says, thou shalt not kill. He didn't say thou shalt not
Yes.
kill unless, hold on. He didn't say thou shalt not kill unless I tell you to. That wasn't in the law.
Wait. Can we go to the scripture where the woman, I think at the well, that they were gonna throw stones at her and Jesus stopped it?
Girl, you
That,
talking about the adulterous woman?
that
Yes. What about
Girl,
that?
she didn't.
What the fuck does that have to do
Because
with
that has
killing
to do
kids?
with because
it's
she's
a way for,
sinful,
it's a
and
way for
Jesus said
you.
not to
No,
do.
stop, Sally,
Nope.
stop.
Nope. That
It's
had
a
everything.
way for,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Nelly.
I think
That
there's
had everything
evidence
to do.
there.
Nope. Jesus was okay with her committing adultery. He was not okay with disobedient kids.
Okay.
Yeah. She
He said
first
the
off,
kids are innocent.
no,
That's
he
what he
didn't.
says in
No,
the
he didn't.
scripture.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
He
here
said,
is
no,
it.
he did it. He said that you have to come to him as a child. He didn't say shit about kids being innocent.
Yes, he did.
He said
And
you have to come to him as
No,
a
search it up.
child.
Search it up.
He
I want you to
literally
search
said
it
you
up.
have to
He
come to
does.
him as a child. When he was talking about the little ones, he was talking about the children of Israel. He was talking about the disciples. When he says these little ones here, he's talking about the disciples that are there, and he's using a metaphor for children because they are the children of Israel.
Okay. He was also for the Gentiles too. Now you
What
could
the
go in
fuck?
scriptures.
What the fuck? Like, who gives a damn if he was for the Gentiles? Who cares?
I'm still killing
Who
kids. I'm
who cares?
lost.
He was
Like,
for. That's why Jesus
who
came. He was
gives a
for
damn? You
everyone.
Gentile Israelite motherfuckers kill people.
I want to show you something. You
I
said
don't give
something
a
about
damn. I'm
Jesus and
talking
kids.
about the fact that you think it's okay to kill people.
No, it's not okay.
That's what you said, Sally.
Okay, I understand, but in God's view, it will be justice.
Sally.
And that, but in
Sally,
Him,
stop.
not us
Sally,
killing them.
Sally,
He
no, your
command
God,
us not
Sally,
to murder,
Sally,
and that is true.
Sally, this is
But-
why y'all get on my motherfucking nerves. Because neither of you can prove that you are talking to a fucking God. Neither of you.
What do you mean?
You can't prove that you're talking to a God.
I was in witchcraft many years ago. I did not believe
What
in
the fuck do you keep
true
talking about
God
witchcraft for?
until I turned to Jesus.
Sally, prove
Oh,
that
And
you're
I
talking. Sally,
love, and I
Sally,
actually,
Sally,
look, this
shut
is my
the
testimony.
entire fuck up. Prove that you are talking to a God. Prove it. I don't want a
used to hate
testimony,
people.
Sally. I said prove it, not testify. Your testimony is the claim. Prove the claim, Sally.
This girl
Okay.
says she used to hate people like she ain't up here talking about killing her mama. I'm weak.
No,
Bro, what?
there's a difference. There's a difference.
Sally.
Prove
And
that
you're
you're
And
talking
using
to
the
a
stoning her
Old
God.
kid.
Testament, and I understand
Prove
why you
it.
guys.
You don't listen. Prove that you are talking to a God.
Okay. I
No,
will prove it.
y'all dumb motherfuckers in the chat. A testimony is a claim. That's like you motherfuckers don't understand that the
Okay.
Bible is a book of claims.
Okay. Look, I will prove. I will say something if you want proof.
Yeah.
Okay. But I can't show you because we're not in person.
Well, no,
Okay.
here's a way. So
And
your God is talking to you now.
no, like silence, peace. He's around. He dwells in me.
He's in you?
No. Yeah, he dwells in me.
Okay, so is he? Can you just be like, hey God, and he just respond, what's up, Sally, or hey Sally?
No, that's not how.
Okay, Sally,
There's
Sally, how do you know when a God is giving you a command? How do you know?
okay. How I know is I had future dreams, prophetic dreams. Okay, that's a
Oh my
word.
goodness.
Look, listen, wait, before I did not understand, okay?
Sally,
And
stop.
I had word of wisdom, and a word of wisdom is feeling of a particular.
Sally.
Yes.
When you dream, how do you know what the God wants you to do? Do the God say, Sally, because in the Bible, Sally, in the Bible, your God speaks to the people he gives commands to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the prophets speak on behalf of the God and say, God said, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. They're not dreaming. They're not saying, oh, I had a dream and this is what I think God wants.
But
right? No,
no, but there's an act.
Sally,
Okay.
Sally, do you know that in this Bible, the God said that when motherfuckers come and say that they've dreamt and say God said that they're fucking lying? Do you know that?
Yes, that is so
Okay.
true.
All right. So your God says if somebody comes to you and tell you that they had a dream and that he's speaking to them through the dream, don't fucking believe him. That's what your God said. So Sally, what I'm trying to
that is the false prophet.
Sally, why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep doing that? Like, I don't know how many times I've asked you to stop talking while I'm talking. Every time you do that, I'm going to raise my voice. I'm going to get louder than you. So stop doing that. What I am asking you for is proof that you hear the voice of your God. How do you verify? And other people, if you go to other people and say, God said, God told me to kill my mama. Say,
Yes.
I don't think that's a moral command from God.
That-
Why is that?
that
Why
is-
is that playing?
Okay, yes.
If God said, if you go to somebody and say, God told me to kill my mama, how does that person verify that you, Sally, are talking to a God?
That is so true. That is not God. That is
Sally,
not
your
God for today.
Sally, if a person needed to go to the Bible to see if God would tell somebody to kill their parents, they have multiple scriptures that they can go to. So that it is your God, Sally.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you something.
Sally,
okay, personally,
stop.
I'll tell you something.
No,
Listen.
I don't care about your
How
personal
I-
testimony. Hell no, I don't care about the personal testimony.
Then
I
how
only
do you
care about
know
proof.
if that my God
I am
is not a
asking you
killer
about
or
mechanism.
is merciful?
I'm asking you about logistics, Sally. I don't care about your testimony.
Okay, my God will never tell me
how
that.
can Sally, your God does do that.
He
the
did that.
God
Yes,
of
that's
the Bible.
facts, but he will never tell me that.
Sally, he won't tell you that because you won't tell you that. Like what you just said is proof
is
to me.
good.
There you go again. What you
Okay.
just said is proof to me that you are talking to yourself because the God in the Bible would tell somebody to kill a family member.
Okay.
The God in the Bible is different than the God that's in your head.
Okay, I understand you, but no. God does not do these things, okay? It depends on history, and God knows the heart of man and the things that how they will come to him more and not come to him. Back then it was okay. And he find that okay. Yes, he did command them to stone them to death and to I don't know, like stone them to death mostly, or kill war and all these other things. And that's wrong, you know? And some things were right because he actually said that out of his mouth. Some people just did it because they just think it was justice, and it wasn't justice. It was just their own thoughts and their own will, and it wasn't God.
Are you
Now,
saying that
in the
your God?
scripture,
Are you saying that your God is bound by time? That your God did not know that allowing human beings or commanding human beings to kill other human beings would be bad? Is that what you're saying?
no, God knows.
So your
He's
God
all
knew that.
knowing.
Sally, let me ask you a question. Have you ever asked
What?
yourself, like, you believe God wakes you up in the morning?
Yes, he
Your
had.
God is the giver of life.
Yes.
And if your God does not want a person to live, then he just does not give them life and doesn't wake them up?
Yes.
So
I
Sally,
believe that.
okay, Sally, why the fuck would your God need to command a human to take another human's life if your God is the giver of that shit? If your
That
God
is
is the
so
one
true.
deciding, listen, you ready to answer already, and I guarantee you have not thought about shit I've said.
Mm-hmm.
If your
Okay.
God doesn't want harmful humans on the planet, why does he wake them up in the morning and give them life and then command another human to go and murder them? And then you call that justice? Why does your God need human beings to carry out his justice that way when all he has to do is not wake them up, Shelly?
Okay. You're right. Well, I don't know all the answers. But what I do know is that today it's different. Okay? And God is not like that.
What's
He does
different?
not.
What's different? What's
Okay.
different about what's different,
So
Shelly?
us is different, not God, but us.
So
The
your
way.
God is the same.
Yes, he is the
So I
same.
don't know. Why are you talking about what's different?
But
The question that I just asked you why your God needs to command human beings to kill other humans if he's the giver of life.
one of it is obedience.
So your
The
God, hold
second,
on, stop. So your God, it wants humans to kill other humans to prove that humans obey him. Is that what you just said?
yes, one of it is obedience.
So not justice. Not
It
justice.
is justice.
No,
It
no,
is
no.
justice,
So
but
if
out
it's
of
just
obedience at the
if
same
it's
time.
justice, if it's justice, then your God could have taken care of that himself. He could have just not woke them up, right?
That's true.
He doesn't need a human to kill a human to get justice for a human doing something harmful. He could just not wake that human up, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
So when you say obedience, your God commanded humans to kill other humans just to see if humans would obey him.
That's a good question.
That's what you
And
just
I
said.
have, yes, and I have not read all of the scriptures, but what I do know from mostly the Old Testament, because you're looking at the Old Testament and not the New, I will say yes. Because the New
Why
Testament,
do y'all
there's
keep saying
no,
it? Where does your God say, I will never command you to do such things ever again? Well, y'all,
in the
like
New
somehow,
Testament.
yeah, show me that. Because somehow your God has changed and what he wants, right? Show me where
Never changed.
Show me where it says his desires, his commands, and his will has changed, that he will never command such things again. Show me where y'all are getting this from.
Okay. I don't know if that's the thing, the adultery woman, that I don't know in
The
that
adultery
verse,
woman
that
doesn't have
chapter.
anything to do with his commands.
Can I see
Stop.
it first?
No, God, I fucking hate that y'all don't think. I am asking about the things your God commands. The adultery conversation doesn't have anything to do with what your God would and would not command.
Okay.
Where does he say, I will never command you to kill a person who worships a different God? I will never command you to kill a false prophet. Where does he say this stuff?
He didn't. Well,
Shut the fuck up, y'all. I'm
okay.
not under any obligation to let a motherfucker just ramble on about some shit that we don't give a damn about. Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to stay on topic. Y'all need to be hand walked.
Okay. So, can you okay. I don't you said that I can't like if I go offline to search it up, it won't like come off or anything, right?
You've gone offline already before.
Yeah, like if I like for a long time too. Not a long time, but like it will just take a minute.
I think the limit is 5 minutes, but
Hold
it
on,
shouldn't
wait,
take you 5 minutes.
Sally. Why don't you
Oh,
know? Why don't you know what he said? Like you're
because
already. Let me
some
ask
of
the
it
question, Sally.
some of it I
Let
read
me
when I
ask
was
the
young, but I
question,
forgot
Sally.
most of my verses.
God damn. See, you motherfuckers are mad because I won't let her talk. But every motherfucking time I open my mouth, she opens hers.
That's true.
God damn. You've already posited that he wouldn't do it. You already have this belief that he has changed from the Old Testament to the New. Why don't you already know what he said if you already hold this belief?
With scriptures, right? But I don't know exactly where is the actions. I remember throughout scriptures that Jesus did not kill anyone, okay, physically, but he preached, okay, he turned tables, he did call names, and that is a fact. His disciples did not kill, and the only person that actually tried to kill was Judas, trying to sacrifice Jesus, or he disowned him. He did not believe in Jesus. And Peter was trying to kill because of his anger, and Jesus told him not to do or not to fight or whatever. I don't know fully how exactly it was, and if it was really the right way, Jesus would have told Peter to kill, and he would have done it. Now I could see that throughout all the scriptures that none of them, even Apostle Paul, had to die. Apostle Paul was a great killer. He did not kill anymore. He only just preached. Yes, he got punished. Yes, he got beaten up or whatever it was and suffered by other things and sickness or this thorn in his body. And the other people, like the minister Mary and the other, I forgot, the other people and the ladies, they just preach. All of them mostly preached, you know? So a lot of them died by death by other people killing them, okay?
Okay, stop.
And
Like
they didn't,
you're not answering my question. Sally, and this is why I don't let y'all just fucking ramble.
okay.
Sally, why did the disciples have swords? Who told them to go
Okay.
buy swords, Sally?
Wait. Swords in the spirit, or where do you see that? I want to
Girl,
see that.
you know
That's
damn
curious.
well you don't buy a
No,
spiritual
I'm
sword.
curious. I'm curious. I'm not
You know
lying. I'm not
damn
lying.
well you don't buy a spiritual sword. What is going
There's
on?
a spiritual sword.
That you can buy? With
Yeah,
what,
there's a
spiritual money?
There's no buying. It's free.
Oh my gosh, girl. Please.
Cannot.
You sound like sorry, it reminded me of my
Spiritual
friend one day.
shekels.
You guys are funny. It reminded me of my friend one day ago. But anyways,
You're
no, the
weird.
sword is free. It's given by the
Sally,
Spirit of
why did
God.
the disciples have swords? Why did Peter even have a sword?
Okay, that was back. That was
Why did they have
he,
swords, Sally?
probably to defend themselves.
Who
But
told them to go and buy swords?
did Jesus said that though?
You should know, Sally. I asked you, where does your God change who he is? Where does your God say, I will never command such things? My nature has changed. I'm no longer vengeful. I'm no longer jealous. Where does he say that? I asked you that, and you gave me all these different stories in the Bible.
Okay.
So you should know
Let
whether
me see
Jesus told them to
something.
go buy swords or not.
Okay, it's go-
We can't hear you if you're on TikTok.
no, I'm gonna research. Wait, let me see something. It's quick.
I think the funny thing is how y'all in the comments talking about atheists don't have morals. But Silly up here saying she gonna kill people if they don't believe.
They think that's moral,
What the
though.
fuck? What the fuck? I'm not killing y'all because y'all are Christians. What type of shit is that?
They think it's moral. They think that's morality. There are so many believers
Okay.
in the chat that are not appalled at her saying that she would kill her kids, that she would kill her mama for Jesus. They're not appalled at that. That's moral to them.
One of them even said, "Keep it up, Sally. You're a strong soldier. Don't let them break your spirit."
He
Keep
didn't
her
say
up, keep
them.
her on.
He didn't say them. He said, don't let the demons. Like, we're demons for saying you shouldn't kill for God.
What the fuck?
Like, it's the
Don't
demons.
get
So,
offended,
why are you
guys.
talking, Sally? Why?
I'm just
I'm
trying
not,
to
Sally,
help you
stop. I'm not
guys.
talking to you.
Oh, okay.
Goodness.
She's so
Just be
annoying.
nice.
Like, fuck.
God, you were supposed to be
help
finding the
us?
scripture. Like, I'm talking to them.
She said,
It's the demons that are saying don't kill. Like, that's the crazy thing. And they think that we have a demon that tells us that you should not kill for a God, you should not enslave for a God, you should not rape for a God. Like, we're demons for saying that shit. Like, that's the wild thing. And in the Bible, in Isaiah 6:9, the God tells Isaiah to intentionally blind the eyes, shut the ears, and confuse the mind of the people so that they do not hear, they cannot see, they cannot comprehend, and turn and repent. If you think about that shit, that is code for these motherfuckers who are using this book to indoctrinate. They keep these motherfuckers so goddamn confused that they call good evil and evil good, and they champion the shit that these evil motherfuckers do. They cannot see it as evil. They see it as good because they done fuck their minds up.
I can't believe that people are still LARPing about the tone of your voice. Sally doesn't seem to mind defending like child murder. She sounds so cool and composed. While Thinker is so angry, she must be losing
Oh,
because
it's
she's
okay. Don't
angry.
defend that. Don't defend that. I am angry. I don't give a fuck about
I
them
know, there's
motherfuckers.
nothing wrong with being angry. I'm saying you're rightfully angry because someone is saying they would murder kids. Oh my god.
Sally over here.
Oh my god, this
Well,
world is
yes,
fucked.
yes, Thinker, I would kill my mother. I'd stone my children too. What the fuck? Her saying it's soft don't change shit about what the fuck
Literally.
she's saying.
But think about it. Think about it. Remember, remember I talked to y'all yesterday about a video that I saw where a guy was saying that Black people have been taught that hate is bad, and they've been taught that it's wrong to hate evil. This is what the fuck we're seeing. It's being angry at a motherfucker saying that they would kill their kids, that saying that they would kill their family members. That's bad. That's demonic. Like, we've been taught to fucking love evil shit. We've been taught to underreact about evil shit. Like, it's fucking crazy.
And what she's saying ain't nothing to take lightly because motherfuckers are actually doing this to their parents and their children, y'all. Like, y'all champion her own, but she gonna fuck around and be on the news if she get one bad dream.
And you know what
Are
they
y'all
gonna
gonna
say?
be behind her
You know
then?
what? You know what they gonna say?
Shelly got the devil. That was the
That
devil.
wasn't
Shelly.
my God.
That ain't my God.
That wasn't my God. They ain't here talking about go ahead on Sally, defend God. But the moment a motherfucker do some shit, that's the devil. That ain't my God.
I don't know what came over Sally. I guess the devil done possessed her. The spirit of Jezebel caused her to kill her mother and her children. I don't know what it was. I don't know what's wrong with Sally. We gotta pray for Sally.
Did you find the scripture, Sally?
Yeah. Thank you.
Read it to me.
Okay. So, in Matthew 26, right? 52.
Hold on. What scripture are you looking for?
No, Matthew 26, 52.
What scripture were you looking for?
Oh, no, the sword. You guys
What
were
did I
saying the
ask
sword.
you, Sally? What did I ask you? What did I ask you?
Like, did Jesus told them to buy a sword or have a sword to kill or something?
And Matthew 26 is where Jesus told them to buy the swords?
No, he
No.
said to put
Why
it
are
away.
you reading me about Peter using the sword?
Okay. So,
Fucking Jesus, Joseph,
do
fucking
you know
Christ.
I have a question. Do you know the answer?
Nope. This is why I fucking yell. This is why I fucking yell. All that goddamn time. All that time. And she comes back with something totally fucking irrelevant to what I asked her.
Okay, so okay. Let me see, because I don't think Jesus will.
She gotta buy the scripture spiritual.
Because you guys are looking for buying weapons.
Girl, you the one that said they buy weapons in the spirit. What's going on?
Luke
No,
22.
no,
Luke
you
20.
look at
I'm talking Luke 22. And that the God is in you, and the God couldn't tell you where he told them to go and buy swords. Luke 22, verses 35 through 38. He said to them, when I sent you out without a purse, bag, or sandals, did you lack anything? They said, no, not a thing. He said to them, but now the one who has a purse must take it, and likewise a bag. And the one who has no sword must sell his cloak and buy one. For I tell you, this scripture must be fulfilled in me. And he was counted among the lawless, and indeed what is written about me is being fulfilled. Then they said, Lord, look, here are 2 swords. He replied, that is enough.
Okay, so
Hold
what's the
on.
size of
Do
the
y'all
sword, though?
notice that even while I was reading it, she kept trying to interrupt? Do y'all notice that?
I said
That's why she doesn't hear the right question and gives you completely irrelevant verses, because she doesn't actually listen to what the fuck you're even asking. She hears one word and it's like, oh, Peter used the sword. Let me go get that verse. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
I'm just saying.
Stoli,
Okay.
you definitely are made of mud, because mud is dense as fuck. It is dense as fuck. That's okay, love. Anytime.
Thank you.
Her comprehension
No
was
worries.
AI generated.
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
I would love to be mud. I don't mind.
I don't even know
Yeah.
what's like funny. Like, you're acting like you're intoxicated. You're like,
No, I'm not.
oh yeah, I would
The-
murder my kids. Ha ha ha. So
It's
funny.
just the joy of the Lord, and then that's the thing.
The joy
The joy of
of
the
murder.
Lord, the joy of the Lord is kill. The joy of the Lord is kill. He feel it in the atmosphere. The joy
so the
of the Lord
sword.
is kill. Like that's
Okay.
all you fucking talked about is killing your mama and killing your kids. Like y'all
Okay,
need to
the
change that motherfucking song, because you are the second motherfucker that done came in here in 24 motherfucking hours and said that you would kill a motherfucker for your God.
Okay. Abraham could have killed his son, but he didn't, right? Because it was just out of obedience to test him. Now, some things I don't understand everything, but God did it out of justice. Okay? And
Kill your mama for justice
now
and hope an angel
this
come and intervene.
okay. So this now in the New Testament, it does not show that. So I see what you're saying about buy your sword, but who knows they're killing fishes and whatever. Or yes, to defend yourself. I think there's
Did
a
you
right of
just say
defending.
killing fishes?
Okay, wait.
Your head has got to be
Sorry, that was funny.
completely
Wait.
fucking empty.
Okay, wait. Just erase that. Killing fishes. But anyways, the sword could have been I don't know, but used for all kinds of other things, but mostly defense, you know? And
But it's not funny.
I don't even know
This
why
is
she
so
thinks this shit is
We're
funny.
not laughing with you. We're laughing at you. So I don't know why you giggling for real.
I was laughing about the fishes.
So
That
when
was- I-
your God says in Luke 19, verse 26 and 27, I tell you, this is a parable. First, I'm just gonna go ahead and preface this shit. He's teaching them through a parable called the parable of the 10 minna about his return. In the parable, he is a nobleman who goes away. He leaves his slaves in charge. There are people who do not want this nobleman to be over them. And when he comes back, he gives his slaves instructions. And in verse 26, he says, I tell you, to all those who have, more will be given. But from those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine, who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. So your God, even after all this time, still wants you all to kill people, even when he comes back, who do not want him as their God. So he does not change. And as I asked you, if you cannot prove that a God is talking to you when a person who is fucking nuts says, God told me to drown my kids, you can't prove that a God did not tell them that.
I can by the fruits of their spirit. There's a difference. And I don't think God
Have
would
the
do
fruits
it.
of your God spirit always been love, joy, peace, gentleness, self-control? Has it always been that?
Yes.
So when your God commands for people to kill back then, did they not have the fruit of his spirit?
No, Chloe was laughing because we was like,
Hello?
we like these motherfuckers
Hold on,
egging her
Maddie,
on, but
Maddie,
the meat.
Yes.
Maddie, Maddie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So when your God commanded them back then to kill, did they not have the fruit of his spirit then?
Yes.
So then a person can be commanded by your God to kill and still have the fruit of the spirit?
Yes.
So then your answer you just gave me is irrelevant?
Well, you will say yes, but I will say no.
Kill. Why would it not be that case now?
That's a good question. Okay. I don't understand the whole context.
The
And
whole
I see
context of
what
what?
the scripture that you have pointed out to me and what
I
you want me
gave
to
you the context.
understand
It's a
from.
parable of his return. I'm not even asking you
Yes.
about a scripture right now. What are you talking about?
That's a yes.
I'm not asking
That's
you
a
about.
scripture. No, you
I'm
show
not
me a
asking you
scripture.
the.
No, you're not
I am not
asking me.
asking you about a scripture right now. I'm
You
asking
are.
about a person claiming that if a God spoke to them,
Yes.
how would you prove that a God did not speak to them? You can't if somebody says, Sally, God isn't talking to you, are you just gonna believe them? Or are you gonna be like, nope, God does talk to me?
Okay. Yeah.
So if a person says, God talked to me and God commanded me to kill such and such, you can't prove that they're not talking to a God. Your answer was, well, I can because they don't have the fruit of the spirit. But you also say they had the fruit of the spirit when he was commanding them back then.
Yes.
So then the fruit of the spirit does not negate whether a God told a person to kill or not.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Okay. Well, okay, so when he's talking in parables, usually the parables is not really, no, I don't know, but it's not really reality fully. It's just examples of what could happen.
Look, are you back at the parable? I explained.
No, I know, but you're making it.
I literally explained that Jesus was teaching about his return. He was teaching about his return. And even when he comes back, he is going to want the people who do not choose him as his God to be killed. So he did not change at all. I already explained that shit.
Okay, but he didn't. This is just a parable, okay? That's it. It's just stories. So why are you making it physical? Why are you making it feel like it had happened?
So then your Jesus is not going to come back.
No,
I'm sorry.
part of the section is a parable.
So that part of the parable is true. He is going to come back. That part of the parable is true.
Okay, okay.
Sally, again, the parable is about Jesus' return. I don't know. This is my third time saying this. The parable is him teaching his disciples about his return.
No. Okay, yes, I understand that. I'm talking about parable. The meaning parable, it's just stories, okay? That's what I'm trying to say.
Stories that teach about real things, Sally. He is using a story.
Well,
He is using a story to teach about his return.
okay, real things if you want to say, but how do you know? Because some things are just examples
How do I
or
know
just
what?
fake. Well, I can't. Okay,
How do
never
I know
mind.
what? The parable is about his return. Is he
It
going?
is about his return,
Is the
but you're
return
taking
fake
it
or true?
really.
Is the return fake or true, Sally?
His return is real.
So what the fuck are we talking about right now, Sally?
Okay, his turn is real, but you're talking
He
about death
used
and killing.
oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God, I wish. Oh God, this is just ridiculous. This is just so fucking ridiculous. Like, this is so fucking ridiculous. They got y'all so fucking confused. Y'all are so confused that basic reading comprehension is fucking lost on y'all. Like, you have no reading comprehension whatsoever. And that's sad. Like, like you have to believe that your God is so good that you can't even fucking accept, like, you have to even tear up his parables. You have to say that, well, the part about him coming back in the parable is true. But the part where he said when he come back that he's going to punish the people who didn't want him to rule over them, that's false. That's not true.
No, it's not false. Okay, actually, I see. Okay, you're right. But I know that we're gonna judge at the end of times. There will be judges, and we will become judges to judge other people.
Ain't nobody talking about judging. He said kill
Wait,
them. Sally, stop. We aren't
Yes.
talking about judging. Like, you have to even change your God's parable. You can't even trust what he said in the fucking parable. He says, kill them in front of me.
Okay.
Not judge them. You have to change the words because you don't agree with this God, Sally. I don't even know why y'all be doing twists and turns trying to make yourself fit to some shit you don't even really agree with.
Well, that's what will happen because at the
She's
end of time,
26, y'all. She is a
their
grown.
heads will be cut
She
off.
is 26.
Like you're
Why
Satan.
are you still talking while I'm talking? She is 26. She is a grown ass woman.
I'm 25.
Well,
Thank you.
25. She's a grown ass woman.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Like, what's the thank you for?
No, thank you.
You
Just out of
25.
Mind
You say
you,
you're gonna kill your kids and your mama.
Maddie is 19 and I'm 21, and you're acting more childish than both of us, which is something I couldn't even begin to fathom. Like, this is so
Okay.
pathetic for a 25-year-old woman.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're
Yeah, like
welcome.
I'm just
Okay.
If you don't know why we would spend time talking to a motherfucker who said they would kill their mother for a God, then you are the problem.
Okay.
Shelly, baby, that's not for you. Why are you saying okay?
No, okay. I
I'm
hear
starting
you.
to think your comprehension skills was AI generated, but the free version
AI
it was like
generated.
last chance. Yes, like it was the free AI generated. It's not the good one. I don't know what's going on, bro.
No, no,
like, how do you get someone to be this much of a bimbo? How do you do it?
no.
I can't. I don't even want to take it that low.
It's just having a childlike faith and maybe a mind as well.
No,
But
you're
not
not
a foolish
childish.
one, not immature.
Do children agree to kill their parents for a God? Is that
I don't know. I
childlike
never
faith?
asked children's.
Hold on,
I don't know.
is it childlike faith to agree to kill their parents if they believe that God told them to?
Yes, if God says so, yes.
Is
And
it
that's
is
what
that
happened with
child
Abraham.
is that
But
childlike
Abraham,
is that childlike faith?
yes.
I wonder why there's not a lot of children killing their parents. Why is it
No,
adults?
but not today. Not
Why
today.
really? You think
We
you're
don't
God?
do that, and
You
God
think
does not do that.
you keep
Like,
saying this shit, but you can't fucking prove that your God has changed.
God is the same, right?
Right. And did
But
he command people to kill back then?
well, because it depends on their law of Israel and certain things that they had allowed. Okay? Some things that
Who created the law in Israel, Sally?
Okay.
Who
You're right.
created the law in Israel?
Okay. The Jews. The
No, your
people
God
who.
did, Sally.
Well,
The
yeah,
fuck?
but afterwards, though,
Who
there's
creates
people
the
who
laws we
don't.
live by today, Sally? Who creates the laws in
People.
America, Sally?
The government.
Sally, do you vote?
Yeah, I do vote.
All right. So, Sally, society does. Humans do. We aren't
Okay.
governed by a God. Israel was
But
governed, Sally, Israel was governed by a God. So the God created the laws. So if the God says it is legal to kill for this reason, then it was legal in Israel. But because America is not governed by a God, we don't kill for a God. But if America becomes a theocracy and we are governed by this God, then it will become legal to kill for a God. Do you understand that now, Sally?
okay. Okay. Look, not everyone has their point of view is pointed out or is openly shared. Okay? Not everyone is able to make a law. And that's a fact. You have seen it today that governments are taking over and has spread lies about the votings and all other things. So I cannot say everyone's voice has been spoken and what kind of God they share. Some of them serve their own self and it's not the true
What
God.
the fuck are you even talking
Okay?
about right now?
Listen, I'm talking about you're saying that we, the society, made the law. Okay? Now, to be honest, not everyone made the law. It's only few minorities have made the
Fucking,
law
what the
and
fuck,
became
man? You focused on the wrong shit.
listen.
the
Listen.
point of the
I know
point
that
the
we vote,
point
but the thing
was
is that
stop,
not every vote.
Sally. The point
Okay.
was that humans create laws.
Yes.
Gods don't anymore, Sally. Humans do. We are
Yes.
not governed by a God, Sally, anymore.
Yes.
We are governed by ourselves now. If a God governed America,
Okay.
then we would have to obey the laws of the God, Sally. But because we are not governed by a God, we don't kill when we think a God told us to. Humans decided killing other people for any cause is immoral.
Actually,
And
that's
I'm
wrong.
talking, Sally, and illegal. Humans decided that, not a God, Sally.
Okay. So, okay. Okay. So,
To say that that's not true, you dumb motherfuckers are dumb. The law of Moses is a legal code. I know you dumb motherfuckers think it's something
okay.
spiritual. I'm talking.
Look.
I am fucking talking.
Okay.
The law of Moses is a legal code. It is their government. In Israel, the God was the government and the government was the God. Separation of
Okay.
church and state. I don't know why the fuck you saying okay. Separation of, I'm not talking to you, go on mute. Go on mute.
Okay.
Separation of church and state is new. It's new. State creates laws. The church does not. If America became a theocracy, the church would be the government. Just like in Israel, the God was the government. In Israel, the God's laws says do not kill an Israelite. The God says you can kill your enemy. You can kill your family if they try to get you to worship another God. You can kill if they prophesy a lie.
Kelly, go back on mute, bro. What's wrong with you, bro?
In America, you cannot kill someone for worshiping another God. Humans created that law, not a God. In America, you cannot kill someone for prophesying a lie. Humans created that law, not a God. You all don't understand what the law of Moses is.
Well, Thinker, are you done with Sally?
Yes.
Well, Sally, I really hope you do not kill your mother or stone your children. You have a nice night, sweetheart.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all are dumb as fuck. Like, y'all don't understand shit. This dumb motherfucker still in the comments talking about thou shalt not kill. I literally addressed that in everything that I fucking said. Like, y'all don't listen to shit. Like this, and this is why your God loves the simple-minded. Who else does that fucking sound like? Who else loves the simple-minded?
Sally's gonna be on the news next week, y'all.
And I watch a lot of true crime. The amount of people that do it because they have a voice in their head telling them that they have to do it, and a lot of people associate that with God. It's honestly insane. Like, there's so many cases like that, and people think it's a joke in chat. All the morons cheering Sally on, they think it's a joke. Like, they're actually fucked. So apathetic and unempathetic. Like, you're not even human anymore. And they swear their God doesn't want robots. The difference between a human and a robot is that people feel things towards one another. People have empathy. So if you guys insist your God doesn't want robots, I don't know why the fuck you guys are so apathetic to everything that happens. It's really insane.
Like, they claim that being atheist makes you nihilist. But if you are a nihilist, thinks that nothing matters. A nihilist wouldn't be angry at motherfuckers who just don't give a damn about killing another motherfucker. I actually think Christianity creates nihilism, like the nihilism where nothing matters. Like they have been told to care more about their life after death, that the life that they live now and the lives of other people now don't matter to them. They're disposable. And when it comes to their God, I actually think Christianity creates nihilists.
Absolutely. That's why they think it's funny that she up here saying she finna kill her mother. That's funny to them. I don't think that shit funny at all. That's scary as fuck.
Until she wants to take out their mothers too. That's when it's not
she
funny
on the
anymore.
fucking news. Y'all better go put money on her books and help her get a good lawyer to get out. Since y'all agree with what she's saying.
And then they be more shocked at us saying, fuck your God, or I don't worship your God. They're more shocked at that than a Christian coming up here saying that they would. Like, we had a Christian on the live yesterday that said God wants him to kill all white people. And not one motherfucking Christian in the chat said anything about that. When I asked the Christians in the chat if they worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Christians wouldn't even speak up. They wouldn't even say, I do. They just sat there and listened to that man say that your God wants him to kill all white people. And then told Dr. B that if God told him to chase Dr. B and kill him, he would do it. Told Dr. B that to his face. And not one Christian said a motherfucking thing. But let us say, fuck God. They all in the comments, oh my God, clutching they pearls. I'm out of here. I gotta go. That's evil. Like, y'all are fucking crazy.
You need to repent, thinker. The demons are taking over you.
No, in fact, you're a demon for saying that you shouldn't kill your kids. You shouldn't stone your kids or your mother. You're actually a fucking demon for saying that. But remember, you can't ground your morals if you're not a theist. You need God to ground your morals. Don't forget that.
It's insane. It's insane. And the crazy thing about it is the book talks about calling evil good and good evil. And they are convinced that that is us. It's a fucking guide for indoctrination and conquering. And this is exactly how these motherfuckers conquer y'all. They confuse y'all fucking minds.
Then the sad part is, if she does kill her mother, she gonna be in heaven with y'all as soon as she repent. But she don't even need to repent. She don't even need to repent. She finna be in heaven right along with y'all. And y'all want somebody that'll kill their mama next to y'all in heaven? Huh? What
They don't
happened
even
to
listen.
respecting your mother and father?
And then that lady said that she would rather have a murderer who believes in God than an atheist who does everything right in her family. Like, what? She said she would rather have a murderer who believes in God than an atheist who don't believe in God and that does everything right. Like, y'all are like, and then y'all don't, it's like y'all can't hear the shit that comes out of y'all's mouths. It's like y'all are literally deaf. Like,
Bro, imagine you at church and Shirley come up saying she gotta repent. And the first thing she says, Lord, I killed my mother. She was trying to tell me that evolution is real.
she was trying to get me to worship science. She was trying to tell me that I didn't come from a rib.
She told me that Adam and Eve wasn't really made for dirt. And Lord, I just couldn't hold back. Next thing I knew, there was a stone in my hand. I would be so shook. Oh my God, I'm never coming back to the church, y'all.
Shit's crazy. I just want to warn y'all, this motherfucker says things like fifis.
What?
He
What does
was
that
also
even
defending
mean?
her in chat, by the
yeah,
way.
I know. I saw it. That's why I chose him. Yeah, he says things like fifis.
What is that? What is fifis?
Oh, your
I saw that.
feelings. Feelings, I
Oh,
guess. Sometimes I guess it
Fifi?
could be shit, but usually babies say that shit about their feelings. My fifis, you hurt my fifis.
Spiritual dictionary.
Ty.
I just wanted to say I'm very impressed.
I don't care. How old are you?
That's none of your business.
Well, then to be on stage, you have to give us an age. If not, then we'll drop you and move on to the next guest.
25.
All right. And you are a believer. We can see that in the chat. Which topic did you come up here to discuss? There are 3 on the screen. Venus,
yes.
this one's yours.
So excited.
I just wanted to say I was surprised.
Pick a topic. Pick a
how-
topic. Pick a topic.
How
I'm gonna move
angry
on.
and
Pick
rageful
a topic. I'm gonna move
you
on.
can be.
All right, there you go.
Like, just fuck up, bro. No one cares.
But you're not angry about somebody saying they're finna kill their mom and their kids?
They
Says a lot
think
about
that
you.
they think that saying that I'm angry brings shame to me. It doesn't. Ties that another tie. Ties that bind. Oh, ties that bind. Are you there? Ties that bind. Yes, I am. I am shameless. I don't give a fuck about y'all trying to shame me about anger, motherfucker.
But why would anyone be upset about being angry at someone who said they would murder their kids?
They don't think they're not shocked at that. They just think that anger is a weapon. Shame is a weapon that they use because they can't actually defend shit, right? And so if they can shame you for being angry, then they've won. They're not surprised that we're upset at somebody saying they're going to kill somebody. They just want to use your anger to try to shame you. Yeah, they just weaponize emotions. Like that's why I don't respond to that bullshit. Pash, are you there?
I don't know. He wasting time coming up here requesting. He need to be praying for God to unclog his nostrils because that mouth breathing was about to piss me off. He was spending his time worried about the wrong thing.
But when people do stuff like that, like the reason why when a person chooses a weapon, right? They usually choose a weapon that they know will hurt. It's especially when it's like psychological manipulation. 9 times out of 10, the weapon that the person grabs is the weapon that they know would work against them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when they are trying to shame you for anger, shaming for anger would work against them. When they're trying to shame you for being sad or depressed, it would work against them. They typically will grab the weapon that they know would work against them or cause them harm.
Mm-mm.
Which one of y'all want to talk to Theo right now? Crimson?
Not it.
Which one of y'all want to talk to Theo? Crimson, are you there?
Not it.
Which one of y'all? Let me go and get Theo out of the way. It is youth night, so there you go.
Hello. So this would be the last
Hold on,
time
we
I
got to
would.
find you a youth pastor. One of y'all got to
Baby,
step
I
the
already
fuck up.
said not it. It's
One
Venus.
of y'all got to
I
step
already
up.
said not it. It's Venus. Venus, come off
I'm just
mute.
doing. I've got chemistry. I'm doing chemistry. I'm
Right,
working in the
right, right.
background.
Hey, this is y'all's job. One of y'all better take it.
Venus, you got
Let's
it.
do rock paper scissors, Maddie. Rock paper scissors. Okay, we'll say it at the same time.
I
Are you ready?
already said not it,
Rock.
Venus. Take
Come
it.
on, Maddie. Just don't waste time. Let's say it together. Rock paper scissors, and then you just say the one that you want to go after.
Hold on,
Okay,
Maddie.
which one, Maddie?
Maddie, the last one was yours, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
Venus.
Venus, it's on you.
Yep.
Okay, but does that mean I get a Christian guest too?
Well, if they come up, we're going in order, Venus. This is Venus.
Maddie's had 2 Christians. Okay, fine.
Tinker, why don't you talk to him though?
Because this
Yeah.
is youth night. Don't make me drop y'all, because I will.
I'm
And I'll be
Oh
up here by myself.
shit. Okay, I got it. Hi, Theo.
Hello. Yeah. For the record, this is my last time going up for this year, and I'm going.
No, it's not. No, it's not. We just be joking with you, Theo. You know I love you. Okay? Don't do that.
Wait. I'm making a promise because I
Don't take it to heart, Theo. I love you.
on the books that I'm writing, and but then again I would request next year at my birthday
No,
to
you're
go.
talking about a year. Your birthday was just 2 days ago. We just be fucking with you, Theo. Like it's just banter. Okay, don't do that.
Okay.
I love you, kid. Don't do that. It's okay.
Okay. So
Theo,
yeah,
you're just the youngest one. That's it.
yeah. Also, I wanted to do topic 2 before, because I feel like this one has been the most influential thing something can ever. And I'm not gonna be like that lying thing, because what do believers have against thinking? I've come across Christians who tries to twist Genesis 1:26-27 by saying that image doesn't concern gayness, lesbians, LGBTQ, essayers. They say it's not like that, but who are you to define that when it doesn't say that image? That you lack critical thinking whenever you say that, because Genesis 1:26-27 doesn't state any specific type of image.
Yeah, I agree. What do you mean by like Why did you group in the gay people with the P3dios?
Because the thing is, Genesis 1 to verses 26 to 27 talks about how God was made in the image, in his slash their image. So it's only fair to include all types of people, of all types of people, and not be selective, because the Christians I see they are selective when it comes to that verse itself.
So, sorry, what specific verse are we talking about?
Genesis 1 Genesis 1 Genesis chapter 1 verses 26 to 27.
He's talking about when he said, "Let us make man in our own image." He's saying everybody is made in the image of God, including gay people and P3DOs.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I guess. I mean, yeah, they definitely aren't consistent with that. They only want to say that they're made in God's image, even though the book doesn't condemn being gay or even condemn being a pedo.
Yeah, also the thing is, when they try to insult me in my direct messages, or even the comments I get under my videos, and someone has been trying to call me a fraud, when even they don't got the evidence that shows that they lack critical thinking. And the fact that the Christian guy who made a response video and insulting me does then again prove the point why they are against thinking. They all live in uh echo chambers, being smoked by their own thoughts, and they will insult you if you try to challenge their beliefs. Like, they all have these walls, and they are made of steel. When you try to breach them, you can't, because that's what persecution does, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. They want to be. Oh, Maddie, did you want to say something?
I was gonna ask Theo, did he make a song for Selly and put it in the Discord? Is that what he was talking about?
You made a song about Silly, Theo?
Yes, that fast.
Is it in the Discord?
Yes, Tinker's Live tab.
Okay. All right.
Hey, look, y'all. I know we joke with.
Why is it okay to be a dangerous Christian? Why is it that you adhere to these types of religion? And why would you kill when it's not moral?
I can't do this anymore.
And God, when He commands it, it's very wrong.
What the fuck is going on? Theo, I just want you to know I love you so much, and you really are cherished in this community, okay? Nobody else could provide such critical, thought-provoking, genius music like this, okay? Like, this is amazing. This is amazing. That's
Yeah,
our new
even
tap song, Thinker.
Our new tap song.
That's our new tap song. Put a beat behind that. One of the nerds need to go put a beat behind that shit.
yeah, like I say to most Christians who do insult me, call me a liar, call me a fraud, I just give them the verse Galatians 5:20 to 26, because that exact verse is what Jesus said. So if they use Jesus to insult me, if they insult me and they're a Christian, and I know they want to insult me to get under my nerves, hold the damn fucking mirror. Pull out Galatians 5:22 to 26. Galatians chapter 5:22 to 26, and that's your ammo for your M4 to blast out the believers insulting you, because most of the time it works actually.
Well,
I
thank
agree.
you.
That's pretty. I really liked your song too.
Yeah,
I thought it
thank
was
you.
very vibrant and heartfelt.
Yeah. AG, did you come up to talk to Theo?
I did. I just want to say, Theo, a lot of us nerds are proud of you. We love you. We support you.
Absolutely.
We've seen the growth that you've made throughout this past year. And just please don't just leave us like that. Keep coming back. Yes, we give you a hard time, but it's like you're like our little brother. So we
It's
like
tough
to just
love.
tease and play. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just tough love.
Yeah.
So I use my dragon status to come up just to let you know we love you, Theo.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
Theo, just be happy you weren't ostracized from the group at one point like me. I mean, I just had everybody coming at me, Theo. They be playing with you. Thinker persecutes me almost every other
Now
live,
Maddie's
Theo.
making the whole show about herself.
As always, Theo, we love you. You don't have to stop coming around. We just be fucking with you because it's funny than a motherfucker. But like, no, don't take it to heart. But you still can't request up every live. Like, but if you come up, make sure that you're coming up to talk about, what we're talking about. But yeah, don't
Thea, they
take it to
bully
heart.
every single word I say because I sound Australian. Please. Everything I
Now,
say.
now, which one of you
Especially
funky?
Madison.
Hold on,
Maddie
Venus.
didn't
Hold
get
on,
dropped. I
Saturn.
persecuted her.
Hold on, Saturn. Which one of you funky finger motherfuckers dropped me from the panel?
Motherfucker, you got the game fucked all the way up. Maddie didn't drop. I persecuted her. Theo, did you have anything else?
Yeah,
Like, look, she got back up so motherfucking easy. Then she came up and like she know who fucking dropped her. Like, at least we don't drop you, Theo. At least we ain't never just dropped you.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I've been writing a lot in my book Finding Sense as an Agnostic, and the thing is I already have so much like, for example, this is the last example I have for number 2. There is a Filipino live streamer called Wigo 19, Wigo_19, and Wigo_20. He thinks atheists are like cockroaches, and he does these videos where you can't find even an ounce of thinking under that. And I made a video calling it an false equivalence, I think, or false equivocation, because even though humans are animals and cockroaches are animals, they are not under the same class. They are not under the same phylus or something. But then again, if you think about it, Filipinos who does that type of lives saying that atheism is irrational, they just don't think about why they sound so wrong. They always will end up in an echo chamber. So guys, do not end up in an echo chamber. We don't want another Sally. We don't want another Wigo 20. We don't want this motherfucking echo chambers. Feel free to think. That's why there are lives like this. To be educated, not to be insulting. Because I swear to God, if Miss Tinker cusses you out, that means your rage bait is not going to work. If Miss Tinker cusses you out, you know you're fucking doomed. Ugh. That's all.
Ka-chow. Ka-chow.
All right, Theo. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, love bug.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah. Have a
Bye,
good one.
Thea.
Be hydrated. Don't let the Christians win. Because it's gonna be a fucking battle, and my demon is already outside.
All right, thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Before you go, Theo, just go "Rawr," and then drop. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead on, Theo. I love you.
Let me down. Oh my gosh.
I swear he's
Okay.
like a cartoon character.
Where did Maddie go?
I dropped her ass.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Maddie!
She finna come up here and talk all kind of shit. Watch this.
I was raptured.
We fall down, but we get up.
Yo,
Over.
yo,
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Venus, this one's on you.
Really?
So like,
Aw,
Gee whiz.
so I ain't gonna lie, this is my first time hopping on this live stuff. Like, how this work? Do I just pick a question and answer it, or do y'all just?
I mean, you just like tell us like what junk you believe in all that junk, and then you pick a topic. I can't even talk YN. Pick a topic, and then you'll have a conversation with Venus.
Well, Ka,
Um,
you're a believer, aren't you, Ka? And you're 22, Ka.
yeah, I definitely said that, but I'm not Christian though.
But then why do you have a cross in
I
your
don't.
bio,
But you are a
Ka?
believer, though,
I am
right?
a Hebrew Israelite,
Yeah,
yes.
that you're a believer, cut. That's what she said, cut. She didn't ask if you
Bruh.
were a
Right,
Christian,
Ka.
cut.
But somebody said
My
something
bad,
about a
Ka.
Christian earlier, bro.
No, my bad, Ka. My bad,
What y'all
Ka.
saying, cuff? I'm not Crip.
No, okay, Ka.
Pick a
You know,
topic. Pick a topic.
over East, I got the same question. I don't know what Venus doing.
It's okay.
She's Australian, cut.
I guess number 2. I ain't never really heard this question before, so let me see how this go.
Okay. It says, what do believers have against thinking, Ka? So, what do you think about that topic, Ka?
Can you not say that no more? We
I
got the
Okay, I'm
joke.
sorry.
Okay, we got
What the
we got
fuck?
the
I'm
joke.
sorry. I
Okay.
actually I'm sorry I couldn't get out of it for a minute. I
Goodness.
was just like I was stuck in there. Thanks for pulling me out, guys.
Thinker, it's literally your fucking
It is
fault. She's
not. She
Australian,
started that
bro.
shit. She
She
started
is
that.
not one of us. She's not one of us. You let her do this, bro.
Wow.
Okay, go ahead, Ova.
I definitely wanna say what makes y'all think this though. Like, would it make me go against somebody who's a thinker, I guess.
Well, I personally feel like it requires a certain level of shutting down your brain when it comes to reading the Bible. Because when we read the Bible, a lot of fantasy is in there. And part of you has to reject science and reject critical thinking, reject the contradictions in the book, reject the impossible events to favor the God, reject the evil he does to try and defend his goodness.
So could you give me some examples on what you might state as evil?
Okay, so I feel like when it comes to the God, you guys claim the God is meant to be a protector. He's meant to be a healer. But at the end of the day, there's people starving every day and there's people dying of illnesses and there's no Christians healing anyone like they're supposed to be doing.
Oh, let me ask you something. Do you think the people who run this world and got everybody living like this, do you think they believe in God?
I mean, it doesn't really matter what they believe in because you guys believe in God. So you guys should have more power over them
We are
because
not running the
sorry,
world.
do you mind? Yeah, so it doesn't matter where you are. You're supposed to have an all-powerful, all-loving, and all-knowing God on your side. He's meant to be answering prayers. You guys are meant to be healing the sick and drinking poison and letting snakes bite you without dying.
So where in the Bible does it say that we're God as a believer?
I never said it said that, did I?
That seems like somebody with superpowers, like a godly being. So where does me being a believer make me a god?
Where did she say that, bro?
She talking about we should be getting bit by snakes and
That's
drinking
not what she
poison.
said,
I'm just
though.
okay. Can you explain
Hold
it?
on, hold on.
Elaborate a little more.
I understand what he's saying. He's not a Christian. He is a Hebrew Israelite, so Yahweh only, Torah only, Ketuvim, Netuvim, not the New Testament. He's not a
So,
Christian.
Ova, you only believe in the Torah?
I read a Bible with an apocrypha.
Did you hear my
She's
question?
asking, do you believe
I
in Jesus?
I believe in Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai is Yahweh. Do you believe in Jesus?
He said Jesus. I don't
Yeah.
I
You
don't
know
believe
who
in
the fuck we talking
I
about.
get I see what you're saying, but
Do
like
you believe
if
in
we gonna
that
talk,
character?
of course.
Okay. So then answer her question then.
What was her question?
Holy shit.
My bad, I'm high. Chill.
What? Oh
What
my
was your
god.
question? My
Should
bad.
Yeah, I just want to timestamp 2:39 a.m. We have a high Christian on panel.
I'm not a Christian, but yeah.
Yes, you are. You believe,
I'm
you
not a
follow the
Christian.
teachings of the God in that book. You are a Christian. You just don't call
I
yourself
don't.
that.
Okay, cool. What gives Christian about me? Because I got a cross and I read a Bible.
Because
But
you
what else?
follow the teachings of the Christ.
And you think Christians nowadays do that?
That is the very definition of Christian. Christian just means you follow the teachings of
Okay,
Christ.
I get it, but hey, lower your tone.
No,
But
motherfucker.
okay,
I speak
if
how I
I
want to
follow,
speak. I speak how I want to
is this
speak.
gonna be a debate or an
I
argument?
speak how I want to speak. Don't fucking tone police me.
Neither. It's a conversation, my
That's
dog.
what I'm
Let's
saying.
go.
But like, why she yelling at me like
Okay, because you're being like, okay, so you can be baked and still use your brain. Like I've done it plenty of times, even though I don't indulge. It's not that hard, mate. I don't know how you're doing,
it's
but
3 in
the
the
whole point
morning?
of the topic, that's great. Okay. So the topic is, what do believers have against thinking? I gave you some examples of how you have to shut off your brain. But a direct example is the anti-intellectualism in the Bible. They want you to have a childlike mind. What do you think it means to have a childlike mind? Wouldn't you say that's on par with
An
not
innocent
thinking and being
mind.
yeah, you didn't hear the rest of my question. Wouldn't you say that's on par with being naive or ignorant or not thinking?
No.
If it's
So
childlike, it's not ignorant.
Can I explain? I say no because once again, saying that Christian belief, whatever. If you believe in God, you should believe in Him all the way. I feel like you shouldn't say, "Oh yeah, I believe in God," but at the end of the day, I still want to look up, is it possible to go to space and stuff like that. If you believe in God, you believe in His word. You should
do
never ever
children
want to
think a
think.
lot? Do children
Hold on,
think a lot?
Vanessa, you gotta let him finish.
Of course, they
Give me
think,
just a
but
second. Remember the rules of the live, y'all. I know they say dumb shit, but unless they're not answering your questions and you have to reiterate, or if they're going off topic, that's the only time a host should be interrupting a guest.
Yeah, he wasn't answering my question. I was
Then hold
asking
on,
him
then
about
reiterate the question that you asked. Don't ask a different question. If he's not answering it, reiterate the same question that you asked.
yeah, so I was asking you about what a childlike mind is.
and you
I'm
also
not sure
asked me
how we
about.
got to. Oh my god, I'm not sure how we
Okay,
got
cool.
to. What the fuck?
Don't
I'm not.
interrupt anybody over.
That's why he didn't even fucking hear me. Like, so I was asking you about what it's like to have a childlike mind. What are the features of a childlike mind that makes it childlike in comparison to an adult mind? That's what I'm asking you about, not space.
Okay, cool. What I was saying once again was the innocence. If God gave us our purpose is to repopulate and start a family and live with Christ, what else do you need to think outside of that for you to have this adult mind or high tech mind? What else do you need to be thinking about?
What does it mean to be innocent? To have an innocent mind? What does that mean?
Definitely not knowing all of this stuff that we weren't supposed to know, especially the stuff that's going around us now.
So you would say someone with a childlike mind doesn't know a lot and doesn't think a lot because they don't know a lot.
I didn't say that. I just think you would be completely oblivious to the stuff happening around you.
Isn't part of being oblivious literally not thinking?
Well, I mean, if God gave you something, once again, what else do you need to be thinking about?
Okay, I understand that, but can you address what I said directly? Can you admit that it means you're not thinking because you don't think that there's anything to think about because God gives you everything you need to know?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
sorry, but can we get the definition of oblivious?
type shit.
That was for you. What is the definition of oblivious?
Do you know type shit?
Do I know what?
That's what I don't say.
The definition of oblivious type shit.
Why are y'all asking me this?
Because
Like,
you used the
what is the
word.
question?
You used the word
Y'all asking
oblivious.
me.
I am telling you why. You used the word oblivious. You are saying that your God wants you to be oblivious. What is the definition of that word?
I was just gonna say, if he don't got it, I gotta pull it up to say it to everybody.
He tried to say that. Oh my god.
Can y'all not hear me?
No, when you're off of the app, we can't hear you. I can just read it.
My bad. I said unknown to ignorance.
What?
The definition of oblivious
In
is.
my books, the
I'm sorry.
definition of
I'm
what my
sorry. I'm
God.
sorry. Why the hell are you?
Oh my God.
Like, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't know what the fuck you mean by in your book, motherfucker. And you just went to fucking Google. You are not reading a goddamn book. You went to fucking Google. The definition of oblivious is unaware, unmindful, or not noticing what is happening around you. So you are saying that your God wants you to lack awareness of what is going on around you.
If it is given to me, once again, what else do you need to think about? Can somebody answer that?
God damn. Answer my question, please.
Can I get a question answered?
Can
What
you
else do I
answer
need?
the question I asked
I
before you
did
asked?
answer
No,
it.
you did
You're
not.
not
You
taking
asked a question. Answer my question before you ask a question.
I don't have an answer for your question because it is ignorance. What do I need
You
to
are the
think
one
about?
who said your God wants you to be oblivious. And I asked, are you saying that your God wants you to lack awareness of what is happening around you?
With an outworldly problem, or is this a gift from God?
I'm going to start again. Are you saying, do you know what those words mean? When I say, are you saying, do you know what those words mean?
Are you going to answer the question?
You want me to answer my own question?
All right.
I am asking you to clarify for me what you mean when you say your God wants you to be oblivious.
Did I not
am
answer this
asking,
already?
are you saying that your God wants you to be unaware of what is happening around you?
Well, since you don't know English, yes, if it is a gift from him, you should be unaware to what the purpose of him giving it to you is for. Now, if it's an outwardly thing, you should automatically be aware. He tells you to stay vigilant. There's going to be stuff going around that is going to be contradicting of his word. That's what I'm saying.
How can
So
you
if
be
it's a gift from,
vigilant? Sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. I kind of want to hear what you want to say. Go ahead.
I just want to know how someone can be vigilant and be unaware of what's happening around them at the same damn time.
Because you have humans and you have God. So if it is a gift from God, I don't need to think about why he's giving me the gift because it's from God. If it
But
is
who's talking about gifts? We're talking about your things happening around you. Happening around you. Being unaware of things happening around you. No one is talking about gifts. How can you be vigilant if you are unaware or mindless about the things happening around you?
you would believe in God. So he would be doing the watching and all of the guarding around you. So
Thank you. You
yes,
finally
and
answered
those
my question. Back to you, Venus. Thank you. You finally answered the question. Go ahead, Venus.
So why does your God want people to be oblivious and ignorant and not thinking? Why does he want that?
sorry about that. You said why does he want what?
Why does he want you guys to be oblivious to the world around you and ignorant of his motivations?
Where does he want you to be ignorant to his
You
motivation?
literally just fucking said that.
So if you believe in God and God is saying all you have to do is believe in him and he has you covered, why would I need to be on guard or have anything happen to me when he's already covering? Now, as far as involving your energy into these outwardly things, that's when you need to be vigilant and stuff because you are doing things that you don't know about.
But you said that you have to be vigilant of the false prophets and all that stuff. How can you be
When
ignorant
did I
and
say that?
vigilant?
False prophets? When did I say anything about a false
You
prophet?
said you have to be.
Did anybody hear me say anything
And
about
you
a
know what
false
the funny
prophet?
thing is? You're the definition of oblivious. You don't even remember what you said like a minute ago.
When did I say
Like,
false
you,
prophet?
do you mind? You said you have to be vigilant of people going around claiming they're teaching God's word and they're not. You
When did I?
literally said that. You
I
said
said
that
that?
when you. Okay, do you mind?
Okay,
You said
cool.
that when we. Okay, you said that when you said that people need to be vigilant. That's what you said people need to be vigilant of. How can you be vigilant and ignorant at the same time? Which one does your God want? Does he want his believers to be vigilant and think, or does he want them to be ignorant and not think?
Once again, if you believe in God, you do not need to be over whatever y'all trying to put it as. You just need to believe in God. That's it. He's going to do all the protecting, all the hustling, whatever he's going to do that for you. All you need to do is believe in God and keep his commandments.
But I don't understand why your God doesn't want you to think about the things that you're doing. And doesn't the book also suggest that faith without works are dead? So which one do we pick? Like, how do we know whether you just sit there and believe in God, like what Paul says, or whether you actually think and you do works and you think about the law and follow it? Which one is
So
it?
where are you getting this? Like, what Bible are you reading this out of or getting your information of? May I ask?
This is literally in the Bible. This is what James is saying. There's no different kinds of Bibles. I think all the Bibles would have this verse in it.
Definitely Bibles are definitely different. I got a Bible, like I stated before, that got some stories taken out, so I wouldn't say all of them are the same. Do you just don't believe in the Bible at all?
I don't believe in the Bible, but this is irrelevant. Like,
Okay,
I
let
don't
me.
understand why it makes it so hard to talk to you guys about your belief when you guys don't even know what you believe in. You haven't
I
even read the
definitely.
Bible.
I don't. I want to know what you. I don't
Like,
know what
you,
you believe in. I don't want.
do
I
you
don't
mind?
know what your
I
point of
was
view.
talking. Dude, I was talking. So most Bibles are typically going to, you said you have the Bible with the Apocrypha, but it's typically going to contain the original 66 books with more added on. So you're still going to have your James 2 verse 26 saying that you have to have, action when it comes to your faith, and that you can't be eating the meat for the idols and etc. And that you have to actually be aware of the laws that you're following. You actually have to think. So why are you then suggesting that no, you don't have to think, you just have to sit down and have faith and not do anything?
Because that would again go with my question on what did you mean by just think? Are you thinking of an outwardly problem, or is this like a spiritual problem? You didn't want to answer that, so I just gave you an answer.
I said think as it pertains to following the laws of your God.
Okay.
Like,
So why was that
Can we
so
get
hard to say when I was?
clarification? Can we get
But
clarification?
why was that so hard
I'm
to
sorry.
say
Can
when
we
I
get
asked you that?
clarification for what an outwardly problem is versus a spiritual problem?
So
Like an example, just an example. Give me an example of an outwardly problem, an example of a spiritual problem.
So I would say an outwardly problem would be the news keeping you in fear. And I would say a spiritual problem would probably be you handling, I would say day-to-day attacks. So it could be you waking up one morning and like your whole day just seems like it's just going bad. But if you, at the end of all of that, if you still come down and you give yourself to the Lord, that would be a spiritual problem. It would be a test.
how?
So the news keeping you in fear is outwardly.
I mean,
But
yes,
I'm
if
sorry.
you see through the
I'm sorry.
news,
Can I finish?
you
Let me
put a
finish,
pause.
please. God damn. So the news keeping you in fear would be outwardly, but having a bad day would be spiritual.
Do you know how spiritual you are?
No, just I'm clarifying. Is it
Okay, but you keep going quiet.
fear for? I am clarifying your words to make sure I understood what you said. The news and keeping you in fear is outwardly, and having a bad day is spiritual. Is that correct?
I gave you an example. It could be way worse than that, but yeah.
So you would solve the spiritual problem by praying to your God.
Yes.
And is that what makes it spiritual?
I would say just you and your energy and you being a follower of the Christ is already spiritual. You already are going to be attacked by
I'm talking about the
other things.
problem.
Can I finish?
I'm talking about the
Let's talk about. Oh,
problem.
that's cool. That's cool.
Okay, I'm
But
going
I'm
to give you the
talking.
rules
You hear me
again.
talking?
Okay, here are the rules
See,
again.
now it's the rules
A
when I talk.
host will interrupt only if they have to reiterate their question or repeat it because the guest is not answering the question, or a host will interrupt if the guest is going off topic. A host will not interrupt the guest if they just don't like what the guest is saying or disagrees. The guest should not be interrupting a host at all. That's the second time I have given the rules in this conversation. So again, for the spiritual problem, do you solve it by praying? And is that what makes the problem spiritual?
Yeah.
So when you are in fear by the news, do you solve that fear, that problem by praying, or do you solve the fear with an outwardly thing?
I don't watch the news. That was just an example. I don't watch the
Okay,
news.
but when in this example, if the news is keeping you in fear, the fear is the problem. Do you solve that problem by praying, or do you solve that problem with outwardly things?
I pray.
So then that would make that a spiritual problem too. Then if praying to solve the problem of having a bad day is what makes that spiritual, if you solve the fear with prayer, then wouldn't that make that a spiritual example too, and not an outwardly example?
An example you gave, yes.
Sorry, these are your examples.
No,
I didn't
because
give
I
them.
didn't. Okay, cool. You done?
No, wouldn't that make the example you gave of an outwardly problem spiritual?
Again, yes, in the example that you gave. The only
I
reason why I
didn't
say,
give an
oh
example.
my God,
I
yes, you
I
did.
didn't
Okay,
give an example. Your example was the news keeping you in fear.
exactly. And I told you.
Fear is the
Okay.
problem. You said you solved that problem with praying. My question is, if you solve the fear with praying, does that now make that problem spiritual and not outworldly?
Yes, for the example.
So then can you give me an example of an outworldly problem then? Because you gave me an example of two spiritual problems.
No. Okay. You done? I said
Yes.
only reason why I said that is because then you said, for the example in which I do watch the news, would that be spiritual? And that's why I said yes. But I'm telling you, I don't watch the news. So no, it would not be. Now do you get it? Like,
No,
what the fuck?
because you not
Okay.
watching the news doesn't change the
Like, what are
fact
we
that
talking about?
you not watching the news does not change the fact that the example you gave as outwardly does not qualify as an outwardly example based on your criteria. You gave me two examples of spiritual problems. I'm still trying to learn what an outwardly problem is.
Is there anything that can't be solved with prayer?
I don't think so, no.
So then you made an irrelevant distinction. There's no such thing as an outwardly versus spiritual battle when
But
the
if
qualifier being, do you mind? When the qualifier being one you solve through prayer to God and one you apparently don't. If there's nothing you can't solve with prayer, then every single problem seems to be spiritual, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what happens if you don't know that? And let's say you do rely on the news for truth. Would it still be a spiritual thing if you don't pray because now you're in fear? Or you don't believe in God at all? Would that still be spiritual?
What do you
Well,
mean
if you
rely on the news for truth? What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. Do you not know people who watch the news and believe everything they see from what they just seen is the truth? Do you not know people like that?
But how, so when you say rely on the news for truth, I'm so fucking confused on how that is an outworldly problem. Are you saying that your God tells you what's happening? That like if someone robs a liquor store, your God doesn't want you to rely on the news for that truth. Your God's gonna tell you that someone robbed the liquor store down the street from you?
That would be a stupid way of putting it. No, what I'm saying is you already should kind of know what's going on. If you read the Bible and you stay in your word, you should already kind of know where the world is shifting to and where it's heading to. So yes, you should stay vigilant as far as what is going on, but you should also stay in your word and stay praying to keep you grounded.
So
Does that make sense?
So staying in the Bible, reading the Bible, not watching the news, lets you know when a thief lives down the street from you.
Why are you bringing up a thief? You think am I supposed to be scared of the thief? Am I supposed to be praying that because there's a thief in my neighborhood? What is the relevance to the thief?
Sure. So let's change it from thief to child predator. If there is a child predator living in your neighborhood, you should not rely on the news to let you know that. The Bible will let you know that a child predator lives in your neighborhood.
First of all, what news just tells you, oh yeah, there's a child predator in your neighborhood without either telling them he's been arrested, or like, why would they just, oh yeah, breaking news, if you live in this area, there's a wanted pedophile in your, like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. So if there is a wanted pedophile that they have not yet caught, then the news would report on that pedophile and give the neighborhood. So are you saying that it is wrong to look at the news, that the Bible will let you know when there is a child pedophile living in your neighborhood?
I think, and the significance of the story, no, because then they progress stuff about wars and stuff, and then they move on 3 weeks later, you don't even hear about the wars. So it's like,
You
what
said
is
what?
really going
I'm
on?
not. I don't know why you're talking about wars. I'm trying to
I
find
don't know
out.
why
I'm
you're
trying to
talking about a
figure out
pedophile.
why the news is wrong. Like if, and you said that
Because
you're. I'm sorry.
they tell
Hello,
half of the
hello. You said that you're not supposed to depend on the news for truth. I'm trying to find out where you get the truth from. If it is true that there is a child predator loose in your neighborhood, how do you find that information out if not through the news? You said by reading the word. Are you saying by you reading the word, the Bible will let you know when there is a child predator loose in your neighborhood?
No, I am not, because that is dumb.
I
That is
agree.
dumb. Yeah.
So you
So I
should
don't know.
probably
That was a bad example.
pay attention to the news, right?
I think you should pay attention to what you're saying because that was a bad example.
Sure. How would you find out about the child predator?
Am I the child? Am I a child? Why the fuck do I
How
give a
would
fuck
you
about a
find
child
out
predator
if
being in my
how would you
neighborhood?
find out that there was a child
Why?
predator in your neighborhood?
I wouldn't, because I wouldn't know. What the fuck? I'm not a
So your
child.
God would just keep you in the dark then? Because you
Do I
can't
have a
watch the
child?
news?
But do I have a child? Why would that be any significant? What would I gain off of knowing that though? Would that help clean the bills or help this person sick in the hospital? It doesn't gain anything. What is it doing?
So knowing that there are harmful people in your neighborhood that is wanted doesn't have, like, you don't need to know any of that.
Okay, cool. I see what you're asking. Okay, cool. Right? That what is worse, me knowing that or me knowing that the same people who own these news companies are also supporting pedophiles? Why is this news channel broadcasting that there's a pedophile in my neighborhood when the people who own this nuke are pedophiles themselves?
Sure.
Why would I
Because
believe in that? Is that truth?
Sure, because there are children who live in neighborhoods. There are children who walk to schools. There are children and families. I'm sure you have children in
No, I
your
don't.
families. So that's why you would need to know if there is a harmful person on the loose. Back to you,
Okay.
Venus.
But can I ask you a question too? Before you talk, Venus, can I ask her a question? Are there not still children on Epstein Island without social security cards or all this other other identification things gone? What about those children?
Sure.
I get it. There's
What?
children in my
Hold
neighborhood
on,
that
hold
could
on.
be
Over.
okay.
Over.
All right, talk over me, but
Would you be more affected and more impactful by knowing that a predator is 1 mile or 1 house away from you? Or do you have the power to be impactful on Epstein Island?
I love the way she's trying to spin these questions. All right.
How is that a spin?
I would say yes. If I had kids, that would be very crucial
I'm sorry,
information.
again, there are
Okay.
children in your neighborhood. There are children who walk to school in your neighborhood.
So what are you
would
doing?
you be more impactful to know that a predator is in your neighborhood, or are you more impactful on Epstein Island?
I would be more impactful in my neighborhood, but
So
at the
then it
same
makes
time,
more
what I'm
sense for you
saying.
to know that there are
Oh my
children
God!
in your neighborhood
Can I speak for
and
myself?
watch the news and not be focused on Epstein Island because you don't have the power, nor do you have a supernatural God that can fly you to Epstein Island to do anything about Epstein Island.
So what are you doing then? Let's
This
say right now the news tell you that there's a pedophile in your neighborhood. What are you going to be doing for those kids who got to go to school or that got to play outside? Are you going to be outside guarding them?
I'm gonna watch the children.
You're going to watch.
I'm gonna
And what
stand
if you see
outside and while the children on the bus stop. If I see something suspicious, I'm gonna call the police.
every day of the week you're going to be outside watching those kids every day of the
Yes.
week? Every day that
Yes.
school is in, you're going to be out
Yes.
there watching.
Yes.
Yeah, bull. Yeah,
I don't
I
think
like
you
to
know
see
the
it.
kind of person that Thinker is. She would most definitely do that. She would do as much as she could. So I don't know why you're
I
trying
did
to
it.
make
But I'm
character
not. I'm not.
assessments about
Listen,
people
y'all
that you
making it
don't
hard.
know.
I'm not saying
Stop
that
talking at
she.
the same time as me.
But
Because
then y'all
you're
do it
just
to
like, you're
me. So what
trying
is
to,
like
yeah,
the
because
fuck?
you say the most stupid things ever. Like there
That's
was no
cool.
need for
You
you
don't
to
know
flip
me.
that question. I don't need to know you.
She was
I
asking
can
dumb
tell,
questions too. I didn't hear y'all
I can
saying
tell
anything.
based off
Can
of,
you
I can tell
stop
based
it,
off of what you
Ova?
just said. Like I can tell based off of what you just said that was stupid because I just heard what you said. You had no need to flip that question back on Thinker because Thinker's not the one who
I
believes
just.
in spiritual. Do you mind? Thinker's not the one who believes in spiritual versus worldly problems. So there was absolutely no need for for you to ask her that question.
So who's the
We're
host? Can I
talking
can I
about,
ask you a question? Can I
oh
speak
my
for
God,
myself?
you can see her name at the top. She's the host. I'm a co-host.
So I
So
want to
is
talk to her.
Samuel. So is Samuel. So is Maddie. You're talking to me and
I'm
anyone
not
who
talking to
wants
you.
to
You're
ask you
talking
a
to me.
question.
Yes,
Yeah,
you.
you just responded to me, can't. Can you like actually like stop being the second prompt and like answer questions correctly?
So ask me a question instead of talking.
Okay, this
You're gonna
isn't.
have to calm down. And I, Venus, just before you ask him this next question, I did it when I found out that there was a predator in my neighborhood. I watched the kids. I made sure I was at the park. I made sure I was walking down to the bus stops to make sure because they had to walk past this man's house. So it's possible for humans to do that. The point Thinker was making is that you have a supernatural. I'm not going to tell you Thinker's point. The point I got from it, you have a supernatural God who's not doing it. Go ahead, Venus.
And
And
don't
oh
do
wait,
Venus Venus in here, please. She's a
let me give a
co-host.
real quick oh I'm sorry, Maddie, I couldn't hear you.
You're fine.
I
Don't
like that.
dismiss Venus again because you're talking to Venus. If Venus don't want to talk to you anymore, you gonna drop down. So don't do that.
Well,
You're
that's
I
not
didn't
talking
even
to
true
know who
because
was
Venus.
talking to
somebody
me.
else
I
might
was
want to
trying to
talk to
talk to the
him.
host. I didn't even know who was talking to me.
Well, if
We
Venus
have
is
let me
going
give
and
a quick
nobody else want to talk to you, you're gonna get dropped. So don't do that to Venus.
That's cool.
let
Ask
me
me a
give a
question
quick
though.
vocal let me give a quick verbal mod announcement because y'all are doing a lot of caps in the comments and then accusing the mods of abusing their mod powers. Even one word in all caps that includes those abbreviations will get you muted for 5 minutes. If you come back on another account complaining, that account will get muted because we are doing our jobs that Thinker asked us to do. Do your job that Thinker asked you to do and not type in all caps. Acronyms, thank you.
So
And
going back,
Ultra, you
sorry.
just earned a full
Can y'all hear me?
live mute.
No,
Go
if
ahead,
they
sorry.
type in all caps after you make that announcement, that's a block.
Oh, okay, so let me fix that.
All right. So, on the topic of, not thinking, do you think that it makes someone a more vulnerable member of society to be ignorant to the things around them?
Did I say this? Like, why are you asking me questions from your point of view? Like, it's kind of like
Because I'm
I just
just
think they're asked
curious.
questions. Like, if I feel like you, from your perspective, you think because I believe in God, I'm like superior to you or some shit. But that's not what it is.
Do you mind answering my question? I'm not really like talking about you personally because it's the second topic. That's why I'm asking you questions about thinking and
Yeah.
how thinking operates in a society. I'm not sure what your problem is with me. Like, I'm just asking you questions about the topic.
I don't.
So
I don't have a
my
problem with
question
anyone.
was, I'll ask you my question again.
Cool.
My question was, does not thinking and being ignorant make you a more vulnerable member of society than that of
Yes.
people who do think?
Yes.
And you
Yes.
have admitted that your God wants you to be a part of these ignorant and childlike minded people.
Wouldn't say like them people, but with the same do they believe in God? Are these people that believe in God? Are these just people what's the context behind it though? You're just
God damn.
leaving it vague. What is the
Y'all
I'm
context
just
just,
behind? Are
naming
these
I'm
people
just,
characteristics.
okay?
Naming
But are these people
characteristics.
believers?
mate,
Just answer that.
It doesn't really matter
That
because
matters
we
in
don't.
my answer.
Do you mind? Because we don't see believers being more protected in society, dying less, going to prison less, being healed more. We don't see any disparity in these statistics that affect whether believers are vulnerable or invulnerable members of society. It's why I don't think that's a controlled variable in my question, because it doesn't impact the amount of people being protected or dying. Their
So can I
religious
answer that? Okay,
affiliation.
cool.
Okay, their religious affiliation doesn't affect whether they are more likely to die or live in a society. So my question was to you, does your God want you to be a part of these people who don't think and are ignorant, vulnerable members of society?
Cool. You have said something. I think it does play a part though. However, if you choose to live life and not believe that there is a higher power, do you not think you will die in ignorance? You don't know anything. You spend day to day skipping past the Bible, skipping past praying, skipping past any type of spiritual feeding. Where do you think you will do? Do you think you just wake up every morning to work a 9 to 5, eat, sleep, and shit, and there's nothing else going on with life? You just think that's your only purpose is to work and think all day?
Do
You
you
don't never
honestly
think there's something higher?
do you
So
think
So why
yes, you
does
will
he
die in
actually
ignorance. So a lot of people will die in ignorance. The black community, a lot of people will die in ignorance. You don't know
why does your
anything.
God want you guys to be vulnerable members of society? Why doesn't he want you to think and to be more aware of your surroundings, more aware of the things that you decide to sign your life up for? Why doesn't he want that?
Because first of all,
I'm
those
sorry, I have
things
a
don't
question.
have good intentions behind it. What does a person need a social security number for, or even
That's
a
not
date of
what I.
birth?
I'm sorry, I
Oh
have a
my God.
question.
You
Go
said
ahead,
sign
Finko.
myself up
I'm sorry,
for.
I have a
Wouldn't you?
question.
Okay, but I was
I have
finished
a
answering her
question.
question.
My question is, what is the higher that this spiritual knowledge allows you to do on earth and during your life that a non-believer cannot do?
Live peacefully.
A non-believer lives peacefully.
Really?
Yes,
Show me one.
right here.
So
Hi.
you don't. So you, excuse me,
Hello.
from since you were born to now, you never went through any type of stress.
I did go through stress when I was a Christian. I am a
You went through
non-believer.
stress as a
I'm sorry, let
Christian.
me finish. I went through stress when I was a Christian. I am a non-believer. I now live in peace.
You pay bills.
Yes.
Is that stressful?
No.
No.
No, because
But
I
don't
have
you pay
money.
bills?
I'm
But don't you
sorry.
pay bills too?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I pay
What?
bills.
Hold on.
But if I'm
Hello.
not
Hello.
slaving my
Hello.
ass
I
off
am
for ends
talking.
meet,
I'm sorry. I'm talking. I work for myself. I don't have a boss. I pay
good.
bills. I do not worry about money.
I like that. So you have no problems. There's never been a problem where you're just like, fuck, life is stressing. And whatever I'm going to at the end of the day for counseling or whatever you do is not working. It always works or whatever you're going through or have behind you.
So here's the definition of peace for me. I can
Okay.
recognize problems, but it does not disturb my peace. Peace does not mean no problems.
and being stressed out one time doesn't mean you're not at peace. Like what? I could have been stressed when I was 2. That doesn't mean I'm not at peace.
And Christians
So
go through stressful shit too. Like you
but
guys
that's the
act like
thing.
believing in
That's
the.
the
Do you
I'm not a
mind?
Christian. Like
I don't. Okay,
50th time.
believers go through stressful things too. Whatever the fuck you believe in,
Of course
everyone
we go
goes
through,
through.
but I don't have to worry
Why
about
do
it.
you have to talk after every single fucking sentence
Cause
I
y'all do
talk
it to me. I
after?
don't get the rules. Y'all lay down the rules, but then somebody breaks it, but then it's only getting real.
Give me just a
Thank
second.
you.
Ova, can you repeat the rules back to me? What are the rules, Ova?
Mute.
You're on mute. What are the rules?
Actually, somebody put me on mute. But
Put you on mute.
I guess I don't know the rules at all because y'all not even following the rules. So I
So
guess it
how can
only
you say
pertains
we're
to
not
me.
following them if you're not,
How
if
many
you don't
times y'all
know
talked
them?
over me?
Over, I gave you the rules. When
I
can a
gave you
host when can a host interrupt you?
when the person is not answering the question, but I've answered the question and I've been trying to talk to elaborate what I'm trying to say, and niggas talk over me. So then I gotta stop talking because this person just talked over me, and then now they get to say they point across. But it's like, when do I get to explain why I felt this way?
Over, if a host stops you and says you're not answering the question or you're going off topic, then a host means you're not answering their question and you're going off topic. And that is when a host will interrupt you. Those are the rules. You cannot interrupt a host ever.
Okay.
Those are the rules. And we continue to have to tell you to stop interrupting. But if a host interrupts you, it's because you did not answer her question or you are going off topic.
Can I talk now? So what about that time? Because I know you were just right here. Because I didn't hear you say "be right back" or nothing. Where one of these ladies asked me a question, I was literally in the middle of answering the question, and another one literally interrupted. Was like, "Can I ask you a question?" Woo, woo, woo. Where were you stating the rules then?
Actually, Over, I don't have to tell you when I go off
See,
camera.
you see what I mean? See what I mean?
Why
See
you
what I
just
mean?
interrupted me. I literally came on camera to show you that I just got back from fixing me a cup of coffee. I did not hear it. And you just interrupted me for no reason because you did not like my answer. I was not here. And I do not have to announce when I walk the fuck away.
He's talking about you anyway, Thinker. Venus was asking him a question and he didn't really answer her question. And then that's when you came and said, I have a
And said,
question. He's talking about you and you're the
Oh,
host,
that
so
was
you
her.
can
See,
do
I don't
that.
even know who's talking to me.
He
That's what
was
I'm saying.
lying. That never happened. No one interrupted someone else asking a question to ask a question. We don't do that. We don't cut off each other's questions. That never fucking happened.
Yeah, he was
Like,
Read the
what the
comments.
fuck?
asking
I
something.
know I'm not the only one
Hey,
lying.
hold
Read the
on. Hey,
comments.
wait, hold
Okay.
on.
Okay.
Because I don't think I've interrupted you
That's
since you've been
cool.
up here.
That's
So
cool.
just stop real quick. When Venus asked you the question, you thought you were answering the question. You did not. When you could fail to answer the question, that's when Thinker just said, I have a question, because you weren't able. Venus had asked you the question like 5 times.
So let me
Thinker
ask,
can do
is
that. She
that
the host.
so is that the person that's on the cam right now, or is this somebody else?
That okay. This is your first time on here,
Oh,
so I'm
bro.
gonna explain it. When our boxes light up, there's a blue thing around our box. That's who's talking to you. You see my box lighting up?
Yeah,
Maddie is
cool.
talking to you.
All right.
If Venus's box light up, Venus is talking to you. If Thinker's box light up, everybody shut the fuck up because Thinker is the host. Even you. It don't
Oh,
matter
bro.
if you in the middle of your sentence. You just be quiet and let her ask what she got to say.
So, host, can you talk real quick so I can see your box light up or whatever?
My box will
Whatever.
not light up
Okay,
because
cool.
I'm
I
the
see.
host.
No, it do
Your
kind of.
box
It's like
does
a
light
blue
up,
thing.
Thinker.
Yeah. So
It
okay, I
does
can see
light
it
up.
now. My bad.
I thought it would
That's
be
on me.
obvious who the fuck the host is, like
Bro,
the big
most of the
screen
time,
and the name at the top. Like I thought it
most of
would be
it,
more
I'm
obvious.
what? Can
But
I explain
why
myself?
do you, oh my god, we're not interested in your lack of understanding of a
Because
TikTok
look, you keep
layout.
insulting me, and when I try
and
to
now
understand,
you,
like give you
okay,
my understanding, it's
hold
like
on,
no, we don't want to
over.
hear from you.
Hold on,
He
over.
whines so
Because you're
much.
doing it right now. Thinker already told you not to interrupt, and that's what's happening. While someone is talking, you come in to respond, and then you think they're talking over you when they're stopping you from talking over them. That is literally what's happening. I think you need to step back and slow down and pay attention to that.
Okay, over. I would prefer if we talk about the topic rather than your lack of understanding of how TikTok layout works. We've explained it to you, so I think it's time we get back on track.
Yes, and I want my question answered. What is it that you are saying the spiritual knowledge allows a Christian to do that an atheist cannot? in our lives?
See signs from God. See, I guess I don't know. As an atheist, do you still pray or even talk to yourself about things that you want to get better, or even things you need or whatever?
I would not pray. I don't know who I would be praying to, but I do have conversations with myself.
Okay. Um. I don't know what it's like to be an atheist. So I don't really know how to speak it for you, but for my understanding, I feel like when I was a non-believer, I felt like I was at a huge disadvantage in life. Um, I wasn't able to see certain things. If I don't really know how to explain it for an atheist for real,
But you
for
are
you to understand it.
22. You are 22.
But
How,
everybody's
one
different.
second, 1 second. You are 22. What age were you an atheist and where you could not see, where you were at this disadvantage? What age?
I was at 18.
And what disadvantage did you have at 18 that all 18-year-olds do not experience?
Can't speak on all, but I would say for me myself, just my worth. Exact. I just thought because I lived in the hood that's all it was for me in life, was to die in the hood, because that's what God gave you. But I got to see other stuff in life and see that the world is much bigger, much better than what we dumb it down to be when we're just stuck in this small little environment, if that makes sense.
So you are saying that a 18-year-old atheist cannot see that there's more to life than just living in the hood?
I mean, yeah, I don't know if you know any other options in the hood, but there's no other options in the hood. We don't get the same options that these little prissy white boys get.
No, I didn't ask you about options.
So
No, listen to the question. Are you saying that an 18-year-old who is an atheist cannot come to the understanding or realization that there is more to life than living and dying in the hood?
no, not where I'm coming from. No. And I think a lot of people can say that. Yes, you can speculate it, but you know for a fact you're never gonna get that opportunity to see that stuff, especially with how the way you're living and what you're doing.
So every 18-year-old that has lived in the hood and made it out are Christian or believers in your God?
What were they doing in the hood? You can live in the hood and be completely with school, but are you know what I'm saying? Is you getting your hands dirty?
So I'm so confused because now you're adding to it. So my question was, are there any 18-year-olds who do not believe in your God who cannot come to the realization that there is more to life than living and dying in the hood?
Once again, I cannot speak for every 18-year-old, but at the time when I was 18 and the people I was around that also were, no, that wasn't an option.
It's interesting that you say that spiritual knowledge allows you to span out and see more than just your limited, beyond your limited perception, except you cannot even consider the 18-year-olds all around the world who live in what you call the hood. And the fact that there are 18-year-olds who do not believe in your God, who have lived and surrounded by gang banging, by sex trafficking, by D-rug addicts, or who even had parents who were D-rug addicts and have made it out of the hood without a belief in a God.
I don't know any. Probably is one out there. I'm not gonna dumb it down. Probably is some out there, but I didn't know any at the time, and I can only speak from my own testimony, my own story. So
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm asking you, what does this spiritual knowledge afford you to do? And you're saying that it allows you to span out beyond your limited perception, yet you answer in a very limited way. And so the evidence of what you are saying is the opposite, and that you actually don't have the ability to do anything extra that a person without a belief in your God can do. Like you have this supernatural claim or spiritual claim of something, except everything that you are explaining is very human.
So you can, is it still possible that you can die from getting shot like one time, right? So what can you say to a person, let's say, I don't know, somebody gets shot 8 times in the head or something? Would you just think that person survived miraculous or just out of blue, or the doctor saved them? What would you think about a person like that?
Sure. There actually is someone in our community who is an atheist who was shot multiple times in the head and is alive. They are a member of this community.
Mm-hmm. He can speak well. Everything's
Yes.
well with him.
Yes.
Everything's well.
Yes.
No slur.
Nope.
And he's not a believer at
and
all.
he's pretty funny. No, he's an atheist.
I have to meet him one day. I know I don't know any. Everybody growing up with uncles and neighbors in my community, everybody that got shot, I don't know what happened, but shit turned him into a believer. So I guess he's the first.
What about Sonia Massey?
Who?
Sonia Massey. Oh, my bad. You don't watch the news. You be on Epstein Island. Sonia Massey is a woman who is a believer in your God. That if you'd have watched the news, you would have seen your God went viral when Sonia called out his name. And while there was a police officer in her house who put a weapon in her face, and she called on your God, and he shot her, and she died. And that went viral, the God not showing up when she called on him. So we have a atheist who was shot in the head and survived. We have a believer who was shot in the head and died. So again, like as a human being, right? I'm just human. I don't have any extra spiritual or supernatural abilities, right? My abilities are limited. But so when I look at these situations, I understand that these are human beings going through human problems. But according to you, when the God is added, Sonia should not have died.
Never said that. I can't speak for Simon. You said she called him my God, but yet you still keep thinking I'm a Christian. So apparently it wasn't my God.
You believe in Yeshua, Yahweh Shai.
She said definitely God. We don't call him God, so
She
that
said
would
no.
not be
She
my
called
God.
him Jesus. But your God being
Not my
your
God.
God being all powerful and all knowing knows that you all have been taught to call him Jesus. Like you're saying that if, for example, right, this is my human ass, right? If my child cannot say my name correctly, and I hear my child calling my name, do you think I'm going to ignore them and watch them in danger just because they didn't say my name correct?
I don't think you would, but you said she said Jesus, and I said
Right.
Yahuwah. Yahuwah
Right.
starts with a Y,
I
and
get
Jesus
it.
starts with a J.
I
That's not the
get
same
it.
thing.
I get that. It's
So what are we
still,
talking
I
about?
get it. I get it. But if my child, instead of saying mama, says Bama, right? Because they don't know how to say my name, do you think that I would just watch my child in danger and not help because my child said the wrong name? Or will I know that my child is calling on me?
Once again, I don't think you would, but from your child saying Bama to Mama, that is not the same thing from Yahweh to Jesus. That would just be like your name being Tiffany and your child calling you Miranda. Would that be the same thing? Would you still help your so-called child out if she's calling you a different person's name?
Okay, yeah. If I know that my child thinks my name is Miranda, and I understand that that is my child's understanding, and that my child has not been taught the proper name to call me, but I know that my child thinks my name is Miranda, when my child says Miranda, I'm coming because I know my child. And I know that that's who my child is trying to call Miranda, mama. So again, what you are saying is your God, who is all knowing, sees people calling on him, needing him, and because they're not saying the right name, he's not showing up, although he knows that they are intending to call on him. That's what you're saying.
No, that is not what I'm saying. Every time I've called on my God, I've gotten what I needed. I cannot, once
I'm not
again,
talking
speak on other
about you.
people's
I'm
situation.
not talking about you. Please listen. Take your
You
defense
need to
ears
listen.
off and put on your listening ears. What you are saying is that because Sonia Massey said Jesus, your God ignored the fact that she was taught to call him that. And your God knew that she was calling for him, but because she did not call him by the right name, he did not come. That's what you are saying.
If I guess you want me to say that. I think that's what it's kind of sounding like a little bit, because once again, I cannot speak on other people's testimony.
I'm sorry.
So what you're asking
I'm
me,
sorry, stop. You did say that the reason she got shot is because she said God or Jesus. I mean, the reason that she died is because she said God or Jesus. Those are your words. And so I'm clarifying your words. You are saying that because she said the wrong name, your God sat and watched her call for him and he did not help her. That's what you said.
that's what I said. So when did I say the reason why that lady got shot is because she called him Jesus instead of Yahweh Shai? Or did I say
Talking about gifts. One second while I replay this.
Yahweh
I
Shai?
have to find this, okay?
If I guess you want me to.
And because they're not things, my name is Miranda.
The same thing, would you still help your so-called child out?
That it's still
What are we talking about?
I get it.
But I don't think you would, but
Right? This is my human ass, right? And when the God is provide, we have a believer who was shot in the head, and that went viral. The God not showing up when she called on him. So we have a atheist who was shot in the head and survived. We have a believer who was shot in the head and died. So again, like as a human being, right? I'm just human. I don't have any extra spiritual or supernatural abilities, right? My abilities are limited. But so when I look at these situations, I understand that these are human beings going through human problems. But according to you, when the God is added, Sonia should not have died.
never said that. I can't speak for some. You said she called him my God, but yet you still keep thinking I'm a Christian. So apparently it wasn't my God.
You believe in Yeshua, Yahweh Shai.
She said definitely God. We don't call him God, so
She
that
said,
would
no,
not be
she
my
called
God.
him Jesus. But your God being
Not my
your
God.
God being all powerful and all knowing knows that. So there you go. You said she didn't call on your God because she said God or Jesus. She didn't call your God. And so what you are saying is that your all-knowing, all-powerful God watched Sonia say God or Jesus, knowing that she was calling for him, but he did not come because she did not call him Yahweh Shai.
First of all, that wasn't your argument. You literally said that I said that was the reason for her dying. You just rewinded the tip.
You
When did
literally
I
said,
say?
okay, and
Can
listen again.
all right.
Listen
Okay.
again.
Listen.
Listen again. But so when I look at these situations, I understand that the English type or God, and that if you'd have watched the news, you would have seen your God went when Sonia called out his name. And while there was a police officer in her house who put a weapon in her face. And she called on your God and he shot her and she died. And that went viral. The God not showing up when she called on him. So we have a atheist who was shot in the head and survived. We have a believer who was shot in the head and died. So again, like as a human being, right? I'm just human. I don't have any extra spiritual or supernatural abilities, right? My abilities are limited. But so when I look at these situations, I understand that these are human beings going through human problems. But according to you, when the God is added, Sonia should not have died.
Never said that. I can't speak for Sonya. You say she called him my God, but yet you still keep thinking I'm a Christian. So apparently it wasn't my God.
You believe in Yeshua, Yahweh Shai.
She said definitely God. We don't call him God, so
She
that
said
would
no.
not be
She
my
called
God.
him Jesus, but your God being
Not my
your
God.
God being all power.
I corrected you. Not my God. Never said
The
that was the
ve-
reason why she died.
what
It's
do
like,
you think saying "not my God" is for? Why are you saying that?
because you keep saying it's Jesus person,
No.
but
Why are you
Jesus
saying?
isn't
Why
God.
was your answer when I say your God allowed her to die? Because you said that the thing that a believer has that a non-believer does not have is to be shot several times in the head and not die. Do you remember asking me that?
Yeah.
All right. And so I tell you about Sonia Massey, a believer who was shot in the head and died. And when I ask you why your God did not help her when she called on him, what was your answer?
That isn't my God.
Right. And why isn't that your God? Because she did what?
No, that's not. Because
No.
we
Why?
don't call Jesus our God. That's
Right.
why.
So she called the wrong name?
Are you saying that's the reason why she got shot? Is because you trying to say I said that?
Why didn't your God help her when she called for help?
I can't speak on it. Why didn't your God help?
I
You
don't
believe in
have a
somebody?
God. I'm an atheist.
So who you talk
Why
to?
didn't your God help her when she called for help?
Why didn't yours?
I don't have one.
So
Why
who do you talk
didn't I
to?
don't have one myself? Why didn't your God help her when she called for help?
Why didn't you help her?
You see how you're deflecting?
Okay, cool. Why did my God help? I cannot speak on God. I'm CJ. I'm CJ.
Oh,
I
so
cannot speak on what my God is
okay.
doing.
All right. So now it's not because she said God or Jesus. You're backing away from that?
I was correcting you.
You're
You
backing
said
away
because
from
she said,
that. You're backing away when I said she called on your God for help. And
but
you
you're trying
said
to.
it, hold on. When I said she called on your God for help and he did not help her, you said,
Not my God.
right. And how did you know that it wasn't your God?
Because you told me she said something about Jesus. I didn't know about this person.
Right. So because she said the wrong name.
I guess. I don't know. I've
Right.
never seen the
So,
video.
okay. So because she said the wrong name and she didn't say Yahweh Shai, your God did not help her. Right?
No. I don't know.
Y'all are so dishonest.
How is that this? What you want me to tell you what God was doing when she got shot in the head? I don't know. What do you want me to say? Nigga,
Your
like,
God
it's like,
didn't
what the
help
fuck?
her. Your God
You're
didn't
trying
help.
to literally
I'm sorry.
paint me.
Your God didn't help her.
Yours didn't
You
either.
said
Whoever you're
I
talking
don't
to.
have a God. You said that what Christians, what believers have that we don't as atheists is this supernatural aspect of this God that you can get shot in the head multiple times and still live. That's what you said. And so when I gave you an example of a believer who was shot in the head and died, your reasoning for your God not helping her was because it wasn't your God that she called on because she did not say the right name.
So how do you know she's a believer?
Because she called on God. She called on Jesus.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. It was not really a question. Do you know how many so-called people believe in God but don't do shit
Are we talking about
to
whether they believe or whether they obey? Which one are we talking about?
believe? Because you
All
said she
right, so
called on God.
right. So she
Okay.
called on Jesus, which meant she believed Jesus could help her. She was a believer.
Okay. So do you expect that this Jesus or this Yahweh Shai or Yahweh supposed to help everybody around the world? Okay, so imagine her getting she got shot, right? Imagine what else could be going on around the world at that exact same time. Who is he supposed to help then? This supernatural God of mine, right? Who is he supposed to help then? Because if he let's say he chose her, and let's say somebody died in a big boat or whatever, would he still be liable? So
Okay.
answer that.
Sure. So your all-powerful God isn't quite powerful. Are you saying Yahweh Shai's line was busy?
No. What I'm saying is you want me to emphasize on what he was doing when she got shot, but I'm saying imagine what else was happening around the same time.
I don't think I asked you what he was doing. I think
They literally
I
were.
think I made a statement that he did not help her.
You
He
literally
did.
said, what was he doing?
I didn't. How the fuck would you know what
Thank
a
you,
God
nigga.
is doing?
Like,
I
what the
didn't
fuck?
ask you that shit. I
what?
said he did not help her, and you said not my God.
Like what?
And
I think
he's the
your
one that
brain is
introduced
breaking right
that.
now.
I'm talking to the host.
I
What are
think
we
your
talking
He's
brain
the
is
one that
breaking right now.
introduced that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, thinker. He's the one that introduced that he didn't know what God was doing.
I literally said
And
that, right?
he's because she never asked you what God was doing.
She
You said,
literally
I
said, what was
don't
he
know
doing?
what God was doing. She did not say that, my
So
guy.
what was he
You
supposed to do? Let
introduced
me know as a
that. You
non-believer, what was he supposed to
introduced
do?
that. Stop talking over me.
Hold on. According
You
to what you
introduced
said,
that.
you said
Oh
that a
my
believer
God.
could get shot 8 times and still live. She is a believer that got shot in her head and died. So what he was supposed to do was what you said the God would do.
Help her?
That's what you said. That's what you
He
said a
helped me?
believer has. This is what you said a believer has over a non-believer.
Yeah, he helped me. So
Are you the
what am I
only
supposed to?
believer in the world?
I ain't say that, but he
So
helped me.
again,
Well, I can't speak on nobody else.
you said a believer has over a non-believer this ability. That's what you said.
What I said from the get-go is that I couldn't speak on anybody else's testimony. He helped me. That's all I can speak on. He
You've
helped
been
me.
shot 8 times in the head and still
It
lived.
wasn't it that the number was exaggerated, but yes, I've been shot. But he helped me.
In the
So I
head,
can speak on me.
you've been shot.
Nah, it was
I'm sorry.
more, a place
The
more
example
critical.
you brought up was being shot in the head
I
multiple times and still living.
get that. I
So were
exaggerated
you the
that.
one shot in the head?
No, I was shot in the
Oh,
chest. I
so
wasn't shot in the
then
head.
why did you bring up someone else's testimony?
Because once again, it was an example. So I didn't bring up anybody's testimony because it was an example.
So
You brought up
just
somebody's
lied.
testimony.
You don't know
I
anyone that
literally
was
said
shot
an
in the
example.
head. Sorry, you don't
Like,
know anyone that was shot in the head and lived, and so you're lying and making up abilities
I
that a
do.
believer has over an atheist. You lied.
Stop
I
talking.
did not lie. Somebody keep muting my mic. I definitely do know somebody who was shot in the head. The number is exaggerated, and he's still
So you
alive,
are
and he
telling
became an
someone
ex-believer.
else's testimony.
Yes, but that wasn't
So
somebody
you
else's
can
testimony.
tell someone else's testimony then.
This nigga dumb.
Did I? That wasn't for the example. No, that was not telling somebody else's testimony. Once again, the number is exaggerated, so it wouldn't be his testimony then.
So you know
If you had said,
someone who has been shot in the head that is a believer and still lives.
Yeah.
So you do know someone else's testimony and you can tell someone else's testimony.
I can't tell you in depth, but surface level stuff, yeah, a little bit.
Right. And so you can tell whether or not your God helped this believer who was shot in the head and died.
Yeah,
Right.
from his actions, yes, I
Mm-hmm.
definitely can.
Right. The gaslighting you all do, the lying you all do to defend this God. And as I said, and I'll pass this back to Venus, because I just wanted to know what you meant by this supernatural knowledge, and that atheists just want to work a 9 to 5 and just think all day and do nothing. Like, you don't do anything extra that an atheist does. You
You
are
didn't ask me
fucking,
about
you
me
are
though.
human. I literally asked you, what is the supernatural knowledge that you are referring to, and what does it allow you to do here on earth and our reality that an atheist cannot do? You said peace, went through that. You said be shot in
Right.
the head multiple times, and this is what we're talking about right now. You don't have any supernatural ability that an atheist, like you're just fucking human.
So
You're
would you?
human. I'm still talking. You're human, and you don't
Mm.
have any superpower. That you can't do anything that an atheist cannot do at all.
Probably
Go
not,
ahead,
but I know more
Venus.
knowledge. I say knowledge. Majority of the atheists lack knowledge when it comes to what's going on around you. And I think that is a reason why some of you are atheists. I feel like when it comes to asking y'all on why y'all atheists, some of y'all reasons are dumb.
But how
So
can you then say that we lack there in knowledge of the things around us when you admitted that your God wants you to be ignorant of the things around you? And you gave the example of saying not to watch the news. How can
be,
you say that if you're the ones who are meant to be
because I'm
ignorant to your
covered, you're
God?
not. What are we talking about?
Covered by what? We've already
What are you
established
covered
that you
by?
can be covered.
Nothing.
I'm covered by clothes right now. We've already
So,
established that you can be
yeah,
covered.
so
We've already.
funny.
Would you mind still talking over me? We've already established that you can be covered by these nuts. But at the end of the day, it doesn't protect you from anything. That's why Sonia Macy, unfortunately, had the fate that she encountered. Your God doesn't protect you guys from shit. We already gave the example of that guy who was an atheist being shot. Even like literally the beginning of the conversation, I literally said this.
So what is the point of being atheist?
Well, I don't need to explain my worldview to you.
I
This
gotta go
isn't.
in depth about me, but
No, I can share with that. The point of being atheist is that I don't believe in a God. That's it. Go ahead.
But also the fact that you're trying to say we don't have knowledge and you somehow think you're a Hebrew Israelite with no blood testing or no proof is absolutely fucking diabolical. The lack of knowledge is on your end. That's on
y'all
your
believe
part.
Jewish people are the real Jews.
No, we don't. We don't really look like we love Jewish people. We love all kinds of people except for the evil ones, but that's irrelevant. We're not talking about Jewish people right now. There's multiple verses that say that your God will choose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. That the beginning of wisdom, that wisdom begins with the fear of the Lord. When we know for a fact that fear actually shuts down your brain, so it actually undoes said wisdom. Like the Bible wants you guys, we've already talked about the childlike mind. The Bible wants you guys to be ignorant of the shit going on in the world. Like, so if I'm an atheist, right, is there any sort of limitation on the kinds of things I can think about?
Now you don't want to.
You want me to answer that damn question? Like, what the fuck? Why do you want me to speak for you?
Well, I'm asking you to do a comparative analysis
But
on the
can I think like
limitations
you?
you guys. Well, no, but you can consider
But
that
why
there
the
is
fuck am I
certain.
answering this? Like,
Because you can consider that there's certain restrictions on the things that you can consider as a believer. Are you allowed to sit there and think about the fact that your God might be evil? Is that something that you're allowed to do in your belief system?
pretty sure you're allowed to think that, yeah.
So you're allowed to think your God is evil.
Hold on,
Me
y'all. We
personally,
have 1,100 people in the room, and
I've
only.
never
I'm
thought
sorry.
like
Hello.
that.
The fuck?
Pause.
We have 1,100 people in the room, and only 170 heart me's. That hurts my feelings. I know about 600 of y'all are haters, believers in a God, but at least 500 of y'all are supporters of the live and could send a penny for a heart me. It helps us stay on the FYP, and it helps us stay up in the ranks so that we can continue to break out of the corner of the internet that we've been in for the last couple of months. Thank y'all so much. Now proceed over.
Shit, I ain't gonna lie, I kind of forgot where I was at. What was we talking about a little bit?
Part of it is
Oh,
because you keep talking over Venus while she's talking, which is why I continue to mute you. You've been asked multiple times to stop doing that. Let her finish her statement. Let her get to the end. Let her get to a period or a question mark or an exclamation point. Then you can come in and respond.
So my question was, are you allowed to try to consider the motivations for your God's behavior?
yeah.
So you're allowed to think that you know why God would do something.
Well, if he was in front of me, or I was talking to him, I guess I don't fucking know. Like, am I dead? Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
In general, are you allowed to sit there and think about the motivations behind your God's behavior? After what you've just said, you just said, I don't know why God didn't save her. So are you now allowed to try and consider that reason? Or are you just going to say, I don't know why God saved her. I don't know why God does what he does. Which one is it?
I mean, do anybody? I feel like y'all want me to speak for God.
So
I'm
you
like, I'm
don't, so you
Jesus or
can't
something.
then. So
So
you can't
why are you
then.
asking me questions for me to speak on God? Like, what the fuck are we talking
Well,
about?
that's the point. You guys
Y'all are
can't.
asking me dumb
This is
questions.
the point. You guys can't
Like, what-
think. You guys don't think about the reasons why your God does things. As atheists, we will sit here and say that God is doing this thing because he doesn't exist, so he's not doing anything. Or
okay,
that maybe this God that you believe in is evil. We're
okay.
allowed to think about that reasonably and make these considerations as atheists. But you guys will do what you do now and say, oh, we don't understand the mind of God. I don't know why God didn't save her. Maybe it was the wrong name. It wasn't my God she was calling on.
But wouldn't that be the same reasoning as me saying the thing about the Epstein thing earlier? Am I not allowed to think about those kids on that island because I have no power? That's what y'all said earlier. You're not allowed to think about that because
What?
something about power, right? I can't speak on about what God is doing. I can't question him or think about what he's doing because I have no power. What can I do about it? Let's say the Bible says to rape 20 women and men. What can
It
I
does
tell
say
him?
that.
God, you're not supposed to do that, or what the fuck am I supposed to do? I have no power. What can I
So you
do?
guys are worshiping a being that you can't even analyze the motivations of. That's
Oh,
honestly that's honestly insane. If you
okay,
can't understand why your God does anything, then how have you even come to the conclusion that he's good?
so is there a lot of things your mom did that you can't understand, or she just like you acting like you get moral understanding for everything that is done to you and that you see in life? There's a lot of stuff you go through without understanding. So what are
My
you talking
mother
about?
my mother is not responsible for the fate of the universe. She did not design or wake people up that will go around and rape other people. That is entirely different.
Also, her mom could actually answer her when she asked the
Exactly.
question. So,
Yeah, her mom can answer it. Could she answer?
what
No,
do you mean?
right.
Could she?
Y'all want me to
Why would
answer for
Venus? Wait,
God.
hold on, Ova,
Like, what the fuck are we talking
hold
about?
on, Ova. Wait. Oh, let me just point out how stupid you just sound. How could Venus answer what her mom? Why did her mom do something, and what was her reason for do? How could she answer for her mom, and she's asking her mom the question? How does that make
Okay,
sense?
okay, even better, Maddie. Let me speak for how stupid you sound. How can I read the Bible and see what God did in Genesis and question what he did already in the past? What the fuck could I do to overturn what he already did? Fuck are
No
we
one's
talking
asking
about?
you to overturn.
What the
You like, what
fuck?
are you talking about? Nobody's asking you. Can you overturn it?
So why would I question
I
him?
almost
Like
just called you
Oh,
a
that's
bitch.
not what.
Hold
See,
up.
this is the problem. You guys are proving the topic that you guys have something against thinking. You guys don't critically analyze why your God does what he does. If you don't understand someone's motivations for their behavior, how can you then say that they're a good person? How are you coming to the conclusion that your God is even good now if you can't even think about his motivations for doing certain things?
So, okay, that's good. But let's say I was to come to him, and what is your little argument? Why didn't he save the lady? What's her name
No,
again?
that's not what I
Okay,
asked
no, let
you.
me
Oh my
talk.
God,
Let
why
me
are we
just use this
stuck
for an
on
example
that?
real quick.
He's
Let's say I was
clarifying.
to get 10 minutes or however to ask him about why he didn't save him. What could I do to my God, or question him, or ask him, what could I do in general for him to overturn her dying?
Well, I
Her
thought
point
that's what
isn't
prayer does.
overturning it. That's not her point. You're not fucking listening. Holy fuck. She never said anything about overturning it. She's asking about why can't you question the God? What is your problem?
I get that, but if I'm gonna question somebody, I want some
You
type
don't
of
have to
resolution.
overturn
Oh
something.
my
There's no need to
God.
overturn something if you need to question it. Like, you're not listening. We're
Once
not
again,
talking about if you can overturn it. I know you hear me talking. We're not talking about if you can overturn anything. We're asking you, what is your problem and why can't you question it? And if you can't question it, how are you automatically coming to the point that it's good and you haven't questioned it? Or you can't even think about the reasoning as to why that is happening. That's what she is asking. Maybe if you shut the fuck up and listen, you will know what she's actually asking.
well, let me talk to her. I don't.
Well,
You
bitch,
shut
you're
the
not
fuck up, first
understanding
of
her.
all.
That's why I'm talking to
See, why you
you.
gotta
Maybe
call
if
me
you
on my
open
name? That's
your
what I'm
ears,
saying. Females
hold
get so
on, hold on. If you
disrespectful. Now
open
it's
your
hold on, but you
ears,
just called me on my
if you
name.
open
That's
your
what I'm saying.
ears,
That's what
if
I'm
you open your
What
saying.
did she
ears,
call you
Now
if
on
you
it's
open
hold
your
on,
for?
ears,
but you just called
you'll
me on my name
understand.
though.
Oh
Okay,
my
well, stop
God.
acting like one, and I won't call you out of it because I held it back earlier, and you're still being the asshole.
Anyway,
So call you
no
one.
question. I'm not.
Okay, bitch. Do you think I care? The fuck? Now answer the question, you dumbass nigga. Fuck you talking
You
about?
Maddie,
the one
Maddie,
who.
remember they on you, Maddie. Remember that.
You're
What are you
gonna get
saying?
I
You're gonna get
I get it.
restricted, Maddie.
I, yeah. Yeah,
I
they
got a
on
back
you.
up.
They be
Answer
You
the
just
question
don't do.
over, please.
Oh, sorry, I meant to mute myself.
Tell her his would stop muting me then. How the fuck I'm gonna answer the question on mute? The fuck are we talking about?
Didn't I
Okay.
say oops, I meant to mute myself? Stop
But you muted me like 4
crying.
times within that 2
Because
seconds.
you are talking over people, CJ. Ask your God to teach you how to have a conversation, CJ. Now answer the freaking question. Come off mute. Answer
Answer
the
the
question.
question.
Do not direct anything to
Ask the
me.
question.
Answer the freaking
Ask the
question.
question.
He forgot it. He forgot it. Okay.
Cause his
What the
brain
My
isn't
fuck?
gonna
Yeah, hold
Ask
on,
the
hold on,
for
question.
him
hold
to
Ask
on,
even
the
hold
question. I don't
on,
want to talk
words.
about. Ask the
hold
question. I'm
on,
not trying
hold
to
on.
talk.
Yeah, I'm like Mama Bash. I don't like using the mute button in that way unless we just absolutely have to. Over. Please answer the question. It's too many people talking at one time. And y'all know I am neurodivergent. I will disassociate. Answer the question.
I think before he went off mute, he said he forgot the question. So I'm just going to reiterate my question over. We don't have to do this, okay? We can just, just keep it chill. So my question is, if you can't actually think about the motivations behind your God's behavior, how are you then coming to the conclusion that he's actually good?
Can I talk now?
Of
When
course.
it comes to my own testimony, and since I did start believing, nothing. I haven't ran into anything. I'm not gonna lie. So
Okay.
that's speaking for
Okay.
myself. Can't really speak on another person's point of view once again. So yeah.
Okay, I'm not really asking you to speak on anyone else's point of view. I'm asking you to analyze the behavior of your God. Can you be a serial unaliver and still treat your kids well, like Ted Bundy did?
You want me to
Are
answer
you
that, right?
confused? Are you
Because
confused?
yeah, I'm not Ted Bundy, and I don't have really kids to explain that.
It's
To be
like
honest,
you see, they absolutely have something against thinking. It's impossible for this cunt to understand what the fucking analogy is. Your
cunt. See,
God
you
is
still
meant to
getting called
be
out my name. Shit.
I'm Australian. I call everything a cunt.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
Okay, so just stop whining. Like,
Nah, you
jeez.
stop
So
calling me out my
okay, yeah,
name.
that's
Be
fine. Okay, that's
respectful.
fine. I call everyone a cunt. Stop whining.
Cool. Well,
So
not
okay,
me.
Hold
yeah,
on,
okay,
hold
thank
on.
you.
Just to be fair, you called Maddie a female, and that's calling her out of her name. She's a
I
woman.
called her a female.
Yes, you did.
So is she a nigga? Like what the
She's a
fuck?
woman. A female can be
And
a
he called her a
tree.
bee.
A female can be an elephant. A female can be a fucking ant. She is
So
a woman. She is a human female, which is a woman.
so has she corrected everybody who's ever called her a female?
We
Yes,
always
the
do.
fuck?
Oh, I'm talking
I
about
just
in
ain't
person,
hear
real
you.
life, since you was a
Yes.
kid. Since
Yes,
you was
we
a
Yes.
kid.
do. Yes,
Since you a kid.
we
Okay, type
do.
shit.
Yes,
Well, my
we do.
bad, my bad.
Everyone that does
Female.
that, we correct.
And what the fuck they got to do with everybody else? We're correcting
Because
you.
all
You have
right,
no
so how you
fucking
gonna start with
accountability.
me?
Do you hear
Okay,
me
cool.
talking? That's why I called you a bitch earlier. Stop acting like one and I won't call you one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
now.
What
The
the fuck we
fuck, sassy
talking
Okay.
ass little bitch. Stop
about?
crying.
Okay.
See, like,
Maddie, I love you, Maddie.
hey,
Don't
Venus,
don't
just
let him
no,
get to
no, let
you.
her. She cool. She
No,
cool. I
OJ, no,
promise you,
I'm
she
not on
cool.
your side. Please, you're
I'm not
so
thinking you is. I'm just
overstimulated.
saying, let her be.
Fuck.
Let her
Oh my
cool.
god, just shut up. You're
Answer
so
your.
fucking shut
Ask
up.
the question. Then you talk about Maddie. Talk to me. What the fuck? Nobody
I
cares
don't
about what
have to
Maddie's saying.
I don't have to talk to you, cunt. I
But
can
what the
talk to
fuck is the
whoever.
point of you
Can
asking me a
someone
question?
This
Like,
is why Selena was muting your ass. Oh my
because you
god.
dumb. Like you keep asking me a question, I answer it. Now you don't want to talk to me. So
You
what was the
didn't
point of jumping
answer
in the
my
conversation?
Y'all need to
question.
learn how to elevate your voice. Like, he shouldn't have to be muted. Y'all got to learn how to control that shit.
Okay. Honestly, I agree. Like I could pretty much just yell, but I just okay. With this reset, refresh, I'm actually tweaking. He's so irritating. That's okay. You know what? This happens. This is not new. Let's just get to it. So my question is, how do you know that your God is good? Okay, you answered that question and you said, oh, he treats me good. Then I responded to you and I said, oh, like the serial killer, Ted Bundy, his wife and children couldn't believe he was a serial killer because he treated them so well. So can bad people treat people good?
So I was talking about me and God's relationship, and then now you're talking about. Can I finish? Can I finish? Now you're talking about Ted Bundy and his relationship with his wife and kids. How does that go with me and God's relationship? I don't fucking get it.
Okay,
Maybe I am dumb. Whatever.
no, that's
Like
okay,
what the fuck?
Over. Let me show
Like
you how an analogy works,
like what are we
okay?
talking about?
Okay, Over. What I just gave you was something called an analogy, where you use different scenarios that have key matching similarities to highlight a point, okay? So I know that you are not Ted Bundy's wife and children. You are CJ, okay? And I know that Ted Bundy is not your God. But in this instance, God allows bad things to happen and does bad things while treating you good. Ted Bundy, also serial killer, while treating wife and kids good, okay? So the question is, can bad people still treat some people good while being bad people?
Yes, but I also question the
Okay.
motive.
That's
Because
amazing.
like, are
That's
you only being nice to kill the person, or are you genuinely being nice because it's like in you type shit? Even though you are a bad person, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he
Okay,
was
cool.
being nice because he didn't want to kill his wife and kids. Same way God nice to you because he doesn't want to kill you. So how do we know God is actually a nice person when God treat you good, but then he treat other people bad, like Sonia Macy, who he let die?
But also, God treat people nice and still kill them.
That's true.
So
According
how
to
do
the
we
word.
know? How do we know if God good?
Okay. I guess what the $1 million answer should be to this question is you have to go seek it for yourself. Because I still think
Wow.
listen, even if I do tell you why I think it is for myself, is that still stopping you from getting off this app and still being a non-believer? So it's like, what's really the point?
I think you're the
Wow.
only one that can answer why you came on the stage to talk to non-believers.
I get that, but I'm saying, like, if I'm gonna be telling you something, I would at least want you to do your homework when you're not talking to me, I guess.
Over, we study your God's Bible from morning to night. It is fucking 4 a.m. over. And we have been having this conversation since 11 p.m. And we
I've
do
enjoyed
this
it.
shit every fucking day. All goddamn day. When my life ends, someone else's life will begin. And we will be in there, Over, studying your God's Bible.
Okay. I like the dedication. So as you are studying my Lord's Bible or whatever, like y'all, nothing is catching the eye. Y'all just it's just all seem like bullshit to y'all.
Yeah, I can tell
Over.
you what's catching the eye.
Okay.
Women getting sold into sex slavery, chattel slavery, indentured
Mm-hmm.
servitude, the people getting genocided, child brides. That's definitely catching my eye. All of
Mhm.
that. It does.
Yeah. So
And that
when
makes
God
me
let
not
these
believe.
So when God let these bad things happen, how do you know he's good over? Because we've already established that we don't have a relationship with this God. We've grown up Christian or different denominations, most of us, and we've seen the terrible things that he's done. The innocent
So
people he struck down, the innocent people he flooded, the innocent, kids he said could be taken as war brides. So he may do good things in your life over, but I'm asking you, how can you assess this God's overall character unless you can't?
Yeah, I guess I can't. But you say you were a Christian though, right?
Yeah, no, but that doesn't matter.
It
So
kind of
if you
does. It
can't
definitely does.
okay, no, it doesn't. I'm not
Can I
answering
explain
what my,
why?
no, I don't really
Okay.
want to answer that.
Type
So
shit.
I have
See?
yeah, that's okay. It's irrelevant.
Oh, cool,
So
cool,
my
cool, whatever.
follow-up question is, why then do you call this God good if you can't actually analyze his overall character?
Because what I've seen him do in me and my peers and my family and friends' life, I can speak for. Now, a person who chooses to be a non-believer, I've also seen what he does in your life. It may not come, he might not strike you dead right as you claim to be a non-believer, but soon down your path, you will start to see that God is very real, and he might not line up with this image you have of
Over,
him in your head, but God is very real.
over,
And I hope
over.
type shit.
Threatening atheists with death
Nigga,
doesn't make any fucking sense. Every human being dies over.
I never threatened you with
You
death.
literally just talked
Okay.
about death when you
Well,
were talking about an atheist.
I
Every human being dies. Every
that
human
was
being experiences death over.
that wasn't supposed to be scary to you. I didn't mean it that way if you did take it that way.
I'm
That
sorry.
wasn't
Then what is
my
your God doing in the life of an atheist over?
hoping that eventually you will get back to him. Hopefully signs like somebody telling you, I don't know, somebody coming to you and want an event or whatever, and then she just so happened to mention God. Maybe you taking signs like that, and I don't know. But I think every
Over.
day you wake. Can I finish? I think
No,
every
you're
day.
not answering
Okay.
my question.
Type shit.
Over.
Type
We
shit.
hear your God's name 11 hours a day. Someone saying God is not going to make us become a believer. We study your God's Bible every single day. That is not going to make us a believer. What exactly are you saying your God is doing in the life of a non-believer?
Hoping once again that you come back to him and that you see that he's real. I
That's what
think every
he's
day.
doing?
Yes,
Hoping?
I think every day you wake up is a chance for you to see that he is real. What else are you waking up for? You said everybody
Stop.
dies.
Waking up to live. I have children. I have grandchildren. I love them. I love spending time with them. I have friends. I love spending time with them. I have interests. I love doing those things. I love traveling. I have a company. That motherfucking thing is about to drive me crazy, but I fucking love it. Like there are things that
Blessings.
when I go to sleep, I cannot wait to wake back up because I get excited. I think it is a chore to have to go to sleep because I want to get back to life. That's why I wake up every day. But I just heard you say something, the word blessings. Are you saying your God is blessing me?
No, I'm looking at it as a blessing. That's actually beautiful. Like, I don't know. I don't know. When you got on camera, you didn't. Yeah, I thought you were like 20 something, but you seem to have a beautiful life going. So yes, I look at that as a blessing. I know when I wasn't a non-believer, my life wasn't like that. It was very depressing to actually live, kind of. So
But
Yeah,
don't you think that's because of where you were in your life? Like,
I would say my
I don't think.
mindset too.
Wait, hold
Definitely my
on.
mindset.
Yeah, like I don't think that has anything to do with a God. I think that's the situation you were put in, the area you were around, and the people that surrounded you that put you in that mindset.
That
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 has
that
nothing to do with a God. Like, come
that,
on,
that
bro.
would be
I
the bigger
literally
part. Okay,
hold
cool.
on. Wait.
Sorry,
My my
my
mom
bad.
hasn't lived in the very best areas, and I was a
Okay.
believer when that was going on. I'm sorry, but God didn't make that any brighter. Like it was still shitty. I still heard pew pew sounds at night. Like that doesn't matter. Uh, It's all about your mindset. Like God didn't change my mindset. I wasn't thinking about God. You can definitely see outside of the lens of where you are and see the bigger picture without a God. That's not needed. People do it all the time. Like atheists see outside of the lens of your God all the time. You do not
Mm-hmm.
need God-shaped glasses on to know there's something bigger and better than the hood. You just don't. Like it's
Okay.
cool to have that motivation of a potential heaven that gets you out of that, but anything can motivate you to get out the hood.
I get that. I get that. But at the same time, I would say again, it was my mindset too, because now that I'm in the truth or whatever, I have something to rely on when I am going through stress. I can pray and put my problems on somebody else. But as of before, I just felt the need to bottle everything up. And as of with that, things become stressful because you feel like you need to tackle everything on your own. And yeah, so definitely think
But
it was
But
a
does
what
God?
mindset
exactly
thing.
is the God doing? Like
Yup, that
when
was
you
my
put the
question.
problem on the God, like the difference is, if you remember me saying, me having peace doesn't mean I don't have problems.
Hmm.
When I have a problem, I work that problem out. I don't bottle it. I don't bottle it up. I think through the problem. I experience the problem. I tackle the problem head on. You are saying that you put your problem on your God. What exactly is your God doing to solve that problem without a human?
All right, let me get to my room. Give me a second. But what I was gonna say,
I'm
I
going to I'm
think
going to repeat the question if you don't answer it, just to let you know.
my bad. I was coming in my room. I think he is working tirelessly in my life. It may not my prayer might not get answered right then, but somewhere down the line, I always think when that prayer comes back to me or whatever, I always think that's God.
Over, I am asking for action words. What is the verb that your God does to solve your problems without you being the one to do it or another human being the one to do the verb? What verbs is your God doing to solve your
Okay,
problem?
I get what you're saying, but when does God ever do things just himself? Doesn't he always send a human? What do you think the prophets in the Bible were? Do you think they were gods?
I agree.
Those are humans.
I agree. The only thing we see are humans. And so I don't have a need to say that a God did something that I know a human being did. So if I'm the one doing the work to solve my problem, I did that. If another human being that I reach out to helps me solve my problem, that human being did that. There is no need for me to give credit to a God when all I see are humans.
Okay, I like that. But have you ever, I don't know, been driving in traffic or whatever, you see a homeless man or something, and you just have this gut feeling to help him. You don't know why. But you just have this gut feeling. You may not got it all, but you got some dollars to spare, and you give it to him. You've never had a gut feeling about
So
anything? I mean, that's not a human.
Ova, I do know why I help a homeless person. And it's
Okay, cool.
because I am human. And I know what it's like to uh, feel like you're close to going without. I don't want to go without. And so I help the human out of empathy and compassion, there's never been a time when I don't know why I'm helping another human.
So do you think it's just a human thing? You don't think there's definitely blessings into people that make them do certain things to cause certain interactions, and later on down the line, that person you interacted with, y'all start having a bond, or even worse, that person brings you into the truth and starts teaching you maybe stuff you didn't know. Like you never had that happen. Nobody has ever taught you anything.
I don't know how you went to nobody's ever taught me anything to me helping someone in need.
Because
like when I help people in need over, there is not a selfish motivation attached to it. I do not help people with the hope that that person's going to come back and help me. That's not why I help. And again, what you heard me say was, there has never been a time when I did not know why I was reaching down in my purse looking for dollar bills so that I can give it to the man that's at the end of the interstate holding a sign saying everything helps, God bless. I know why I'm helping, and that is because I have compassion. I have empathy. I want that person to be able to eat that day or get what they need. So I help.
So what's stopping that man from taking that money and buying drugs?
That's not
Did you help him eat?
That's not my business. I help because the person had a need.
Okay, cool. But was it really his need if he...
That's not my business. That isn't my business. The person said, I have a need. I'm at the light getting off the interstate. I reach down in my purse and I give to the person in need.
And you just drive off? You don't really have interactions or ask the person, you don't background talk, nothing?
Nope, I do not. That's not my place to do a background
Sound
check
good.
on people who have a need.
Not background check, but just to shoot the shit. Hey, what's your name? How's your day going? Nothing?
No, not when I'm in the car at the red light. No.
Oh, okay, type shit. So see, everybody's different. I can't really tell you where you went wrong at, but sure.
You sitting there at a green light talking to a homeless man.
She said red light, not green. What are
Right,
you
but the
talking
light
about?
is gonna eventually turn green. So you finna
But
sit
we're
there.
talking about red. The scenario is red. We're not talking
Right,
about green.
but oh my gosh, there's
You
no
don't
way
want to
you
talk to
cannot
me. Stop
follow.
those. I'm talking
I've
to
got a
those. You don't want to
question.
talk to me.
Can't follow.
You don't want to talk to me. Remember?
I'm talking
Just
to you
keep it
right
like that.
Can I please ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Maddie, Maddie, did you want to say something first?
No, I already said it. He just can't follow it.
So, if we've already established that humans have to actually work in order to do things, and your God supposedly blesses atheists somehow, or good things happen to atheists and bad things happen to Christians, how do we know that God is even doing anything at all if the probability in both worlds where a God exists and doesn't exist are identical?
So,
Hold
that's
on.
actually a good
Why is
question.
somebody asking if Oso is on panel? I know everybody can see that there are 3 women and 1 guest, and his name is Ova. Why are we asking if Oso is on stage?
Because it's
You've
also,
been
it's
saying that the
also.
whole night.
That's also. That's why Chunky
Is that Oso?
470 is
Chunky
also.
is Oso?
I called it.
Is that Oso in the chat?
That can't be.
Because it don't make sense for them to be asking if Oso is on stage when they see that only 4 boxes and a host. Like, I'm trying to figure out why they asking that. Like, and if that is an example of somebody not thinking, or if that's actually Oso's ass.
It's also.
It's
That
got,
explains why.
it's got to be Oso. Okay.
That's the same person earlier that was cheering on Sally when she was talking about
That's
she
got to be Oso's ass.
Nah, no way.
That's also.
It's got to be. That's got to be. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Can you actually repeat the question? I don't even know what the fuck we was talking about again.
How do we know that God is doing anything if he requires humans to do his bidding, and good things that happen to you happen to atheists as well, and bad things that happen to us happen to believers as well?
Good question. I don't know. Once again, I only speak for myself. He's doing good around me. But I also heard you say something about humans having to work. Are we talking about homestead work, or is this like a 9 to 5 type of work? Because
To do anything,
we never were
you've
meant to
got to
work.
work. You've got to work. It doesn't matter what we're meant to do. Everything. Your God doesn't just put good things in your hand. When you guys pray for something, you have to actually get up and do it yourselves. So how do we know he's even answering prayers or doing anything if you're the one who's doing all the work?
Comes some like I was saying earlier. Sometimes I feel like it do come in spiritual attacks too. If you pass a test or something, because the devil does test you. If you pass a test, I have seen in people's life where God has rewarded them. But at the same time, God is never meant for us to work. We never was meant to work a 9 to 5. So that type of work,
What
no.
kind of test? What kind of test was this? And how did you know there was a demon attacking this person?
Well, he was telling me the story, and basically what he was saying was he was running low on money or whatever. And instead of him going out and being greedy about it and, flipping it to, drug dealer way or whatever, cool. He remained loyal to God and prayed and whatever. And then he said he ended up getting a call, and I guess the job sent him some check that he didn't get or whatever, and shit. He was
I've
able
been
to pay
sent
his
money.
bills.
I've been sent money that I wasn't owed before.
But
And
right when you was poor,
yeah, I've kind of always been poor like my entire life. So I've actually received money that wasn't meant for me before, and they said just keep it. But I don't believe in God. So how do we know that it was God working for your friend in that instance? Because we know that there's plenty of people that call on the name of your God for more than just a fucking check, for their lives to be saved, for them to stop being raped. They call on all sorts of things for this God to do. So how do we know that your God is the one giving your friend a check while ignoring that child who is being touched?
I'm confused.
so
Did he
so
work? Did he work?
yes, he was working,
So
and
was he owed the money?
yes. He ended up leaving the job, or they fired him,
Wait, he said
whatever.
he wasn't owed the money.
Can I finish? He ended up getting fired or whatever, and he said he got a call or something about the job missing a payment or missing a day or something. And it was literally, he said it was literally right when he needed, like, hit the deadline needed to have paid his bills, and the
You're
call
a
just came out of nowhere.
liar.
I'm like, I'm telling you his story. How the
Wait
fuck
a
am I the
minute.
liar?
Wait a minute.
He told
Finka,
it to
thank you
me.
so much for asking that, because this
The
guy
fuck?
just said his friend was sent money that he wasn't owed. That's
When did
Finka, if you could possibly rewind the tape, because no, you literally just lied to everyone.
I think he said
You
that he
said
I'm telling
was
his
owed.
story. How am I the
he
liar? That's
said
not my
wasn't.
story.
He said wasn't.
That's what made me ask the
Okay,
question.
cool.
Hold
I
on,
made a
will y'all
mistake.
stop?
Like, what the fuck?
Stop.
Like, what?
He said
You
that
never
what
made a
made
mistake?
what made me ask that
Over.
question was because
What
I
the
heard him
fuck?
say that he was owed the money. That's why I asked, well, did he work? I heard was.
I heard wasn't, because we were talking about scenarios that are meant to be prayers being answered or miraculous. He said that his friend was poor and that instead of using the money on rugs or whatever, that he stayed loyal
No.
and he got a phone call. You're literally lying. This is what
Can
you
I
said.
can
He got
and
a
then
phone
like I
call.
don't I
He
hate
got
that.
a
I
phone
hate
call.
that.
He got a phone call. He got a phone
And
call.
got
And
prayed or
apparently he
whatever.
was
And then he said he ended up getting a call, and I guess the job sent him some check that he didn't get or whatever, and shit.
Yeah, like he was saying that the person was supposed to get the check.
Like, what are you
I
like?
thought he
Or
said
what
that
he
the
said
check
Oh
that
was
he
yeah, so I'm
didn't
still a
get.
liar? Like, what are you talking about?
you didn't go
What
to
did
the
he
part
mean
where he
by
said
check that he
wasn't.
didn't get?
I
I thought
ask
his
him.
friend
Like,
was
How about
hold
you
on,
poor.
ask
y'all.
him since
Hold
I'm the
on,
liar?
hold on.
What are you talking
When he
about?
said a check that he didn't get, it's a missed pay period. That's how I understood it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody with brains. Now, are you
Okay.
dumb for missing
All
that? Like,
right.
what the fuck?
Okay, that
Are you
makes more
okay? That's
sense.
why.
Nah, because y'all been calling me dumb when I make a mistake, but now that y'all made a mistake, you like, what the fuck?
You
Like,
said something
your
vague. I
shit don't
apologize
stink.
for calling you a liar, but the example that you gave me was not something miraculous like I asked for.
Right? Like
Sorry
the
about
nigga
that.
just got a
I
check for
failed.
Okay,
free.
I
like,
failed. Sorry about that. I failed.
okay, I'm sorry
And
for
y'all
calling you a
please keep in
liar.
mind not
Thank
to
you.
talk at the same time. Like, I'm getting overstimulated and frustrated.
Thank you. Any
Can
more
I ask
questions?
a
I'm
quick
done telling my
question?
story.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead. Cool.
Venus, can I ask a question?
Yeah, that's chill.
Okay. So you kept saying you can't think for God, but then you said God doesn't want us to work. Who told you God doesn't want us to work?
Where do you see scriptures on him telling us to work a 9 to 5? That's what I mean by work. I don't mean
I didn't
homestead
say a
work.
9 to 5.
Okay, so I mean
What do you
homestead
mean
work.
homestead? Okay, homestead work in what
Taking
way?
care of your family, raising cattle, all of that. That is the real wealth. That is what our work is supposed to look like day to day. It was never supposed to be a 9 to 5.
But do you know Adam was made to till the land?
Which would be what?
What do you think tilling land is?
Would that be a 9 to 5? Was somebody telling him to clock in and clock out and when to take
Is
his
it not
break?
a job? The clock in and clock out wouldn't be a thing in Adam's time, so I don't know why.
Homestead work. That's work too. That is the work we're allowed to do. That would be homestead work. He was tilling the land. He was not working at McDonald's.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that you're not supposed to have a boss?
Who's supposed to be my boss in this Adam and Eve
I
period?
literally asked the question, are you saying, like, you don't understand those words. Every time I try to clarify to make sure I understand the words that come out of your mouth, you don't understand that. Are you saying that you are not supposed to have a boss?
What I am saying is you're not supposed to be working. We were never made to work. Yes, how the people in the top 1% put it, yes, we have to work now. But if we were still being ran by God, everybody believing in God, even the people in the government, let's just say they believe in God, we would never be working because it was never God's plan to have us working.
Do you know what?
Did that answer?
Yes, thank you. Do you know what a sakhir is?
No, I do not.
A sakhir is a paid worker who works for a Israelite. It's an Israelite who works for another Israelite. And your God talks about the sakhirs in Leviticus 25.
Mm-hmm.
So he gives a law pertaining to the sakhir. So how are you saying that your God never intended for you to work in that way, where you have a boss?
What was he getting paid? Was he getting paper dollars?
Oh my God!
Doesn't matter what they're
That would be
getting
the
paid.
point of working.
Your claim is that you were never supposed to work in that way.
No.
Let me finish. Your claim was that you were never supposed to work in that manner, not you were never supposed to get paid paper dollars.
What I said was you were never supposed to work in a 9 to 5 manner. You brought up a Hebrew working back then, but is that a 9 to 5? Was he working a 9 to 5? That is what I'm saying.
I have no idea what their work hours.
So
I'm sorry. Hello. I have no idea what their work hours were, but they were workers who were paid.
Why do you keep applying like new age terms to antiquity? What's going on, bro?
because I'm confused on what timeline y'all talk about what Adam was doing back then when I'm talking about a 9 to 5. So I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Hold on.
Y'all want me to talk about biblical times or are we talking about now?
We're talking in general. You said that we were made to work. I said, did you know that Adam was made to till the land? He was literally a worker. Thinker just brought up, because you were saying that we were not meant to work, right? That the government, all that, we're not supposed to work over the government. The 1% is making us work. Thinker just brought it up to you that Israelites were working under other Israelites and getting paid for it. What's not clicking?
Getting paid. And did they specify what they were getting paid? You can get paid women. Somebody could say can I finish? Somebody could say you can work for me for 5 years and I will give you my virgin daughter. That would be him getting paid a virgin daughter. Would that be him getting paid?
Does that mean he did not work?
What was God's commandments for us getting the earth? We were supposed to spread our seed.
We are talking about the sakhir. Even if the sakhir was paid a woman, does that mean he did not work?
Yes,
as a sakhir?
Okay, cool. You done? Yes, but that wouldn't be my argument, is what I'm saying. I said my main argument is we were never supposed to be working a 9 to 5. If he was paid a woman, that wouldn't be a 9 to 5 because are you getting paid a woman or a man at your 9 to 5?
Hold on.
No.
If the sakhir worked 9 to 5 back then and he was paid a woman, Did he no longer work 9 to 5?
Well, in the argument that you just brought, yes, nigga. Like, but he
So
wasn't. That's the point.
we
He
don't
wasn't
know
though.
their
So that
hours.
wasn't an argument.
We don't know what hours they worked. We don't know that. You don't make any sense. And then you dumb fucks in the fucking comments agreeing with him are dumb fucks. You don't
So
make sense. There is no way to
so
know
they're
what,
dumb?
yes, there is no way
What?
to know what hours they worked back then. And so if the Sakir who had a boss worked 9 to 5 and was paid a woman, he still worked 9 to 5 with a boss.
So like once again, they're dumb for so because they didn't agree with what you said, they're dumb.
They're dumb for agreeing with you because what you are saying makes no fucking sense.
So for every person that lacks knowledge in the world, you look at them as dumb.
Oh my
Because what's
God.
wrong with learning? What's
Hold on.
wrong with
Yes,
somebody
and
tuning?
so
Can I,
does your God. Your God calls you simple-minded.
and in that
I'm
way,
still talking. Yes is the answer to your question. And so does your God. Your God calls you simple-minded when you lack knowledge. So yes.
so what throne do you think you belong on then? Because like I see with y'all, I feel like when y'all get if what I'm saying is so dumb and so below, why do y'all feel the need to call me on my name constantly? Why am I touching these buttons in y'all head for y'all to have to get out y'all body to call me on my name?
I've not
Venus,
called
what
you.
are
I'm sorry. I've not called you.
Cunt, bitch,
I'm sorry. I'm
dumb.
sorry. I'm
What are we
not
talking
them.
about?
I can only answer for
What are we
myself.
talking about?
I have not called you out of your name.
Now it's crying. Why do y'all keep saying crying in the
I'm
comments?
sorry.
What the
Don't
fuck are
talk
y'all
to the
talking about?
chat. Don't talk to the chat.
Like what?
I have not called you out of your name.
You never called me dumb.
I said,
Never.
that's not calling you a name. That is acknowledging that you lack knowledge, that the things you lack sense, you lack critical thinking. And again, it is simple-minded, which is dumb. You
Okay.
have you are not capable of understanding complex thoughts. You make us have to repeat stuff over and over again. You make a point,
Same
and when
with
we
me.
try to clarify your point, you forget that you even said the shit. That is simple-mindedness. That is dumb.
Yeah, I guess whatever. What's your next question or
Venus,
whatever?
go ahead and ask your question because Venus been waiting for it.
Yeah, so my question is still back to the how we know God is doing anything. How do we know he's answering prayers, healing people if you need hospitals? How do we know he's even working in your friends or your life outside of coincidence?
From what they're telling me, I can only agree with what they're telling me. They're my friends. I don't live in their house 24/7. So when I'm going through something and they have a story on when they were going through something and how God helped them, I can only look at that as, oh, motivation. Let me start getting my word for me to get to this point to where he's coming to help me like that. Cause I have times where I lack. I get up and the first thing I touch is my phone instead of praying and getting in my word. So did I answer your question or is that
So
another beat around?
you don't actually know whether God is doing anything in anyone's
In my
lives.
friend's life.
You're just blindly believing the things that they tell you and assuming that the good things that happen are because of God.
I just want to add, mind you, when we were talking about Sonia Massey, I'm going to remind you of something that you said. I can't tell another person's testimony. I don't know what God is doing in someone else's life. Just want to remind you that you did say that.
Okay. I feel like y'all take things like I said that. I do agree I said that. But do I know Sonia? I know my friend. I be over there constantly, but have I ever been in Sonia's life? I don't know what God was actively doing in her life because I don't know her. But I've been around my peoples multiple times to see what they're doing in their life. So yes, I said that. And maybe I could have reworded it better, but yeah, don't take it as like I'm trying to say because Sonya didn't believe in the God that she died or whatever. I can't speak on why the officer pulled the trigger. It was wrong, but what can I say? It happened. I'm sorry. I don't really
But
know what else to say.
if you had a Muslim friend and they came to you and said that Allah helped me get this job or Allah helped me, buy food for my kids, would you believe them and then believe that the Muslim God exists?
Yeah, I would believe them, but would I choose to chase after that God because he said that? No, we don't believe in the same God. But since my friend and me believe in the same God and we go through the same things and I
Eva,
would
you're
take
missing
his
the
story.
point though. Two of those gods can't simultaneously exist at the same
So why would
time.
I take his God then? If I already
Exactly.
believe
So
in
why
God, why
would
would I
you
chase his God? That's not the question.
hold on. Exactly. You don't actually know if you and your friend are worshiping the exact same God. Everyone has different ideations of the same God. There's 40,000 different denominations. You guys just say to
One
each other's
second.
face
To the
that
mods, there's somebody in the chat spamming. Please take care of them for me. Thank you. Go ahead.
you just assume that you guys have the exact same belief and are worshiping the same God. So if a Muslim person can say, Allah help me find a job, and you not believe them, are you just choosing to believe what your friends say because they're your friends? Or do you have any actual reason or any way to fact check anything they're saying?
So first of all, the Bible is the number one selling book in the world, the first. I
Okay.
would say the Quran or whatever the Muslims believe. I don't know what their book is, but I know it is second. If the Bible came out first, right? Why would I believe or try to chase another God that came behind the God that I already believe in?
That's not my question. I'm
That's
asking
my
you.
answer.
Okay, but you haven't answered my question. You're just asking me a new question. It doesn't matter which belief system is the most popular or the oldest because your belief system is not the oldest. So that doesn't inform anyone of whether something is true. If slavery is popular, does that make it right? If Zoroastrianism is the oldest, does that make it right? No, it doesn't. We need to employ critical thinking here. Your friends could be misled. I'm not doubting their experiences that they had, but the conclusions that they draw, being, God helped me get this job, I'm asking you how you know that God helped them do anything because they still had to submit that application, didn't they? They still had to apply for that job. So how do you know that God is doing anything anywhere if it requires human action?
Because your prayer gets answered when you pray to something or my God, when I pray to my God, when I pray, I usually get my prayers answered. Like I said earlier, it might not be right then and there, but somewhere down the line, it comes back to me.
Okay, so can you pray for God to drop me from this panel?
And this is the questions they answer. I mean, ask me, and when I give them a dumbass answer, they make it seem like I'm
You
dumb. What
said
the
that your
fuck are you
prayers
asking me?
get you said that your prayers get answered most of the time. I don't understand why you're failing to see the hypocrisy here. Your God
So
doesn't answer. Sorry. You chose to make a meta conversation instead of answering my question because you couldn't understand the relevance of it because of your lack of intellect. This question is directly analogous with the point that I'm making. You said that your God is answering most of your prayers. So I'd assume if you asked him to do it in a timely fashion, he would because that's a part of the prayer, isn't it? So
okay,
I'll
but
ask you again and I'll expect a more honest answer. Does your God answer? I know it's pretty funny when you're being intellectually dog walked. It is kind
well,
of
no,
funny, especially in front of 1,000 people.
I
That's
think it's
pretty
you.
funny,
You
isn't
think
it?
you're smart.
Especially by someone who's younger than you and a woman who is supposed to be beneath
Yeah,
you in
yeah.
your faith.
Who cares?
So my question
What?
to
Who
would you mind?
cares?
Would you mind? Would you mind? Would you mind? You're overstimulating people, including me. So my question to you is, and this time I expect an honest answer, does God answer most of your prayers or only a couple?
I'm I'm gonna answer your original question, the dumb one.
Can
So
you answer the question I just
yeah,
asked
yeah,
you,
but then
please?
you also that was the rules, right? I have to answer your questions. I'm answering your
You
questions.
chose to laugh
Can
at that one,
but
so please
yo,
answer my new
I
question.
didn't. Did I say that was my answer? Was a lie? I didn't say that. I
Can you
never
please
specified
answer
my
this
answer.
question I just asked you? Would you
I'm not
mind?
done after I finish talking.
Sorry,
Thank
no,
you.
I only want an answer for this one.
Can somebody else ask me a question then? I don't got time for no
No,
stuff.
I've got
Because you
no.
like
I
to
asked you a
insult people with
question.
like,
No.
you think you
Oh,
using big
you
words make you
scoffed at
smart?
my question,
Do
or
you
you
think
don't
you
like a
using big
taste of your
words
own
make you
medicine?
smart? Answer that
Well,
question.
I
You think you
mean,
using these big words make you smart?
knowing how to employ language is a sign of
Where does the
intelligence.
English language come from then?
I mean, it comes
Since
from
that makes you
It
smart.
comes from Latin and Greek.
It comes from Latin
Are
and
you
Greek.
done
But
being insecure
if
because I'm
English
kind of smarter than you?
if
Are you
English
done?
makes you smart or whatever, why does it derive from
I
another
speak
language?
Japanese too, but can you answer my question now?
Anyway, ask your question.
Okay, so you don't listen, and your memory doesn't
Ask your
last
question.
beyond
Ask your
5
question.
minutes.
You try to throw in
Yeah,
these little insults. Ask your question.
sorry. That's what you've been doing this
Ask
entire
your
time.
question.
So I'm not gonna answer within your
Ask
time.
the question.
Just like your God doesn't answer your prayers in your time. I don't have to ask my question in your
Y'all
time.
remember,
But I
don't use the mute button unless it's
Sorry.
yeah.
The over
so
talking is just.
my question would be: does your God answer a majority of your prayers, or does he only answer some of them?
Not all prayers get answered. Not all. Some of them, I don't know, he might deem as unnecessary. Some of them I think sometimes I could be unnecessary. So yes, God does not answer all prayers, but the ones that you need will most definitely get answered. It might not be right now, but later on down the line. And when you said, can I pray for him to drop you off the panel? Remember what I said earlier, might not be right now, but later on. So what would happen if she decided to end his live? Would you later on get dropped from the panel? Yeah, answer
Yes,
that,
but
Venus.
that would be through
How would you
human
get dropped from a panel
behavior.
if the live isn't here
Okay, you
anymore?
see,
What are we
over this
talking
would be
about?
on par. This would
Are you
be
still
on
smart?
par. This would be on
Fuck.
par with what we mentioned before. Your God is not working outside of human behavior. The host is required to end their live in order for the members of the panel to be dropped. That is a human making an action. How would you be able to attribute that to a God if Thinker has to be the one to end her life? How do you know your God is doing anything if that is based off of human action?
Okay.
Technically, we
So
undrop when she ends the live. We literally just stay on panel and the live ends. We haven't got dropped. Like the live just happened. So
once again, my first time. Anyway, so what's stopping, let's say, the internet from crashing or whatever? Would that still be Thinker ending the live, or would it be a natural thing happening? And you know,
you got to keep
It's a
adding to
natural
it.
thing. It's
that's
a
a natural
natural thing.
thing,
So
right?
how do we know that your God is doing anything once again if it is people taking these actions? You don't get your prayer answered unless you get up and apply for that job interview. You say that God answers some of your prayers, but has he ever answered a prayer for you where you don't have to do anything and he just places the prayer in your hand, or places what you wanted in your hand?
Yeah. Yeah,
Go on.
I've been, if I have had times where, you know, it's not that serious once again, but to me it was. I needed to have passed this test, and I didn't do no studying, no studying.
Hold on, y'all. I muted
Okay.
and I blocked that account for promoting themselves in the comments. I saw somebody unmuted them. Can you please mute them back for me and block them? Thank you. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I didn't do no studying or whatever. The test was the next day. It was kind of weird because I still at the time I still wasn't a believer, but I just gave praying a shot. Prayed about the test, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't pass it with 100%, but I passed the damn test, and I didn't know what we were talking about at all. I literally was going off just straight instincts, I guess. I don't know.
So you never attended any classes prior to the test?
Well, of course, but I
So is
didn't
it
pay
possible
attention.
that your brain stored knowledge that you then utilized in the test?
Once again, I didn't pay attention. When I was going to class, and I was just in school fucking around, especially if it was with a teacher I didn't like. So
Are
Yeah,
you
I didn't pay
aware that your
attention.
brain still stores information regardless of whether you're actually paying attention to it? Did you know that?
Yeah, but did you know I wasn't in the class the full time because I got sent
So,
out? So
so
what are we
I asked
talking
you if you
about?
were attending the classes and you lied to me. Were you in the
I
class
was
or were
in
you
the
not in the
class.
class?
I was in the
Okay.
class, but later on down the line, could I have got kicked out? Did I ever tell you I was in there full time? No.
Okay, but you
What are we
went to some
talking
of the
about?
classes. So you went to some of the classes and some of the information got stored in your head so much so that you could utilize that information later and try your luck with some multiple choice questions and you passed the test.
Why do you keep
How,
saying
how do you know?
classes? It's one test. Class, not
Are,
classes. You're
are,
smart, right?
are you saying that your God gave you information that you did not study?
I promise you, I didn't do no type of studying, nothing at all. Like literally,
Okay.
last minute shit.
All right. And is there a limitation on that information?
I do not. Wait, yeah, I don't know all that, bro. It just happened, bro. She
I
told me to give her a
understand.
story. I gave her a
Right.
story.
Yeah, I understand. So is there a limitation on when and how often your God gives you information that you did not study or research?
As far as me being out of school, no.
No, can you get information from your God that you did not study at any time?
Once again, it didn't happen. So no. Like, what are you?
What didn't happen? You just told us you got information from your God.
On any other thing I was going through in school, I never really chose to like pray as the final result. If something was happening, I never really even thought about prayer. I can
I'm
what I can think
asking,
of, that
can
was the
you
only
repeat
time.
this? I'm asking, can you repeat this miracle? Gosh, I got to use kindergarten words with you.
And I
y'all.
just told you, no.
Oh, okay.
Like, what are we talking?
So
I'm not in
you
school.
cannot pray. Is
Like,
the
what are we
only
talking?
time that you engage with information is when you are in school?
I was talking about a test. Do you get a
I
test outside of
understand.
school? Right. So I haven't been put in a predicament for me to have to do that,
Okay.
for me to know.
Okay. So I would like to give you a test. Can you pray
talking
and ask
about?
your God for the information for you to pass this test?
Put the straight fries. That shit was corny.
I'm sorry.
What test? What's the test? What are
Yeah,
we talking
just
about?
pray.
What is it?
Just pray and ask your God really
Oh, you
quickly.
just want me to pray that what
No,
you're
no,
thinking
no.
of in your head, I'm
Over.
just
Over. I would like to give you a test and see if your God provides the information, the answer to the test. Can you pray and ask your God to help you pass this test really quickly?
sure. Okay, I got you.
Okay.
Can I know the topic of the test?
Hebrew.
Does that count? I knew the topic of the test. So
Hebrew.
that Hebrew?
hmm
What's funny? You did it when you was in school?
Like what I was learning about Hebrew in school?
No, you literally
Oh,
prayed
okay.
for answers and you got them. Smart
Right.
ass. Try again.
Wasn't a test though.
I'm sorry. Can you ask him
What?
if he can ask you to help you pass this test?
Okay, yeah, I can ask, but can I tell you what if it doesn't happen? Because I don't need the answer to whatever the fuck you're implying. I
Oh,
needed
okay.
to
So
have
you.
passed that class.
Oh, so he
I don't need to
only.
pass your test.
Okay, cool. So he, when you pray, he doesn't give you what you ask for if you don't need it. Is that right?
I don't know. I kind of look at it that way.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well,
Any more questions?
I think it's funny, Venus, how he's
But he
attributing.
has no idea what the fuck he just proved. But okay.
Because like I mean, y'all asking me dumb questions, and then I'm gonna give y'all dumb answers.
But guys, if a Muslim
I'm
went through
sorry.
the
One
exact
second.
same
One
thing,
second. So the answer you just gave us was a dumb answer. It
I
wasn't.
mean, yeah,
It
you
wasn't
gave
the
me a dumb
truth.
question.
It
You
wasn't
gave
the
me a
truth.
dumb. No. I didn't say that. What I said was it was a dumb question, so I gave you a dumb answer to answer your dumb question.
Right. So was it the truth to the dumb
I
question?
never said what I said was a lie. I said it was dumb,
I'm
so I gave you a dumb
asking.
answer.
Okay. Was it the dumb truth?
If I just said it wasn't a lie, what's the
So
opposite of
then,
lie?
so it is true that you cannot ask your God for information that you have not studied unless you need the information.
What is her test gonna do for me?
So it's
Is it gonna
true.
feed me?
1 second.
Is it gonna help me
So
pass?
1 second. So it is true that you cannot ask your God for information that you have not studied unless it is going to benefit you in some way, like eating.
But when you're saying I can't, you're making it seem like I can't do it right now. I can do it, but will he give it to me?
That's what I mean when I say you can't ask him for it, because he won't answer that prayer because you
So
don't
state
need
that.
it.
State that.
Well, I
What
shouldn't
your what
have
this
to.
Hebrew shit is dumb.
I shouldn't have to state that. If you were a critical thinker, you would know that.
Yeah,
Like
sure, with the insults. Cool.
you continue to make me go below
Yeah,
the level that I
because
think that you should be on
that's the
intellectually, because you are very simple-minded, and I'm not
yeah.
trying to offend you,
Simple minded?
but you keep
You're the one
asking
who don't
me,
believe in God. Simple minded?
to make very basic statements that I'm making even more basic. And that's, you know what, that's putting me in a bad place. It's making me feel like I have to, like I'm offending you because I
No,
have
you're
to
not.
dumb shit down. And I
You're
don't like
not.
that.
It's
I start
cool.
every conversation off with the assumption that the person that I am talking with has the intellectual maturity, at least on a level that I am on or greater. But every time I talk to you all, y'all make me dumb shit down, and then I'm the one that's feeling bad as if I'm offending you because you need shit on a kindergarten level.
I don't need. Actually, I'm gonna be straight at the end of the day. Can I ask you a question as an atheist? I mean, I know I came in here to answer y'all questions, but I mean, if y'all don't believe in God, why do y'all think rain or the seasons happen or the moon? What do you think that stuff is for?
Yeah. Sorry, can I ask a question about a scripture?
Hold on, let him ask his question, please.
Like, what the
1
fuck?
second, let
Just
me
answer
host.
it.
Let me fucking host. Let me host. Y'all, it is not fair for him to be able to ask questions. He asked a question and it wasn't right to ignore it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. So can you answer his question for us, please?
Okay, so there is a natural process called condensation, whereby when molecules that are required for water reach a certain atmospheric pressure, they begin to condense. And then you have clouds forming. And when you have certain kinds of clouds forming, like nimbostratus clouds that carry. Are you interested in the answer or not?
I
Well,
didn't say
his
anything. What are you talking about?
burping, coming off mute to burp,
Oh,
is
sorry,
his
my bad.
ego being shot. But
No,
continue,
I
Venus.
swear, like, and then that's like, why do you think that's something I would do?
Because
I
you
never came
literally
on mute.
hit unmute. You literally hit unmute to burp. Go ahead, Venus.
Okay, so the way that the water gets up there is from evaporation. The sun heats the water in the oceans, lakes, and rivers. They turn into water vapor. They float up to a certain point in the atmosphere where they undergo condensation. It's colder up there, and that actually causes them to condense and pack together, and they form clouds. The clouds get bigger and bigger as more water evaporates, and eventually they clump together and become way too heavy. And as you know, mass attracts other mass. This is the law of gravity, and they begin to fall towards the ground. This is called the water cycle.
Okay, I like that. And is this all the result of the Big Bang Theory too? Do you believe in that as an atheist or no?
Oh, it's a result of these nuts. Do you have a good enough answer for me to ask
Somebody
my
give her
question?
somebody in the comments give her a laugh.
I
'Cause
just want to say
that
that
didn't
the
answer
Big
that.
Bang Theory is a religious theory. A Christian came up with that theory. So that is a Christian
Yeah, of
theory.
course. Bullocks.
So you don't believe in that?
It's nothing to believe in. It's
So
not a belief. It is a theory.
okay. What about space? Do you believe in space as an atheist?
It's
course
nothing
not.
to believe in.
What do you mean believe in? We know there's space. Where do you think the stars are? Like, what do you think the stars are? Projections? What do you think the sun sits in?
I
Like,
don't think there are projections. I don't think they're in space though. I think they're much closer than what we think space is.
where is the sun
1 second.
seated?
Over.
Yeah.
Raise your hand up in the air. Wave it like you just don't care. Put it in your face. That's called space. Space exists, whether it is in front of you or whether it is above you.
That's
Wow.
not what I'm asking about the space above. I'm not talking about in front, but I'm saying, do you believe in that? Do you believe in NASA? Like that's shit.
Dude,
Since y'all
why
can't answer my question
again?
straight
Why
up,
we're answering the question? Could you close your mouth for 5 seconds? Like
I
all
don't
you
want to
do is
talk. You're the
talk.
same person who don't
Well,
want to
you're
talk to me.
talking
Why
to
do you
me
keep talking
though.
to
You're
me?
talking to me though. But you're talking to me though.
You were the
Thank
only
you.
person
You're
talking.
talking to me though. You're talking to me though. Thank you. There's
Cool.
nothing to believe in. We can prove that space exists. We literally send ships to space. We have gotten rocks from Mars. We have looked at the moon. People
Okay.
have touched the moon. There are satellites that literally take pictures of the Earth that are in space.
Okay.
We
I'm
know
glad you.
space exists. We go to space all the time. The sun sits in space. There is nowhere else the sun could sit. Are you arguing that the sun is on the Earth?
No,
Like where
I
else would the sun sit?
I want to answer that question. You said we've gone to space and we actually took pictures in space, right? Have you seen you seen the moon landing, right? Since you obviously know we so-called touch space. You've seen the moon landing, right?
Yeah, why?
Okay, cool. This astronaut, so-called, in the rocket ship was just swimming to get to point A to point B with no gravity, right? Swimming, damn near swimming, right? How is it that this guy goes to space, so-called, that there's still no gravity? And he's able to now run, skip, and jump with already stationary cameras there. Who planted the cameras? Wouldn't that be the
When
first
you
man?
when you accelerate at a certain speed, it's not that there is necessarily no gravity, but when you accelerate at a certain speed that is faster than the acceleration of objects towards the Earth, which is a constant, you actually have the canceling out of said gravity. When you go in space, there is still gravity, there is just less gravity. Are you done with your questions and can I ask mine?
Also,
No,
the moon has
I'm not.
gravity.
I
The
kind
moon has
of.
gravity. That's how they were
Okay,
able to touch the
okay.
moon. That's
But
why.
that spaceship also still, according to the government who funded the project, that spaceship also still had no gravity. So once again, why
There's a
was he
spaceship on the
swimming?
moon.
And then there's still no gravity, right? How are these cameras stationary? Wouldn't they just float off?
Oh my
It's no
gosh.
gravity.
Hey, the moon has gravity. I just said that. The
You
moon
you
has
think
gravity.
the
Do you not
moon has
understand that?
gravity? Okay, listen to this, because you just said earlier
Holy
that
shit.
space has gravity. The moon is so-called in space. Space has no gravity, but the moon has gravity. Make that
Oh my
make
gosh.
sense?
Ova,
Anything? Go ahead, Maddie.
Ova. Earth is in space. Do we have gravity on Earth? What's funny? Like, I don't think this is funny that you can't understand basic science that they teach you in elementary.
What I'm trying to say is what we know as science isn't real. That's what I'm trying to say.
Nigga, what? Do you take medicine?
This
Do
is
you
why I
take
didn't wanna
medicine
do
when you
this.
get
Okay,
sick?
okay.
Hold on,
Okay,
y'all.
can we
Please
stop it,
do
Salty?
not
Can you
talk at
just
the
hear from
same
me?
time. Stop. Don't talk at the same time. And remember, even if you don't like what he's saying, let him get out what he's trying to say. It's not fair for us to expect him to let us get our thoughts out, and we don't let him get his thoughts out, no matter how ignorant they are.
Thank you, my nigga. That's
I'm
all I've
not
been
your
wanting.
nigga.
Oh, my bad. So once again, NASA, right? She mentioned Hebrew earlier. So is it not a coincidence that NASA means to deceive in Hebrew?
It
Is
does
that
not.
not a coincidence?
It does not. It means to lift up. It does not mean
To
to
lift up
deceive.
where? If there's a
It just
firmament.
means to lift up. That's all it means.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, right? So if space is also still real, why didn't the so-called the first man to ever touch space or the moon or whatever, Neil Armstrong, why didn't he want to put his hand on the Bible that he actually went to space?
What?
This is also a person that believes, he claimed he was atheist before. I don't know if he believes in God, but why isn't he, what is he so afraid of to touch the Bible? If he really, if I really did something, you said I won't do it. All right, cool. But why wouldn't he do that?
I'm sorry. Ova. People literally go to court, put their hand on the Bible, and still lie.
Okay.
They still lie. Him not putting his hand on the Bible literally does not mean shit.
It
All
does
right.
not mean shit. We have proof that they touched the moon. Like, I don't know what's going on until you saying that this science shit ain't real. Is that what you said earlier? Just
Yeah,
yesterday?
I did say that.
Right. Okay. Do you take medicine when you get sick?
No.
You don't take medicine. You don't
No,
take
I do not.
ibuprofen.
No,
You
I
don't
do
take
not.
any type of medicine.
No, I do not.
What do you do when you get sick? When you
I
get the
drink
flu?
I drink teas and I rarely get sick. I rarely get sick. So it's really nothing, to be honest.
Okay, how do you drive a car? What about your phone? How do you think those things work? Do you think it's God that's powering your phone?
You think it's science that's powering my
Yes!
phone?
Yes.
You think it's science? So what is a
Explain to
cell
me how
tower?
a phone does not work without science.
So
I'll
what is a
wait.
cell tower? Is that scientist? Oh,
Oh my
okay.
fucking
I thought
God.
you
Do
would
you
be
not know
quiet.
how a cell tower works? Just say you don't know how these things work. These things are made with science.
Why do
You think cell towers?
Over.
Okay.
Why do you think there are computer science degrees?
Why do I think?
Yeah. Why do you think it's called computer science?
I get that.
Yeah, when they are working with technology.
I don't know. But what I'm
I'm
telling
sorry, the
you,
word is in the computer
I get that.
science.
What I'm saying is what you learned in school, most of it is a lie.
Over. No.
Nigga, please.
Over. You just asked a question. You
Yeah.
just asked, do you think cell towers are science? Do you remember asking that question?
Yes.
Over. Do you think computer scientists who work on technology are scientists?
Yes, but they have
All
nothing to do with
right.
cell towers. That has nothing to do with cell towers.
Computer
You think
scientists.
computer scientists?
Stop. Computer scientists don't have anything to do with cell towers?
No.
The motherfuckers that made them? What?
You honestly think those scientists are the reason why your phone is on right now?
Nigga, is it God? Explain to me how it's God. I'll wait.
I never said it was God. You want me to say
Right,
it's
so
God.
what
I
is
never
it?
said it was
But what?
God.
Wait, hold over. If it's not science, what is it?
I don't know the direct job, but people make cell towers. But what I'm saying is it's not a scientist's mind that's behind it. Yes,
Right,
they
who's
make the
mine?
thing.
Who's mine? Who's mine? That's what I'm asking. If it's not the scientist, if it's not science, who and what mind?
That's a human's mind. But who
Right.
is
And what is
funding
that
these
human doing?
projects? Who is funding these projects? Do you think these people have what you learn in school at their best interest?
You need to go back to school because this is
Okay,
fucking
cool. I'm glad you
ridiculous.
said that.
I've
I'm glad
never
you said that.
heard.
I'm
Hold
glad
on,
you
I'm
said
not
that.
done talking. I'm not done talking. The lack of education that you have shown on this panel really makes me sad. And this is coming from a genuine place. I'm not even trying to insult you at this point.
Cool.
Like, it's not funny anymore. Stop talking. It's not
I'm
funny.
sure.
Stop talking. It's not funny anymore. It's really not. The fact that you think that humans have done this and made a phone work without science is absolutely fucking crazy. You don't even think space exists, even though space is literally in front of us right now. You don't think outer space exists, even though we have satellites in space, and that's how they take pictures of the Earth. And we have shit like Google Maps and all of that. Like, you don't believe in shit. We have proof that it's here. But honestly, I don't know what I expected when you got up here, because one of the first things you said was that you're a Hebrew Israelite. So I already know you don't live in reality. You don't live in fact. So I don't know. I don't know what I thought. Maybe I thought you would redeem yourself. But I could just see that that's just not going to happen.
Fee.
Hey, good morning,
Good
y'all.
morning.
Hi, Fee.
Hey, I was just curious to know what he thought science was. I mean, I missed most of the conversation, but the way he was speaking about it, it doesn't seem like. I just wanted to know how he defined it.
Okay, and then Fee, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go fix me something to eat.
First of all, let's can we just start off by saying science was funded upon
Not the
the
funding.
study.
But
Can I finish?
well,
Science was funded.
hold on a second, over, because you're talking about the funding. I'm asking just the basic definition.
Okay,
That's all I was asking.
science started off with the practice of eating black people.
Okay, so that's not what I'm asking either. I'm
Okay, but I'm
asking for
telling you that. Is that really
that
what you want to believe when they started off
hold,
eating black people?
over. Yeah, over. I'm not asking about what your issues are with it. I'm just asking about what your understanding of the definition of the word. What is it? That's all I'm asking.
Can somebody who was already up here ask me a question? I don't really
I'm
know
not
who this
sure.
is.
Well,
Don't try to dismiss Fee because we'll just drop you. You hear Fee talking to you. Don't be rude.
yeah, and I'm not even being rude to you. I'm just asking what the definition is because you're telling me what it isn't. You're telling me how it started. I'm asking what you understand about it.
What I understand about science.
Yeah, what's the definition?
A bunch, and I'm gonna tell you the definition in my books and not what I so-called see on Google. I'm gonna tell you science is literally a bunch of information that we don't need.
Okay. And it seemed like that's what you thought about it, but the reality over is that science is a process. It's a process of investigating the natural world around us. And whether you believe it or not, you use it every day. Like Venus and Maddie were trying to explain to you, you're using it when you're speaking to us right now. The only reason that you know, or I guess you trust that you're listening to Venus's voice or my voice is because we understand how sound waves work. So much of the world, and it's not to say that science should be trusted like blindly, right? We have to ask questions. I think a
Thank you.
skeptical thinker stays skeptical, but your skepticism needs to be rooted in reality. And they were trying to explain to you that the very thing that you rely on every single day, if you ever get in an airplane, if you get on an elevator, when you eat food, like all of the things, when you drink water, all of it is possible because of what we understand through science. So it's really frustrating when we have these conversations with people who utilize just the basic tenets of this process of investigating, of hypothesizing, of testing, of rejecting things that don't pass the test, and keeping things that do pass the test in order to make us safe. Drinking water across the globe is possible because of what we understand through science. And it's really frustrating to have these conversations with people who don't educate themselves voluntarily and who... And the way you're engaging right now, I know you're young, right? I don't remember, I don't know. I wasn't here when you came up, so I don't know how old you are.
22.
Yeah, see, my son is 22, so I mean, I was giving you a pass. I thought you were younger than that. At this point, it's intentional. If you are able to produce a model that explains and predicts in the way that the tools of science allows us to do, then maybe we could have a conversation. But you coming off mute to burp, you coming off mute to laugh is an indication of your maturity level. And if that's the case, I don't know if these are the conversations you should be engaging in because you can't learn anything if you already know everything. None of us can learn anything if we aren't willing to admit that there are certain things that we could be wrong about. And it's really, really irritating when people who don't even understand the thing that they're refuting thoroughly tell us that it's wrong.
It's been like this for almost 3 hours, Fee.
This
And
is
then,
ridiculous.
and then on top of that, Fee, when I'm asking him,
I can't
okay,
talk.
what is it? He has no answer as to what it is other than science. Literally no answer, no idea, no thought
Can I get a
process, no
host?
I think it is or anything like that. Like literally nothing. But it's not science, right? The fact that he's breathing right now isn't science, right? The fact that he
Remember,
can get up
don't
and
use the
walk
mute button
isn't
like that,
science.
Selena.
Sorry, my bad.
Like he literally has no other explanation. Like he literally said the sun isn't in space. Like what? Where's the sun?
Maddie, it's
So,
not science. It's obviously BOFA. If you haven't heard of BOFA, I urge you to search it up.
it's corny.
Oh my God.
Fee, to answer your question, how do you intake this information of so-called science? You would have to read or write these things out. Do you agree?
What do you mean, read or write these things out?
How do you inherit this information of science when you're
Well,
learning about this stuff? Where does it go into in your body? How do you
well,
process this information too?
you learn it over. Like you
Okay, through
yeah,
what?
through comprehension. I'm not sure what you're asking.
And is that through reading and writing, or is it just listening to what somebody says on the news and then, oh, I understand that? Yeah, that's what it is. What
Yeah,
is it?
I don't do that. I mean, I think it varies person to person. I think a lot of people listen to what folks say and like, oh, I like that. Let me go ahead and believe it. I don't do that. I think it varies person to person.
Or would George be reading and writing? Would you did you take information in better that way?
I study.
Study.
Study and I test.
So you are Hebrew, right, Fee?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So what was
why did you ask her that if she was Hebrew?
I don't know. I was just asking the question. Can I?
I just want to
I
know
make
why
mistakes.
you asked her if she
I
was
make
Hebrew.
mistakes. I just asked the question. Do you got an answer for every time you ask a question?
You know why
we have
you
a
asked the
reason.
question
Okay,
every time
cool,
you
cool.
asked the question. What?
So did you know?
I'm sorry.
Some of the?
I'm sorry. You're not gonna rush my motherfucking ass off on my own motherfucking live. You done lost your goddamn mind. And then especially if I'm gonna ask other people to respect your ass, you're gonna fucking respect me.
Did you not just hear me calling for a host when these niggas was
I'm sorry. Did you not hear me tell her that I was leaving to go fix me something to eat?
Like what the?
Take accountability, motherfucker. Take accountability for the bullshit you just fucking did.
Why are you always going when I need you?
I'm sorry, hold on. Take accountability for what the fuck you did. Because you knew that I was talking when you just tried to rush past my motherfucking question. Did you not?
To be honest, nah. I ain't gonna lie. I heard you, dead ass. I did hear you, but I was literally trying to finish what I said to Fee, and I was going to answer you.
It don't matter what you were trying to do. You knew that I was talking when you intentionally interrupted me and tried to rush past my motherfucking question. Take accountability for the bullshit you do. You make a lot of excuses.
I don't. I just look at for what it is. I notice how one person will ask me a question, and I get it. You is the host. It's your shit. I get it. But if I'm already in the process of answering what she is saying, why cut me off to ask me another question? Which one I'm gonna answer? Like either way, y'all gonna be unhappy.
Answer that. I'm tired of your ass.
Oh my God, yes.
Also, nobody cut him off.
Yeah, I'm
That's what
tired
I
of
was
him.
about to say.
That's all he's done the whole fucking night. Is fucking deflect, complain, and whine, and interrupt.
Like literally, when you left, Fee said what she had to say. He didn't have nothing to say. I started talking in the middle of me talking. He started yelling, "Host, host, host, host!" But when I call him a bitch, I'm wrong.
I don't think I've ever met someone that pompous in quite some time. I am astonished. I guess the mobile towers just fall from the fucking sky. Fall from the heavens along with the rain.
When Venus started going with Rachel on him and he actually understood and was able to respond to that, that took me out. I got weak.
That's what you got to do with grown men.
Famed plays.
Hello?
How old are you?
32.
I know you are a believer. Pick a topic.
Why you guys feel like...
There's 3 topics on the screen. Pick one of those topics.
Okay.
Fee, do you want to do this one? I'm eating right now.
Yeah, I can talk to her.
Number 2, what do believers have against thinking?
What are your thoughts?
I don't necessarily think believers have a problem with thinking. I think that the problem is when they have a certain argument, the arguments are not set up in their favor because it's like you're telling them to speak about a spiritual topic, and then when they speak about a spiritual topic, the conversation gets shut down. Oh, it's not real. You can't prove that. So it's like you're making these assessments on spiritual things that you don't believe in, but they believe in. So it's kind of not fair. So those dynamics are set up dynamics that's never going to work
Our spiritual
in these conversations. So they get told they're stupid.
Are spiritual things true?
Spiritual things can be true, yes.
So if a thing is true, shouldn't it be able to withstand scrutiny?
It should be able to withstand scrutiny. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
If it's a proper debate.
Well, not even a proper debate. If a claim is true, whether it's is brought up in a proper debate or just a casual conversation, questions about that thing should not be problematic if that thing is true. And I don't think anybody up here has ever told a person that what they believe is stupid because it's spiritual. I think that what we point out is the incoherence of the belief itself. Because if you're telling me that something is true, and then I ask you questions about that thing, that would make sense if it were true, and every single question cannot be answered, and the response is typically, I just believe it, then that doesn't cause me to believe that it's true. And I think the process of thinking through that is a process of critical thought. And critical thought is always going to be problematic for a faith-based belief, because faith-based beliefs are likely not true, because if they were true, you wouldn't need faith to believe in them.
Also, this is not a debate.
I mean, when to be an atheist, you have to have faith.
What
The
do I
lack
have
of
faith in?
belief is having faith that God does not exist.
No, it's not
The
faith.
lack of belief is you're hoping that God doesn't exist, because if you're wrong, if you're wrong and he does exist, that means that you could be wrong.
Well,
You get what I'm saying?
no,
You can't disprove God. Science doesn't even disprove God. There's no way to disprove God. You can say he's not real by your intellectual opinion, but you can't disprove whether God exists or he doesn't exist. It's impossible.
okay, atheism is not a
It's
position on, atheism is not a position on the existence of God. It's a position on the individual person's belief. Like, I don't have to have any faith. Hold on a second, because I think this is a fundamental misunderstanding of what atheism is. It is not a claim that there are no gods. It is not a claim that gods don't exist. How many gods do you believe in?
I believe in the Alpha and Omega, the true
So
living God,
that's just
one
one?
true God.
Okay. Then every God that you don't believe in, you're an atheist with respect to that God. Does it take faith for you to not believe in? Just let me finish the question. Again, this is not a debate, it's a conversation. Does it take faith for you to not believe in Santa Claus?
I mean, I don't consider Santa Claus as a belief. I consider Santa Claus as a passed down tradition that people have set up in society and to forego pleasure, because people want to have pleasure. So that's why Santa Claus exists. But when you have a historical figure that's the most debatable historical figure, then this is when you start to run into problems that, oh, this can possibly be true, because Zeus
Hold on
nor
a
Medusa
hold on a second.
nor
Hold
other
on a second.
deities
I'm
are
sorry. Hang
getting
on a
the
second.
same.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Because you're talking about something I didn't ask you. I'm not talking about the object of the belief. It doesn't matter if it was Zeus, Santa Claus, Allah, Krishna, that you're discussing the object of the belief. I asked you about the belief. That just means to accept something is true. That's what believe means. It does not take faith to not believe something. It just means that your brain is not convinced that something is true.
Yeah, yeah, I could agree to that.
Yeah, so this is
I see where you're coming from.
yeah, so you're saying that it takes faith to be an atheist. It absolutely does not. I'm not in the same way that I don't believe that there are purple unicorns living in my backyard, or I don't believe in fairies, or I don't believe in Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny or Yahweh or Allah or anything that is not demonstrable. That doesn't require faith at all. It just requires critical thought.
In a certain state, it does require faith, because if it didn't require faith, you wouldn't be debating it amongst people that do believe. So the fact
No,
that you're debating it amongst people that do believe, that is faith.
Victor just told you that
Because
this.
they're
Victor just told you
expressing
that
their
this isn't
faith.
a.
So you're expressing yours.
This
I
don't
don't
make
know
It's
if
the
any
you're.
same
fucking
thing.
sense.
It's the same thing.
It
You
don't
can
make.
It's.
sugarcoat it.
It's
I'm
not the
sorry.
same thing. Just because you
It's the
keep saying
same
it is
thing.
doesn't mean it is.
It's the exact
It's not.
same
Then that
thing.
means you are an atheist
What
because you
what
hear.
they like.
Then that means that you are an atheist because you're here debating people who don't believe. That means that you are also an atheist.
And I think it's that you're demonstrating that
So
lack of
that
thought right now.
I just said it's the same thing.
I'm sorry. Can
So
you not do that? Can you not do that?
I just said it's the same thing.
So
Can
that
you
means that
not
you are
do that?
also an atheist, and she's speaking. Let her finish speaking, atheist.
Like this is a demonstration of the lack of critical thought because I just explained to you what
There's no
the
demonstration going
Let
on.
her finish speaking. Show your God's fruit of the spirit.
Okay.
I'm about to
I
get
mean,
I
you and I
promise you.
both. I think everybody
And
listening
use
knows
that as a
that he's not.
manipulation tactic.
Stop, because I
Let's
don't
go.
want Selena to mute you. She is mute, happy as fuck. But if you keep doing this, I'm going to let her mute you. Show that you have the fruit of the spirit and wait until she's finished speaking.
I mean, I think a demonstration of the willingness to think through a thing when you're engaging with someone who doesn't see things the way that you do is to ask questions as opposed to assuming their position, because the goal is to understand someone, not to just demonstrate that they're wrong or to prove that you're right. You all don't ask questions. Instead of asking me the questions that would allow you to determine whether or not I utilize faith, you just made the claim that I do. Instead of listening to Thinker and recognizing that this is not a debate, this is a discussion, you just keep saying this is a debate. And I think that's a trait of believers because you all have been told that I'm sorry, and you're doing the same thing again.
Selena, if he comes out, if he interrupts, just do what you need to do.
Like, and it's so ridiculous and unnecessary. Because again, this is a discussion. At the end of this discussion, you can still believe in your God, no matter what you think this God is, no matter what you call him. And I will still continue to critically think through claims that people bring that they're making that are true. You're demonstrating number two in this conversation without even knowing it. It does not require faith to reject something that you don't believe. Belief isn't even voluntary. Faith is. You have to choose to have faith in something. I don't have to choose to disbelieve something. I look at the evidence that's presented and say, that shit doesn't make sense. Here's why I know this isn't true. That doesn't require a lick of faith. And if you thought through it for 2 seconds, you'd recognize that.
I sent you an invitation to unmute.
Oh, I can speak now. Okay. Well, I stand on my position. Because all right. If believing in God means that you're not a critical thinker, because I'm pretty sure that people who do believe in God, believe in science as well. You get what I'm saying? They just don't believe in plain reality. You get what I'm saying? I don't think that makes a person stupid. I don't think that makes a person stupid or classless. You get what I'm saying? Like when I was speaking, she was like, "Oh, show that you have the fruit of the spirit." That right there, to me, is what I'm talking about. It's like, you get what I'm saying? In order to know what you're talking about, you had to study what I believe in. You get what I'm saying? The fact that you had to study it and take time to debunk me means that you have to have faith on your belief that my God does not exist. You can keep saying it's not faith. It is complete faith because you have to take time to debunk it. And the atheist foundation is built off of other foundations. You guys don't have an atheist book. There's no foundation for you guys. It's built off the premise of backs of people, especially the people who created the science, which most of them were Christians. So most of them were Christians that created the science that you guys believe in. And you guys want to sit here and tell me that you guys supposedly know the answer to life, and the answer, no, it doesn't work like that. You would have to have people that didn't have the questions to life, that were trying to figure this out, you would have to have those types of people who believed in a deity or believed in any supreme deity to even make those questions, make those analyses, to get those things that we have today. So it's like atheism does not have a foundation. There's no premise for it. It's only like 3% of the population. It's only 3% of the whole population on earth that do not believe in God.
So let me ask you something. Do you think that the
Hold on,
number of...
Can I ask a quick question, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you say that the science that we know today came from Christians. I just want to make sure I understood you correctly.
Not only Christian believers in a supreme deity.
Okay, right.
Egypt.
So, okay, cool.
These people used science and used religion.
Right.
It was
Okay, but the God that you believe in, Christians participated in creating that science. Is that what you're saying?
yeah. Christians definitely participated.
The same science that Christians say isn't real or true.
Christians never say that. I never hear that. I always hear them getting railroaded in conversations, and their points not being fully explained because they're trying to explain the spiritual part of things.
I'm sorry.
They never get to the reality of explaining spiritual conversations because they get railroaded by 5 or 6 people.
Sure.
That is how it goes.
Okay, so you didn't just hear the Christian on stage say that NASA was a lie, that space isn't real, that science isn't true. You didn't just sit there and hear that Christian say that.
I think he was trying to say science is something else. I don't
I'm
think he
sorry.
was
No,
trying to say
he
science wasn't
outright
true.
said science isn't
And
true.
I don't even think he was a Christian. I think wasn't
He
he
was
like
a
a Hebrew
Christian.
Israelite?
He
Wasn't he like a Hebrew?
he was a Hebrew Israelite who believed in Jesus, and he said science isn't true. He said gravity isn't real. And so the same Christians that you are saying participated in the science that we know, other Christians come back and say it isn't true because God. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly.
No, I don't understand your question because that's whatever he's saying that.
But
That has nothing
he's
to
a
do with
Christian,
me.
though. You said Christians. He's a Christian
But when
who
I'm speaking about
denies
you're
science.
you're generalizing Christians
You
now.
did too.
You're putting
You did
No, I
too.
did not.
You said Christians never say that. Did you not say that?
Christians never say what exactly?
That science isn't real.
Christians don't the
Are you
Christians I be
generalizing
around,
when you say that?
the Christians I be around
I'm
and the
sorry. You
Christians
did not
that
say the Christians I be around never say that. You said Christians never say that. And that is you also generalizing. So therefore,
was
I responded with generalization.
was I wrong to say Christians never say that? Because you
Yes,
talk
because we literally just had a Christian on stage who
you talk
did
about that
say,
CJ guy?
I'm
You
sorry,
talking about a CJ?
we literally just had a Christian on stage who said science isn't real.
CJ, that guy CJ, right? He said that. I can't speak for
Yes.
CJ.
But you
I
are
can't
speaking
speak.
for Christians to say Christians never
Yeah, I'm
do a thing.
speaking.
And CJ is a Christian who did the thing you said Christians never do.
Is every is every atheist knowledgeable?
I'm sorry.
Would you consider?
This is how
Would you consider?
generalizations work. You generalized. And because you generalized, I was able to point to a Christian who actually did the thing you said Christians never do.
Well, I never said science wasn't real, so
So Christians do say that. Thank you. Go ahead, Fee.
I never said that. I don't even know how we're on that subject right now. But
Sure, but that it takes critical thinking for you to know how we got here. Go ahead, Fee.
yeah, critical thinking. Okay.
Yeah, I just feel like you're demonstrating the same thing just in a different way that the previous guest was demonstrating. Instead of, again, asking people who hold a position on a thing more information about that position, you just make declarations about it. Like you keep
There's no
Can you
asking
not
you.
do that? Can you not do that?
Talking
This is
about.
a conversation. You need to wait until I finish speaking before you start. That is not a difficult ask. You keep saying that as non-believers, we are utilizing faith. And I've asked you twice, where am I exercising faith? Because the first place you said you have faith that a God doesn't exist. I've never made that claim. I simply told you that the ones that have been presented, I'm not convinced that they're real. I'm not telling you that there's no God. I'm not telling you that gods don't exist. I'm saying that the one that I've read about in this book, that I was taught about, the others that I have investigated claims about, my brain didn't find it to be true. Where are we utilizing faith?
And yes, you can speak now, so you don't have to ask the question.
You have to unmute to respond.
And this is why I don't like using the mute button, because it slows the conversation down. But if
Okay.
you cannot practice
Oh
patience
my
and
God.
respect, then you will be muted every time someone else speaks. No, it is that you
Can
have
you
to be
can you
treated like a child in an
can
adult
you say the
conversation.
question
There you
again?
go.
Because now I
This I'm gonna
forgot
show
the
you how
question.
this works, right? When someone else is speaking, you should not be speaking. But if
I
you
was on
cannot,
mute.
there we go,
I was
Selena.
on mute.
Selena. See,
That's
this is
crazy.
what happens. If someone else is speaking, you should not be speaking. But since you cannot act like an adult in this conversation, we have to treat you like a child. Selena will be your first grade teacher during this conversation. And every time another host speaks, Selena will mute you. Then Selena will send you a mute invite to let you know that it is your turn. I tried to treat you like an adult.
What was the question again?
The question was, I confirmed for you that I am not making the claim that a God doesn't exist. I'm not making a claim that gods are not real. I am saying that I am not convinced that they are. I don't find the claims to be true based on my investigation. So my question to you is, where am I utilizing faith?
You're utilizing faith. You're utilizing that you don't believe in God when you have a debate with somebody that believes in God. You're doing the same thing that they're doing. They're telling you that they believe in God, and you're saying that you don't. So you're utilizing faith. That's how they're going to view it. That's
No,
how they're
I'm
going.
asking you, where am I utilizing faith? Like
You're,
you have faith that your God is real. Faith is the substance of things not seen and the evidence of things that you hope for, or something like that. Do we agree?
yes, ma'am.
That's what faith is. So you are utilizing that because you haven't seen your God, but you do hope that he's true. Do you think that's fair?
No, I don't hope. I know.
Okay, but where's your faith? Where have you placed your faith?
Where have I placed my faith on the situations that I've been through in life? Every time
Oh,
I
I'm
spoke,
talking about your belief specifically. Like your belief is a faith-based belief. What part do you have faith in?
that God will always be there, who has come through.
But you first have to have faith that God is real, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have faith that a God is real. You've placed faith in the claim that God is real, and it happens to be the God that you believe in.
Yes.
Where's my faith?
Your faith is where there is no God.
I did not, for the seventh time, that is not my position. I do not make that claim. I am saying I'm not convinced and I do not believe, in the same way that I don't believe in fairies, I don't believe in gods. I am not, do you not realize that rejecting a claim is not the same as positing the opposite?
I mean, my brain keeps telling me that what I'm saying is true. My brain keeps pointing to that. Like, you're telling me
Can you
that
answer
I'm
my
making
question? Can you answer my question that I just asked you? Because you're not right now.
you're telling me where your faith is, as far you want me to prove that
Oh my God.
where your faith is, right? And I'm telling you that your faith is where God doesn't exist.
I
That's what
just
I'm telling
told,
you.
okay, this is the 8th time that I'm going to say this. And before you answer the question, can you repeat my statement? I am not making a claim that gods don't exist. That is not my position. What I am saying is that I am not convinced that that claim is true. Do you understand that statement that I just made?
Then your faith would be in what you're not convinced of.
I don't need to have faith in what I'm not
Then
convinced. My brain is just, are you convinced that you're 7 feet tall?
no, I'm convinced that I'm 6'1".
Okay, so do you have to have faith that you're not 7 feet tall?
Generally, I would have to have faith that I'm not being 7 feet tall, and what the world is going to tell me. The world is going to tell me I'm not 7 feet tall.
Do you need faith that you're not 7 feet tall?
No, I do not need faith that I'm not 7 feet tall.
Okay, in that way, I don't need faith either, because you are not convinced of your 7-footedness because you're 6'1". I'm not convinced of your God. I don't need faith in that, just like you don't.
You're not convinced of a God, not my God in particular.
Any of them, any of them. So your God would be in that bunch as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Because I really hope
No,
that you stop.
that makes sense. That makes
Okay,
sense.
so now can we put to bed the claim that atheists have faith?
We
No,
we can
it's
put
not
we
going
can we can put it to bed, but when I hear the lack of belief, it just it says something different. But okay, we can put that to bed.
Again, what you can put that in the same place that you put your lack of belief that you're 7 feet tall. If you think those two things are synonymous, then maybe we're having the same conversation. But you and I both know that if you go to the doctor and you get measured, your height is going to be your height, and you don't need faith to believe that it's something different.
That's
This
correct.
is I'm sorry.
That is correct.
And this is why it gets frustrating having these conversations, because instead of dealing with what words mean, instead of being curious about how people think and allowing folks to walk you all through the logical trail of thought that we have utilized to land at the various conclusions that we have, because you have to understand all of us don't even believe the same thing. The only tie that binds a group of atheists is the fact that we don't believe that gods exist. That's it. But y'all have been, most believers, and myself included, when I was a believer, I was told to think things about folks who are atheists, and I just assumed they were true. And it's no different than people outside of our community making assumptions about the Black community. There's no different than Americans making assumptions about people who are Chinese. We've been propagandized to believe certain things about people groups, and that's not only in the religious setting. That happens in a multitude of settings.
Okay.
And you still haven't asked one question since you've been up here. To me,
I do.
go ahead, Thinker.
No, I have a question. Like the fact that, can somebody get the porn bot out of here? The fact that we can have these discussions about whether or not your God exists and is engaging in reality, isn't that more evidence leaning towards him not actually existing? Like, we know the sun exists. Do you see human beings debating on whether or not the sun exists?
Yeah, you see the sun.
No, my question was, do you see human beings debating about whether or not the sun exists?
No, you don't see human beings debating whether the sun exists.
Because even though we cannot touch the sun and will never be able to get close up to the sun and touch it, we can feel the effects of the sun hundreds of thousands of miles away. We can feel the effects of the sun, right? We can see a image that represents the sun. So we don't need to debate whether or not it exists. The sun affects different people different ways. Some people look at the sun and call it God, right? But we know the sun exists. Your God, likewise, is hundreds of thousands, millions of miles away. Yet we don't have anything that we all can objectively look at for the God. The God does not affect all humans the same way. There is no evidence of effect on all humans from the God like the sun. And so we have to debate whether or not this claim is true, because there is not much evidence, if any, that leans towards the God existing.
I could talk. I mean, for me, the things seen don't discredit the things unseen. So yeah, we can see the sun, But we can also say, why does the sun have to be there in the first place? And we could also say, from
No,
a spiritual,
stop. That went over your head. There's not
okay,
much evidence that leads towards the God actually existing the same way we have evidence of the sun existing. Even though we don't physically touch the sun, our skin leaves evidence of the sun engaging with us. Our
that is
bodies
correct.
leave evidence. And the evidence is undeniable.
Yes, that is
With
correct.
your God, we don't have that same type of evidence. There isn't as much evidence here in our physical reality that points towards this God existing or this God engaging with us in our objective reality.
I mean, that's perspective.
How
That's
so?
you. That's perspective.
How so?
You said earlier that different people have different beliefs. They're not let's
I
say
didn't say
all
that.
Christians. No, let's say all Christians,
I'm
right?
sorry, I
They
did
hold to
not
the
say
same.
anything about different people having
You
different
mentioned the
beliefs.
Christian earlier. You
I'm not.
mentioned the Christian.
Why are we going back earlier? I'm not. What?
I'm not going back.
How is it a different perspective that there's not much evidence of your God physically engaging
There's
with humans objectively? How is that perspective?
there's different perspectives on that because there's history, and history has shown you it. Whether you're Christian, whatever you believe in, it's etched in society.
Do
They
you
show you it.
understand? Do you understand what I
They
mean when I say, listen, I'm comparing it to the sun. The sun is far away, just like your God
Mhm.
is far away. The sun emits rays, and those
Okay.
rays are invisible, just like your God is invisible. Those invisible rays
Mhm.
engage with our physical flesh,
Yes.
and it leaves evidence of its engagement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, your God is invisible, and in your belief system, it is emitting an invisible spirit or something. It does not leave evidence of engaging with our physical form, correct?
I can't say that because it's a matter of perspective.
Physical evidence. If it's physical evidence, there's no perspective needed there, just like there's no perspective needed there for the sun's rays.
Yeah, the sun's ray, that's tangible. That can be, yeah, that can be felt.
Right, and
Yes,
there, but the God claim does not have that. It
I
doesn't
mean,
leave. It doesn't leave any physical evidence
it
that the
doesn't have
God.
that.
Listen, you need to listen so that you can respond to what I'm saying. Okay, I
I've already
understand. I
agreed with you.
understand. This is the issue too with y'all participating in these discussions. You participate from a place of offense.
I'm not offended
I'm
at
sorry.
all.
Listen, y'all participate from a place of offense, and so you don't actually listen to what we say so that you can respond knowledgeably or intellectually to what we are actually saying. You might
I,
not agree with me. You might not agree with me. I don't agree with you, but I listen to you when you speak so that I can respond based off what you said. So what I'm saying is the sun leaves evidence by darkening our skin. It gives skin cancer. It makes you hot, right? The sun leaves tangible evidence to all humans objectively. The God does not have that. And the very fact that you are saying that the evidence of the God engaging with mankind here in our physical world is a matter of perspective, that leans more towards less evidence. I didn't say no evidence. I said less evidence that the God exists or is engaging with us here in the physical realm. And that is why these conversations happen. Not because we have faith that the God doesn't exist, but because there is less evidence that points towards the God actually existing and engaging objectively with humans. That's my point.
And I agreed with all of those points.
You did not. You said it's a matter of perspective. But
No,
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Fee.
That's crazy.
I'm sorry, you just said you agree, and I said no, you didn't. You said it's a matter of perspective.
I said I agreed throughout the whole conversation when you were saying.
Do I need to play it back?
You were saying how the sun touches us, it leaves evidence, it leaves a mark. I said I agreed.
Right, but when I got to your God, did you agree with what I said, or did you say
And
it's a
then you
matter of
said
perspective?
And then you said you don't see how God
I know what
interacts
I
with
said. I'm
human
asking, what
beings.
did you say?
So
When
I
I got
said
to your
it's a
God,
matter
did you
of
say you
perspective.
agree, or did you say it's a matter of perspective?
I said it's a matter of perspective.
Right, so you
my
didn't
answer.
agree.
I gave my answer.
Right, so you didn't agree.
No, that if you're talking about the totality of the conversation, then that's an agree
I'm
to
sorry, so you
disagree.
did not
It's
agree
not.
with every
It's
point
not
that
a.
I
It's
said.
not a.
So you didn't agree with every point that I said. I don't know why you're doing this, but now you're saying you agree with every point that I said. So, okay, now you can go back to Fee. Like what? You just want to argue for no reason. We are at agreements. Now you can go back to Fee's conversation.
Do you follow what Thinker's saying to you right now?
I heard everything. I don't see, like, I'm not even being, like, as soon as I start speaking, it's like a railroad. It's like instantly. I'm not even getting a chance to speak. It's like the minute I speak, it's being shut down instantly. Like, how am I supposed to get my point across? It's like I say something, and the next moment it's like, rawr. It's like, you get what I'm saying? If I say if it's a
No, that's
matter
not
of,
true.
I say it's a matter of perspective, it's gonna be you're wrong. You're wrong.
You
It's gonna
did
be you're
say
not
it's a
criti-
matter of
You're not thinking
perspective,
good
and
enough.
stop. You did say it's a matter of perspective. I responded to that. Then
That's what I
you
said.
tried to deny and say that you agreed with everything that I said. And then the reason that I interrupted you is because you were not understanding my point, and you were talking about something that was irrelevant to my point. My goal is to get you back to the main conversation with Fee. So going off on a different tangent when it has nothing to do with the point that I was trying to make is why you got interrupted. The whining is crazy.
So we were talking about the sunlight, right? And how it left it to evidence, right? Now I agreed to that. I see the sun when I go outside. It's morning where I'm at. So that doesn't exclude my spiritual topic and what I was talking. Yeah, we talked about the physical, we talked about the scene. I agreed to that, right? I agreed to that. But when the conversation shifts into a spiritual conversation, that's when the disrespect starts.
That's not true. Where did you get into
That's
the spiritual?
facts. That's
Do I need to
facts.
play it back?
That's
Because you're
facts.
being recorded. You're
I'm
you're
about
you're
to
being recorded.
I'm about to cry. I'm about to this. I'm about to that.
No, I
Yo,
said you're whining right now.
it's crazy. I'm
You are
whining and
whining.
I barely
Yes,
got to talk.
you are whining right now. Like, are you whining right now because you could not refute the point that I made? Like, what is happening here? You said you agree that because your God does not have the same type of evidence as our engagement with the sun, that there is less evidence pointing towards your God existing and engaging with us in the physical realm, and that is why these conversations happen. You said you agree with that. I don't know why we're still talking about this and why you haven't gotten back to the conversation with Fee.
Because my question was going to be about a claim that you made a second ago. You said that when these conversations go off the rails when a person makes a spiritual claim, correct?
Yes, correct.
Can you define spiritual for me in a way that is different than imaginary?
Spiritual is the unseen, the uncaused cause, you should say. The things that you can basically hypothesize without seeing. So when you make a theory, right? When you make a theory and you try to prove a theory, most of the time theories cannot be proven, right? You are making an unseen claim that that theory exists. Like we could go into the Big Bang.
Can we
You
not?
can,
I'm sorry. Can we
okay.
not? Because the way
Okay.
you're using hypothesis and theory, I really don't want to discuss Big Bang with you because I'm pretty sure if I asked you to define it, you likely couldn't. And I'm asking you specifically about
You can't say I
spiritual.
likely couldn't.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
My question was, can you define spiritual in a way that distinguishes it from imaginary? That was my specific question.
S- Uh, you can't you c- you can't basically do that. Um, you can't basically what am I trying to say? You can't split it from imaginary, nor can you split it from something you have to disprove. You have to first test it, right?
Wait a minute.
Uh,
Hold on. Before you go to the disprove part, I want to stick with the my actual question because you're going off in a direction. We can get there, and I think that's fair. But when you say you can't distinguish it from imaginary, when you start talking about spiritual, for me, the way that my brain works, that's a red flag. Because when you tell me that I have to believe something spiritual and that label is the same thing as imaginary, then I don't know if I'm dealing with truth or not. I have absolutely no way to determine whether or not what you're saying is true or what you're saying is false. Do you think that's fair?
yeah, that's fair. But
Okay.
I can reverse that using science.
Okay. Go ahead.
When you say that you are existing, right? You can see everything, you can do this, you can do that, right? If you are just flesh and you're just chemical reactions, right? That would mean that by that standard, if you were to get persecuted by the law, right? You shouldn't have a penalization because your morality doesn't come from God. Your morality comes from the state. So whether
I'm sorry.
let me
Hold on.
finish. Let
Oh,
me
no, no,
finish.
no. Wait,
I
wait,
know
wait.
exactly where I'm going.
I know you know where, hold on. I know you know where you're going, but I'm completely lost because how we got from spiritual and imaginary to going into court to be penalized in morality, that's a leap. And I need you to take me smaller steps. So go back to spiritual versus imaginary being proven through science. Start from the beginning, please.
All right, chemical reactions. All right, back on saying. Um, when you, uh, if it can, if you can have, let's say if you can have the whole world believe in something imaginary, and kudos to the people that created it, right? Whether it's
The
true,
whole
whether
world doesn't believe in something imaginary. I think that's a straw man. I never made that claim.
that's
The
not.
whole world doesn't
I'm
agree on
not
anything.
claiming. I'm not claiming that you made that argument. I'm not claiming you made an argument against me at all. It's not what I'm claiming.
But my question is about, you said that you can prove that there's a difference between spiritual and imaginary using science. And that's where we're
No, I
going.
said that you can't basically make a distinction between the spiritual and science because a spiritual place is from a matter of perspective. Most imaginary things are not being explained or duplicated. When somebody has a personal imaginary experience or something they conjured up, that's totally different from something spiritual. Something spiritual is practiced. Something imaginary is not practiced.
Do you
it's
think that
it's not the same conversation. It's not the same thing. Imaginary and spiritual is not the same thing. Somebody can say
hold
the
on a
sun is in
second.
the sky, so it's
Oh my
spiritual.
goodness. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Good grief. Like you're I don't think you listen to us when we talk. I'm simply asking you, what is the difference between something spiritual and imaginary? And you're saying that everybody doesn't have the same imaginary experience. I agree with you, but everybody doesn't have the same spiritual experience either. You all call your experiences with this God consistent, but it's not. The God that you worship is not the God the previous guest worships. And both of you make those claims, say that those claims are spiritual. You have a spiritual relationship with these beings. That's the same as imaginary. It's customized for the believer. It's customized for the claimant that's having the spiritual experience. That's the same as imagination. Literally.
Well, in my personal belief, if I pray to God and I've tested that over and over and over, and situations have happened over and over and over, I can make that claim, but only to somebody that believes. You can have a different claim and say that I'm going cuckoo and I'm coping with reality and I'm using that as a coping mechanism. You can say that. You have the right to say that, right? But if I've tested this over and over and over and it doesn't work for you, that's a you problem. That's not me. You get what I'm
No,
saying?
no,
So
why don't hold on a second. Hold on a second,
go
because
ahead.
you're making claims about objective reality. Now, the way that I engage with, or the way that I've been hearing believers talk about their experience, they always see God after the fact. You don't see God until you know what the result is. If it works out in your favor, if you learned a lesson, if something, fortuitous happened for you, then yep, that's where God was. It always happens in that order. It never
Mhm.
happens proactively. I'm not telling you that you can't have hold the belief that you hold about it, but if you're making claims about objective reality, again, true things can be tested. True things should be demonstrable. If that is not the case with the things that you're saying this God has done, then I think I'm justified in saying I don't believe that. I don't see the God. The God does not do verbs. Humans do verbs. We just had a conversation with somebody yesterday on this very topic. You all like to talk about, you tested it and things have worked out. Sure. I mean, our brains are pattern seeking machines. That's how the fuck we evolved. That's how we got here to where we are right now. So, of course, you're going to see patterns. But when we peel back layer number one and say, okay, well, what did the God do? You're going to 9 times out of 10, 10 times out of 10, honestly, you all will point to nothing supernatural. Nothing, it's absolutely natural. Somebody showed up and gave you some money. That's a human. You just think a God told them to do it. But there's no demonstration of that. And I think it's really dismissive and dishonest for you all to expect us to have the preconceived notions and the presuppositions that you have about the God that you believe in when we ask these questions. I don't think that that's fair. And then to turn around and make it seem like we're being unreasonable for wanting to understand how something is true and not just accept that is true is very disingenuous in these conversations.
I mean, we don't get the chance to explain whether our belief is true or not. We don't get the chance to go there. It's we
We ask y'all questions all the time, Free.
you guys
Like
ask
we
yeah,
ask
you guys
process
ask us
questions.
you guys
Frame, I'm
ask
sorry, framed. Is it famed or framed? I don't have my glasses on.
famed.
Famed, my
So
bad. Yeah, we ask y'all questions all the time, famed. And then when you get into a point where you realize, oh, I just believe this, you all get irritated and then get mad at us for having the curiosities that we do. And
I don't
that's
get
not fair.
irritated. I mean, I don't get irritated because I do believe in science, but I believe in the supernatural also. I never debunked whether the science you were speaking was not true. I never said it was not true. I believe in the spiritual and I believe in science also. I believe science and spirituality coincide. That's where I believe the creativity happens. I don't believe just in plain existence, plain science, and just in death. Because when you don't have no faith, you don't have no hopes, all there is death. That's all there is.
That's not
Well,
true. You are
that's not
making a
That's
true.
claim.
exactly what it is.
You are making a claim.
That's
Why
exactly
are
what
you
it is.
talking while I am talking? Do you see you're doing exactly what Fee said you do, and then you start whining and saying, I don't do that. Atheists do that to us. We can't answer questions. We can't talk about the spiritual because we can't prove it. Y'all ask us about stuff that we can't prove, and that's not fair. You've been doing that this whole conversation. Like we've literally had to mute you like a child. That is not true. And you cannot make a claim for another person on whether they have hope or not and what they hope in.
I think this is another example of what I said when you first came up here. Instead of asking us, like, what are your hopes as a non-believer? What do you desire as a person who doesn't have a God? You just say, nope, you can't have hope because you don't have God. That is dishonest. Y'all do that all the fucking time. And then turn around and complain that we as non-believers think y'all are stupid or whatever you say that we say that you are for having a faith or having a spiritual belief. And that's just not true. I personally do not understand how adults believe in things that they don't understand. I believe things that I understand. I believe things that I can explain. And I also know that I use my favorite quote, as the area of our knowledge grows, so does the perimeter of our ignorance. There are waves of light that our eyes can't pick up. I know it's plenty of shit out there we can't see. That doesn't mean that I can just start positing that there's an invisible man creating all this stuff. There's sounds that our ears can't pick up. I know that there are animals that can hear and see things that our eyes and ears cannot. I know that. There are things that we are understanding and learning about the natural world around us every single day. I just listened to this podcast the other day of this neuroscientist, who was talking about where we are on the cusp of understanding consciousness. We are understanding more and more every day. So for you to make the claim that we have no hope, you just live and die, nihilism, everybody that doesn't have a God is a nihilist, it's not true. But y'all don't engage with curiosity, you engage with certainty.
I just want to say, I've given the rules of the live several times. I see somebody in the comments said, to be fair, Fee has been interrupting him. The rules of the live are, if a host asks you a question and you don't answer the question that the host asks, that host will interrupt you to ask their question again. You will not be able to move forward in the conversation until you address what the host asked. If you are going off topic, a host will interrupt you to put you back on topic. That is their job as a host. A host will not interrupt just because they don't agree with what you're saying or just because they think what you're saying is stupid. But a host will interrupt to host.
Can you respond to that, Famed?
Respond to what exactly? What's the question? I was being corrected. I was being scolded, so I didn't know I was being given a question to answer.
Wasn't talking to you, Famed. I literally said, yes, Fee is a host. Fee is one of the main hosts. How the fuck you gonna say she not a host? You don't even have a nerd badge. How the fuck you gonna determine who is a host in my life? I wasn't talking to you, Famed. Fee, can you repeat what you were asking, Famed?
Yeah, I was talking about the pattern of dialogue that usually happens between believers and non-believers, right? You made a claim about our state of existence as non-believers, but you never asked us if that claim was true. You just simply stated, you just live, your chemicals, and you die. You have no hope. You have no desires. That is not true. Anybody who knows me can tell you that. Anybody who engages in these lives and these conversations with all of us can tell you that. We don't speak about our lives in nihilistic ways. So why do you all do that? Instead of coming with the certainty that you have about your God and applying that certainty to people who don't believe in your God, why don't you ask questions?
I wouldn't be able to ask questions because I'm getting interrupted. I wouldn't be able to get there.
I'm inviting you right now. And Thinker has consistently been regulating the conversation flow on this stage. She told Venus and Maddie earlier not to interrupt Ova. She keeps telling you that if you're not answering the question, I'll redirect you. She's asked you not to interrupt me. Like that there's space for dialogue here. That's why we want to converse.
Okay.
Go on mute every time I ask you a question to give you space to answer. That's just not true.
So you want me to ask you a question, right? So you want me to leave number 2 and go to ask you a question?
Nope, that's not. My question to you was, why don't you lead with curiosity about who we are as opposed to conviction? Why don't you ask a non-believer, do you have hope?
I'm not speaking from a place of curiosity or convicting you of anything. You're an atheist. You don't believe in God. The premise is that you don't believe in God. There's no questions to ask. You're telling me that the sun is tangible. The sun can be seen. Yeah, there's evidence of it. So when I go into a spiritual conversation, right, boom, it gets shut down quickly. So the premise of the questions that you're telling me, like they don't they don't make sense because I can't even get there without getting shut down. And then I'm being told I'm crying like a baby. It's you get what I'm saying? It makes no sense to me. You're
So
telling
how
me
should how
you're
should we?
telling
I'm sorry. I thought you.
it
Go ahead.
it's no it's no it's no equal back and forth a healthy conversation going on here, right? I'm being told I gotta prove this God, right? And then when if I say, oh, this is how I can prove to God I've tested it, right? I'm gonna be told millions of Christians would say the same thing, right? Boom. That's what's gonna be brought up. It's not gonna be, oh, okay, how does this define your personal experience? That I'm gonna be told, oh, well, oh, you're not even asking us as people who don't believe in God. That's the game. That's the game a lot of atheists ask. Atheists do not like their questions to be given questions. They want their questions to be absolute because the burden of no proof for God makes them right every time. So nobody that has a debate with you guys is going to win in the first place.
This is
It's going
not
to
a
be set
debate.
up.
I'm going to say this
It's
again.
going to be one
I'm going to say
person on
this
the
again.
panel,
This is not
four people,
I'm sorry, Selena King. This is not a debate. I go fix some coffee. I come back and you are doing it again. You are whining again. This is not a debate. What the fuck do you want to win, Famed? Let's say it was a debate and you won. What do you get? What's the prize? Your ego? Your ego rubbed? I don't give a fuck about your ego, Famed. You need to go find those Philbrook lives. We are here for understanding. And when you are trying to get understanding, you are going to be challenged. We want y'all to challenge us. We're not scared of that. It's not a debate.
And I'm not really sure what the expectation is for the handling of spiritual claims, because I inquire about spiritual claims in the same way that I inquire about natural claims. And I think that's fair. I don't think spiritual claims should be relieved of their burden of proof any more than physical claims. Because if a thing is true, it's going to be true after you investigate it. But the problem is that because all of your spiritual claims are experience-based, it seems as though the expectation is that as a non-believer, we should just accept it, say, oh, he thinks it's true, therefore that makes it true. And I don't think that's fair, because if I made the claim that, my head of lettuce named Chauncey that I pray to every night blesses me every single time, I always get a raise, when it's time to come around, because I go out and I peel off a layer of Chauncey and it works out my way. If I made that claim because I recognize that pattern and I said that to you, it wouldn't be enough evidence for you to believe that Chauncey is actually doing anything. I don't see this as any different. But when we try to talk through these conversations logically, methodically, because you all have so much invested in it emotionally, you get defensive. And that's frustrating, to say the least.
I'm not offended about anything. I'm gonna tell you right now, they're all talking. I don't even know you people like that, so I'm not offended about nothing. Actually, I don't know if you guys want to ask me more questions. I can't really ask an atheist what. Can't really. I don't have answer. I don't have questions and answers for atheists.
I
You
think
get what
it's
I'm saying?
I think it's
So
interesting that you didn't ask us why we don't believe. And you think that every atheist doesn't believe in your God because of proof of existence. I actually don't give a damn if your God exists or not. I don't worship your God because your God is evil. Your God is not an example of who I am and who I want to be. So I don't worship shit that is the opposite of me. Like, you haven't asked us why we don't believe. You just assumed. I care more about what the belief system says and does and my objective reality, and what it influences people who carry this God in their hearts and their minds to say and do in our objective reality. I don't give a fuck if your God exists.
I just think that there's way more to spirituality than just saying, oh, you need to prove it. Spirituality is not just a cause for the imaginary.
I'm sorry,
Like
you didn't hear what I
spiritual
said?
Spirituality is also a ritual
Why are you talking about spirituality? You
that
said, do
people.
y'all want to ask me a question? I respond to you.
Because I
I
have no
respond to
questions
you,
for you
and then I
guys.
say, I respond
I
to
have no
you.
questions.
I'm sorry. Why the hell did you go all the way back to a conversation you had just ended? You said, I don't know if y'all want to ask me a question or what. Like, I don't know what to ask an atheist. I respond to you. I give you a very detailed reason for why I don't believe, and you just ignore it.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You just gave me a detailed. Okay. You sat here and you gave me a detailed explanation of why you don't believe, and then you want me to ask you more questions on why you don't believe?
Did you hear me say, I don't understand why you never asked us why we don't believe? That was my question. You just assumed. You assumed that all atheists don't believe because there is no proof. I actually don't care whether your God
So it's a
exists.
matter of
I'm
perspective.
talking. I actually don't care whether your God exists or not. I care more about the belief you hold and what you believe the God wants you to say and do, and how that affects our objective reality. Why didn't you ask us why we don't believe?
I didn't ask you why you don't believe because I never got to my point in saying what I wanted to say in anything. So I couldn't ask you that. I
Here's the
couldn't know to
whining
ask you that.
again, and now you're
No,
lying.
it's not whining.
And
It's not
now
whining.
you're
I couldn't.
lying.
You're telling me
You're
it's just like
lying.
that's how you guys talk to
There
people
you
who
go.
believe in
You're
God.
lying.
You guys always say, "Oh
You're
God,
lying.
oh why would God do that?"
There's
As
the
if we're
whining.
God. As if we're God. You guys
There's the
presuppose
whining.
questions. They
That's all you
presuppose
do is
questions to
whine.
set
Why
you
do
up,
you
bro.
ask about my belief? Why don't you
They
just believe?
presuppose.
Why don't you let me tell you that you're going to go to hell if you don't think like me? And then why do you expect me to prove to you that there's a hell? Why do you expect me to prove that there's a spirit? Like, you ask questions. I just want to believe. I want it. Like, don't do that to me. Like, you say, you read the Bible and you notice the slavery. Like, why you got to read? Why you gotta comprehend? Just play with me. Let me tell you that you gonna burn. That's why you ask questions. That's what you've been doing this whole motherfucking life.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave, and all right, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go, and then we'll see how
Goodbye.
you deal. We'll see how you deal with more perspective.
It's
Why?
me. I'm Kathy. I've come home.
That's all he did the whole fucking live. God damn. Don't believe I'm whining. But hear me being strong.
You
He
know what
started
this
crying in the beginning.
this to me is kind of like I don't know if he's reached this impasse where he's listened to enough of these conversations to know that the questions that we ask are valid, and that he's kind of just like, it's spiritual. And now he wants us to recognize and not push on the idea that they have their own personal experiences and therefore that makes it true. Like, they know that this book is indefensible. They know that this God is indefensible. They know that this shit is disgusting just like we do. They're at that. They want to hold on to it. So they're mad at us about pushing on the idea of a faith-based belief system being reliable. It's just dishonest.
Like, they're very dishonest. Like, saying he did a good job and nobody knows what he didn't add any value. All he did, like, for you, he just came up here and left a believer. That's a good job to you. He started a believer, he left as a believer. Good job. You went into the lion's den and you came out still a believer. That's what the fuck y'all are doing. He didn't teach anybody shit. We learned nothing from him.
It's giving Daniel.
In 3.2 seconds, he went from how is spiritual different from imaginary to not having a moral compass in court. What are we talking about? Like,
Speed run.
He sounded scared. Arnold. Hey, Arnold.
We got two people up.
I know. Hey, Arnold.
Oh, okay.
No ID.
Hey, what's going on?
How old are you?
27.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, whether you call him Yahushua, Yeshua, or Jesus?
Fuck no.
Are you a deconstructing?
Nah. I've deconstructed.
Are you an atheist?
Yes.
All righty. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
All of them, I guess.
You can only discuss one.
Okay, I'll say number one. Sure.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
I think my thoughts are just that if God created everything, God created sin, God created the contract, God created all the conditions, then, what are we talking about here? He created the whole story.
What does number one say?
Unlimited sin, unlimited forgiveness. Contract is bad for humanity.
Do you think you addressed that?
Yeah, I said God created the contract, God created sin, God created forgiveness. So God shot the bullet and he stands in front of the bullet. Or God shot the gun and then he stands in front of the bullet. He created everything. And I think that's dumb that people believe that. So I did address it.
No, you didn't. The topic says that it is bad for humanity. You haven't talked about humanity at all. You have not talked about how that
I said
contract.
it's bad that
I'm
people
sorry. I'm
believe that.
talking. I'm speaking. Okay. You did not talk about how the contract affects humanity. This is not a topic just to come up and say, yeah, God sucks.
Okay, the contract is bad for humanity to believe in that story because it doesn't make sense.
That's all.
Yeah, that's what I had to say.
All right, bye.
Okay, bye.
Fuck.
Email me, bro.
Oh my God, God so sucks. Like the belief in God is just so bad. I can't believe anybody believes in that.
Good Lord.
Goodness gracious. Y'all, let me level set. I don't give a fuck if you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist. This is a place to think. This is a place to have deep conversations. Don't come up here with surface level shit, because the same motherfucking way that we will put a believer in place, we gonna put an atheist in place. I don't want to hear the bullshit. I don't want to hear it. This ain't that type of place. Soul Searcher.
Yes.
How old are you?
75.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I've been deconstructing since I was a Christian, which I started when I was 6. And I've been all kinds of denominations trying to make it work for me. But when I turned about 12 years ago, I said, obviously I'm not called. So SOL. And I'm done with it. I don't want to serve a God, that God. Anyway, if there are gods, that is not one I want to be part. I don't want to be part of that, because it's very cruel and all the things that I listen to on here all the time, and the lack of thought and just people not. And I was deep into it for many years, but and my family doesn't understand. Only one member does, about me not believing anymore, and that's okay, because it doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But that's about it, really. And I always listen to this live because I like intellectual conversations, and you're so full of knowledge, all of you, and y'all come back with logic and knowledge. And that's why I be here.
Well, I'm glad that you're finding value in the conversations. Also, even you, also, I'm pretty sure you provide information and a good laugh. But I'm glad that you're finding value in the conversations and that is helping you on your deconstruction journey. Did you want to pick one of the topics and talk about it, or did you just want to come up and share that?
I just, no, I don't want to pick any of the topics because you're covering them well, and I wouldn't have anything to add to the conversation that way. And that's why I'm an avid listener more than anything, because I do have to talk to Christians because they're apostolic and Baptist and this and that. And, you know, some of the scriptures that you go to. And I have, you know, 4 different types of Bibles here. I have the Ethiopian, I have this one, that one, and the other one. And they're all the same as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what you did, that's real research, right? Real challenging, and asking yourself questions and making sure that you know before you accept, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not easy, especially, I think you said you're 75. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
It's not easy at 75 to change what you believed for the majority of your life. And I much kudos to you. Much kudos to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to drop me down because I didn't even know I came up. So
Okay.
thank you.
You're so welcome. Have a great rest of the morning.
You too.
All right. So I hear you turned your brain off. Are you going to turn it on for this conversation? Or are you just here for entertainment?
No, I will have my brain on.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 25.
Which topic did you come up to discuss?
What do believers have against thinking?
Okay. So I approach this conversation kind of differently. Like, I want to know why y'all don't critically think about your biblical narratives. I want to know why you don't apply critical thinking to that.
Well, everything I believe is biblical based. So when I read the scriptures, I just follow what that says. So in the scriptures I read
Hold on.
that the beginning,
Hold on. Did you say everything you read is biblical based? Does that
everything I do is biblically based.
Oh, everything you do
So
is
that's what
biblical based, not read.
I read the word as well, but that's what guides my actions. So when I read the word and it says the beginning of wisdom, get understanding before anything else, highly esteem her and she will exalt you. I see that as get as much knowledge, ask as much questions as you can. Because if we don't ask questions, we can't come to the truth. So
Yeah, but what did I ask just now? What did I say I wanted to know?
you want to know why we don't critically think. But I'm saying
About what, though? I gave a specific thing that I'm interested in understanding. What did I
critically
say?
think of, like, critique our worldview.
No. So I'll say it again.
Okay, so then repeat it.
Yeah, I will. I don't like repeating myself. I think it's rude that we have to do that. I don't think we ever have to ask the believer to repeat themselves often. That's because we're actively listening to what you say. But what I said was, I approached this question differently because the reason I created that question is because I want to know and understand why you all do not apply critical thinking towards the biblical narratives.
We do. At least I do.
Okay. Can you show me how? Like, what is the process that you used to apply towards a biblical narrative? Like, for example, the belief that Satan is in the garden, or Satan influenced Cain to kill Abel, like the Noah's flood. Like, how do you apply critical thinking to those narratives?
Well, when it comes to those narratives, I go back to, well, who did it come from and where is the evidence for it to be true? So I don't look at it like for what the event that happened. I look at what happened in history to affirm the events that happened before. So because Jesus lived, he is a man who is documented to have walked this earth just like any other historical figure.
Hold on, you're about to go into the existence of God. Jesus living is not a biblical narrative, but I gave you some examples, and I asked, can you show me, like, with the biblical narrative, right? Like the Adam and Eve. For example, Adam and Eve. I fucking hate this story because we're gonna get stuck on spiritual death. Cain and Abel. Were you taught that the devil influenced Cain to kill Abel?
No.
You were not. Were you taught? What were you taught about Cain killing Abel? Like, what made Cain kill Abel?
Because he was jealous that God favored Abel.
Was the jealousy influenced by the devil?
Well, of course.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So so you were taught that the devil influenced Cain to kill Abel.
I was never taught that the devil influenced him. I just know that feeling is a negative feeling that can only come from the influence of the enemy. That's just what I know.
So jealousy can only come through the influence of the devil.
Jealousy in that way, yes.
In what way?
In the way of wanting to take what somebody else has, or not wanting somebody else to have something.
Well, Cain didn't try to take what Abel had. So when you say jealousy in that way, the answer you gave doesn't match what Cain did. He didn't try to take what Abel had.
Of course, you're right. He didn't try to take it, but rather he can't take it. And that kind of jealousy where you know that you cannot have something, so you rather make sure that person can't have it.
What do you mean he can't take it? Can't take what from Abel?
There's nothing that he can do to take away the favor that God has for Abel. So he just takes him out.
So the God didn't favor Abel. The God just revered Abel's offering more. So if Cain had stopped and thought, instead of allowing the jealousy to overtake him, he could have just asked God, how can I do better?
Yeah,
right?
that's what he could have done.
So he could have gained the respect of the offering. The God never said he favored Abel more. He just liked Abel's offering better.
I'm using that word because we can clearly see that God had a love for Abel and he was very pleased with his offering.
I'm sorry, where
That's
do you
what I
see
mean.
that he had a love for Abel and not just his offering?
I see that he has a love for Abel because of the way that he was very pleased and how he described how happy he was with Abel's offering.
That's because
That's
he
what I
was
mean.
happy with the offering. Just because
No, because he knows his heart.
No, it
That's
doesn't
why.
say that. Where does it say that?
Okay.
It doesn't
let's
say
just read
that.
it.
It said the thing is the offerings that they gave were mincha offerings. They were just tribute offerings. No sacrifice was made or required. Cain was an agriculturalist. He worked with the ground. That's what he knew. Abel was a pastoralist. He worked with sheep. That's what he knew. The God just prefers animals over vegetables.
It literally says the Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering.
Because of the offering. He revered Abel's offering more. The God prefers animals over vegetables. He prefers that even with the Israelites when he gives the laws. If you
But he
poor,
said he didn't say
if you're
anything
poor,
about favor.
no, I said he didn't say he favored Abel more. Abel is not his offering. Abel is a human. His offering was a sheep. They're not one and the same. Favoring the sheep does not mean he favors the human. That's critical thinking. Do you agree
What I said
that
wasn't
they're not
wrong.
one and the same?
It's right here.
I'm sorry?
What I said is, I'm looking at it right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's you. When I say that he favored him, it says the Lord looked with favor on Abel and
And
his
his
offering.
offering, Abel's offering, they gave mincha offering, a tribute offering, Abel was a sheep herder. The God preferred the offering over Cain's, which was agriculture, which was vegetables.
Yeah, but it said the Lord looked with favor on Abel.
And his offering.
But says that on
It's
Abel.
because
So that means that if he's looking at with favor on Abel, Abel has favor. He's favored by God if he's looking on him with favor. That is
what was
critical.
the reason what was the reason would your God have to favor Abel over Cain without the offerings? Forget the offerings. Why would he prefer Abel over Cain?
Well, it says, but on Cain and his offerings,
Hold
he did.
on.
I should just read it for
Answer.
you. That's what I'm
No.
doing.
Listen to the question. Let's use some critical thinking. This is the first 4 humans on earth. Okay? Don't add the offerings in because you're not understanding that when the text says Abel and his offering, there were no apostrophes back then. So the way they have to show possession is to say Abel and his offering. There were no apostrophes to say Abel's offering. Okay? So forget the offerings. Abel and Cain are brothers. And you're saying that your God favored Abel over Cain. What would be the reason that your God would favor Abel over Cain?
Because he did not do what was right.
When did Cain not do what was right before these offerings? Stop worrying about why the fuck I yell and scream, motherfuckers. Goddamn. I'm going to do what the fuck I want. Stop worrying about what the fuck I do. When did Cain not do what was right before they came and gave the offerings?
Well, according to this scripture, he says that he didn't do what was right. And if he did what was right, he would be accepted.
When? Was this before they gave the offerings?
This is after.
So, but your God would have had to favor Abel before they gave the offerings, if the offerings isn't the reason he favored Abel, correct? He would have to not like Cain before the offerings if he didn't like Cain, and the offering isn't the reason why he didn't like Cain, right?
Well, it says that he sees our hearts. So he can obviously
Where does it say
see
that in this
something.
story?
No, I'm saying in context, God, he can see what's in our heart. It's in the Bible. So he obviously knows what's in Cain's heart.
Oh, okay. So now
prior
you're
to
saying,
this
hold
event.
on. So now you're saying the story doesn't say that. Now you're reading into, oh, God knows Cain's heart ahead of time before Cain did this bad thing. Is that right?
What I'm doing is something that's taught in English class.
I know.
It's called reading
I'm
comprehension.
verifying it. Is that what you're doing? You're saying God knows the heart of man, so He knew ahead of time that Cain was going to be bad. Is that right?
Not that he was going to be bad. He knew
Would they be
that Cain
bad?
he knew that Cain's heart was obviously
Bad.
not right.
Okay, cool. So your God knew that Cain's heart was bad ahead of time before Cain brought vegetables to your God, because God doesn't like VeggieTales. He knew that Cain had a bad heart, and so he favored Abel over Cain because Cain had a good heart. Abel had a good heart because Abel fucks with sheep, right?
You kind of lost me.
Okay, in layman's terms, it's very basic. Your God knew always that Cain had a bad heart.
I wouldn't. I would just say he knew
that Cain had a bad heart.
Sure. Yeah.
Before Cain brought the agriculture to you God.
Yeah, we could go with that.
Okay.
I am supposing that could be the case because it doesn't go into depth. And from what I understand in literature, we're taught in this area to use inference. So you fill in the spaces where there's no information, but you use what's there to kind of make a assumption.
Mm-hmm. I like that. I really do. And so you were taught that the jealousy was influenced, that influenced Cain, and jealousy comes from the devil. That type of jealousy.
Yes, it can only come from an evil
An
influence.
evil influence. Interesting. Would you say that being jealous and then killing somebody because you're afraid of losing the thing that you love the most, it would be evil?
To kill somebody out of your jealousy, of course. It said that jealousy and selfish ambition is the worst of any kind. So where jealousy and selfish ambition is, that's where evil of all kinds is.
And the devil is jealous of losing his precious people, so he influences people to kill because the devil is jealous.
I mean, like I said, I only iterate the things that I read in the scriptures. So
It doesn't say the devil is jealous in the scripture. You said the devil is jealous. So, like you said, the devil influences jealousy. It doesn't say that in the scripture. You know who it does say is jealous? Whose name is
God,
jealous in the scripture?
God is a jealous God.
It says his name is jealous. That's one of his names, Elkanah, the jealous God. That's one of his names. And so if he's jealous and his name is jealous, you would think that it would be your God who influences jealousy in this story, especially since he already knew Cain had a bad heart. Now, if your God knows that he is emulating jealousy, he comes and he visits Cain with his bad heart, that jealousy seeps into Cain's bad heart, and your God does a thing that ignites that jealousy. And the thing that he does is he loves Abel more. He loves Abel's offering more, and he influences the bad heart of Cain with this jealousy that's emulating from Elkanah, and then Cain kills his brother Abel. And then the interesting thing here is that after Cain kills his brother Abel, your God comes and goes, I smell blood. What have you done? Although he's all knowing because he already knew Cain's heart. He's playing stupid here. He says, blood on the ground, blood on the sheets. And then Cain talks to him and, they do all this. He said, I'm going to kick you out of Eden. And then Cain says, but if I go outside, the people will kill me. And then your God go, hey, homeboy, I saw the way you get down. If somebody kills you, you can kill 7 people if somebody kill you. He gives a murderer permission to murder more. That ain't the devil doing that. That's your God. I don't see a devil in this story, do you?
That's why I said no when you asked me that.
Do I need to play it back where you said that the devil is the one that did influence the jealousy?
I didn't, so play it.
Sure.
Get y'all heart knees real quick.
I don't know why they lie when we have the recordings, but
Mm-hmm.
Was jealous that God favored Abel.
Was the jealousy influenced by the devil?
Well, of course.
Like,
Because he was jealous that God favored Abel.
was the jealousy influenced by the devil?
Well, of course.
So, again, the influence looks like it comes from your God, not the devil.
So you said that I said that the devil influenced Cain. When you
I
asked me
said
that,
the devil influenced him through jealousy. Do I need to play that part back? That's what I'm saying. Y'all
yeah,
don't
play
listen.
that.
Y'all don't listen.
Play that and
Hmm
play when you asked me if the devil influenced him, and
Y'all
see
don't
what I said
listen.
there.
I asked you at first, did the devil influence Cain? You said no. Then I said, so was the jealousy influenced by the devil? You said yes. We literally just went through a whole critical thought exercise where the jealousy would come from your God because your God is jealous. His name is jealous. There's no devil character in the story for me to even think that a devil influenced the jealousy. Your God increases the talion law for Cain and tells Cain he can kill more outside the Eden.
I'm very careful with what I say because I don't like to add to the word of God.
Are you saying you didn't say the jealousy was influenced by the devil and I just played it twice?
You just played it? Yes, but you said that I said that the devil influenced Cain. The
I
reason why I
literally
said
said you
no,
said the devil influenced Cain through jealousy. That's what I said.
you even just now said that you said it and I said
In
no.
the beginning, I asked you if the devil influenced Cain. You said no. Then I reiterated after we went through the story. I asked you if the devil influenced the jealousy. You said yes. The devil influencing Cain. You say no. Did the devil influence the jealousy in Cain? Yes. I don't know if you recognized it, but it's the same damn question. Second, third, just now you claimed you didn't say any of it.
No.
You did.
No. Okay, then play what I said. Because I'm very specific. Why would I say no when you ask me if the
Why
devil
do you think
influenced
I just
him,
played
but
this?
then I'll say yes
Why do you
when you
think I
ask
just
me
played
where the
this?
jealousy
Why do
came
you think I
from?
just played it back?
Play it again
No,
then.
I'm asking, why do you think I just played it back?
You played it back to prove a point, but
What point?
you're trying to prove that I said that the devil influenced Cain, and now you're saying that I said no, and you didn't even play that part.
Why do I need to play that part when I stop? Why do I need to play that part when I'm not denying that part?
You didn't deny it after the fact.
Oh my fucking God. Critical thinking is like beyond y'all. So again, I asked you the first time, were you taught the devil influenced Cain? You said no, you were not taught that. Then when we get to talking about the story, I asked, did the devil influence the jealousy? You said yes. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. The devil influenced the jealousy in Cain. Did the devil influence Cain? No. No. Were you taught the devil influenced Cain? No. So then when we get to the devil and you saying the devil influenced the jealousy in Cain, I asked, I thought you were not taught such and such. You said, well, I wasn't taught that, but critical thinking, blah, blah, blah. Do you remember that?
You asked me if the jealousy came from the devil. I said yes. But I'm not going to say.
I asked you, did the jealousy was the jealousy that influence came from the devil? You said yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You say you were not taught that the devil influenced Cain.
Because I wasn't.
All right. But then when we go through the story, you said, what influenced Cain?
Jealousy, that's what we read.
From whom?
Obviously, it's from the enemy.
And you call him what?
He has many names.
What are we calling him in this conversation?
The devil.
All right. So you were not taught, according to you, that the devil influenced Cain. Yet, when we went through the first step in critical thinking, you arrived at the devil influencing Cain through jealousy, correct?
I understand what you're saying.
Is that correct?
I understand what you're saying.
Is that correct?
Sure.
All right. So the first question I asked, were you taught this thing? No. Second question, you arrive at the devil influencing Cain. We go through another critical thinking exercise, and I posit that there's no devil in the story to influence Cain with jealousy. It's your God, Elkanah, named jealous.
What does jealous mean in Hebrew?
Elkanah, I just said, that's his name in Hebrew, Elkanah, the jealous God.
That means fiercely protective, love, and like devotion. That's what that means.
Are you
Just
asking,
like
what
the
do you,
other
hold
girl.
on. You're saying Kana means what in Hebrew? What does Kana mean?
It's like a fierce devotion, like a fierce protective love.
Kana doesn't mean jealous?
To burn with passion.
Kana? Are you giving me the
When I'm
definition of,
looking,
stop. Are you giving me the definition of jealous, or are you giving me the definition of Kana?
when I'm looking here, kana means jealous. And when I understand what that means, it means to burn with passion.
Hold on. Do you realize that you're doing two different things here? You asked me what is jealous in Hebrew? I give you the word in the word in Hebrew, kana. That kana means jealous. Then what you're doing is you're defining jealous. You realize you're doing two things. Stop. Do you realize you're doing two things here? You can't say, hold on. You stop. Goodness gracious. You can't say kana means burning with love and passion. That's not what kana means. Kana means jealous. Then jealous, you can say, means love, burning passion, or whatever definition you want to give it to it. But kana means jealous. It doesn't mean burning love and passion. Here's my Hebrew teacher.
You're taking Hebrew, right?
I am. There's my professor.
Okay. So if you're taking Hebrew, what do you understand? Do you look at the scholars? Do you understand what that jealous means in the context of God being jealous?
But we're not asking what jealous means. I never asked you what does jealous mean. You asked me what is jealous in Hebrew. I give you the Hebrew word. Then you tried to say that the Hebrew word kana means this, and it doesn't. You are doing two different things. You are defining the word jealous.
So what does it mean then?
Kana means jealous. Sorry, Dr. B, go ahead.
Kingdom, how would you determine what a Hebrew word means?
So you're here to save her.
Yep, I'm here to save my advanced Hebrew student from the likes of you.
So what I'm trying to understand here.
No.
You teach her?
Ma'am, I'd like you to answer my question instead of dodging it.
Nobody's dodging it, because if
Well,
you're
then answer
teaching her
it.
words,
Yeah, then answer
you
it.
know
Yeah,
the meaning,
then
right?
answer it. So how would you, because you asked about the Hebrew word, so I'm assuming that you know how to do that. So how do you go about doing philology on a particular word? How do you determine what it means?
What I do is when I go on different Bible sites like Bible Hub, I will go in and I will click the Hebrew to understand what the word is and what it means.
Okay, and where does
That
that
it's being
take you?
spoken.
Yeah, where does that take you?
That will take me to like a Hebrew page where it will break down the word. It will tell me the definition and it will show me how it's written and
Where's it
pronounced.
getting that? Where's it getting that definition from?
Where is it? I don't know.
Okay, that was an honest thing to say. So you don't actually know how you're doing it all the way down, right? You're just saying I go to Bible Hub.
I go to Bible Hub. I look up the word, and the word tells me the meaning.
Okay,
Very
so
simple.
now I'm gonna teach you for free how this works. Okay, so when you click
Go
on
ahead.
Bible Hub, thank you. When you click on Bible Hub, I suspect that the lexicon that it's using is BDB, which is Brown, Driver, and Briggs, right? So if you actually scroll down and look somewhere on that page, I mean, it almost of necessity would have to tell you where they're getting that information from. and that's one of the standard lexicons. It's a little outdated, or it's a little dated, and there are lots of things that I think it could, get a little bit more precise. But it's the way it is with anything. But Brown, Driver, and Briggs is mostly what's being used there. So when you do that with Kana, what does it tell you?
You wanted me to follow you?
I'm sorry?
You wanted me to follow the steps that you're saying? I thought you were just teaching me.
Well, sorry. You know what jealous means, right? You know what Kana means. Certainly you wouldn't have asked the question if you didn't know.
Of course. I know what
Oh,
jealous means.
so tell me, do your steps, right? What did you find? Did you find that BDB tells you that jealous or jealousy
I
means
understand when I do
a fierce, what did you say? Like a fierce rage toward and defense of or something? Is that what it says?
not what I said. So you're a teacher, but you don't listen. You don't have a listening.
Sorry, Thinker, did I mishear what
You
she
didn't
said?
mishear Dr. B.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
to her defense, Dr. B, she did say in the comments that she turns her brains off. She turns her brain off to stuff that doesn't matter. So she might have turned her brain off while you were talking.
I said I would turn it on.
You're not hearing what the fuck I just said. Because you don't listen. She might have turned it off while you were talking, Dr. B, because she has a ego problem.
Gotcha. So let me ask you this. Excuse me. If the word jealousy in the Hebrew Bible means
burn with passion?
To burn with passion. That's what it means with reference to God. Would you be able to apply that meaning if it says that a human is jealous with the same Hebrew word? Why or why not?
The reason why I wouldn't define jealousy the same way as if, like when we were talking about the jealousy that Abel felt, that's a different type of jealousy, because that jealousy produced an evil act, which led to him killing. God's jealousy doesn't lead to murder. So we know that
Really?
there are two different jealousies.
So are you just defining murder? Let me ask you this before we continue.
Actually, I'll take that.
Yeah. Can God murder according to your lights?
God is the giver and taker of life, so he can take
So
life.
he can't, right? Is what you're saying?
I'm not going to say murder. I'll say he's the taker of life.
Right.
That's what the word.
So this seems like an equivocation, and here I'll tell you why. Agent A feels jealousy, using this Hebrew word, and unalive someone because of it. You call that murder. Agent B, sorry?
Say that again, please.
Agent A, right, person A, individual A, feels, excuse me, this jealousy, this kin'ah, and because of that, unalive somebody, right? And you call that murder. Then God feels this same Hebrew word, and as a result of that, unalive somebody, right? Same act on both parts, but because you don't think that it's possible for God to unjustly unalive somebody, you don't call that second one murder.
You can say that.
Yeah, so that's just equivocation. You would have to substantiate why it is that the second one is not the same act.
I wouldn't say it's the same, because in the context of God being jealous, he's not. And if you're trying to use murder, him getting rid of people or eradicating evil, which he mentioned that he would do, it's not something he concealed. He made them very aware what the consequences would be. And you can say that God's jealousy led to murder. I can understand why you would come to that conclusion, because if he's jealous because you're serving another god or you've disobeyed him, and then that leads to him ending your life, yeah, you could say they're the same thing. But as a believer, understanding that God can never be a murderer and
Right.
that only the devil is a murderer. That's why I'm not going to say that, because I
Right.
understand the context, which you should know
No,
more
no,
than
no.
me,
See,
actually.
because it's just you're defining it that way.
No,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So like let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let's say
Mods,
we're
check the
talking
mod
about
chat.
let's say we're talking about slavery in the Hebrew Bible, right?
Mhm.
And you say, yeah, but it's not the same slavery as in the antebellum South, right? With the laws about slavery in the antebellum South, they're different. It's a different kind of slavery from the laws in the Hebrew Bible. And I say, oh, well, like, what are the differences between them? And you say, well, the laws in the Hebrew Bible, those are God's laws. So that's, it's just a different kind of slavery. You're just defining it as such. So it doesn't matter how I point out how they're both chattel slavery. It doesn't matter how much I point out that they're both owning people as property, passing them on as inheritance, making them serve forever, encouraging them to physically beat them for discipline. And it doesn't matter how often I point out or how many verses I show to demonstrate that. You're defining the slavery in the Hebrew Bible as better or different analytically.
No, you should give some examples, because I'm not somebody who's in denial. If you show me, I'm happy to agree with you. I have no problem with that. She says I have an ego. I don't. I'm just confident, and everybody should. So when it comes to the slavery in the Bible, that's why I asked you for an example, because there's even times where people willingly offered themselves up in order to repay debts.
What would that mean? What would that mean to you? let's say that you had proper chattel slavery in the law, in the Hebrew Bible, and I showed that to you. Would you say, yeah, but there are instances where people offer themselves up voluntarily?
Show me.
Would that be a useful defense, do you think?
Whatever you want, show me. I'm happy.
I know, because here's what's going to happen. I'm going to show you.
Telling me what's going to happen.
Yeah. Because I've done this
You're
enough.
not God.
Yeah. I've done this enough. And for all practical purposes here,
Never
I am
spoken to
omniscient.
anyone.
Yeah. You're not atypical.
Yeah.
So you're not special. So what's going to happen here if I don't do this is that I'm going to show you that, right? And you're gonna slide back out of this. It's what apologists do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to nail you down on
I'm an
this.
apologist,
Okay.
but you think I am?
Yeah. Shh.
Nice.
So I'm going to nail this down. So when I show you chattel slavery in the laws of the Hebrew Bible given by Yahweh to Moses for the nation of Israel, where they can purchase foreign slaves that are from the nations around them and from foreigners that are living in the land with them, and they become their property. They can pass them on as inheritance to their children and make them serve forever. Are you going to then come back and say, yeah, but sometimes people sold themselves for debt?
No.
Perfect.
What I would say.
Perfect. So let's just do it. No, let's just do it.
What I would say.
Let's just do it. Do you have a Bible? Do you have a Bible with you?
Acting so nervous.
Yeah.
You're the teacher.
I'm
Just calm
definitely
down.
not. I'm definitely not nervous.
Okay.
So do you want to read the
Yes.
verse or do you want to dodge it?
Yeah,
Which
we're gonna
one?
go into it. No problem. What I'm saying is, what I would ask you is, I don't know everything, but I do know there's parts in the Bible where I think it could be in Jubilee, when it speaks about the Jubilee, where God also gives commands on how you're supposed to treat your slaves. So if you're going to do that, I would also like to see you bring up those verses on how God instructs the Israelites to treat those who work for them as well.
We can do it. We can do that all day
Okay.
long. I am here
Go ahead.
for it. It's this is my jam. Okay.
This is
So
your
do you
lane.
have do you have a Bible with you, or do you want me to read it to you?
I have my computer. My Bible's upstairs.
Okay. Can you look up Leviticus 25 and read verses 44 to 46 to me?
Always delving the treatment punishment.
45?
44 to 46, please.
Are you talking about verses or chapter? Like, what chapter is this?
Leviticus chapter 25, 44 to 46.
Now you had to say the code too.
Sorry.
Oh, we're in this exact scripture I had in mind. Okay.
Wow.
This is the exact scripture you had in mind?
This is the exact passage like the church.
Perfect. Then that warms the cockles of my heart. So go ahead. Can you read those for me?
Oh, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves, and you may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, and members of your of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Mm-hmm. So what's that mean?
What does what mean?
Really?
You
Okay.
know,
I'll be
you
more
are
precise.
right. Like,
I'll be
you
more
understand
precise.
what was
I'll be
said?
more precise since you want to play silly here. So
I'm
verse
not.
44, but let's set it up. Verse 44 and the first part of 45. Who are the people that the Israelites can enslave?
They can have slaves of the surrounding nations around them.
Okay. And what's the second group?
The second group are temporary residents living among them.
Who are
Temporary,
they?
meaning they're most likely not Israelites.
That's correct. They're not Israelites. Okay. So foreigners that are from the nations around them and foreigners that are living in the land with them. Okay. Now, describe the slavery that they're allowed to enslave them into. What are some of its characteristics?
So some of its characteristics is that they will become their property. They can be passed down to their children.
Passed down as inheritance.
They can make them slaves for life.
Perfect.
And
what is that?
they must not rule over them ruthlessly.
Now be careful.
Why are
Be
you running
careful.
them off?
You're falling. Oh no, you're falling into the trap. Read that last part again.
Oh, scary.
Yeah, you're falling into the trap.
Mhm.
So read that verse or read that last part of the verse again carefully.
But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites.
Over who?
Rule over your fellow Israelites.
Over your
fellow Israelites.
Perfect. Okay, so let's stop there for a second because I know this is tough. Who are the people they can enslave?
It said your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, and the temporary residents.
So who are they? Are they Israelites or foreigners?
They're around them. Are they Israelites or foreigners? Why don't you
Yes.
answer? Like you're.
Oh no, because you're the one that didn't understand this 10 seconds ago. Do
Okay,
you understand?
I'm not insulting your intelligence. So if you understand,
And that's okay because I'm not sounding stupid.
Okay.
So let's just go back through it because you didn't understand this 15 seconds ago. So that's why I'm trying to help you. So who are the people they can enslave? Fellow Israelites or foreigners?
Does it say that they can enslave Israelites?
I'm asking you because you
Answer my
didn't understand it. Yeah, I
Answer
know.
my
This is
question.
terrifying for you because you
Oh,
sounded
I'm
like an
so
idiot.
scared.
So
Oh,
answer my question
I'm
or run
running.
from it. Just let me know which one you're going to do.
I'm looking for you. Tell me,
Yeah.
where does it say that they're
Let's
slaves?
review. Let's review
Yeah.
again, right? Listening ears. Let's review again. Can they enslave in this passage foreigners, or does it say that they're enslaving Israelites? Which one?
You could just read the text.
Go for it.
Read the text. Just read it, teacher.
Do you not remember?
I don't need to. It's right in the Bible.
Your ability to comprehend and retain that information, it's difficult.
You're
Difficult for
asking
you.
me when you can
Okay,
literally read
I'm
the
going to
text
take your
there, and you're
hand.
asking
I'm
me
going to
that.
take your hand because this is so difficult for you.
Round of
But I'm
applause.
going to help. I'm going to help. I'm here for you. I'm here for
This
you.
is the
Okay.
peak.
You're not even paying me, and I'm here for you. Okay. So verses 44 and 45, like you just said, says that they can enslave foreigners from the nations around them and foreigners that are living in the land with them. It says they become their property, pass them on as inheritance, make them serve as slaves forever. But then the text says, but as for your fellow Israelites, and I'd ask you the question, but you just act silly. Israelites, they know foreigners. So when it says, as for your fellow Israelites, you can't rule over one another with violence or harshness, that's not talking about the foreigners. Does that make sense?
What are you saying? Are you trying to say that Israelites can be slaves to each other?
Thinker, like, I don't know. I mean, I've taught you for 2 years. So
If
I
you're a
don't
teacher,
like,
that is very sad.
yeah, yeah. Just sit there quietly for a moment. Am I being unclear, Thinker? Do you think?
You are not being unclear.
Okay.
And I swear you just went into like toddler. It was almost like you was talking to your kids. You
Look,
said,
somebody
just sit there
came up.
quietly for
Somebody
a
came
moment.
up on a live. Somebody came up on a live earlier and said, "I don't use pronouns." Motherfucker said, "I don't use pronouns." Right. So then I came upstairs. I came up on stage and I said, "Okay, like I know you don't understand what that means, right? And how silly you just sounded. But that was a first person pronoun that you just used." And I said, "Now let's talk about third person pronouns," which is what the host was asking you about. Do you remember last week when you were in third grade and you were out on the playground and your mommy pulled up and you were like, "Hi, mommy." And you looked at the teacher and said, "My mommy's here." And they said, Where's your mommy?" And you pointed at your mommy and you said, "That's her." When you said her last week in third grade, that was a third person pronoun. So, like, that's where I feel like I am with you, Kingdom, right? Like, here's where we are. Because you're just acting kind of silly here.
I
So I'm going
would
to treat
have
you
to
that way.
agree.
I'm actually
You
just
feel me?
reading the rest while you do your chatter.
What's the rest of it
Dr. How
say?
about you go to
47 to
bed? She's
55. What's
gonna
it
claim
say?
she turned her brain off at the
Yeah.
end of this
No, it's
conversation.
okay. I'm here for it.
You guys are so
Hey,
unforgiving.
hey,
I told
Kingdom.
you
Hey,
that I
Kingdom.
turned
Hey,
it on.
Kingdom. Hey, Kingdom. You read the rest of it, so educate me on 47 to 55, please. What's it say?
I was reading. So you guys can continue your chatter.
Yeah, no. I want to know because you're now educated on 47 to 55. So tell me what it's about.
I'm actually at 49 right now, so
Perfect. Tell me what's 47 to 49 is about. What's it setting up? Because you're educated on it now. What's it about?
So it says, if a foreigner residing
I didn't
among
ask you to read it to me.
well, I'm not
And
done. So let me
any
finish.
third grader could read it to me. That's not you, right? I want you to tell me what it's about.
Oh, Lord. Okay, then let me finish reading it then. I said I was reading.
You can't tell from those 3 verses what it's about? You can't tell from those 3 verses what it's about?
No, because nobody reads a sentence out of a book and then says, "Oh, here's my summary. Here's my summary from one sentence."
I don't think anybody asked you for a summary.
Yes, you're asking me to tell you what I read. How can I summarize something?
Okay, I'm gonna show you just how silly you sound, okay? So, and I need you to sit back and be quiet.
Or
So here's verse 47, everybody. Now, if the means of a stranger or sojourner with you becomes sufficient, and a countryman of your
but I can't read it. Oh
now
my
if the means now if the means of a stranger or a sojourner with you becomes sufficient, and a countryman of yours becomes so poor with regard to him as to sell himself to a stranger who is
Don't add
sojourning with
things to
you.
the text. Leave the text.
Stop. Kingdom, stop.
Quiet.
Adding things.
Stop. You are being very
Quiet.
childish right
He's a
now.
liar.
Quit. He's
I'm reading
reading
from
the,
it.
he's
Which,
reading the damn
I tell you
verse.
what,
Stop.
hey,
Now you're
hey,
gonna start
Kingdom,
fighting the mute button. Quit.
Kingdom, which version would you like me to read from? I'll do it for you.
Why did you stop me from reading?
Yeah, I just want to know what version you'd like me to read.
Then
Go
you
ahead.
proceeded to read.
Yeah,
Why?
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, because I'm showing you how foolish you are. So which version would you like since you didn't like
Please
that one?
do. If
Which
a
one?
foreigner
No,
residing
ma'am.
among you,
Oh, you're gonna read it to us?
I started
Go ahead.
reading before
I
you.
just want you to read verse 47 so that you can sound how foolish you are. Because what you said before you read, what
Listen
you
to
said
the
was,
tremble.
Let him speak. Kingdom, stop.
I can't tell what this passage, this section of the text is about. just from reading the first 3 verses. I can't do that. So I want everybody else in the room to see if they can tell what it's about from those first 3 verses. So go ahead.
If a foreigner residing among you becomes rich and any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to the foreigner or to a member of the foreigner's clan, they retain the right of redemption after they have sold themselves.
Okay, so just stop there.
Their
We don't even
benefit
need to
to
go through
redeem that.
49. Now just go and stop there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to demonstrate
These are
just how
teachers
silly
that
you
really
are.
doesn't read
Yeah,
in
yeah.
context. Wow.
Your reading comprehension is very poor. That's what I'm demonstrating here.
Round of applause.
So can anybody in the room from from just what she read tell us what this section is about?
Ooh,
Foreigners
I
that
know.
live in. Oh, go ahead, Venus.
Well, it's about the foreigners that live in the land that get super poor. It's about when
Actually, it's about the ones that get rich.
the ones that get rich. It's like saying they can't buy Israelites.
No, they can.
Oh, damn it. It's about the
Venus,
foreigners that
Venus, go
get
back on
rich.
mute, cause you
No,
done turned your
stop.
brain off. You done turned your
Stop,
brain off,
guys.
Venus. Now,
Listen, it's about the foreigners
Venus,
that get rich.
go on mute.
It's about the foreigners that get rich.
Go on mute. It's about the foreigners that get rich that can buy Israelites.
That's right. That's right. And what's supposed to
said
happen to
that.
them? Do you see how just from that bit of text that you read that people could say that's what this section is about, but you couldn't? Why is that?
Your friend Venus here didn't say that.
That's okay. Does that make it okay for you?
I'm saying she
Do
didn't
you know
say
what a tu quo
that.
quo fallacy is? Do you know what a tu quo quo fallacy is?
Teach me, teacher.
So no, you don't.
Teach me. You're a teacher. Teach me.
You gonna pay me?
Sure. I don't care. I'll pay for
Okay.
anything.
Let me give you
Valuable.
let me give you my whatever it is, Venmo or
I live in Canada, so I don't have Cash App.
okay.
He literally said Venmo. You got Zelle?
No, we don't have that. I think maybe we have
Yeah,
Venmo.
what you got?
I don't
PayPal?
think we have Zelle.
All right,
PayPal,
I tell you
yes.
what, it's okay. I don't need your
Okay,
money.
you're
Look,
critical.
a two quo quo.
I said I'll pay for value.
That's okay. It's okay. A tu quo quo fallacy is when you say, when somebody critiques you on something, you say, yeah, but you do that too.
And what did I say?
I said, you didn't understand this. Why is that? And you said, yeah, but she didn't either.
Okay, play what I said.
Do you not remember it?
No, I don't remember at all. Play the recording so we can hear.
Well, that's like you're just out here telling on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I think everybody recognizes that. So let's go back.
Round of applause.
In 44 to 46, right? What kind of slavery is that?
44. What kind of slavery is that?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, what kind? There's different kinds?
I know there are. Yeah. There's debt slavery. There's chattel slavery. There's sex slavery. So which one is this?
This slavery, I mean, I'm not versed on the types and categories of slavery. It's just not something I've ever researched.
Okay. That's fine. That's absolutely okay. Debt slavery is generally slavery that somebody takes out a loan and defaults on it, right? And so then the creditor comes and takes them in order to repay the debt, or the individual has to sell themselves usually for a period of time to another person who will then pay off their loan for them, and then they have to serve as a slave for a period of time to the other person. That's usually a debt slave, right? You can see that in passages like Exodus 21, 2-6, Deuteronomy 15, 12-18, 2 Kings 4, 1. Like these are clear examples of debt slavery. Chattel slavery is slavery where someone is owned as property, generally permanently, and it's not predicated on the repayment of a debt. It's just the person is owned, again, generally for life.
Okay.
So which one would you say of those two this more closely aligns with?
Well, if you remember what you just said, you just told me what you think it is. I would need to do my research, but I'll take your word for it that that's the type it is. So
Well, I didn't say which type. Ma'am, I didn't say which type. I just gave you the two like general definitions of the two types of slavery. But then I said, which one does the slave in verses 44 to 46 fall into more closely?
I think I recall you saying that this is kind of like that after you explained I believe it was the debt slavery that you said is we see sometimes in Exodus. So you actually did mention that the
Are we
slavery
in
that you
Exodus? I just
defined,
want to make sure. Did I miss something? Are we in Exodus?
showing you that you did specify that one of the slaveries
Are
that
we
we
in
said
Exodus?
was
Are
in the
we in
Bible.
Exodus? I forgot. Are we in Exodus right now?
You're supposed to be smarter than me.
Man, I can't
Don't play
remember.
let
Are we in
me be
Exodus?
stupid, okay? You just be composed.
I'm
Don't
fairly
speak to my level,
composed.
okay? So
So we're
we are
not
in
in
Leviticus.
Exodus?
We know that we are in Leviticus.
Oh, so why would you mention that I said something about Exodus?
Because you said, no, you didn't tell me what this type of slavery was. And I told you, yes, you did specify this type of slavery in Exodus. We are not in Exodus, but you said that you defined the two slaveries, and then you asked me which one do I think is the type of slavery we see here right now. But I said, no, you did actually correlate one of the definitions to Exodus.
Does that mean that there can't be chattel slavery in Exodus 21, 2-6? Because I said there's a clear example of it, of debt slavery in those verses?
That's absolutely not what I'm all I'm saying is you did associate one of the types of slavery to a different part in the Bible.
But
That's
how,
Right.
how does
That's right.
how does he's asking you what type of slavery is in verses 44 through 46, and he didn't tell you what he thought about verses 44 through 46. How does what the fuck he said about Exodus, like if he says, this type of slavery correlates to debt slavery, how the fuck does that then have you say he's automatically saying that the second option is verses 44 to 46?
I have no idea what you just said. But
Man,
Yeah,
I swear,
what she's saying is it doesn't follow.
goodness gracious.
Your
no,
logic
it
doesn't
doesn't
follow.
make any sense. I'm really
I swear
good
y'all can't
at
follow complex
tracking
ideas
what
for
people are
shit.
saying.
Even when
So
y'all
if
motherfuckers are the
you
ones
mix
who, I'm
things up,
sorry, I don't
I'm
know
going
why
to
you
notice.
talking while I'm talking. I don't know, like, why this is too complex for you when you're the one proposing this shit. You are literally saying that he gave you his idea of what type of slavery is in verse 44 through 46, when he is saying he did not. And then your response is, well, you did because you said that you told me what type of slavery was in Exodus. That doesn't make any sense.
He said
Can
he
you just
defined
can
it,
you
and
just
then
tell
he
me?
asked
Can you just
all I'm
tell me?
saying
Can you
is
just
that
tell
he did
me,
define it.
Kingdom? Can you just tell me what kind of slavery you think Leviticus 25, 44 to 46 is describing?
I'm not gonna assume, but what I will say is when it comes to when I read the other parts, because the other parts do matter, when God says that when they sell themselves, if the fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves, that to me, if you're poor, that sounds like you probably are indebted. So
What
you
does
need
that
to
have to
find
do? But wait, what does that have to do with 44 to 46?
what I'm saying is when I read in context, because you can't read in isolation. I was never taught to read in isolation.
Nobody's teaching you to do that here.
You're asking me to read in isolation because you want me to
Nope.
focus on two
No.
verses
No, I'm
when
not.
the context comes
I
from
want
the
you to
other
answer my
verses.
question.
Because
Yes,
that's
I understand the
how
context.
a
Kingdom,
Hey,
person
you've
Kingdom.
already read verses 39 through 43. Now he is asking you about verses 44 through
That's
46.
not even the verses we're talking about.
If you would
it is.
listen, Kingdom, turn your motherfucking brain back on, Kingdom, because that shit keeps going the fuck out like a fucking
Talking
Nelson
about doesn't
Bates Hotel sign or some shit. Listen, You all have already read verses 39 through 43 and discussed that. Now he's asking you about verses 44 through 46.
Okay, what's your question? And do you see an answer to your question in these exact 2 verses right here? Because I've never read a book in all of my life, English classes, I've never read a book like this. So it's just ridiculous. Like, and you
I don't
tell me that
understand
you're
your
a teacher.
question.
What kind of teacher are you?
I don't understand your
I'm going
ridiculous
to tell you what
Yeah,
she
question.
just
you
said,
don't
Dr. B.
understand.
I can't tell you what the Bible's about until I read all the way from Genesis to Revelation.
Has your teacher ever told you, read this chapter and summarize the whole book? Read this sentence, tell me what it's about.
Yes, it's called a main idea, motherfucker. Have you ever not taken standardized test? Have
And a main
you not
idea
ever
comes
took
from
a
reading the
standardized test
entire
and they
book.
give you a paragraph to read and ask you to find the main idea, Kingdom?
Yes, and did you not have to read the entire paragraph to come with that main idea?
Verses 44 through 46 is a new paragraph in chapter 25. Dr. B is asking you, what is the main idea?
Lord
Yes,
have
he is
mercy.
a doctor. He has a PhD in ancient Near Eastern studies and Hebrew studies and Israelite history. He is a biblical scholar from motherfucking John
No.
Hopkins Kingdom. Dr. B is asking you to summarize the paragraphs 44 through 46.
I think I see
What's
the
your
issue here,
question,
Kingdom.
doctor?
Yeah, Kingdom. I think I see the issue here. Let me see if I can
Diagnose
elucidate.
me, please.
Yeah, I think
That was the
I see
dumbest
the
shit
issue
ever.
here.
That was dumb as fuck. You're a doctor of biblical studies? Diagnose me, please. Like, that was ignorant. Like, you have literally turned your fucking brain off. I don't even know if you turned that shit on.
Kingdom, I think the issue here is that you don't know the book of Leviticus, right? And you don't know this chapter, Leviticus 25. And maybe what's happening here is I'm assuming that you know that this section of Leviticus has casuistic laws in them, right? This could be a failing on my part where I'm assuming that you know things that you don't, right? So if that's the case, then I can back up and I can give you the context of Leviticus 25. Would that help you?
How about you just read it?
You just want me to read Leviticus 25 out loud to you, all 55 verses?
Read it. Read it so you're not putting in your own words like you tried to do earlier.
Yeah, I didn't put in any extra words. I read to you the New American Standard Translation.
I think
don't expect that you know.
I think the defense of the Lord is ignorance. Like, every time, like, this is all we get from them. Like, this fucking foolishness. It's ignorance. Like, they go to church and their pastor say, turn your Bibles to Psalms 23, verses 13 through 16. And then he'll preach on those 3 motherfucking verses. And they'll sit there and go, yes, a pastor. Hallelujah. Jesus is talking to me today. Pastor Souls brought a word. God spoke to me in my heart. He told me that everything's gonna be all right from 3 fucking verses. But all of a sudden, right now, Kingdom, you can't find a main idea from 3 motherfucking verses, Kingdom.
She knows we were never taught like this in school. You're a thinker.
You ain't in school, motherfucker.
I actually am in school.
This is TikTok.
Hey, Kingdom. Do you know if the Bible said anything about Satan falling from heaven?
Now we're jumping somewhere else. See, this is lovely.
I'm trying to
Let's go to the scripture you want to jump to.
I'm trying to demonstrate something to you.
Okay,
If
let's
you'll
go.
indulge me for a moment. Do you know about a passage like that?
Bring me there.
No, I'm asking you. There's a
Okay,
reason.
let me
Okay,
go.
I'll use something
Let
easier.
me
I'll use
see.
something easier. It's fine. It's fine. Um,
What is with
does
you're a
that's
teacher, but
okay.
you seem
It's
to
okay.
not
It's
want
okay.
to read.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Do you know that does Jesus love the whole world? Does God love the whole world? And where might you take me to show me that?
What's your question? Why are you guys muting me? What's your question? You just jumped like 3 times.
Does God, I'm trying to make it easy for you. Does God love
Don't
the
make
whole
it
world?
easy.
It's
Just
okay.
ask your
Well,
question.
I asked you the one and you didn't know it. So I'm trying to give you an easier one. Does God love the whole world?
Show me a verse where he says
I
that.
know I'm asking
No.
you to do that.
Because with
I'm
you,
asking
we're gonna go with
you
the
to do
word.
that.
What does the word say?
Yeah, I
You're
know. That's what
the
I'm
teacher, right?
asking you. As a
Teach
good
the word.
Christian, if I were to ask you, does God love the whole world? Where might you take me to show me that?
God loves all creation. You want me to show you where God says he loves
Do
all
you know
creation?
of a verse that says God loved the whole world?
God loved the whole.
Out here showing her entire ass to 1,200 people.
Yes, for
Where?
sure.
For God, so you know,
You asked me a
for
question.
Hold on,
Yeah,
let
What
her
do you want me to
find it.
just
Let her find it,
give you
y'all.
an answer? I'm not.
yes,
I can give you an answer, but if
please.
I'm
I'm
not gonna
waiting.
butcher God's word,
It's okay.
so if you're asking me if God said this, I'm gonna go and make sure. Did God say this?
Girl,
So let's
go
go.
find it.
Why are you? If you're speaking the truth, why
Go
wouldn't you want
find
me to bring the
it.
scripture?
Literally, go
Okay,
find it.
perfect. So it says,
Hold on. Well, who muted her? Y'all do not type in caps. Don't do it because you're going to get
so
muted. Don't type in caps. I know y'all having fun in the chat. Don't type in caps. Oh, God damn it. You did it again.
is
Don't.
it? Is it?
Hold on. Stop. Y'all,
Is it my sisters in the chat?
stop. Those of you that are new here, caps,
Ew.
stop.
Sorry.
Kingdom damn. Fucking sick of y'all childish motherfuckers. Those of y'all that are new here, caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment. Do not type in caps. You will get muted. I want you to be able to type your shit, talk shit, do whatever you got to do. Don't do it in caps. If you type in caps a second time, after your first mute, you'll be muted the entire live. If you type in caps immediately after an announcement asking you not to, you will be blocked immediately. Go ahead, Kingdom.
Sorry, lost control there. So I see it says, "For God so loved the world." There's a part where he said that.
Right, right. So, like, if I said to you, I don't think God loves the whole world, you might say, yeah, but look, John 3:16 tells me very clearly, right? God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, whosoever believes in him shall not perish, have
Can
everlasting
we
life,
do one
right?
thing? Can you not put words in
Yeah,
my mouth? That's
I,
the only
I,
thing
I,
I
I,
ask.
I didn't put words in your
Don't,
mouth.
but
I
don't
didn't put
say,
words in
"Oh,
your
you
mouth.
might
So
say."
just, okay, I didn't say you specifically as you. How about this? One might say. Is that better? One might say. Is that better? Do you feel better about that?
Just let me speak for myself. That's all
Okay,
I'm saying.
fine, fine. So, would you, Kingdom, feel comfortable saying to me, John 3:16 tells me that God loves the whole world. See, it says it right there. Would you feel comfortable with that?
I'm a Bible believing Christian. Even for myself, before I just want to preface that, even for myself, Christians, they like to say things that, it sounds right, but it's not right. I'm very careful. So even when I say something, I always go and pull out the Bible and say, did God really say that? So I'm just letting you know so you understand why I'm so, okay, let's go to the Bible. It's not a matter, I just don't want to make things up.
That's great.
I don't want to
Look,
butcher his
I
word.
respect that. I respect that. I think that's more than a lot of people do. So I appreciate that. But like, would you feel comfortable saying that? Like, here is a verse that very clearly says, God loves the whole world.
It said, for God so loved the world.
This isn't a trick question.
I know, I'm telling you exactly what it says. I'm not.
No, I'm asking.
You want
I'm
me to
asking you
agree
if
to you? I'm
based
telling you
no
what it
no
says. Like,
I'm asking you a question. Based on what that verse says, would you feel comfortable saying to someone who said, no, the Bible doesn't say that God loves the whole world? Do you think that you would feel comfortable saying, yeah, look, it says it right here? It's not a trick question, I promise. It's not a gotcha.
so you're asking me if somebody said that God doesn't love the whole world,
Right.
I would say, yeah, he does, and use this as an example.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Would you feel comfortable doing that?
I wouldn't do that, but for this example, sure.
Why wouldn't you do it? I don't understand. Sorry.
If somebody told me that they didn't believe that God, either way, I don't think anybody would say it in that way either, that God doesn't love the whole world. What I've heard atheists and agnostics say, they usually say that God doesn't love everyone. That's usually the thing that they use.
Fine. That's okay. That's okay. That would be fine. Would you use this verse as evidence against what they said? Would you feel comfortable doing that?
Like I said, like, I don't know what verse I would use, but I probably wouldn't use this one.
You literally just used it. You realize that?
Okay.
Okay, you're trying to tell me that
let me cut to
this is
here.
the exact verse I would go to.
No, I'm not saying the
people.
exact verse. Look, let me skip ahead. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, because it sounded like you were comfortable with that you would say, yes, this might be one of the verses that I would cite. Okay. What if I said to you, yeah, but have you read the whole book of John? We have to read me the whole book of John. Read it out loud to me. But because I need to know what the context is for John 3:16 before you can use it like that. So go ahead, read the whole book of John.
I would be happy to. If somebody
Right.
asked me to read the Bible to them, like,
yeah. But listen,
I would be happy to do that, right?
Kingdom.
I
Then
don't
you
think
read the
that's a
book of
good
John to me,
example.
right? You read the book of John to me, and then I said, no, read the whole New Testament to me. Go ahead, because that's out. You're just taking that book out of context. Read the whole New Testament to me.
If somebody asked me to read them the entire book of John, I would happily invite them to a Bible study, and we would do that.
Right.
That's
Why
what I'm
would
saying. Like, I don't have
right? But
I
if
don't
I said
ever
to you
expect anyone to do anything
after you
without context.
kingdom, after you read the whole book of John to me, and I said, no, you need to give me John in context. Why are you cherry picking the book of John? Read the whole New Testament to me. Go ahead. At a certain point, what might you say to them?
A motherfucker literally just commented and said that they were here to study my ass. Not the Bible. They're here to fucking study me. Y'all motherfuckers are not okay.
So my answer to you is that, yeah, I would 100% do that, because that's why I like being in atheist panels, because they ask they ask good questions. You should ask questions. You should
I
never
wasn't talking
do
about
anything.
you or to you.
Kingdom.
No, I'm talking to the doctor.
The doctor. It's fine. You don't have to believe that I have a PhD.
I believe, because I mean, there's Islamic doctors, and they're just, yeah, don't have much to say about them either. So
I don't know what that means, except that you're Islamophobic. But
yeah, sure, yeah, I am, for sure, definitely.
yeah. You're a piece of shit. Okay, I got you. That's cool. Thank you for telling
You're
me.
a doctor, so I
Yes.
understand that doctors are they actually go through a process where they learn doctor's etiquette. You don't have that.
I don't think there was a class on doctor's etiquette, and
So there
the class that
definitely
I
is a class.
Like she's
Yeah.
applying medical. She's applying the
No, it's
standards of
true.
a medical doctor to a doctor of
No,
fucking
it's the same
to
for
a PhD
psychologists.
to a PhD. Like, girl, oh my
I
god.
tell you, go to the Johns Hopkins website and
What are you
find
the doc?
me.
What
And
kind of doctor are you then?
yeah. I have a PhD in ancient Near Eastern studies. So I want you to go to the Johns Hopkins website
Let's see. Hold on.
of the Krieger School, and I want you to find in the course curriculum in the catalog the what did you call it? The doctor's etiquette course. Go ahead, go find me that.
What I said is that I believe that there's a process they go through where they learn doctor's etiquette. I didn't
You
say
believe
there's a
incorrectly. You
course
believe
for
incorrectly.
doctor's etiquette.
You believe incorrectly.
No, because what I
You
understand.
believe incorrectly. What you
So
understand
just
is
because you speak over
incorrect.
somebody doesn't mean
Yep.
that you're right. And see, you
Oh no. I don't believe
don't
that it's because I
function like a
speak over
doctor.
you. Yeah, I don't believe it's because I'm speaking over you that I'm correct.
Actually go through. You're just like the Muslim.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit.
I
Okay,
don't
I got
think
you.
that there's
That's cool.
anything
Thank you
called
for
a
my
You're a
doctor's
doctor?
etiquette.
Hold
So
on,
I
Vince.
understand that doctors are I am for sure, definitely.
Yeah. You're a piece of shit. Okay, I got you. That's cool.
Say
Thank you for
something.
your
You're a
time.
doctor, so I
Yes.
understand that doctors are they actually go through a process where they learn doctor's etiquette. You don't have that.
You are a liar. You did not say you believe. You said you understand it.
Yeah. Do you want me to go pull it up? Because from what
That's
I
what he asked
understand,
you to do. Go
okay,
pull it
let's do that.
up. Go pull it up. That's what he asked you to do. And you tried to change it to, no, I said I believe. No, you said you understand it. So go pull it up.
You don't think I'm a medical doctor, do you?
That's what they do for psychology. So let me see.
Sorry, do you think that I'm a medical doctor?
No, because I studied social work and I had friends who also did psychology who were going
So do
on
you
to
think I
get
have a
licensed
psychology degree?
Psychologist, you idiot.
Right
Do
now,
you
I'm
think
doing
I'm
theology. So
do,
I had
do,
friends.
do
Okay,
you
can
think
you let
I'm a
me talk?
No, I'm asking you, do
For
you think I have
psychology, you
do you think I
actually
have a
do.
degree
So
in
I don't know,
psychology?
maybe for you it's different, but when you want to be a licensed
Sorry, do you
psychologist,
think that I have
you
a
have to go through
license
that.
that's associated with my PhD?
That's why I'm wondering, like, from what I
Well,
understand,
you
not
can
all
just ask.
PhDs are considered, you are considered a doctor.
Yeah, see,
So
this is just you showing your ass, right? You
What?
don't
see,
understand.
She said not
you as
all
a doctor.
PhDs are PhD is a doctorate program.
Do you know what PhD stands for?
What the actual?
Phone Holy Ghost Daddy.
Okay, so tell me the name of what kind of doctor you are.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
worry about it. Casey already said.
a doctor. I have a PhD in ancient Near Eastern studies.
PhD in ancient.
She turned her brain on. She never turned it on like
Near,
that. So that brain was off this whole time.
Yeah, continue. I'm
near,
listening.
so ancient
Brain was
Near
off.
Sorry, I
Eastern,
can't hear you over this girl talking. Say it
ancient.
again.
Sorry, there's no girl on this stage.
Okay, yeah. Continue,
Sorry,
sir.
Dr. B, but I'm
No, there
yeah,
you go.
because she's been showing her entire
Okay, now she's getting
time the
triggered.
entire time. Yep. I am triggered. I am so triggered. Yes, ma'am. You got me.
Honest.
You really do
I
have
like
me.
that.
And I will not continue to sit here and let you be this way. I'm so sorry. I'm
Let
so
the
sorry.
doctor
The
speak.
doctor has been so patient with you. No pun intended. The doctor has been so patient with you, and you want to be up here showing your behind. And he's being very generous to even respond to your question because Thinker already told you the kind of doctorate he has, and he validated that when she told you. And now you want to try to be an idiot. No, you're not trying to be. You're actually successful being an idiot up here.
Okay, so what's
You want
the name of
somebody
your
to cater
doctor?
to you. No, I'm sorry. No, we're not gonna fly past that. You want somebody to cater to you and your idiocy, and he's been doing that this entire time. You're wasting his time. You're not paying him. We told you how to pay him, and then you're not even paying him for his labor. And he's nice enough to say that he doesn't want it, but I'm offended for him that you're trying to get him to do work without paying him.
But he's a man. Let him
I
defend
know
himself.
he's
He
a man,
doesn't
and guess
need
what?
to
I'm a
defend him.
woman with a vagina, and I'm strong enough to
That
talk
doesn't do.
for him if I want to. Okay? Yes.
We're always
I'm
trying
a
to
woman,
be.
and I'm talking for him right now. Yes, I am.
Stop being so
Yeah.
manly.
Yeah, I've been quiet the whole time, and now I'm talking for him.
Are you running away from?
Nope. I can't run. My foot's broken.
Oh.
That's a lie. It's healed.
I was gonna say, damn, it's still broke.
No, it's good. I said that on another panel when somebody asked me if I was running from a question. I was like, nope, I'm not running. My foot's broken. She's annoying as heck. Ooh, y'all got a lot of patience this morning. I'm sorry, Dr. B. Go ahead.
No, and I appreciate it.
So you didn't get to finish.
It's a PhD in ancient, Near Eastern, EASTERN studies.
Right, mirror?
Near, like not
M
far. No, not
M
far. Not far. Near.
oh near. Okay.
Yeah.
Ancient Near
Eastern studies from Johns Hopkins University. You can Google me if you want. My dissertation is available.
Okay, that's good. Okay. I'm trying to understand. So you said you have your dissertation. Where is that?
If you type in Joshua Bowen, dissertation, probably PDF, it'll bring it up. It should bring it up.
Okay. If you said that, then I'll believe you. So from what I understand, let me figure out what, because I know for psychology at least, there is a process where you go to. Maybe it's because you're dealing with people. There's a certain etiquette that you need to have when you're discussing with people. Maybe it's not the same for you, but
It's
I
not.
know
Can I
for
ask a quick
psychology,
question?
you definitely do have to go through that process.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you think you've been displaying any of that etiquette in this conversation?
Of course.
So you feel as though you have
Lionheart,
behaved
you
in
are.
a
Oof.
But
you
he's
you
also
believe
held
that
to a
you
different standard. That's why I told him,
I'm
don't
sorry,
come to my
can I
level.
finish
Yep.
my question? Right? Like whether whether you are trying to establish a level or not has nothing to do with his credentials. And I feel like at every turn, because I haven't engaged with you at all. I've just been listening to the entire conversation. And every single time a piece of data has been presented to you, as opposed to engaging with that data or the words in a book honestly, you obfuscate. And you do so from a very condescending place while claiming that you don't have an ego issue or an inflated ego. And it's frustrating because Dr. B has been extremely patient with you, trying to explain to you the etymology of words, the process of translating and understanding the meaning of a word from one language to another. And as opposed to engaging with that from the position of a layperson, which both of us are with respect to the Hebrew language, you don't do that. So I'm trying to understand how you have concluded that you've behaved in a way that Dr. B hasn't in this entire conversation.
So here, see, I knew I was right that there is an etiquette. They call it etiquette-based medicine and professional identity formation. So there's a
You
certain,
see how,
it's
do you notice how I asked you an entire question that had nothing to do with the etiquette of a medical doctor and everything to do with your behavior in this in this conversation? And instead of answering that, you're jumping on something that you think is going to prove you right. Can you tell me again how that's not ego based?
Being a dismissive little slut bucket. I swear. Oh my God.
see, when you speak the truth, they just mute you. How is this an
Did you hear
authentic
my
convo?
question? Did you hear my question?
And I was answering
The
it,
question
but you'll
she just
mute
now,
me.
you
You
dismissed her question.
Yeah, you weren't answering my question. You were researching whether or not there's an etiquette requirement for people that are doctors. That's not what I
There
was talking
is.
to you about. But that's not what my question was to you though. But the reason that you're holding on to that and you're zeroed in on that is because your ego is bruised right now. And your focus is on being right, not
No, he's
understanding,
unprofessional.
not comprehending.
He's not in a
I
professional
don't know.
environment right now. The fuck?
It doesn't matter. It's
It
upheld
does
everywhere.
matter. It does.
No,
It
ask a
does.
doc.
It
Ask a
does.
doctor. Ask your doctor.
He knows what he's doing. Like shit,
Oh,
he the one with the
really?
motherfucking doctorate.
I'm just confused.
Well,
It still
it's
sounds like you
sad.
think
It's
that I
very
have a
sad.
medical degree.
What?
It still sounds like you think I have a medical degree.
It's not about the type of degree you have. It's the fact that you call yourself a doctor,
You
but you
just
don't hold
said, you
yourself to a
just,
certain
you
standard of
just
how you would
said,
professionally interact with
ma'am,
people.
ma'am, you just said medicine. In your in the thing that you cited, you said, see, doctors of medicine.
She think doctors are all the same doctor.
This applies
Like,
to
I don't know what the
psychologists
fuck
as
she
well.
thinks. Like, what is it that you are saying that he's supposed to be, how he's supposed to be treating you right now? He's supposed to be letting you just
Like a
gaslight the fuck out.
professional?
Shut the fuck up, I'm talking. Like, what is he supposed to be doing? Like, just letting you gaslight him? Huh? Like, he can't call stuff stupid that's stupid. Like, what is it that you're saying that he's supposed to be doing right now that's professional?
Maybe have some like in the way he speaks, his language.
Why does he owe you that? Because you aren't giving that off. Like, is he supposed to just take your bullshit?
You brought him in as a
Is he supposed? I didn't know. I
professional,
didn't.
right?
No, he's my friend. He's my friend first. He
You
is
didn't
a
introduce him
professor,
that
but
way.
he's my friend. What is he supposed to do? Just take your bullshit? Answer the question. Is he just supposed to take your bullshit? You aren't paying him. You aren't a student of his. He does not
Oh
owe
yeah,
you
thank
that.
God.
Then what the fuck are you complaining about, motherfucker?
I'm going to a real
He doesn't owe you. Exactly. You on fucking TikTok. And you are up here complaining that he isn't giving you some type of student professor decorum. He does not owe you that.
Unprofessional.
The
Very
fuck?
unprofessional.
I don't even think this is about professionalism
It's
at this
not.
point. I think this
It's
is just
not.
about no, it's about it's about honesty. Like you at every turn
He
have
does not have
positioned
that.
yourself to be right about, and you don't even have the decency as a human being to let people finish their sentences. Like this is about your character at this point. And your character is what's deficient, not Dr. B's professionalism. You came up here claiming that you like to engage and ask thought-provoking questions, but when your position on something is being challenged, instead of engaging with that honestly, you get defensive and childlike. That's not maturity. That's not professionalism.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's about discrediting Dr. B's knowledge, his information. She does not like that Dr. B came up here and debunked whatever bullshit she was trying to pull with Kana. It's about discrediting the information. And what it does, she says unprofessional etiquette, unprofessional over and over again. And the simple-minded ones in the chat, that's all they fucking hear. And they don't hear anything else Dr. B says because he has the doctorate to back up anything that he says regarding her God and this Bible. And so she's focused on discrediting him so that the believers in the chat don't take any of his information seriously. That's what the fuck she's doing.
Angel, that's not true.
You don't have to. I'm sorry, Dr.
No, please, Fee, go ahead.
I don't know why they're being so manly. Like you're a man, you can defend yourself.
Oh, I'm all for the matriarchy, so I'm good with this. I'm here for it.
This also isn't about defense, right? This isn't about gender-based defense. This is about your behavior. And that's what you want to get away from. That's the circle that you do not want to stand firmly rooted in. This has nothing to do with Dr. B
Expose
being a
me. I'm
man
not afraid.
at all. And you see how you're doing right now? The thing that you're doing right now is the problem. It has nothing to do with the fact that Thinker summarized what you were doing with respect to Dr. B's credentials. It has nothing to do with Dr. B being a man. It has nothing to do with us being women. It has everything to do with the fact that you are inept at engaging with opposing ideas in a mature way. And you are defensive. And you're trying to convince yourself that it's not ego-based, but that's the only thing it could be. And you don't want to deal with that.
I'm not running. I don't need to run from the truth. Like you guys can say whatever you want. That's totally fine. I'm not going to be triggered.
You're running mentally.
You aren't running physically. You aren't running physically because you think that staying here and behaving the way you're behaving presents you as being strong and standing up for the word, standing up for your God. But you are running mentally, and that's what Fee is talking about.
So can the doctor speak now? He's the
No, the
professional here.
doctor can't speak now. Can you have your God speak now? Because you're up here defending a God who's supposed to be all powerful, talking about us defending a man who is, no offense, Dr. B, feeble.
It's okay.
Feeble? You gonna let them talk about you like that?
I got MS. Like I'm
He has a
I'm real.
delicate heart.
Compared to your
Dr. B is a
God.
lot.
Oh my God.
Wouldn't be my man.
Compared to your God, your all-powerful God should be in one of these boxes defending himself, but he got you up here trying to defend him poorly.
Oh, trust you. He will defend himself.
I think that Dr. B has a
He doesn't need
delicate
me.
heart. That's what I would say. I don't know about feeble. He's just a delicate and suave gentleman.
Kingdom, I don't really like this whole toxic masculinity thing doesn't really vibe with me, so I don't mind.
Yeah, but letting somebody call you feeble, it's not even about
it
that.
doesn't
It's
really bother
respect,
me.
self-respect.
I think feeble is better than being obtuse.
Dr. B, can I ask you a question?
And it's also
Yeah.
Do you think that it would matter more, the professionalism or the etiquette of a person would matter more if that person is a student at a college than someone who went to a college and got a doctorate? How they behave on social media.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the context. Like one of the reasons that I feel like for the most part I'm pretty much like I'm talking right now is that I feel like I'm just a nice person. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like I am. Kingdom, when you were overtly Islamophobic, that's just piece of shit talking, right? So I think that deserves to be called out like that.
But do you
I
think
that was
her college would care more about that coming from out of her mouth than you being a doctor saying that's just piece of shit talk when it comes to etiquette on social media?
I don't know that anybody. I don't know if the university would care at all.
Oh,
either.
they do. They do.
Oh, they do.
Mm-hmm.
No,
the universities have etiquette policies and
Get the
how
hell
they
outta
behave
here.
on social media.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the university cares more about that than someone who's already graduated.
I think I think Thinker's spot on. And even the way that Kingdom responded to what Selena said, trying to stoke the flames and instigate by saying that she called Dr. B feeble. And she didn't. She made a statement of comparison to a human and a God. And what Selena's question to you was about the fact that you are protecting your God, who is all powerful, while jeering at us for supposedly protecting Dr. B, who's a feeble human. But that's not what you didn't deal with that entire statement. And while claiming you need to read the entire Bible in order to understand one passage. That's not what Selena was saying, and you know it.
You just
But
said
your
she didn't call
ego
him feeble,
and
so you weren't listening.
the way that you're responding right now shows what your intentions are.
I'm
And the only one
consistent.
that's
I'm
not
not
clear on
jumping
that,
around.
you're consistently arrogant and you're consistently ignorant. That's true. I think that's probably the only thing that you've said that I've agreed with in this conversation. But Selena made a comparative statement and you left off one part of that comparison to zero in on a word that she used and took it completely out of context. That's exactly what you did. And we could play it back if you'd like.
Please.
Kingdom, I'm perfectly happy to stay on one passage. I'd like you to actually engage with it. Okay, so let's do that.
Okay,
Let's
as long
come
as you
back.
promise not to jump around, because if you start bringing up other verses, like If you want to stay on one section, that's totally fine.
Scout's honor. Scout's honor. I just put my 3 fingers up. I think that's how you do it.
You got to set up this etiquette honor.
Scout's etiquette honor. Okay, so let's go back to Leviticus 25, 44 to 46.
I just stepped on one of 5's dinosaurs.
Oh my goodness. Hopefully it wasn't the spiky ones. Justin's used to
Yes,
fuck my
the
feet up
hard
all the
plastic
time.
ones with the motherfucking god damn.
Poor thing.
So we have determined, like you said to me, that the 3 main characteristics that are described about the slaves there in those 3 verses are that, I mean, besides the fact that they're foreigners, that they become their property, right? They're purchased as property. They can be passed down as inheritance to their children after them, and that they can be made to serve as slaves for life. Do you agree?
That's what the scripture says.
Okay, perfect. So those 3 things fit very well the definition of a chattel slave. Do you agree with that or disagree?
So is it chattel or channel?
Chattel, ChatTel.
Okay. Like I said, like this is the first time I'm hearing that.
Are you good? You're good. That's okay.
Chattel slavery is a brutal system where one person has total ownership of another as property. Is that the definition that you go with as well?
That's not a very academic definition, but I'm fine to go with it.
Well, I want to use whatever definition you use.
Chattel slave is when an individual is owned as property. That's
I mean,
the
like
basic
something that I
definition.
could see, like verify, just because I don't know,
I'm happy to go
what
with the one that
definition.
you're using.
Okay.
The caveat that I have is that the word brutal being thrown in there, people like to say things like, well, just because they're owned as property, it doesn't mean that that's brutal, which is bizarre and crazy to me. But it's something that I still have to contend with. Yes,
I
ma'am.
think it's
Dr.
kind of
B,
like when people say like
hang on a second, Kingdom. Hang on a second, Kingdom. Dr. B, do you think that going over the characteristics of it would be effective? Because I agree that the argument will later be made that, well, they were taught how to treat, but there are core characteristics of chattel slavery that don't apply to other forms of slavery. Do you think
Yeah.
that would help in clarifying?
Yeah, definitely. So, again, the big distinction between debt and chattel slavery, both of them involve someone being owned as property. The big distinction is that in debt slavery, almost always, it's a person that the law considers to be eventually free. In other words, it's somebody that was a free person that's been reduced temporarily in the mind of the law to the status of slave, with the, again, assumption that eventually they're going to return to that free status. Because of that, certain rights in legal systems tend to follow debt slaves, because it's like, from a practical standpoint, well, we gotta treat them a certain way, or we have to make sure that we don't sell them in a certain way. They can't be alienable in the same way, because eventually they're going to be freed and go back to their free status. Chattel slaves they're considered under the law to be permanent, movable property. So oftentimes the same sorts of rights don't follow; they're not attached. Doesn't mean that no rights are attached. It just means some of the rights that attach to somebody who's a debt slave often don't follow with a chattel slave, because it's considered permanent.
So the chattel slavery sounds more like what happened during the Atlantic slave trade.
Yes, definitely. 100%.
Bingo. but
It only took an
I
hour.
don't see the correlation. It doesn't sound like it's the same here, and because of the way that, and I'm looking at different definitions,
Mhm.
and there's an emphasis on the way that they're treated, and it doesn't sound the same as the way they're treated in Leviticus.
What are the things that you think are different?
So in this one, it says the dictionary.com, the
Mhm.
enslaving and owning of human beings and their offsprings as property, able to be bought, sold, and forced to work without wages, as distinguished from other systems of forced, unpaid, or low wage labor, also considered to be slavery. Okay, so when I go into Leviticus, the way it's described, like when they say, that if many years remain, they must pay for their redemption a large share of the price paid for them. And
Those
if
are
only,
Israelites.
yeah, and if only a few years remain until the
Right, but
year of
those are
Jubilee.
kingdom. I don't mean to interrupt. Those are Israelites. That's a different set of laws.
Okay, so when you're talking about, okay, you want to go to verse 44, 45.
That's right.
Your
44 to 46,
male,
the foreigners.
and so you want to only talk, because before
It literally
when I was
says
talking
stick to
about,
one passage. You
okay,
wouldn't be jumping around. That's the
he's a man, he
passages.
can
Nope. I'm the
defend
host.
himself.
I'm the host. And reminding you of
See,
what you
they
said.
don't respect my
I'm
authority.
reminding you of what you said. You said you wanted to stick to one passage. The passage he asked you about was 44 through 46.
We're still in the same place,
You're
thinker. I
not.
didn't go
You're
anywhere.
not. You're not. 44 through
This is
46.
Leviticus.
Leviticus
I don't
44
mind.
through 46.
I don't mind
It's
doing
in the
that.
same chapter. Why are you
It's
guys?
okay. Kingdom. I don't mind going to 47 to 55. I just want to make
I
sure that we
know they're
keep.
just. I don't know what's wrong with
Because
them.
you're jumping
There's.
around. And Dr. B, this is what
He's
she
the
do, and
doctor,
we're
though.
never gonna
Like,
stop.
let him talk.
Stop. This is
Shut
what
up, girl.
stop.
See?
God dang.
This is what she does.
She thinks she
And
knows
we'll
more than
never
him.
get through this if she's allowed to control this and just jump around. She set the parameters. She needs to stick to it. You gave your ethics scouts honor. She needs to stick to it.
That's a fair point.
So, well, see, I don't have to do anything. They just show themselves. So me reading the next verse is apparently jumping around.
You asked him not to
It
jump
is.
around and asked him to stick to one
Yeah, from
passage. He
chapter to book
agreed.
to book.
We were discussing 44 through 46. Stick to it. You set the parameter.
Can we do 44 to 46 first and then go to 47 to 55?
Sure.
Okay.
So it says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you buy slaves. You may also buy some of their temporary residents living among you and the members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over them ruthlessly.
Not
So
them.
even from
No,
this
no, no, no,
last
no, no,
part,
no, no,
wait,
no,
let
no,
me
no, no, no,
let
no,
me
no, kingdom, because
finish. Like,
you
you're the only
misread it.
one talking.
Kingdom. Be honest now. You read that wrong.
Believers, you see.
No. I mean, the believers do see if they're actually reading along with their Bible. Read that last part again,
And they're
because it doesn't say
laughing.
what you said. Yeah, it doesn't say what you said, does it?
I just read it, but
It
you
doesn't
must
say you must not rule over them ruthlessly, does it?
you must not rule over your fellow Israelites
Oh,
ruthlessly.
okay. So not the foreigners, which would have been the antecedent for the them, wouldn't it?
Oh, she tried to lie.
Sure, no problem.
She did what she
Perfect.
accused you of doing, did she not, Dr. B?
She did, yeah.
Wow.
How y'all just trying to search for
Believers, you
anything?
see. You see how she tried to deceive you.
Behold.
So
Oh
tell
my
me,
gosh.
in the definition that you read from dictionary.com, what were the characteristics?
So I'll read it again. The enslaving and owning of human beings and their offsprings as property.
Okay,
Able
so
to
just pause there for a second. So human beings and their offspring, is that in those verses?
not the same wording, but yes, the same
Yes.
thing. Basically, that first
Perfect.
half is pretty
Right,
much the
right.
same.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and What are
Sorry,
you
I was
reading there?
just taking the definition bit by bit if we're going to try to compare them. So go ahead. Sorry, you said the offspring, the people and their offspring as property. And then what was the rest of it?
The rest of it is able to be bought, sold, and forced to work without wages.
Okay. Could they be bought and sold?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
actually, let me go back. You may buy slaves, and you may also buy from some temporary residents living among you, members of their clans born in the country, and they will become your property. So I don't see anything about sold, but I do see that they can sell themselves.
It doesn't say they sell themselves.
I'm saying like I see in the context that I'm not allowed to read in Leviticus that they sell themselves,
No,
but
it's
I
a
don't see
different, that's
anything
because
about.
kingdom. The reason that you can't bring that in is because it's not talking about these people.
How do you even know what's going on if you're only reading that part?
Oh, I'm
That's
not,
what doesn't make
right?
sense to
I'm
me.
telling you that if we go to those verses, it's talking about Israelites selling themselves. These are foreigners
You
that are
won't even
being
let me get
purchased.
context, so
I'm telling you,
I don't
that's
really
the
know what
context.
you
You
want to
don't
We
do.
have to
already
believe
went
me, but
over those verses, girl.
so they can be bought, right?
They can be bought. I can admit. I can say
Okay.
that they can be bought.
They can be passed on as inheritance to their children, right?
Yes.
Both they and their offspring can be purchased.
I'm trying to figure out if they can be bought. How can they not be sold?
Yeah.
Because they're for
I mean,
life.
And then what the
so the question is one of alienability. And it's true that that part of this is not explicitly stated in the text. From ancient Near Eastern parallels, it's very clear that they could be. But if we're just going with these three verses, that's absolutely fine. Because the text, it could be theoretically possible that an Israelite could purchase someone, but did not then have the right to resell them to someone else. That's theoretically possible. I don't think it plays out
I don't
that
think an
way.
Israelite, because it says clearly that they sell themselves. So the only way for
It
you to
doesn't.
acquire an Israelite is if
Kingdom.
they
It
sell
doesn't.
themselves to you.
That's an Israelite kingdom. We're not talking about Israelites.
Israelite is in the same verses that you're talking about right now. It's in
That's
46.
why
So you
there's
want
a
me to ignore it?
distinction. Yes, because no, I don't want you to ignore it. I want you to
What?
read it in context. Because that's why 44 to 46 are here. The law in 39 to 43 is about what happens if an Israelite sells himself. Then the law says, but if you want slaves, you have to get them from foreigners. That's why I'm having you make that distinction. Because that's the context. It's what it's about.
Okay, so just so I understand moving forward, because I don't want to put you through too much. So you do not want me to talk about or acknowledge Israelites in this context, in the whole slavery thing. We're not talking about Israelites. We're only talking about foreign nations.
At the moment, yes. We're talking about Israelites purchasing foreigners. That's what we're talking about.
I think it's important to acknowledge what it is that this. The thing is that you chose topic 2 in critical thinking. It's important to acknowledge the question you are answering, so that you know what passage to analyze to answer that question. Now, the question we're answering is whether or not verses 44 through 46 match the dictionary.com definition for chattel slavery. Is that the question we're answering? Kingdom.
Yes.
All right.
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say that again?
How the freak you answer a question?
Because I didn't think she was talking to me. I thought she was talking
I
to
didn't
like the
know I
audience.
wasn't on mute. I wasn't talking to you.
This shit is
Talking to myself.
This shit is stupid, I swear. Like, these motherfuckers want you to believe they got the fucking answers to life.
I mean, I think I read way more fluently than
Oh my
anybody put in this
fucking God.
chat.
Who gives a
So
goddamn? Third graders brag about reading fluently. Like, what the fuck? The question we are answering is whether or not the definition of chattel slavery from dictionary.com matches the verses 44 through 46. Correct, Kingdom?
No.
Do I need to play that part back?
Sure.
What Kingdom? What do you think we're talking about?
Honestly,
What did you disagree with that? Sorry,
I'm
what
so
did you disagree
confused
with? What
because
you said?
first I thought you guys wanted to talk about 44 to 46, but then you don't want me to read
She literally
47.
just
So
said no to that. She
I
said
don't know.
She literally just said no. Then she goes, I thought y'all want to talk about 44 to 46. That's literally what I just said. That you said no to.
Did you hear the
Because you
rest?
asked
She
me
said,
if I
but y'all
think it's
don't
the
want me to
same.
read
I
40. So
said
shut up,
no.
shut up. Then she said, I thought y'all wanted to talk about 44 through 46, but y'all don't want me to read 47. 40 freaking 7 is after 46, you idiot. Sorry, I had to get that out.
This is ridiculous. You came up here to talk about believers and critical
need to see
thinking, and
somebody.
you are dead set on showing us that you lack critical thinking as a believer. And I'm going to try
I
this
do.
again.
That's why you're
I'm going
wrong.
to try this again. The first thing that we have to do is acknowledge the question we are answering. We are answering the question of whether or not the definition you provided of chattel slavery from dictionary.com matches the slavery in verses 44 through 46, which you stated does not. Correct?
It does not match.
I understand you don't believe that. That's the question we are answering right now. That's what we're analyzing. So why the fuck would you go to verse 39 through 42 to answer the question of whether or not the definition you provided of chattel slavery from dictionary.com matches the slavery described in verses 44 through 46?
You keep bringing up 39. Is there like a similarity between that and 47? I'm not
Kingdom,
talking about
you
that.
are the one that keeps wanting to go to verses 39 through 43 to talk about the Israelites selling themselves.
I'm
Why?
telling you, I'm talking about 47. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I wasn't even looking up there.
Both of those sections are about Israelites selling themselves.
Okay.
39 to 43, 47 to 55, they're both about Israelites selling themselves. One is just about selling themselves to other Israelites. The other is about selling themselves to foreigners that are living in the land.
In order to answer your question, Kingdom, you have to analyze verses 44 through 46 and line it up with the definition you provided from dictionary.com. There is no need to go anywhere else. Match it up with the description of slavery in those verses to determine whether or not it is a different type of slavery. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the same. That's my answer.
Okay, so where do you see the difference?
I see the difference when it comes to the way that they're treated.
Okay, in what way?
So from the definitions I'm seeing, there is like a very negative connotation to it. Like people think slavery as a whole is bad, and of course,
Hold
like
on.
what we
Hold on. Are you
okay.
pulling in a different definition
I'm
now?
muting myself.
Are you yeah, please do. Are you pulling in a different definition now and not using the one you pulled from dictionary.com?
They're all pretty much the same.
So you are pulling in, you're just
No,
abandoning,
oh my
stop.
God.
You're abandoning what we were analyzing and replacing it. Is that right?
What?
You are abandoning the information we were analyzing, the dictionary.com definition. You're abandoning that and bringing in other definitions. Is that correct?
I have the same definition up here.
Does the definition on dictionary.com talk about how the slaves were treated?
Yep. And I'm reading all the way to the last period.
Okay, read it. Which part talks about how they were treated?
So it says, and forced to work without wages as distinguished from other systems of forced, unpaid, or low wage labor, also considered to be slavery. So the way they're treated here, it just sounds very unethical. Just because you're a slave, like somebody who my family has, we have people that tend to our
Kingdom,
place
stop.
in
That's not
Jamaica.
treatment.
They're
Kingdom,
not
stop.
slaves.
That's not treatment. I'm not gonna let you fucking gaslight us. That's not treatment. And are you saying that in the verses 44 through 46, it says that the slaves in verses 44 through 46 are paid? Are they paid or unpaid?
You can find out in the next few verses that you don't want to read.
The next few verses are about Israelite slaves. We are discussing foreign slaves in 44 through 46. Are those foreign slaves paid?
In this verse, I don't see that word or anything about being paid in these specific verses. Not saying it's not anywhere else, but no, it's not in these specific verses.
So you think that they owned them for life, passed them down to their kids, and paid them a wage?
I think whatever the verse says, that's what I think.
Okay, so it really can't be used as a form of demarcation, right? You can't.
I'm just working with you, what you guys want.
Right. So that doesn't really work, right? The paid part doesn't really work to help your position here. Because you'd have to assume that into the text somehow.
Well, I'm extremely limited, so not much
Perfect.
I can do.
Yeah. Okay. So that one doesn't work. So where else do you see?
I just can't. I can't solidify it in two verses. It's just ridiculous what you're asking me to do.
Hold on for a second, Dr. B. Just 1 second. So it says, from other systems
They
of
keep interrupting you?
motherfucker, this is my shit. You done forgot that shit?
Yeah, you are
You forgot that shit?
You're the man.
Yeah, I am. It says from other systems. Why the fuck do you need a man to fucking control your motherfucking ass or some shit? Like, why do you keep reaching for a man? Like, why do you keep saying shit like that? Like, do you need a man to fucking control you, motherfucker? Come off mute. You need a man to control you?
Yeah, but he's your teacher. You don't even
You need a man to control you?
He's your teacher.
Do you need a man to control you?
And this is what atheist doesn't teach
Do
you.
you need a man to answer the fucking question? Do you need a man to control you?
Apparently, Christianity don't teach you how to answer questions.
No, you
Have a
just
good
don't
day, Dr.
respect
B.
your authority. He's your teacher, and you just.
He's not an authority, motherfucker.
And he's gone.
He's not
an authority.
No, he is my friend.
Brother,
I'm a fucking grown ass woman.
That's how they
He
see
is
you.
not an authority.
In this space, because he's a doctor,
I
he
don't
would
give
be
a
considered
fuck.
an
This
authority.
is my shit.
Wow.
This is my shit. And when I'm in his class,
You're just showing him how you really think.
he knows how he works in here.
Yeah, trust me. People think a lot, but they won't say. So keep it going.
People what?
People think a lot of things, but they just won't tell you.
Dr. B is in the comments. Dr. B will text me after this. Dr. B just had to leave because he has a meeting. Dr. B knows how he works in here. This is not his motherfucking first time in here.
Because he doesn't have any, he can't even exercise
and
his
he never will
expertise
be. And he never will have that authority in here. Ever. When I go to Dr. B's class, Dr. B has the authority. This is my shit. He never will have that authority in here, ever.
The fuck you mean? Just because you need a man to fucking control your ass, don't mean every other woman does.
It's just respect.
I don't owe you or nobody no motherfucking respect. I don't owe you any motherfucking respect that your motherfucking ass don't give. The fuck you mean?
Wow. This is how you talk to your teacher. Wow.
I'm not talking to my teacher, motherfucker. I'm talking to you.
You introduced him as your teacher.
I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to you about him.
You told me he's your teacher.
You are fucking dumb as fuck. You are
fucked
dumb.
you?
Shut the fuck up. You are dumb. You are a waste of a fucking conversation. If Dr. B had not been up here and was giving you fucking grace that you did not fucking deserve, you would have been gone. Because the only thing you fucking have done is ran this whole entire fucking conversation. You aren't here for truth. You aren't here to learn a goddamn thing. Because if you were, your motherfucking ass would have respected a doctor of Bible theology, biblical scholarship. You would have been treating him with more respect than you did.
I did.
He knows more about your fucking God. He knows more about your fucking God than your motherfucking ass does. You shut the fuck up. You don't want to learn a goddamn thing. You ran your motherfucking mouth the whole time you had a PhD and biblical scholarship on stage with your dumb ass. You thought that you knew more. Shut the fuck up. You thought that you knew more. You thought you knew more than the motherfucking doctor who studied this shit, who went to motherfucking Israel, who did excavations, who wrote motherfucking books about your God and his motherfucking people. You wasted an opportunity to learn, motherfucker.
I couldn't because you kept talking.
Shut the fuck up. You are a waste of space. You wasted Dr. B's time and you wasted ours. Get the fuck off my stage.
Bye. Bye, ho.
Motherfucking waste of space.
That was abysmal.
They get on my motherfucking nerves. Like, this is why I could never be a Christian. Like, what the fuck for? Y'all are childish as fuck.
You know what got me is that the whole time she thought he was a medical doctor. That's why she kept getting confused. But also, I never thought we would find anybody more stupid than Lena. But Lena, that hoe took your crown, bitch.
Sally, you wasn't in here. You wasn't in
Oh,
here.
you wasn't here for.
You wasn't here for Sally.
Sally.
So
was
you mean to
bad.
tell me it's two more people? Wait a minute now, Lena.
Sally.
Hold up.
Oh my gosh.
Yup, there was Sally.
Yeah.
Sally was horrible.
Sally was the one of the first. No, she was like the third call of the night.
She was the third one.
Yeah.
She was number 3.
Yeah. Sally,
I kicked Kareem in his back.
Are you sure, guys? What about that guy?
Listen,
What about CJ?
Listen.
Why is it okay to be a dangerous Christian? Why is it that you adhere to these types of religion? And why would you kill when it's not moral?
Is that Theo?
Yes.
What is happening?
Theo was over Sally ass. He went and made a song about her ass. That's how bad Sally was. That's how bad Sally was.
Yeah.
She was worse than Lena. She was honestly, she was worse than Kingdom. Sally was Lena and Kingdom all in one.
Wow. Listen, let me tell you, this is the thing, right? It's crazy that your critical thinking, you picked the question about critical thinking, but you don't have any. You literally don't have any. And the people in the chat either, because when Selena was talking about Dr. B being feeble, they don't realize that she wasn't calling Dr. B feeble,
She was
right?
calling men and
Right.
humans feeble, contrasting it to the God.
I'm
I even said,
I'm
no
just
offense,
saying.
Dr. B. No
Right.
offense, Dr. B.
I'm just saying the US education system and Canada, it seems like, because motherfuckers always be talking about how dumb Americans are, but Canadians sound like they a few cards short of a full deck too.
I think Dr. B thought you were calling him Fable too. He didn't know that he has MS right after you made that comment.
He was
No, he didn't.
yeah, he did, but he was
Yeah, he was
being
He was joking.
he was being
He was
sarcastic.
being facetious. Yeah.
Yeah.
We
See,
know
that's
Dr. B.
that's what I'm saying. That,
He
see,
literally said,
but
"Oh, I don't mind. I am feeble. I have MS." He was
yes,
being, yeah.
So
this is but
Hold
see
on,
your response.
Ajo. We don't know you, bro. Go on me for just a second. We gonna
yeah,
invite you
sure.
in just a second.
But that's what
We
I'm
talking
talking
amongst
about.
ourselves right now. Hold on.
But that's what I'm talking about, right? He couldn't even Dr. B even said it in a sarcastic tone, and he couldn't even discern the sarcasm because your mind doesn't go past literally. He couldn't even discern. I didn't think Dr. B thought that she was talking about him because of his response. But your mind doesn't do that. And I don't understand how people's mind don't do that. That's foreign to me. That people can't even understand sarcasm when people are speaking is crazy to me.
All right, hey, if you want to start getting on me, it's a good time for me to introduce
Hey.
myself.
We don't know you, homie. We don't know you.
Yeah, let me and she making
No one
comments.
has invited you in this conversation yet. That's not how it works here. This is not an open panel. Everybody on this panel are hosts. They are part of the team. You are a guest. We don't know you. Like, don't fight the mute button, because all I'm gonna do is take you down and move on to the next. You will never get your way in here. I will move the fuck on. Bye. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. I don't know what you thought I was joking.
You thought, what he thought was that Dr. B thought she was talking about him because he thought that Dr. B thought that. I just don't understand. I just don't understand these kids today. I don't understand them because I don't understand why they don't know shit.
Quick question, Thinko. Would you say that the space guy was worse, or was it Sully?
Well, Space Guy, Sally was worse. I did not say that with your lying ass. I said, yes, he did say that, but he was being sarcastic. But again, you're not part of this conversation. This is friends talking amongst friends. Host talking to host. You're not a part of the conversation. And I told you, don't come off mute. If you come off mute again, I'm going to drop you and move on. You didn't believe me. Now you're in the fucking comments complaining about that shit. All you have to do is sit there and wait for me to introduce you. That's it. I think Sally is worse than the space guy. The space guy was bad, but Sally was worse. Sally said she would kill her mama. She said she would kill her mama and that she would kill babies. Sally was worse.
Yep.
Yeah, Sully was
Yeah.
worth 100%.
Yeah.
We need a tier
That's
list just for tonight, in all
right.
honesty.
That's terrible, though. That's terrible to say that out loud
Mm-hmm.
and think that that's an appropriate thing to say because of a religion.
She said, that's not
She said it
evil.
with a joyful tone.
Yeah.
She said it
Because
with a
the
happy
thing
tone.
is, you can go out here and kill babies and kill your mama. The law is not going to let you use Christianity as a defense. The law, this same government that claims they're a Christian government, won't let you use that as a defense. You're going to jail. Period.
I think that's a good point, Lord. It's like, especially when they start talking about the sovereignty of God. He's not sovereign over the laws of the land. So when
Right.
people take their children's lives or, do something because God
Excuse me.
told me, I heard a voice from God, bless you, you're still going to go to jail. So your God is sovereign, but he can get incarcerated. You can get incarcerated following his instructions. Like there's no way they critically thought themselves through this. And I think Kingdom's behavior up here and the way that she was doing nothing but deflecting and projecting the entire time, that's all they have. And it's frustrating because they refuse to recognize it.
But they see them being incarcerated for following that type of command as persecution. They don't see it as their God punishing them. They see it as humans persecuting them for following their God's command.
I mean, if you're willing to go to jail for that, I mean, that's fine. But I think that come from people that ain't never really been to jail.
Right, but it also comes from these stories where Paul was in jail, Peter was in jail, and they believe that their God is going to protect them in jail or get them out of it. They are like they'll say that they're willing to go to jail, and that's persecution, and God's going to bless them in jail or help get them out of it. Like they don't see that as a deterrent.
Paul ain't never made no noodles with toilet water. I bet you he did. You ain't been to that kind of. Paul ain't
Not
been to that kind of
toilet
jail
water
where they
noodles.
cooking on top of the toilet. He ain't never been to that kind of goddamn jail. I promise you.
Jason QH. Jason QH, are you there? All right, we will move on.
I was, oh, my bad.
Right, honey bun cakes and Kool-Aid makeup. You ain't never been to the kind of jail where you gotta make your own desserts, bitch. You ain't never been to that kind of jail. And
Hold
who
on,
knows
y'all.
what the fuck they made out of.
Happy birthday to you, Secular Roots. Happy birthday to you, Secular Roots. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday, Secular Roots.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Secular.
birthday.
I think one of these days is my daughter' daddy birthday. I ain't sure.
One of these days is funny as hell, Lords.
I mean, like
She said one of these days.
I know it's at the end of July. I just can't remember which day it
Mm-mm.
is.
Lord's like, I know it's a day that end in Y. Lord's all of them end in Y. You need to know what that man's birthday is.
No, I don't. I ain't my goddamn daddy. She gotta know when his birthday is. Goddamn shit. My daddy dead. I know what my daddy's birthday is.
One of these days. That is hilarious.
Look, Wild say Merry Christmas. I just know it's at the end of July.
Oh, okay. Hey, Secular.
Hey y'all.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Thank you so much.
Secular.
Thank y'all for the gift.
Happy birthday.
Is this your first time up here, Secular?
Time for the
It is
birthday.
my first time up here.
See, wait until your birthday to come up.
Saichuka Hamnida.
What is happening?
Saichuka
I don't know.
Hamnida.
Cuz.
That's happy birthday
Saichuka
in Japanese, I think.
Hamnida. It was Korean.
Oh, Korean. Yes, Korean. It's Korean. You're right.
Thank you, Venus.
How old are
Yeah.
you today? Do you want to say?
I'm turning 40 today.
Oh, the big 4. Oh.
Okay, big 4-0.
Decade number
Yep.
40 is a
4.
wonderful decade.
Decade number 4.
You know,
Yes.
I agree with that. This year already has been like a really good year.
That's good. That's good. What are you doing to celebrate?
Well, I celebrated when I went to Bash's watch party last week. That was my birthday present to myself.
Oh, that's so cool. You got to meet Bash in person?
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was the second time actually because he did a show in Memphis and I met him in May. So I
Oh,
met him.
okay.
That was the second time. Yeah,
That's what's
it was
up.
really fun. I enjoyed it. It was hot. It was so hot, but it was really fun.
That's what's
But
up.
yeah, that's all I was coming up for because I wanted a birthday song. Everybody else got one, so I wanted to ask
Look,
for
I
one
beat you
too.
to it. I beat you to it.
You did. You
All right.
did. And
Well,
thank y'all so much for the gift.
you're so welcome. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Bye,
Bye
y'all.
bye.
Bye. Happy birthday.
Bye. Y'all let them Christians out gift y'all earlier when Kingdom was up here, but I wasn't gonna say nothing.
Shanani, when is your birthday?
Hey,
Hi. Can you turn your camera off for me, please?
I'm sorry.
Can you turn your camera off? I don't allow cameras on stage.
Sure.
Thank you. And give me just 1 second, please. July 26th, Shanani? How did we miss your birthday? Happy birthday, Shanati. Happy birthday, Shanati. Happy birthday, Shanati. Happy birthday, Shanati. I'm so sorry, Shanati. You should have said something.
Time for the birthday shit. Time for the
Happy
birthday shit. Sorry.
Oh,
birthday.
Tanjubi. Oh.
not every time, Venus. No. Goodness gracious.
I'm just saying. My favorite birthday song is "All I Want for My Birthday Is a Big Booty Hoe."
All I want for
That's
my
my
birthday
favorite
is a
birthday
big
song.
booty. Okay. Mahatia? Mahatia?
It's Mahesha. It's okay.
Mahesha. Okay. Oh, that's pretty. Is that
Thank
your real
you.
name?
Yes, it
Really pretty.
is.
Oh, that is pretty.
Oh, I like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
How old are you?
I'm actually 34.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Really, to be honest, I did publicly call myself an atheist. However, I was raised by believers. So I guess it's really more of like a deconstructing atheist kind of recovering.
Okay. When you say recovering, are you going back to
I
the
mean,
religion or?
I'm getting out of it. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like, what is it? Like, AA? Atheist
Well,
Anonymous?
I wish, but it's really more of like a familial thing. For me personally. So yeah.
Okay. There's 3 topics on the board. Which one did you come up to discuss?
I would like to discuss what do believers have against thinking? Because I honestly have been on this life for I don't know, like 6 hours, and each time I see a Christian try to explain themselves, it's always a mess. It's a repeated mess every single time. And I'm sorry.
I was agreeing with you, yeah.
Yeah. And also, can I say, even personal as an individual myself, the Christians are really the reason for my mental anguish and trauma.
Yeah.
Including in childhood too. Because really kind of all my life, sorry, I'm just coming home. Really kind of all my life, well, really more kind of synopsis about me. I'm not only I'm a Black woman, I'm disabled as well. So imagine that, and trying to even pray to this God to even give you a better life, and yet no matter how much good you do in the world and even helping out folks, it's still not enough, and you still get like pushback. So yeah, it's really contradictory at this point.
Yeah. Do you get the pushback from your family members that try to basically make you feel shame for leaving the faith and say that you're just hurt that God didn't answer your prayers? Or
Well, especially of course my mother too. Well, I would say this: both my family members are. Some of them are Christians, some of them are Jehovah's Witness, and me myself, really growing up, I would consider myself as an individual free of religion. I've been always like more of a free spirit, so. And as much as my family wants me to go back to that religion, either one of those religions, I feel is best not to, for my case, really be based on my own experience, trying to talk to this God about what I want for my life. But each time I even try, of course, again, help people and all that. And by the way, I'm autistic, so bear with me. I always get treated like, treated like shit.
From your family? From the
Not just my family, but I would say really throughout school. Thankfully, I'm out. Well, I only did like one semester of college and I quit. But even funny enough, where I went to college was a Christian-based college that my parents sent me to. So yeah, goodness gracious.
It's interesting. Fee, what do you think about like her having to be in a family of Christians and Jehovah's Witnesses? Like Fee at the bottom, she's
I didn't hear the question. I think my phone was kind of being wonky. What was your question?
Oh, she was saying that she's in a family with Christians and Jehovah's Witnesses. So I was asking, like, what do you think of that? Mahisha Fee is a co-host here, and she's ex J-Dub.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so my mom, my immediate family was Jehovah's Witnesses, and on my dad's side of the family, they were Jehovah's Witnesses, but on my mom's side, they're more like holiness, like, Baptist, sanctified, rolling on the floor, speaking in tongues, and they just avoided religious conversations altogether. And I mean, does your family kind of go back and forth with each other about who's right and who's wrong?
I would say kind of, sorta, even though it kind of has lessened really kind of since my great grandmother passed in 2012, and she was a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah. I mean, the reality, the only thing that we were talking about this the other day, like the only thing that any denomination or any religion can say to another person in another denomination or religion is just that I see this differently, because none of them can speak on what their version of the God is doing. And it just makes for so much contention when both of them are working with the same amount of evidence for their claims, which is the book and just how they see it. So I can imagine that would make for a pretty tense, like family get-togethers and stuff like that, because Jehovah's Witnesses are very convinced that they have the one and only truth. And growing up, I thought that they were the only ones that thought that. Like we were taught that, other religions don't necessarily think that they hold the truth. They think that they're doing the best that they can, but Jehovah's Witnesses have the one and only truth. Like they refer to it as the truth. My ex-sister-in-law was texting me the other day. She was like, have you seen so-and-so recently? I was like, nah. She was like, are they still in the truth? That's literally how they refer to it. They call it the truth, as if it's the only truth that exists. I had no idea until I started coming into these lives that Thinker was telling me that Kojic is the same way. Like Kojic says the same thing about, what is it, Baptist? Thinker?
Yeah, about all Baptists, Jehovah Witness, Catholics, like everybody. We were the only ones that had it right and the only ones going to heaven.
Yeah. And I think the fact that you have people in the same family that both hold that conviction so firmly, and neither of them stop to say, both of us can't be right.
And on what basis am I concluding that I'm right? Like, I think that just speaks to how indoctrination impacts the mind. Like, I think this last conversation shows how indoctrination and ego impacts the mind. That shit is frustrating.
Yes, even through growing up too, because even I would say at least around 6 years old, I just like really then and there just thought I wasn't like really honestly good enough throughout my whole life, and I've been trying to even gather what was being said to me, but it just wasn't sticking to me. And even when I attended a Baptist church, it still wouldn't stick, and I just live my life as it is. Like, I don't really pray. I do meditate, but I don't really pray much. Not even. I mean, it's really for me personally, it's complicated for me to even, I guess, wrap around my head that either there is a God or not. But okay, that reminds me about, I'm not really defending over whatsoever, but being 22 and being a young man like that, and I can tell by his accent because I'm from California. I could tell by his accent that he was maybe from California, and well, wherever we are, what they teach us impacts us until we're, of course, old enough to even understand that, okay, this don't make sense. And even including about, I would say, was it over the space thing? Like, I was on the floor when he said space don't exist. Like, really? Like, at night, what are you looking at? Basically.
Were you in here when Sally said spirits take a shit? Were you in, when she said that?
I'm sorry, what?
Spirits take a shit.
She's
Yeah.
from what?
She could never answer that, but they shit and they piss.
Goodness gracious. But
I think this is what happens when you stop asking yourself, when is it reasonable to believe something is true? Like, you don't even bother going through those steps. You just, I hear it. It sounds provocative. It's outside, the realm of what everybody else is believing. So therefore, I'm going to adopt it and it must be true. And then you sound like a complete buffoon saying, when Thinker said, where did you get that saying from? Was it like Schoolhouse Rock? Put your hand in the air, wave it around when you were telling dude
that's what I heard.
Oh, and I told
right.
Was it I forgot. I don't know. Put your hand in the air, waving like you just don't care. I don't remember.
Might be jelly.
You sound like put it in your face.
Salad.
That's what we call space or something like that.
I made that up.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm like, we're talking to a I don't want to say fully functioning adult. We're talking to a person who chronologically is considered an adult and trying to explain to them what space is. But
exactly.
I mean,
and NASA is not real and don't exist. Like, have we not heard of this black woman named Mae Jemison? That I learned in school.
That part.
So, by that guy saying that NASA and space wasn't real and all of that, he was really dismissing and even denying this black woman's experience, basically, off of his stupidity.
Yeah, unfortunately, we go through this every night, and what baffles me is that it's like they can't hear the stuff that comes out of their mouth. Like, they just
they don't hear how illogical it sounds, and then even when they do know that it's illogical, they say that their God is outside of logic and don't deal with logic. And it's like, dude, you're calling your God illogical, and you're calling your belief system illogical, and that's the thing you want us to call truth.
Right. Excuse me. But I'll tell you this story. One day, of course, I used to go to a Baptist church, mind you. One of the members, some of the members was, going around, going door to door and all that. I ran into one of the church members that of course, I used to go to, and within that, within our conversation, of course, she was Christian, Baptist Christian, and she said a little something that kind of stuck out to me. It says, "Die to self." Now, why should I die to self? I can't be myself anymore. So, what is the context here? I didn't really question that. I just didn't really want to discuss it with her because she knows my mother. But it's kind of like, I don't know. I guess without that need for either the book or their God or something that makes them feel better, I guess without that, they of course they feel like they're nothing, but that kind of means you really don't know yourself and prefer not to know yourself, but want to be knowledgeable in God or Jesus, but not being for self, not having the mentality of self, basically.
Yeah. They see that as their badge of honor, like their badge of suffering, for them to self-deprecate and debase themselves and have like this self-hatred. And I was saying last week, I think it's interesting because they'll present as if they hate themselves, right? When they're talking about their God, but they have such high egos and they think highly of themselves within the identity of being a believer or a Christian. And so it's
what they're seemingly attached to. And not only that, it's been generational. Generational.
Yep. And it opens the door to abuse. They have very abusive mindsets, and they think that they're entitled to abuse you. And if you put up boundaries or defense against their abuse, then you're demonic, you're a devil. Because this is why I say like the Bible is an abuser's safe haven, because it says not to resist evil, to love your enemy. And whenever an abuser abuses you or does abusive things, the abuser can then say, see, you're not a true Christian. Jesus says love your enemy. Jesus says to forgive. Jesus says to do this. So they can abuse you and then manipulate you into thinking that you are harming them or doing something wrong because you are not forgiving. You're not allowing the abuse. You're not doing what Jesus said. Like, it is an abuser's safe haven.
It is. And so many folks that even run this world today run on that, unfortunately. And even worse, we're paying the price for it. The whole world is really paying the price for it. Pretty much.
Yeah, that's why number 1 says Jesus is unlimited sin.
For stupidity.
Yeah, that's why topic 1. I think Jesus's covenant or agreement that he has with them to offer them unlimited forgiveness for unlimited sin
is bad for humanity, because exactly what you just said. It is, that abuse is bad for humanity.
Like it says, a safe haven. That, of course.
Did you have anything else, Maisha?
Oh, even on this topic, also, even when I think about religion, I think about Sonia Massey. Even recently. And
Yeah.
to even not even acknowledge that she called out to God and Jesus to save her, and maybe have the officer not kill her and shoot her, but he ended up doing so. And they like to say God makes no mistakes. Well,
they can't, like, the way that they claim that their faith is in the promise that you can call on the name of Jesus and be saved, right? They teach that that there's power in the name of Jesus. And you can call on the name of Jesus and be saved. And then when a person does that on a wide, and it's witnessed on a wide scale, and the God does not show up, the way they're willing to restructure what they've always taught and how they convinced a person to come into the faith, and they just abandon that altogether to defend their belief and not acknowledge that what they hoped in never happened, pisses me off.
yeah, and even worse, it makes us even more get into the Stockholm syndrome mindset, even as far as this.
Yeah. Yeah, they twist people's minds so that they can protect and hold on to this belief that they know is not really, it's not happening, but they don't care. They do not care how it
The
affects
only
people.
thing is, though, it's because it's been good to the person and not the person that's really trying to, like, I guess, figure out life in that prospect.
I mean, but has it been good to them? And I'm asking this because Christians say this all the time. But I would think, as many Christians as there are in the world, in the U.S., right? Let's talk about the U.S. The good that God has done for them, we would be able to see that in real life, right? We would be able to see that in real life. We do not.
Even
We
as a
don't see that.
collective as well.
Yeah, we don't see that in real life. We don't see that in real life in the Bible Belt, right? We don't, the place where the more Christians are than anywhere in the US is doing worse in every single measure than more secular states, right? They are doing worse in every single measure than more secular states. I would think that if God were doing all of this good, we would see this in our communities. We would see this in places where the God is the most. But those places have the highest maternal mortality rate. They have the lowest birth weights. They have the highest illiteracy. They have the lowest literacy rates. They have the lowest high school graduation rate. This is where the God is. But nothing is improving. So I don't think the God is doing anything for them either. I think they lie about this.
And even more, because you kind of just said it too, even the lowest literacy rate. Why do you think these so-called Christians are getting rid of education?
No, that's
Why?
what I mean, right? They're getting rid of the thing that we know empirically helps us, right? But they'll tell you when they graduate or when they get a degree, they'll say, "Well, God helped me with this." Did He? Are you sure?
Okay.
I think too it's because critical thought is the antithesis to faith-based belief systems. Like you can tell that even when we have these conversations, like and you've been listening for a while, you see that when we walk them step by step through the thought of critical process, through the thought of putting pressure on a truth claim, it never works out in their favor. They like to make it seem as though it's because we're being mean atheists and we don't let them say things and we don't, we just attack them. And that's not true because even when we try to engage civilly, it never remains that way. And when we pose questions that are thought provoking questions that push on the veracity of the claims that they're making, they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with it. I often post questions on Facebook because I have a lot of friends on Facebook who are believers. And yesterday I posted the question of the day: which of these two worlds do you think would produce better people and a better society? A world where God forgives every wrongdoing and grants eternal salvation regardless of how much harm a person has caused. Or B, a world where God grants salvation based on consistently making good choices, minimizing harm to other people, animals, and the planet, and taking responsibility for your actions. Which system do you think would encourage more compassion, accountability, and moral behavior, and why? Normally, when I ask questions about like the Bible, the Christian friends are the first to comment, well, my God is this, my God is that. They have been eerily silent on this question. And the reason I think they've been eerily silent on this question is because the answer is obvious, but the answer also puts a light on their belief systems and the claims that they make about this God. It does not comport with reality. And instead of dealing with that and adjusting accordingly, they double down on the BS. I think that's why education is not encouraged at all.
I'm sorry, but all these Christians today, and really all these Christians that were in this panel, it's the same repetitive, just gibberish. I'm sorry, but it is. They keep regurgitating the same thing over and over and over again, and not even taking into account like what is being said to them.
I think because they are engaging from a place of anxiety and fear and defense, that they're really not here to listen to us. They're here to just defend their God. That's why most of their responses aren't falling in line with the actual point being made in the conversation. They actually cannot engage that way because a lot of the people that we're engaging with are the believers who lack actual scholarship in their belief system. Like they've outsourced that to, people like Dr. B or their pastors, which is interesting because when they are in the same room with someone who has spent decades studying their God and their belief system, they don't recognize it. And especially if that person is on the opposite side of the aisle, all of a sudden, all the knowledge, the education, the experience of that other person goes out the door. And the believer who sometimes may not have even, gone as far as 12th grade, all of a sudden thinks that he has more knowledge than this PhD in biblical studies because they're engaging from a place of defending their faith and not necessarily to understand both perspectives, like to help us understand them and then them understand us. Yeah, that's not what they're here for.
Not really here for a logical conversation, but to just argue like, oh my God is good and he's been good to me. He's done this for me. He's done that for me. So you should believe too. I really heard that all my life, and I tried it, and it's just not for me. And of course, my family seems to not understand it, but it's just some things just don't work with even individuals, and that's really hard to accept.
You
that
see,
don't
lots
work for
of
the other
doc,
person.
lots of doc in the comments say you can't study God, you have to live it.
What does that
These are the
mean?
people we talk to. I don't know.
But
Because
like
how
just
do you
from
know
a
what your
cognitive
God wants?
perspective, That
How do you
part.
know
Like,
what
what
he
are you
wants?
living?
I mean, their God is literally a book. You can't. What do you do with books? Like
You
saying that you
can't
can't
study God.
study it, and the way it chose to communicate with you so that you can learn it is through a book. Like you don't make sense.
How can you live it if you
And they
don't
have
know
their
what it is
head,
the book
shoulders,
wants
knees,
you to
and
do?
toes in it too.
But how can you live it if you don't know what the book wants you to do? If you don't know what the God of this book wants you to do? How do you do that? Y'all personal relationship gonna lead y'all straight to fucking hell because y'all don't know what this Bible says. Y'all don't know what this God wants. Y'all just doing whatever y'all feel like.
And what is this God being? What is about this God being? Choosing people. God chose me to do this. God chose me to do that. But of course, some people pray for a better life, and they what still in poverty, or probably of course. And I would kind of speak for myself too, because I am a attempted unalived survivor, I should say. So I speak for those that are. I would say I speak for those who are not here because they decided to unalive themselves because they felt that they wasn't good enough even for their religion. So yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you survived and that you are here today. And I hope that you're doing better mentally and emotionally. Did you have anything else that you wanted to share?
That's really about it. Just giving really my 2 cents on this really whole live, and really how these Christians are conducting themselves for even their lack of comprehension, which really is, of course, is a bug, and it really is a waste of time. So yeah.
I agree. Well, thank you so much for coming up, Mahisha, and I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
Thank you, you too.
All right. Who named themselves Phone Holy Ghost Daddy? Who is that?
I don't know who did it.
Somebody
I
named
saw it in the
themselves.
Discord.
What did you say about? Yeah, somebody named themselves Phone God. They did.
Phone Holy
Where are
Ghost
they?
Daddy. I'm trying to see who it is. Sisto?
Saito, yeah.
Saito. Oh, Masaki. How old are you?
I'm 32.
And are you a believer? Here come the babies. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
Okay. There are 3 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
Number 3.
Number 3. Okay. And what are your thoughts on that?
All right. I just came to say, if you were a king or a queen of
Wait. First, answer the question. There's a question there. Answer that one first.
the devil.
Okay. Go ahead and tell
All
us
right.
why.
So, all right. The reason why I would say is, if you were a king or a queen of your own kingdom, okay, and you had trusted servants who had a task to that you've issued to them to do throughout their time being in part of your kingdom, right? So it's like if you had a child, right, who is tasked with following the rules of your house, and then that child now tells the other children, well, we need to rebel against mom or dad's rules. And he fools the other children to think that, okay, well, we are following dad's and mom's rule, but they didn't make a rule for this. So I would say God in this situation couldn't be a deceiver because it was his kingdom first.
Can I take this one, Thinker?
Yeah, go ahead. My daughter just came in here with a sore throat. Go ahead.
Okay. So who is God in this analogy?
All right, God would be the king in this analogy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in this analogy, the king also created his subjects.
Yeah.
Okay, so he created his subjects with free will.
Yes, they do have free will.
Okay. And so I am the king, and I know that I created these subjects with the potential to disobey me.
Yes.
Okay. So in this scenario, who is the great deceiver? Is it the devil or is it God? And so I'm after they do this, I am getting mad. I am angry now at the people I created.
Right. Hold on. Right. You have children. I'm assuming you have children.
I have one.
Okay. You had the ability to create that child. Yeah.
Yes, but I didn't create her with free will or
Right. But it doesn't
anything
matter. You
like that.
pushed her out. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right. Okay. So if your child now goes and does the opposite of everything that
Hmm.
you taught her or him, would you say you were the deceiver because you created the child to be your child?
Yeah, but I didn't create my child knowing what they were going to do or not. Do you think God knows what we're going to do?
God has an expectation.
No, I'm asking, do you think he knows what's when he created humanity, do you think that God knew what they were going to do?
I would say he knew what type of decisions you would
Okay,
make.
he knew what type, so he knew what decisions that his children were going to make. I,
Right.
as a parent, don't. I don't know beforehand what decision that my child is going to make.
Right. Hold on, hold on, pause. True, but you do raise your child up to understand the rules of your house, yes?
Right, but I do
Right.
not know the decision that she is
Right.
going to make,
Fair,
right?
fair enough, fair
I
enough.
did not make her with the ability. I do not have the ability to know beforehand the decision she's going to make, correct?
Right.
Your God does, correct?
Okay, we can say that,
No,
yeah.
I'm asking, do you believe that?
My God knows the decisions you may make, but it's never his intent to think you're
No,
going to
that's
make
I'm
it.
not talking
Hold
about
on, hold
I'm
on,
not
hold on.
talking about his intent. No, because I'm not talking about his intent here. I'm only talking about what he knows or what he does not know. That's all I'm talking about is what he
Well, yes,
knows
then
or what he does
in
not
this
know.
case, he would have
Hold
known.
on, Saito, please don't
Okay.
speak while she's speaking, okay? And then
Gotcha.
the rules of the space are the host will interrupt you only if you're not answering their question and they need to reiterate their question, or if you're going off topic. They won't interrupt you because they don't agree with you. So please don't interrupt them, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So in this case, God knows what decisions the children that he made are going to make.
Yes.
Okay. So if he knows that, he knows that they are not going to make the correct decision. He already knows this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say in this case, and if that's the case, he already knows what this other child, this devil is going to do. He already knows this, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, your God is the deceiver. Because what he is trying to make it seem like is that it is a mistake that his children made when he knew all the time this other child was going to be born and try to turn his other children against him. He could have prevented that, right? He didn't have to make that other child like that. He could have prevented that. So in this case, your God is the deceiver.
Okay. Am I able to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, when you made a statement earlier, and it was about free will. God gives the ability to even for angels, right? To have free will. They have the ability to choose just like you or I, right? Just as you said, right? We don't know as humans, we don't know the decisions our children are going to make, but we kind of have a slight idea of what they would lean toward. You couldn't tell me that you wouldn't know if your daughter would have done something bad or good in a certain situation.
No, I do not know what she will do. I don't.
Right, but you have an
I don't.
expectation.
No. I may have an expectation, but an
Right.
expectation is not the same thing as a knowing,
Right.
right?
So now,
In this case, your God, we agreed that your God already knows what these children are going to do. I do not know. I can raise my child to the best of my abilities. That will not stop my child from becoming a thief or a, I don't know, or
I'll come back up at
a
a shortly
serial
later
killer.
time. I'm in the middle of time.
So that's what I'm saying. Oh,
I think somebody came in and he had something to do. I heard somebody calling in the background. Uh, Valerie? Valerie, are you up here on accident? Mm. He said he'll come back up at a later time. He had something he had to go do. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 18 and up. It was something else I was going to tell y'all that one of the believers said tonight, and it has slipped my mind. Oh my God. Damn. It done slipped my mind. I can't even.
Tonight.
Yeah, like it was we were talking about Sally, and she was saying about the spiritual body, that's what it was. The first guest tonight was saying that you cannot sin until you are spiritually reborn, the spiritual birth thing. And then whenever we would say believing in Jesus, once you accept Jesus, he would go, no, that reborn. You have to be born, is what he kept saying. And so I asked him if once he's pushed out of God's spiritual pussy, can he sin after that? And
I almost spit my fucking coffee.
he got mad. And I'm like, you keep saying reborn. And like, what am I supposed to say? Like, I keep saying, like, once you accept Christ. And he was like, it's seed. You got to be seeded. And I'm like, what? I don't know anybody who's been born that didn't come out of a pussy. So what the hell are you saying? Like they just say anything. Like I don't. It's been a wild motherfucking night.
It has. I reckon we need a tier list. A tier list of the guests tonight.
What's a teal list? What's teal?
She said
Tier.
tier,
Oh,
Like
tier.
tier
tier.
1. Yeah.
Oh,
Wow, the racism is crazy.
I still didn't get it. I'm like, teal?
Whoa.
I still didn't get it. Then when you
Whoa.
said tear, I'm like, crying? Like tear crying? Like they made us cry?
I mean, it could be either one.
Locks, docs.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
Over 18.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, I know. I believe.
Why? That seems to be a hard question for them to answer, ain't it? Don't it?
Not really,
Like,
because believing is
I'm sorry, I'm
knowing.
not talking to you. Hold on.
Okay.
It seems like that's a hard question for them to answer, but it feels like it's hard for them to answer because it's like they don't want to answer to us. Do you think that's what it is?
I think they just don't want to align themselves with the way Christianity is being discussed and spotlighted today. I think that's the bigger issue.
But I'm
That
not
kinda
asking if they're
Christian?
Christian. I'm asking if they are a believer, and they push back on even just saying yes or no. Like it almost feels like they're just pushing back just for the hell of it. I don't know.
Could be.
You want to ask me?
No.
Why I responded that way?
No. I would like to ask you to pick a topic.
Okay. Let's see. You asked me if I'm a believer.
Pick
I
a
just
topic.
don't.
There's 3 topics
Pick a
there.
topic.
There's 3 topics there. Can you pick a topic?
Any topic. Can you just give me something? I'll just
No.
respond
Can
to
you pick a
anything.
topic? What?
It
There's
says,
3
what do
topics. You know how to
believers
pick your
have?
own topic, right? Like, you know what you want to talk about from those topics?
I'm not really sure what that says. What does
It's
believers
the
have
one who says
against?
you can't study God, you have to live it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm the one who said
Yeah.
that.
Pick a topic, please.
What do believers have against? What's that? Thinking against? I don't know what that says.
Just read it.
What do believers have against thinking? What about that?
Okay, what are your thoughts?
You asked me if I'm a believer. It's not like something. I know it. I don't believe it. I know it. So that's when you ask me if I'm a believer.
Did I
give
tell
an
you?
example.
I told you didn't have to go back. Hold on, Selena. I told you I don't care about that. You're going to cross a boundary anyway and just say what the fuck you want to say? I don't care about that. I was not talking to you. I was talking to them.
Okay, well, I don't know. Like, why you sound so aggressive?
Because you crossed a boundary. You crossed a boundary. Who the fuck wouldn't be aggressive when a motherfucker is pushing up against their fucking door?
You invited me, so I'm here
I did
to
not
speak to
invite you to talk about that. You asked if I wanted you to. I put a boundary up and I said no, and you pushed against the door anyway. Do you understand what boundaries are?
Well, if you're speaking to me, you asked me something.
I didn't
and
ask
I'm
you
addressing
that.
it.
I did not ask you that. You asked me if you could speak on that. I put a boundary up and I said no.
Wow, man. You are very aggressive.
Because you're crossing a boundary and you aren't listening or respecting that boundary. Who the fuck quietly enforces a boundary?
Maybe because it's your live, you're
Can you
kind of
just get to
enforcing
the
something on
topic?
me.
Is this what you came up here to do? Can you just
I am
talk about
speaking
the
on your
topic you
topic.
fucking picked? You're not. You're fucking not. Can you just talk about the fucking topic you picked? God's children are so fucking insufferable. They claim they have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit on their side, and they just show how weak that bullshit is. Talk about the topic you picked
Oh,
instead
I
of
don't
trying to
know.
fucking derail.
That's so funny how
Talk about the
how
topic you picked,
aggressive you
whore,
are when you're
instead of
speaking
trying to
of these things.
derail. Talk about the
Derail
topic
what?
you
I
picked.
mean,
Talk about number 2. What do believers have against thinking? What do believers have against thinking?
Hold on, let me say this. This is a clear example of believers not understanding boundaries. And the example that I gave yesterday, when a person puts up a privacy fence to keep animals from getting out and attacking other people or getting in other people's space. When a human walks near that privacy fence, the animal starts going crazy because the animal wants that boundary gone so it can get to that human. This is what you are doing. This is what you are doing. You're pushing up
Wow.
against the privacy fence. The privacy fence exists for a reason. I said no. You kept pushing up against it, and you're expecting me to just allow you to do it.
Well,
Stop. I said
can
no
you
to you.
hear?
Stop. You're doing it now. Like, you all lack the ability to respect other people's space, other people's boundaries. You don't have open access to every motherfucking body. Just because believers allow other believers access to every part of them doesn't mean every human will do that. Respect it. When a human says no, respect it.
That's the difference
Especially
between a
if you
human.
won't respect, especially if you won't respect.
No, I'm a god.
Bitch!
I'm a god.
This bitch
I'm a
said, "I'm a
god. You're a
god. Oh
human.
my god,
You're a human.
you ain't no
Exactly.
motherfucking god, motherfucker. Bring yourself back up if you're a god."
On the same profile too, you idiot.
This is the mental illness that we're dealing with Christians right here.
She said, like, how dare you? I'm a god.
I mean, shouldn't a God know that knowledge is a type of belief? Like,
Yep.
shouldn't they already know that? Yeah, I thought so.
Like, they don't respect boundaries for shit. Then they be like, "Oh my god, you're so aggressive." Like, who the fuck is just gonna walk up to you and just let you, like, violate their shit? Who the fuck is just gonna be like, no, don't do that. No, I don't want you to. No. Like, everybody ain't motherfucking Kevin Hart. Oh, what's up, Kima?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you all doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
How old are you?
I'm 53 and I'm deconstructing.
Okay, awesome. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Number 2.
Okay, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so I never thought of it that way until I had gone to Bible college. So I have a bachelor's degree in theology. I got it in the late 90s because I just felt like Sunday service and Wednesday night just wasn't enough for me. And it was like always the same messaging over and over again. And this is when I was, deep in the church, and I was like, there's something not right, because it's not making sense that we're taught the same things, but I don't see the major changes in my life. You go to convocation, you go to the women's event, you go to men's event, you go to all these things, and they keep telling you you're next and your life is going to change, and you don't see it. So I was like, okay, I need more. So I go to Bible college, and it was an accredited college, and I sat in the front of the class. And the teacher would say, da 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 da. And I'm like, that's not making sense. So I would turn around and look at the other students, and I could see on their faces that it won't make sense. It didn't land. It wasn't making sense. It didn't pass the common sense test. So I would just raise my hand and I would ask the question. And then there would be an explosion of people who would say something, because people would always be afraid of challenging, of either questioning or asking the question. And I asked so many questions that I was actually voted most likely to cause a debate, because I would be that person that would ask these types of questions that just did not make sense. And then I realized, as I was going through my journey, so I was in my early 30s during that time. I'm 53 now. And as I've gone through my journey, I don't go to the same church anymore because I'm from Virginia, but I live in North Carolina. And so once I left that specific church and got with my husband, and I realized there's more than what they're saying. And when you ask questions, because I remember even just growing up, people would be like, don't ask too many questions because it might make you fall away from the faith. It might make you, think something you shouldn't be thinking. And what didn't make sense to me was we're taught that we're made in God's image, that he formed us with his hands and he blew the breath of life in us, which means we have his spirit. Then wouldn't that mean we would also have the mentality, we would have the power to do things and to speak things that he also had, which also means we have the intellectual capabilities if we were able to tap into it. So why would the God that you're telling me to worship not want me to think? Why would we be taught in those institutions that if you're told something, you're supposed to just accept it at face value, especially if they try to prove it and prove it? Because you all have talked to enough Christians, the circular conversations, I'm gonna use this verse to prove this verse. And what you all do, which really ruffles the feathers, is you all go to the historical artifacts and you all do research outside of just the book, which we all know has been rewritten 1,000 cajillion times with a bunch of versions. So why would I not be encouraged to challenge the thing that I am told? If I was learning to date and I just let a man tell me whatever I wanted to hear, or he told me whatever he wanted me to think, and I just went along with it, people would call me stupid. Girl, you should know better. You didn't ask the right questions. You didn't see the red flags. You didn't use deductive reasoning. He said he was here, but his phone said he was there, or you saw pictures that say he was there, and you're just going to believe it at face value. And so that's one of the things that just really got me as I started to deconstruct, that the more I research, the more I actually use the brain that I was given, the more it made me question what I had been taught, why I had been taught it, and the impact that I had on my life. And I think the reason why Christians are afraid to think is because once you start that process, because actually once you do the act of thinking, then it starts a process and a journey, and it may lead them into a place of where they start rationalizing and understanding and poking holes into the thing that they were told, well, we don't have the answers, so just have faith. And then that's no longer going to be good enough. And then it's going to challenge them and their stance and their identity. And it's going to challenge their belief system. Because once you challenge that, then you're like, well, what else do I have? Because that's also when I'm going through this identity crisis of, you were taught this and you believe this and you live by this. And then when you start thinking for yourself, it doesn't add up. So then what do I have and what do I do from this point? So I think that's why Christian people don't want to think, because it's really going to challenge them and place them, they're going to think their way into a space that they can no longer just say, I just got to take it by faith and I just accept it as is, because it no longer is acceptable and it doesn't make sense.
That needs to be a keynote. I swear, I felt like
For
I was
real.
sitting there watching the damn TED Talks.
I'm messed. I'm messed up.
It's like, God damn. Man.
I think. Oh, I'm sorry, Thinker.
No, go ahead, Vic.
I was just going to say, I think you brought up a great point. We talk to them often about the fact that they utilize critical thinking in other aspects of their lives. If the story doesn't align, then, they're going to ask additional questions. I told somebody one day they engage with these claims about this God, like a person who walks in on their spouse in the bed with someone else and was like, oh, they're just wrestling. Oh, they're just testing. They're doing fiber testing on the sheets or some shit like that. So the question is, and they wouldn't do that because they can clearly see what's in front of them and accept it. So the question isn't really whether Christians can think critically, because many of them do, not all of them, but many of them do. I think is whether or not they apply that critical thinking skill consistently, and they don't when it comes to this belief. Because when you think through a claim critically, it requires you to be willing to follow the evidence where it leads, even if that challenges conclusions that we value and we hold very deeply. And they protect their beliefs from any sort of falsification whatsoever. They insulate those claims from any evidence to the contrary. And then they have these standards
in every other aspect of their lives that they don't apply to this belief system. And the bottom line is that it's impossible to fairly investigate anything if we've already decided that it's true. And we know that that's the case in every other area of our lives. But when it comes to this belief system, because it's so embedded in their identity and their value as a human being, their value as a mom, their value as a wife, their value as a sister, their value as a person, they aren't willing to do that. And any efforts or conversations towards that, they immediately get defensive, and it goes completely downhill immediately. And it's so frustrating because I think they see it. And the fact that they're responding emotionally and defensively the way that they do tells us that they see it. They've ran right into that brick wall, but instead of dealing with that honestly, they just double down on the nonsense.
Yeah, I think Film put it perfectly when she said that they are afraid that they are going to think themselves into a space where they can no longer say that I'm, holding on to this faith, that I'm logically holding on, believing this thing in faith. And so the thinking is the thing that kills the God, as I say all the time. But I love the way she put that. Like, they are afraid that they're going to think themselves into this space. And that's why they double down on ignorance, and they refuse to engage with logical questions that lead to logical conclusions or challenges. Also, like, I like the way that you told the story in the beginning. I could just imagine you sitting in the front of the class, especially in the 90s. In the 90s, being a Black woman in theology school, challenging what you're learning, that took a lot of guts. But I love the picture that you painted for us as you were telling that story. And it reminds me of myself being someone who says the things that other people wouldn't say about the belief system, and, asking the questions. And then once I say it, it feels like a lot of people go, oh, okay, she done took the brunt of it. Now I can say what I've been thinking all along. And I think it takes that type of mind, which I think that, a lot of us that host these deconstruction lives serve for other people. And there was a guy who said that we are a Christian's guilty pleasure because we say the things that they want to say but can't. We ask the questions that they want to ask but can't. And the picture that you painted of you doing that in the 90s as a Black woman in the Black community, I don't know, were you at a Black theological school or?
Yeah, it was. So my church got accredited. So I went to a Black church. Okay. And so we would go on the weekends and take classes and stuff. Yes. And it was a lot to challenge. Oh, well, not always well. During that time, I also worked in television. So I have a journalism degree, and I was called the militant midget because I've always challenged stuff. And I'm just like,
I love that name. That needs to be your TikTok name. If I'm sorry, like, I know the film director is probably your professional, but you need like an alternative TikTok ID, the militant midget. I swear it fits so well.
It does. We had one Black director at the news station, and he's the one that integrated it in the 80s. And so when I got there in the 90s, I challenged stuff, and he was just like, yeah, you just like Michael from Good Times. You are the militant midget. So that was my name. And I took that into Bible college as well. And I went to Regent for my master's degree in film, which I don't know if people know, Regent University is connected to CBN. And that was just a task because that was an all white school. And we had Bible study in class, and I challenged them as well, which they hated. So at my church, they knew because I would challenge during the church meetings. Like, there was one time, we had a meeting and they were just like, ladies, we need to talk to you about how you are dressing because we'll be up here in the pulpit and we can see up your skirt and you're not wearing slips and you got your legs open and stuff. And so I stood up with myself and I said, the very interesting thing is that I can go to the grocery store with sweats on and a baseball cap and a man will still try to talk to me. I can have on a potato sack and a man will still try to talk to me. And you're telling me I'm responsible for what these men think. But you all have nothing to say about the fact that they're thinking these things. You have nothing to say about the fact of the way that they dress. You're putting the onus on us women, and we're responsible for them. And you're called a whole church meeting about us and how we dress. And some of us are shapely. We can't even help how the clothes fit on our bodies. We're not trying to be sexual. It's just the way that the clothes land. But you have nothing to say about their thoughts. So of course that caused problems there too. But yes, so they didn't always welcome it. And sometimes in class, they would just be like, well, we've got to just move on because, I know you all want to, really dissect this and talk about this, but, for the sake of time, we've got to move on.
I love it.
Not for the sake of time.
Right. That was
Wow.
the 90s way of deflecting from
Yeah.
challenging questions about the faith. And so 2 questions that I have follow up, and then I think Fee has something. But there's multiple film directors who are deconstructing in this space. We need a deconstruction movie or something, especially as it pertains to like Black people. We get so many religious films that indoctrinate and re-indoctrinate Black people into this religion. And so if we could get a film that talks about the questioning aspect and literally what that feels like and what we experience in the Black community from the Black perspective of coming out as an atheist or even just questioning the belief system. I think that would be so cool if y'all can come up with something like that.
I agree.
But also, how did you deal with, I know that the angry Black woman trope was thrown your way and them trying to shame you in the 90s as coming out as, someone who was questioning this and ultimately walking away from it in the 90s when in our community that was unheard of.
Yeah. So, deconstructing, of course, was not a title back then. I was just questioning everything. And even when I had my own personal Bible study, I'm like, Lord, do you hate Black people? Because, when you look
That's
at
the question that led me to deconstructing right there.
Yes. I was like, because I remember reading one time, and when you read the Old Testament, of course, if we all can be honest, when we think about biblical characters, we think of white people. If we can just be honest for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And, a lot of people try to act like they think of some dude with locks. No, you don't. You think of a white man. You think of white people in the Bible. So, when you read through the Old Testament and you learn about the different groups that God told the Israelites to go against, the Midianites, the Hittites and stuff, those were darker skinned people. They weren't African Americans because we know African American did not exist back then. They were darker skinned people. And I remember researching that. And I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling them to just go in, just take their stuff, and heads are rolling, and X the mama, and X the babies, and X the cattle, everything. And I was like, dang, do you really? And I'm saying we, like as brown skinned people, I'm like, do you really hate us? Like, what is going on? So it was a personal struggle because I couldn't talk to people about that. There was no things like this. I appreciate the space that you guys have created. And while it is a safe space, it's not safe for the people who are gaslighting, but this is a safe space for people to be able to come and really just express your thoughts, to challenge things. And for those Christians who are like honest with you all have some great dialogue where they may be like, okay, let me go back and study because you gave me something to think about. Well, we didn't have those spaces. It was either this or that. And I think you said it the other day where Jesus was like, he was gaslighting the Pharisees who were saying, under what power are you doing this? And so he challenged them and was like, well, what power are you doing your thing? And if you can't tell me that, then I'm not going to tell you this. And if you're not for me, you're against me. And that was like the vibe and the feeling that if you did not fall into place, if you didn't stay in your position, you were like completely against God. You're going to be out there by yourself and people will literally excommunicate you out of the church and then talk about you. Because I found out a few years ago. So my husband wasn't raised in my church. The church that I went to when I met him was a church I joined as an adult because that wasn't the church I went to when I was a kid. And part of the reason was because I was abused as a child, told on the abuser, which was my stepfather. And I had to tell the counselor at the school. So the counselor called the police. Bye, sugar mama. Okay. I'm going to the horse stand. Oh, okay. Okay, see you later. Bye, have fun. Sorry, y'all. She's going
It's
to
okay.
bye.
We love the babies.
She's going to go ride horses, so she's so excited. But and so the church that I grew up in, I'm just say this little backstory and get back to what I'm saying. So the church that I was raised in, my 10th grade year, I finally told on my stepfather what he was trying to do. And so I had to tell the counselor at school because my best friends told me, you have to tell. She called the cops who came to the house. They actually went to his job, came to the house, and somehow our pastor got called. And the pastor came to the house, older black male, because I went to a black church then too. And my stepfather was able to talk his way out of it. He didn't get arrested. He didn't lose his job, but it did cause tension in the house. Because at that point, it was a countdown. I was a sophomore, and he was on a countdown for me to get out. And the day that I moved out, my mother I went to A&T. So from Virginia to North Carolina to Greensboro. The day I moved out, he took all the stuff that I left there, my bed and everything, broke it down, stuck it on the street for trash. So I had no home. I was homeless at that point. So during summer breaks and stuff, I had to like go to family members' house because I couldn't go back there. That pastor, I would say maybe 10 years later, I had to call his wife for something and called him to get her information. And he asked me, he was like, remember when you told us about what your stepfather did and, you know, all the things that went around that? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, was it true? And I said, yeah. And he just sat there on the phone and couldn't say anything. I said that to say the thing that really had me leave the church was here in Charlotte, because that was like one of the first early things of, wait a minute, something is not right. And how could this happen to me? Why didn't God rescue me? How could the pastor not believe me? The cops didn't believe me, which is why for those who are just like, well, why didn't you report it? Because those of us who do report it don't get believed. And I was, 14? So I didn't like seduce him or nothing. Okay. You know, for those who want to use that as well. So that was like starting the journey. And even though I still went to church, went to Bible college in my 20s and 30s and whatnot, got my degree, when I moved here to Charlotte, I ended up going to New Birth, Charlotte. And if you guys remember, Eddie Long was the pastor, the bishop of of New Birth in Atlanta. And if you guys remember, it came out that he was grooming young boys that he was so-called mentoring and had actually abused them. So I went to church. I was going to that church. I was like, I need a black church here because we have a lot of diverse and a lot of white churches here. And so I had gone to some of them, but I went to New Birth thinking, okay, maybe this will stick. Maybe this will be good. And when he got accused and it came out in the news, like the news story was done, they had done the interviews with the young men and whatnot. He did a satellite service. So for those who weren't in the physical church, didn't see what I saw. So he did a satellite service that Sunday after it came out in the news. And it was some type of like shorts. It's not a documentary. It's like a news story. A news story had been done about it. So he wanted to rebut that. Now, I'm with my husband at the time, my children as well. And so we go to the church and he sat there and he preached. And he talked about how he was accused. He didn't do anything. And the thing that stuck with me was one of the young men said that he went to him for mentoring. His mom was like, yes, the pastor has this mentorship for young men. His dad wasn't in the house, so he thought this would be a good thing. And he said when they would go on trips, you know, the pastor would groom them while they're at home, in the home area. But when they went off on trips is when he did his thing. And he said, I could never forget the smell of his cologne on my skin. That shook me to the core. I was like, oh my gosh. That broke me. I was like, you know what? I can't do this anymore. That man lied. And then you remember afterward, for those who kept up with the story, it came out that he did do all those things, which of course, if you've been through that situation, you know a predator when you see one. It came out and then he, died shortly after that. That really broke me. And that's the thing that had me questioning everything, because how come women are taught to be chaste? How come we are judged for any level of sensuality, beauty, sexuality, any type of self expression? any type of body autonomy, but there are records upon records upon records of these men. And I'm not just talking about black men, I'm just talking about these men who are in authority in these religious institutions who get a slap on the wrist when they become the predator of the women, the children, and they might even be a predator towards other men, but they don't come out as often. And they just get bounced around from place to place to place to place. How come the same penalty for sin when it comes to sexuality is not thrust upon them? They're not shamed. They groom a girl, get her pregnant. She gets shamed for being pregnant. And I'm just going off of a real story of an interview that I saw. The girl was groomed by the youth pastor who was in his mid-20s. They put her out the church because they said she tempted him. He was married with children, stood in front of the church, asked for forgiveness, and they circled around him and prayed for him. But they put her out. When she stood up and said, you ostracize me and penalize me, but you don't do that with him. So that's just a long story short, that was part of the journey. And I think that's the thing that catapulted me into the space of deconstructing, because are we hated as Black people? Are we hated as women? Are we hated when we're children? You say that if I do this, then that. Dang, Thinker, you mentioned that the other day too. If then that. If I do this, then I will have that. But I do the thing and it doesn't happen. And I do the thing, it doesn't happen. And then you blame me and say I didn't have the faith. I didn't work hard enough. Maybe it's not his will. But if the Bible says that he will give us the desires of my heart, I desire this. So I am positioning myself. I desire this and I still don't get it. Like, what am I supposed to do? And what am I supposed to think? I follow the rules. I do the things and I still don't get it. Don't they say that's the definition of insanity? You keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. I cannot walk into the wall expecting a door to appear. Nigga, take two steps over. sorry.
No, you good. You good.
Take 2 steps over and go to where the actual door is and open the joint. Stop walking into the wall. I don't even know what your question is. I just went on a tangent.
No, I love the tangent. Like, I love the everything that you said and the picture that you painted. I was thinking about Eddie Long and how he's like, when he got caught, he said that he was under spiritual attack, and how the believers always talk about spiritual warfare. And even that, like the idea of something being spiritual is where they like to stay, right? And is where a lot of their abuse, their manipulation, their gaslighting, their lies exist, because and where they can escape and then get people to buy into them, so that they don't have to take accountability for things like what he did. Because he convinced his whole church that it was the devil coming up against him, and then he quietly settled. And I was thinking about the fact that when you said like he died shortly after that, he was able to die. He was able to die privately, if that makes sense. Like he had cancer, but he was able to die privately, like with dignity, after doing all of that, and settling out of court. Like even his wife ended up like staying with him.
Right. Because we're taught to do that. And isn't it interesting, just speaking upon that and expounding upon it a little bit, isn't it interesting that people call the United States a Christian nation? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And while there are certain aspects of the Christianity that they claim to follow, the thing that they really, like the insidious thing is that with Christianity, there's a level of buy-in that you have to have with it. And there's a level of gaslighting that you have to accept. And so they say that we live in a Christian nation. Oh, dang, I just forgot my point. Oh, shoot. I was about to tie it all in together. I was about to tie it all in together. It'll come back. Somebody else can say something else. It'll come back.
I'm sorry. I had to walk off. Fee, do you want to respond? I just got back.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought because I was about to tie it into how the church does the same thing to us, which is what they do to us in this country. But I lost my train of thought. But if somebody else can say something, I'll write it down so I don't forget.
Thinker had mentioned that he was able to die, peacefully. His wife stayed with him, and then you had mentioned that we're a Christian nation.
Yes.
Did
Oh,
that spark it?
it did not. It'll come back. I literally have my pen, and look, I'm old school. I got an envelope, so I'm gonna write on this envelope so I can get this thought back. Oh snap! I can't
No,
think of what
but
it was.
no, I think you make like so many good points, and thanks so much for sharing your story, because it is an issue where we live in a society where the expectation is to not speak truth to power, is to not be honest about a situation or your reality if it pushes against the status quo. Bash was talking about this. We did Bible study the other day, and Bash was talking about how no matter whether you're conservative Christian or white Christian nationalist or liberal Christian, you can be whatever you want to be as long as you don't push against the system. And that system is in place to protect people in power, which is why things like that situation that you mentioned, where a person can deny these allegations and then it comes out that these allegations are actually true, and then they can just chalk it up to spiritual warfare or something that they're battling, not their adult choices to harm minors. And I think that this belief system and belief systems like this just become an incubator for people who lack character. I saw a content creator the other day that was saying that people, like believers, constantly say, well, you don't have a way to ground your morality. You don't have a way to, your belief systems are unfounded. And the reason that I think that she said that the reason they go to that so often is because they are vapid. Like, you have absolutely nothing inside of you as a person that helps you to decide if what your actions are or how your actions will land on other people. So this concept of spiritual is indistinguishable from imaginary. I say this all the time. And the fact that people can talk about this spiritual battle that they're having, WWE wrestling or shit that they're doing with these invisible deities or entities as the reason that they've harmed a human being in real life makes no fucking sense. And we have a society that just accepts that. Wives that stay with husbands that have clearly harmed children. Looking at the social experiment that what's her name? I forget. Is it Nicole? I don't know. Nicolay is doing right now.
Is her name Nicolay? Is it?
Yeah, it's something like that. I always say it wrong. But that social experiment that she's doing, calling churches, asking if her and her PDF husband and child can come to the church, and that she's being welcomed with open arms and being, being told that, we won't let people know, and, we'll keep your secret safe because people make mistakes, and not protecting the children, not doing the right thing, making the decision that decreases harm, but making the decision that solidifies that what they believe is true. The more people you have rallied around this belief, the truer it gets. And we have a society that thinks that way, unfortunately.
Did you see the one where the pastor was like, yeah, I done dealt with that before, and this is how I dealt with it, and I'll help you. I'm like, he's like, he exciting. He's like, I'll help, I'll give you tips. Like, that is so insane. But it makes me think about their belief, love covers a multitude of sin. And that's what, like, this whole concept of spiritual warfare is a spiritual relationship. It's a spiritual message. It's, that's what it is. Like, they can hide under that. The blood of Jesus covers their sin. And now I was saying, like, they believe that believing in Jesus, they are no longer condemned. And I think that they think that means that they are no longer going to hell. Like, they think condemned means that they won't be judged to go to hell, which for the God, like, that's basically what the belief system is saying. But they're also not condemned by the world. They're not judged by the world because the blood of Jesus covers their sin. And so they can do all of these harmful things like what Bishop Eddie Long did and still be seen as white as snow, pure, covered in the blood of Jesus, sin free. And like that, it's a very deceitful belief system, and it's structured in a way for abusers. Like, even with Jesus saying that he doesn't come for the righteous, like, what God doesn't come for the righteous? Like if he's an all good God, why isn't he here for the righteous. You say, I'm here for the murderers, the adulterers, the sex traffickers, because those are the ones that can get their sins covered and still be seen as clean. Like, that's insane that people don't see that this is it's a religion for abusers.
And thank you, because that's exactly where I was going. That's the trigger. Thank you, thinker. You talked your way all the way back to it. So the thing that gets me is that in society, that's where I was going with it. We are a Christian nation, so we deal with Christian principles. And if you really look at what's being taught, we are taught to accept abuse from people. Plain and simple, you have to accept it. It is godly. That is your plight in life. That's your cross to bear. I remember actually maybe like 6 months ago, I was in a professional meeting, and the corporate meeting was about how to deal with people who like how to deal with the office bully, how to deal with the person who may send you that email, or they may leave you a voicemail, and it's very offensive because they're being offensive. And so I'm going through the meeting, and the thing was like almost 2 hours long. I'm sitting here, and again, because I cause the debates and I'm a militant midget, I raised my hand to speak, and it had to be a couple hundred people in this meeting. And I said, I find it interesting that you are talking to us about how to accept the abuse, but you're not talking to the people who are the abusers to tell them how not to be abusive. And the speaker was, and the speaker started stuttering. She was like, I said, yeah, because you've given us all these points on how to like reword the email and how to, try to shift the energy and revamp what's been said. But you're not telling people to not speak to us that way. You're not telling people to not do those things to their employees. You're not telling a manager to not do those things to their employees, or the person in the office that everyone knows is like that. You're not telling them that you need to adjust your behavior. You're teaching us different ways to accept it, which is what the United States does. The United States isn't, being the Christian nation, they're not focused on how to stop people from doing the things that they're doing. They're teaching people, well, this is what you have to accept. When I was in undergrad, because I went to A&T first and I went to Norfolk State. And that's when I went into journalism at Norfolk State. And one of our final projects, we had to go and interview people. And so I interviewed this woman about women's shelters, for abused women. And she told me, now this is the 90s now, this is the mid 90s. She said back then we had twice as many animal shelters as battered women's shelters. And what that said to me is we don't value women's lives or human life, because men get battered as well. We don't value human life. We value protecting the people who are doing the deeds, who are doing things. I can imagine, I haven't checked lately what the stats are, but people love their animals. There's a certain athlete from my area who, did the dog fighting thing, and boy, he went down for that. But then we got folks who just on paper, caught on video. We got folks who are doing things to people and they get a slap on the wrist, or like the video that's circulating now where the black dude reported this white guy to a cop because the guy came to his house thinking it was a 13-year-old. The dude confessed and said, yes, I came over here wanting to seduce a child. And the cop was like, just go and get out of here. And then 2 days later, he got arrested and then 2 days later, he got arrested for soliciting another child. Because in this society, the gaslighting, the protecting of the abuser is ingrained. And if we say that we're based upon Christian principles and we see it in the Christian Bible, then we have to also say that that is the society that we have been indoctrinated in, we've been grown in, and those are the principles that we're expected to abide by. Because the minute a woman says, a man did this to me, or a child says, a person did this to me, what happens? Well, what were you wearing? And what did you do? I mean, she is 13, and I mean, she does wear a double D. I mean, why is she wearing that type of outfit? I mean, did you call him first? Did you such and such and such? Because we're taught
Did you get him drunk and then seduce him like Lot's daughters?
How many times did you say no? I know you said no, but we know that sometimes you say no and you don't really mean no. And there are women who do that to other women, and there are women who do that to children. So that comes from what we have been taught to think and believe. And what we've been taught is there's forgiveness of everything. And I'm not saying people aren't redeemable. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that the way that we have been taught about loving thy neighbor, and the way that we've been taught about how to come back from the things that we've done, because there's some people who've served their time, they've done their thing, they've worked, and yet they're still being judged for the thing they did 30 years ago. So there has to be, context in this. But the way that we've been taught is that if you have been victimized, you allowed it to happen. You did something that put you in that position. And then the person who does the victimization, they were somehow led into that space. They were led astray. They didn't have, control over what they were doing. Please forgive me for I have sinned. Because there is no accountability. Going back to the topic that I chose about thinking, we don't think in these aspects. We actually will sit there and allow someone to say that it was the devil's fault, that they did X, Y, and Z. Like there is no personal accountability. So not only are we not thinking and deducing information, we're not even looking at the things that are in front of us, and we're allowing someone who chose willingly. While you may be tempted, cool, you might be tempted. Okay, I was tempted to want to go, just mentally, I was tempted to want to slash my daughter's father's tires, but I didn't want to go to jail because he ain't worth that. So while in my brain, I was like, girl, he is plucking your nerves, go slash his tires. I didn't go do that. Because I understand that I am responsible for my actions. And that even if I ask for forgiveness, there's still consequences. It doesn't mean that when you do something you're forgiven, does it mean that you now have been, that you are above the consequences that happens to you. So I think that also breeds the predator society that we live in, that we blame the victims. And you all have done great with talking, having your different discussions on the women in the Bible and how we need to think about them differently and challenging what we've been taught about these women, because we've been taught certain things about femininity and being a woman and having a vagina and all that. So when we stop thinking about those things and we actually start thinking and saying, hold on, this ain't making sense and this is not right. And I need to challenge you on that. Yeah, you might have been tempted to go talk to her because she looked like she was 18 when we know when she opens her mouth, she's 13 because of the way that her brain is operating. The way that she's talking, we know that she's young, but you still went over there and did it. And you want people to believe that the devil made you do it because you have no personal responsibility in any of the things that you do. And so I did a video a couple of years ago, and I said, it's not God's responsibility, nor is it the devil's fault that you are where you are in your life. Because when people want to do things, they say, well, if it's God's will, maybe you should just do the work to get what you want. Maybe you don't have what you want because you expect to just pray about it. Even the Bible says you can't pray and go fold your hands, because those who do that, poverty is going to come upon you. But plain and simple, you don't get to be lazy and a passenger in your life and think you're going to have something because you put it on God to get the things that you want. But then when it doesn't happen, then you say it's the devil's fault. So where is your personal responsibility in this? Where is it? Maybe you're not married because you're not marriage material. Maybe you got some things you need to work on. Maybe you didn't get that job because somebody told you to go get that certification and you didn't want to do it because you thought your faith would qualify you. And they said, well, honey, you can't, child, we can't let you come in here and program this computer. You don't even know what you're talking about. We're not going to let you wire this house. What? Because you have faith? You didn't go get your certification. So it's not the devil's fault you didn't get it. Child, you didn't go to trade school. What are we talking about? I think the common sense goes out the door when people want to stand in faith for things. And they think that they no longer are personally responsible for their own lives. So when things don't happen, it either wasn't God's will or the devil blocked it. And they don't look at the fact, girl, don't nobody want to be with you because you're miserable. Dude, you have a small ego in a multitude of ways. Nobody wants to be with a dude who got a small ego. Nobody wants to deal with a man who has the Napoleon complex. Maybe it's you. And people don't want to deal with those things. They want to slap it on God or the devil. So then they get to be a passenger and they get to passively live and then take no personal responsibility and blame everybody else but themselves.
Goodness gracious. And listening to you talk gave me a motherfucking idea that I'm going to flesh out. I would love to do an event. We could, all the funds that, the gifting and everything that is done through that event goes to Ubuntu House or something like that. but allowing people to come up and give like 15-minute TEDx like talks about deconstruction, or the concepts of like what we're discussing right now, and then called it something like Talk X or something like that. I'm going to flush that out, and I'm going to do that because like I recognize that there are so many people in the community like yourself that have important things to say and ways to get these points across eloquently. And we don't have, like, everybody can't be a host and come up and talk. But I think that giving people that decon is so, thank you, Garbear. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna flesh that out. But also, like, the fact, like, going back to what you were talking about when they question the women or the children, I've been thinking and saying for the longest how the story of Lot's daughters is the indoctrination point into women being willing to believe that a child is responsible for a grown adult essaying them. We say, I'd love to be able to have her as a guest on the show. I think she would be an awesome guest, Greg.
That's what I was just about to say, that Greg had sent me a message about the other idea that we were talking about. That would be a wonderful conversation and a fit for that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
You talking about the second show?
Yeah.
I think, yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
100 spot
Yeah.
on.
Absolutely. Yeah. That if you could like send me your contact information,
Yes.
if you have time,
Absolutely.
okay. But like the Lot story has I think that is the indoctrination point to where women are willing to believe that a child can is responsible for seducing grown adults, and that it absolves the adult from their actions when they essay a child, right? I've seen women make videos about Lot's daughters, and then will be like, their mama just turned into Morton Salt, and now they in here. Now they go and seduce their daddy, old nasty little girls, old fast girls. And I'm thinking to myself, how can you, as a grown ass woman, sit here and say the things that you're saying and believe that a child is responsible for the actions of the adult who's supposed to look out for them? Like, never do you ask yourself, why did Lot allow himself to get so drunk that he didn't remember that the only people in that cave was him and his two daughters? And then how did he allow himself to do it a second time? And you want to just blame the daughters, and the daughters become the devil in that story when they say the devil made me do it. The children become the devil, and when they are essayed, the women become the devil when they are essayed. I don't understand how women they just read that story. And there was one lady who was on stage, and I brought up the fact that these girls were offered up by their father to protect the booty hole of a man. And I asked her, do you think that is right for a woman to be raped to save a man from being penetrated? And she said yes. And it's like, that's the indoctrination. Protect men at all costs. Women's bodies are there for that purpose. And then she said that it was she said the women wanted to do it. It was their honor. They saw it as an honor. And I don't understand how women can read these stories over and over and over again and not question and allow themselves to be indoctrinated into that. And I agree with you. Christian women are largely responsible for it continuing and growing within the religious families and within the churches, because they're willing to, they're enablers. They're willing to look past it They're willing to make excuses for it. They're willing to protect the abusers. They're willing to marry the abusers. They're willing to kick their children out just so they can have a man, knowing that he's an abuser. There's a video going viral right now of a mama cussing her daughter out when her daughter's telling her that her stepfather is watching her in her, like, coming in her room at night, standing over her bed, watching her in the shower. And the mama, not my man, that, like, the mom taking up for her man to the point to where the daughter had to call her granddaddy, her mama's daddy. And her mama's daddy had to come and get her. I'm taking my granddaughter with me because you are putting a man over her and you're not listening to her when she tells you this man is trying to essay her. But and we don't want to pay attention to the part that women play. We, like, a lot of the conversations are around men essaying children and men doing, but women are a part of it too. And they're indoctrinated into that through this damn book as well.
I think you're absolutely. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Speaking on that, because I was trying to think, like, what is the word? I don't even think it's self-hatred. I think that there is a level of devaluation that we women do to ourselves and our daughters and other young women that has been indoctrinated. So think about it. If you were raised in the church and from the beginning, all of the heroes are men, all of them, even when the man does wrong, because you guys have talked about David and the stuff that he's done, and you have gone to great lengths to tell people, to really see the story for what it is and not for what people cherry pick to teach. David was not as grand, even though he danced out his clothes. He wasn't like the best role model for a man who wants to go and take somebody else's wife. But people just kind of say, well, that's just a part of the story and part of the journey of leading to Christ. But when you think about the number of women who are in the Bible, or women who lived during that time who were of value, but they're taught as if they're insignificant. Women in the Bible are taught as if they're just kind of this player, this secondary character in the grand play of the Bible journey and story, going to the New Testament and then going to Revelation. Women aren't given the respect that they deserve in this book. So if you're teaching people from infancy, from youth, that the only people who have value are the men, despite what they do. We just overlook the things that they did, and we just go to the fact, well, they did it in the name of the Lord, or they did it for the sake of it led to this person who led to this person who led to being one of the ancestors of Christ. And that was just the avenue, the conduit that was used to get to Jesus. I mean, it's really a means to an end. We understand that these things happened, but look at where it led us. Look at what we got out of it. So we can't expect women, especially those who were raised in the church, we can't expect women to protect, and I'm not saying we can't, I'm just saying for the sake of like a lack of better words, I'm gonna say it this way, to expect women who were raised in the church to protect and value girls when they themselves were devalued, not shown that they had worth, not shown that they had value, and not only in the church, but in society. All the rules and regulations are completely against us, to keep us in our place, to take over our bodies, to prevent us from going to school, to limit how much we make. Then you're blamed if you're sexual. You're blamed if you're not. You're blamed if you have a baby. You're blamed if you want to terminate. You're blamed for all of these things, and everything is geared toward men. They want to take away our ability to have body autonomy, that in the event you do have an unwanted pregnancy, you don't want it. Then they complain about the women who are saying, okay, cool, I'm gonna just be celibate. Now they're saying there's a problem with that. So if I do it, I'm a garden tool. But then if I say, okay, I'm gonna just be chaste, which is the thing that you all have been teaching, then that's a problem too. Because we are now denying men the thing that they're supposed to have. It's like they're throwing, the goalpost is constantly moving. Am I a hoe or am I not? Like, can I be sexual or can I not be? I'm supposed to be chaste and then get married. And the day I get married, I'm supposed to swing from the chandeliers. I'm supposed to, be a woman, and I'm supposed to give everything to my family and give my whole life, because that's what we're taught from the societal sense, from the biblical sense and everything. But then I'm not a good wife if I'm not paying attention to my husband, but I'm not a good mother if I'm not paying attention to my kids. We're constantly going through, and I'm just speaking on the female gender, we are constantly going through this house of mirrors and maze where we are not seen as people, we're seen as objects, we're constantly devalued. We have our mothers and grandmothers and our great grandmothers who were also going through a society that had worse rules for them, and they couldn't protect us, and they weren't taught to protect us. And at some point we've got to like break out of this matrix and really see what is happening and what is going on. If we know anything about enemies, if we know anything about a threat, nobody goes after the person who's not a threat. Nobody, when the black basketball season starts and they do all their little, their little games and stuff, nobody is looking at the one who's last and being like, ooh, you better watch out for them. No, they talk about the person who's the real threat. They go after them and then they try to do everything they can to beat them. I don't think it's a mistake that women, as we are taught and written about in the Bible and in society and in our classrooms and in politics and in our homes, I don't think that it is by chance or by accident that we are constantly being put in a position where we are being stopped and hindered and criticized and picked on, and we're put in boxes. And we're put in situations and under rules that men are never put under. I don't understand how a young man can go and sow his oats, but a girl who has sex is a whore. Who is he sowing his oats with?
Mm-hmm.
Who is he getting with? Yeah, go ahead, Thinker. Mm-hmm.
No, I agree, and that's what I was saying. It's like women are expected to be seen as Virgin Mary. We're expected to somehow still present as a virgin while giving the men children, and being this clean, pure thing. And then we are like, anytime that we're not seen as valuable in that sense, we're then contrasted with Mary Magdalene. Because like if we are intelligent, right, we have an education, we are outspoken, if we challenge things, even if we, own our own body autonomy, our own sexuality, then we're a Mary Magdalene, even if we've never had sex. And then Mary, even though this woman has children, if she's obedient, she says, yes, Lord. She does, yes, Master, to her husband. She's seen as a virgin, untouched and pure. And somehow we're supposed to still be a virgin and have children, not be educated and outspoken, or else we are a whore. Like, that's the only spectrum.
Yes,
we're allowed to operate in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the definition of womanhood and femininity is constantly evolving, and they're constantly putting us in places where you're right. We have to be a Virgin Mary. What they say, they want a virgin in the streets and a freak in the sheets. We're supposed to like live in this dichotomy of all these different definitions that we're given. And to circle back to what you were saying about how women don't protect the young girls or blame them. This is not an excuse. I think this is the reason. It is because we ourselves, when we were children, were not protected, we're not valued. I know for me and my older sister, because we're the oldest two of the four, I mean, we were taught like the housework and the yard work and stuff at a very young age. It's the doing. It's all the stuff that we have to do as girls. We're adultified as girls, especially Black girls. And somebody mentioned in the comments, something I was alluding to, if you all saw that story with the 13-year-old where the 20-something-year-old was in her bed and the mama unalived him because she said that he was a friend. Whatever she said caused the mama to go and pew pew. Mm-hmm. And people are blaming the 13-year-old. Not the fact that he shouldn't have been there. Not the fact that he was older. Like none of that. We are consistently adultified as young girls, and our value is on our work and what we do for society and what we do for men. And you can see it even in the Bible when they talk about women It's about what they did for other people, and that's where our value lies. And I think if we don't get to a point where we're just valuable because we exist. We deserve respect just because we exist. We deserve love just because we exist. It doesn't matter if you have children or not. It doesn't matter if you're married or not. It doesn't matter if you work or not. Like, none of those things are the cause of our value. And I think if we don't do something, we're going to have another generation of young girls who come up who are adultified, devalued. They are under the hand of predators. They're not going to learn history the way that they should to understand their potential and the things that they can do. And we're going to have this recycle all over, but it's going to be worse because now we got the internet. We've got AI. The world is smaller because now we can travel more than we did before, and we can be exposed to other thoughts and patterns. I think, it's much, much broader and deeper than just the auntie is blaming the little girl or the man is going after her because, at 12, for some of us, everything pop out. Now she's in the adult section because she's 12, but her body is doing what the body is supposed to do, which is develop. And I think it's much, much deeper than that. And it's kind of insidious because we are gaslit as women all the time to be personally responsible for men. Yes. Mm-hmm.
I saw something the other day that kind of aligns with this. Like, even the way that we are socialized is it does not reflect any sort of critical thought whatsoever. Like, the point was made that as a society, you hear people all the time saying that girls mature faster than boys. Girls mature faster than boys. That's just how it is. But it's never, the logical conclusion to that would be that women should be in leadership. If we are showing maturation at a faster rate, then we should be the ones that are making decisions. But instead of leading to that conclusion, what they do is protect the behavior of the men. They flip that reality around for the purpose of protecting what men don't do. And this idea is so baked into every crevice of our society that unless we as women start speaking up and shining a light on the fact that these things exist, they will be perpetuated, just like you were just saying.
God damn. And this is why they're paying young women to advertise the trad wife trend. Like, we're starting to see an increase in that. And the little girl Sally that was in here tonight, using the fundy voice the whole time, and like literally said that yes, I would kill my mom if God told me to. It's not evil. Yes, I would kill my kids if God told me to. Jesus is love. Like, using that fundy voice, that on the trad wife trajectory. They're convincing them that is the way to go. Because exactly of what Fee just said. Logically, if young girls mature faster than boys, women should be in leadership. And I point out all the time that I think that verse in the Bible where it says women should be silent in the church, I'm 100% convinced that the reason whoever wrote that because women were telling them how unfair, how illogical the things that they were saying and teaching and claiming was. And so they needed to shut the intelligent women up. And when their belief is that when a woman is a widow or when she is single, like she does not have a man, she causes trouble because she talks a lot. And so their purpose of tying a woman to a man is procreation, and for the man to police her mouth.
And that's what you see in society so much today. Like, those of us who ask questions, those of us who are inquisitive, those of us, especially as a woman, like, that is not seen, that is rarely, if ever, in society seen as a positive thing. Like, it's almost the antithesis to what the norm is. And it's so frustrating because what about a man, just by virtue of him having a penis, means that he's fit for leadership? What about having testicles automatically puts you in a position of power? Absolutely nothing. Leadership is about skill set. And the best leaders listen way more than they talk. The best leaders will incorporate the feedback from the people that they are leading
way more than they just make unilateral decisions. And we see that from a statistical perspective, and all the data shows that that is the most effective way to lead. But that's the opposite of what men do, because they have been conditioned to think that masculinity is about power. It's about ego. It's about dominance. And all of this boils down to dominance and control, dominance and supremacy. They have to see themselves above women. They have to see themselves as the dominant role because they don't know what collaboration means. To them, collaboration is weakness. To them, cooperation is disempowering. And from a societal level, that's just simply not true. But they constantly go back to this book as the reason that this is the natural order. Well, if it was the natural order, you wouldn't have to fight for it. I don't have to fight to blink because I do that naturally. If women were naturally submissive to if women were naturally submissive to men, you wouldn't have to put laws in place to keep us out of those positions. They constantly talk about, well, men are the providers, only because you've blocked women from being able to provide for themselves, only because you set up laws that put barriers around us that prevent us from doing the things that we can naturally do. It's all fabricated. And I think we're just getting to the point where more women are realizing that this narrative that we've been told about ourselves, about society, and about our positions in society is a bunch of BS.
And they're attempting to do it again by trying to take away a woman's right to vote. And they know that if they succeed in taking a woman's right to vote away, then the man then has full control over that woman. Because the next thing they're going to use that power to do is to take away her right to file for divorce, take away her right to start a business without his permission, her right to get a bank account without his permission. Like everything that she needs to do for herself, she won't be able to do without a man's permission. If society allows men to take away the woman's right to vote, because taking her right to vote takes away her right to speak. Takes away her mouth. It silences her. And if women never ever really look at what their demons are. Only men have been given demons. Men were given Jezebels. Men were given Delilahs, right? We don't have a demon Abraham or a demon Ahab, because it's men fear what women are, and they demonize the things that they fear.
But they demonize what they fear, and then when they have their bad behavior, they call them soldiers. And we have the movies like 300 and all that, where they go out here and they're just wreaking havoc because that's what they believe masculinity is, being destructive and reckless and selfish and all that. And I never thought about that. Thinker, you're right. There are no labels for men's hideous behavior, their terrible behavior against women.
Because the man is the savior. The man is the savior. The woman is the devil, right? The demons are women, and the men are the saviors. David is the righteous king after God's own heart. Jesus is the savior of the whole world. Paul is the father of the Gentiles. Abraham is the father of the Israelites. Like, the men are the saviors, and they don't want women to look at the men and see the evil. But the men, they want the men to look at the women and see evil, see demon, and that's who you have to control. This is what you have to stomp out. And even women internalize that and see themselves as devils, see other women as devils. Like, we fight amongst ourselves because of internalized misogyny. The very fact that there are a shitload of conservative Christian women who are on the side of giving up their right to vote and voting against the interests of all women involved, and not thinking to themselves the problem that they could be causing for another woman who's in an abusive marriage. They're like, I trust my husband to vote for me. And just because you think that you are in a marriage right now where your husband will vote for your best interest, you just said, fuck Shirley Sue across the street who has an abusive husband. You're willing to give that abusive husband power over that woman? You're not thinking about the fact that as of right now, that man, you believe that man is a man of God. But when that man gets tired of you, because trad wives get old, and a trad wife to this man is supposed to be young. And when your body starts aging and you no longer appear tight and right for him, and he starts stepping out and start being mean to you and abusing you and taking stuff away from you, then you done gave up your power to vote. You done gave up your voice. And he gets to decide how you live going forward. You're not thinking in the future, but you ready to give up all women's voice.
You know, I was in another live, a political live, and there was a white woman from Texas when Jasmine Crockett was running for Senate, and Tellerico was, running against her, and she said, "Well, I'm voting for Tellerico because I know the men in my family won't vote for Jasmine if she wins." And so she said, "I'm just doing it for the greater good because we have to make sure we have a candidate that we know is going to win." Now, this is a couple months ago, so things are looking a little different now. But in her mind, actually doing something against what she said she believed, because she got up there and said she believed that Jasmine was the best person. But what she physically did was vote for the person that she felt like the men in her family who were MAGA would vote for. Okay. And so I got up there and I said, the thing that is disturbing, especially about women who think like her, and they call themselves Christian, is because if we really, like, that's why I said it earlier, if we really think about who we think of when we think of biblical people, we think of white folk, even though white people did not exist back then. We think of white people. So if your savior is white and your God is white and even Santa Claus is white, you're not going to vote against the person who looks like your savior. You're not going to put yourself in a position to go against them, because in the subconscious mind, you're thinking you're going against the person who looks like the person who has saved you. And that also lends itself to how women not only devalue themselves. If we go back to how we were even taught about the women in the Bible and how they didn't have value. So now we're looking at the women who were taught as insignificant. Okay. So then we become adult women and we don't see the value in ourselves. We think that our value is held in the man that we're attached to. And then we allow these men to tell us those things. We now have taken the mantle. It's like doing a 4x4. You now take the baton and you're now running with it, which is where these trad wife indoctrination is coming from. Because now the men can say, hold on, I'm not saying that you have to be in the house and you have to do all these things. You're saying it. But they're not looking at where the seed came from, who planted it, and when it was planted, and how society supports those things. Think of, you just named all those things. My grandmother passed away in January, and she was 103. And she told me a story last year about how when she went and got her first car, first of all, she didn't know how to drive as an adult. And my aunt, who is her fourth child, was 16 at the time. And she had to teach my grandmother how to drive because she didn't have a license. So when she got her license, she wanted to go get her own car. So my Aunt Faye takes her to the lot. She was like, "Ooh, I want this car." She goes and test drives. It says, "Boom, I want this car." And the dealer was like, "You have to go and talk to your husband, and he needs to come by and tell us he gives you permission to get a car." This was in the 70s. In the 70s. So she had to go when my aunt went to pick up my granddaddy. My grandma had to, back then you had to dance around a little bit. So she had to be like, "Charles, I went looking for a car and this is what I want." And so she had to take him to the dealership. He test drove it and then he gave permission that she could have the car. Now, my grandma was a Spitfire. She didn't play. Okay. But in that situation, because of the way society had set it up, she, even though she had her own money, had her own job, and she paid for the car plus her own car insurance, she could not autonomously just go up there and say, "Hey, I like this one. Here's my deposit," or "Here's all the cash. I'm gonna pay cash." So when they teach us not only in church that we're insignificant, and when stories about women are taught, it's almost like honorable mention, because I would say 99% of the stories that we're taught in church are about men. Then you see it in society that women are spoken about insignificantly. And then you see it in the rules and the regulations. You're eventually, if you don't break out, you're going to now pass the mantle. And then was it Nikki Giovanni who said that something to the effect of, if you something like if you don't speak up against your abuse, they're going to believe that you like it. It's something of that nature. I bet one of you all know that better than I do. And so that's what's happening. That you've got these women who are talking about the abusive, the box that they're forced to live in. Let's say not abusive. Let's say the box that they're forced to live in society, that was planted by the seeds of their fathers and their brothers and their boyfriends and their husbands. And then they start being the mouthpiece of how we need to live like that in society.
Hmm. There
Then they're
was,
going to think that we want it, because now we're doing, and they're going to be blameless, talking about no personal accountability. Now they're going to say, well, I'm not saying it. She's the one that says she wants to live like this.
yeah, there was a young lady who was a Christian on Mama Bash's live last week, who joined the live to basically admonish us for not being believers. She's telling us we're going to go to hell, and that all we got to do is believe in God. And then her boyfriend starts screaming over her shoulder, that tell the delusional people about God. They going to hell, like all of this. And so I asked her, I was like, is that your husband? And she says, no. I said, that's your boyfriend. I said, and you are fucking him, aren't you? Like you're fornicating. I said, you let that man convince you that it's okay to fornicate and be saved and love your Jesus at the same time. You believe that fornication is a sin. I said, ask him why he's convinced you that it's okay to sleep with him and suck his dick at night while you supposed to be living for Jesus. And she started taking up for him. And like, instead of her, you could tell for a second she had never thought about that. She stopped. And then when he said something, she started defending him. She started like, it's hard. It's living for Christ is hard. This is why forgiveness exists. But you came on here to tell us that we're going to hell for not believing, while you allowed this man. She said Jesus been there for me. I was on the corner and I didn't have any money, and magically a man walked up and gave me a sandwich. She said it's magic. And Lois was like, Lord said, you sleeping with a man that can't buy you a sandwich? You depending on magic to feed you? And you don't let this man convince you that it's okay for you to have sex with him outside of marriage. Why hasn't he married you? She said he going to. He going to. Why hasn't
He
he
might
done
one
it?
day.
Yeah. Why hasn't he done it? You've
But
convinced him that this is okay?
But that's also because sexual sins are not directed towards men. When they talk about sexual sins in church, it's usually directed towards women, which goes back to what you said
Right,
earlier
but that's what I'm
about the
saying.
labels being against us. So a
Yeah,
man who's out here got a whole second family as a preacher, that's not looked at under the guise of the sexual sin that women are subjected to.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like she let him convince her that her having sex with him is okay as a Christian. And I told her, I said, when he's done with you, he's going to bring up the fact that you didn't keep yourself before marriage. He's going to bring up the fact that he's going to call you a hoe. And then she said that God leads you. No, she said, sometimes you think it's God leading you to the right man, but it's the devil. So I asked her, how many times has she allowed the devil to lead her to the wrong dick? Because that's what the man's going to say. He's gonna say, you ain't a woman of God. You a hoe. You doing this. Right now he's convinced her that it's okay. But the moment he's done with her, or when he gets mad at her, he's going to judge her by those sexual standards that women are judged by.
Have y'all ever had, like, you know how the videos come out of girls that have to be paraded to the front of the church to confess that, I had sex or I'm pregnant? Has that ever happened to a boy?
No, not that I know of.
So the church that one of the churches that I used to go to, it wasn't him by himself. They had both of them come up to the front and confess that she was pregnant. And it was like, yeah, she's pregnant and I'm the dad type deal. But it was felt like still more shame on her than it was on him.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, if, film is right. Like, the sexual crimes that are mentioned or the sexual sins that are mentioned in the Bible are absolutely pointed more towards women. There's no test for virginity for men. There's no even clear requirement for them to be a virgin. There's no ability for a woman to have more than one husband. But you see in God's law that if a man takes more than one wife, then he has certain rules around that. Mama Bash runs the prompt of, does God value men more than women? And so many men want to come up and have that conversation. But no, and a few Christian women will pick that topic and they always say, yeah, he does. But when we read this book, you don't see that anywhere. You can never claim equal value in a system that's not built on equal power. You can't. If there is hierarchy, you cannot talk about equal value. And that's one of those things that, again, going back to the critical thought that is rarely applied. If this system were reversed, if it were men needed to be submissive to women, and the implication of that submission was evident in every aspect of reality, men would be losing their collective shits, and they know it. But they are not willing to put their ego aside. They're not willing to think through this rationally, and they're not even willing to consider, what does it feel like to be on the other side of this issue? That's what most people aren't willing to do in society. And you definitely see that with religious belief systems like this, because it's built in and baked into the identity and the value and what men consider masculinity. Men have to lead, men have to be the head, men have to be the provider. So you have a society of people who are performing roles that they think encapsulate who they are as a person, and dealing with each other very dishonestly, dealing with each other on a surface level at best, and lying to each other every single turn, because the reality is no woman, I think no human wants to be devalued. Every person that I know wants to be seen for who and what they are. Bash said this a while ago, like, all of us as humans living in this society, we just want to be understood. We want to be heard. And if what you want to hear from me is what you're telling me to say, I'm not being heard. And that's the reality of every woman that has to acquiesce to this biblical narrative of women being submissive to men, and women having certain roles and restrictions, and men being given just carte blanche. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this.
You know what I thought about, if in those conversations that you brought up that Mama Bash has on her panel about does the God of the Bible value women less than men? And when the women come up to discuss that, they always end up taking up for the man once they realize what the scriptures are that Mama Bash reads to them. They end up saying, "My man takes care of me." They start saying, "I don't have to work. I don't have to do such and such." And then when we probe deeper, we find out that they were lying. That they have a job, they do this everything in the house, they take care of the kid. Like, they end up lying about the things that their husband does for them to justify why they are okay with being seen as the less than of the two. And they do the same thing for the guy. So the same way they create these miracles to say that the God is and the God does, they do for their husbands as well in these conversations when they don't want to acknowledge the reality that the God does in fact value them less than the man.
And I think part of the reason why some of those women struggle with admitting that that is what it actually is because you don't want to look stupid. You don't want to believe that the person or the entity that you were told loves you actually doesn't even see you, doesn't value you, doesn't really care about your well-being as much as it does a man. So I think that's part of the reason why they defend them, because now I have to admit that the very thing that I was taught and the way that I was taught to think about it is actually detrimental to me. I have put myself in a situation to believe somebody that doesn't have my best interest at heart, because you can't say you have someone's best interest at heart when you set up society in a manner to make them victims or to victimize them. You can't say you care about children, but they can marry at 13. Girls can marry at 13. You can't say that you value little girls. So I think that's part of the struggle, is that now I have to admit, oh my gosh, I literally am a part of my own detriment. that I have done something to myself because I believe this thing and I've allowed myself to believe this and I've been upholding this system that's actually like this foot on my neck versus me understanding that this is what they actually mean. And now I need to break out of it. But it'll, in their minds, it may vilify the men that they love. Oh, so you're saying that he's a bad person because I am in this situation or because he told me this? We're not saying that anyone's good or bad. We're just saying this is the.
You cut out, Film. Did she cut out for everybody or just me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, she cut out for me too.
Film.
And you may have put your daughters in
Fam,
this position.
Fam, you cut out. We couldn't hear anything you were saying. After you said, is it my value? Is it really devaluing me or is it just me?
Oh, you couldn't hear what I said?
Not after that.
Oh, I don't even know where that left off, but I was just saying that women would have to, if they accept the fact that systems have been placed against them that they believed in and then eventually willingly participated in, they also now have to look at the fact that the men that they love and care about allowed them or put them in those positions to be taken advantage of. And that may make them feel like I have to now vilify this man that I love. So they're going to jump to the defense. Like the woman sleeping with the preacher guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to be standing for the gospel, but you're sleeping with him because he made an exception for you. Mm-hmm. And you all are okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah. The same way they defend the God. And so there is, it's like the God and the man to the woman are one and the same. The same way they have to create excuses for the behaviors of the God as it pertains to the God claim, as it pertains to who the God is to the woman, they have to do the same exact thing for the man and defend the man's claim of being superior to her and the claim that he does what the man is supposed to do as the head. It's almost as if the man is the God to the religious woman.
I agree. Absolutely.
Well, did you have anything else, Film? It was a great conversation.
Yeah, this was really good. Thank you all. This was, first of all, this is my first time talking publicly about this. So it's almost like I came out.
Well,
I'm talking about this.
You did very well.
Thank you. I do have one question for you all, because this is something I've struggled with. How do you all deal with the identity crisis that comes when you start deconstructing and you really start shifting out of where you were to where you end up, wherever it is that you end up? Because I feel like I'm going through an identity crisis, and that's been a major struggle for me.
I actually feel like I found myself. I didn't lose myself while I was going through the deconstruction. I went through periods of anger and grief, but I never felt like I was losing myself. I felt like I was finding myself. While I was a believer, I felt lost. I didn't really know who I was, and I was trying to be who everybody kept telling me that I was supposed to be. So I didn't necessarily experience the identity crisis. I'm not sure if Fee or Selena or Venus did.
I don't think I did either in that regard. I found a letter. I had a flood in my basement last month or 2 months ago now. And I found a letter that I had written to my dad. And I didn't even realize I had that. It was a handwritten letter and it was his handwriting back to me. And it was me asking him. And I was like, Dad, read this as an elder. I grew up Jehovah's Witness. I was like, not as my dad. And I'm telling him how I didn't feel like I was doing what I was supposed to do spiritually and that I wasn't living up to my dedication. And he responded, he was like, I don't think that's it. I think you're just having your priorities misaligned and things of that nature. But I thought about what prompted me to ask that question. And it was the fact that I was living my life vicariously. I was trying to derive my purpose from people and my value from people outside of me. So I think I agree with Thinker. I feel like who I am as an individual became much clearer after I left the confines of religion, because I stopped asking what was I made for and looking for that answer outside of me. And I started asking myself, what outcomes do I want to help create and why? And internalizing that process for me made it crystal clear, because I was no longer hustling for worth based on what somebody read in a book and decided that a God wanted. And I was able to look at the real life impact of the choices that I made, how I raised my son, how I dealt with other people, how how emotionally intelligent I was, how emotionally regulated I was, how honest I was with myself about my good qualities and my bad qualities. So I didn't feel that identity loss, because I think within the confines of religion, I never really had it. It was never really concrete, because it was kind of like the carrot on the stick. You're always hustling for it. You're taught that you can never achieve the things that God wants you to achieve. So you're always in this pursuit. It felt like this never ending treadmill of sorts, because baked into that belief system is a lack of worth, is a lack of value, and the fact that you're starting in a deficit. So by leaving religion, I think I was able to hit that reset button. So I didn't necessarily feel that loss of identity in that way.
Dario, what you are doing right now, one second, Celine, I'm sorry. Dario, what you're doing is lying. Like, there is not one scripture in your book that says anybody that even convinces another person not to believe in your God will be judged for that shit. Y'all make that shit up. There's nothing in your book that says that. Sorry, Selena, go ahead.
A lie can never, no, you're fine. A lie can never remember itself. First of all, I enjoyed this conversation. I kept coming off mute to say something, but as soon as I went to say it, y'all said it. So I was like, well, thank y'all. Film director, it's nice meeting you. I am in my family group chat. They have named, my nickname is Militant, so you're among friends.
Hey.
So as far as my identity, right now I'm finding it. For the first time since I decided that I was, since I started deconstructing, I shared with the group that my brother had a heart attack and had to have open heart surgery last week. And we were all on the family call. And I'm normally the intercessor. Like I would pray down heaven the way they said, I would be that person. And my mom was like, Selena, can you go ahead and pray? And I said, no. And she was like, huh? I said, no, I'm good. So then my brother-in-law, because it got silent and kind of awkward. So my brother-in-law took up the prayer and I just went on mute while they prayed. And I didn't feel bad. I didn't feel bad about it. I thought I would have, because again, this was the first time I said no to leading the prayer. This was the first time I said no to being the one to call on God to fix a situation that the doctors were going to fix anyway. So that made me realize that I don't have to do that thing that I no longer feel comfortable doing. So right now I'm finding myself. And I never felt like I was lost, but in hindsight, I'm seeing that I was, because I didn't have the voice to say no. I didn't have the voice to say, this ain't my jam. I didn't have the voice to say, that's not for me. But just that one step made me feel much better in my decision to not continue to follow a God who ain't doing nothing anyway.
Venus, Venus might be asleep. I think it's nighttime in Australia. But yeah, like I didn't go through a identity crisis. It was actually liberating for me.
I can appreciate that. I can appreciate the liberation. I always felt like I was being watched. When I was in the church, I just always felt like I was under scrutiny, being watched. If you make a mistake, the gavel comes down on you. And I never felt freer until I walked away and I was like, I'm not going back, because I don't know if you guys ever felt guilt about not going to church on Sunday, but if I just felt like not going, if I wanted to sleep in, oh my gosh, the guilt was terrible. And I'm thinking, Oh, it was, yes, it was just binding. And you just be like, oh my gosh, I can barely breathe. I feel like this thing is on me. And once I stepped away and really wanted to just breathe and expand, there was a weight lifted. But I've dealt with the identity crisis of, well, what do I do now? And what do I believe? And what should I study? And then fear, because fear that's the crux of how we're taught about the book. Even though it says where the Lord is, there's liberty, I felt so much fear. And when people talk to you, they talk to you about fear. I mean, should you be doing that? Because girl, I mean, you don't know. And it's always fear. And I didn't want to live under that fear anymore. And I didn't want to teach my children to be afraid of life and be afraid of living and making choices. And you might make a decision and it doesn't lead you to where you want to go. That doesn't mean that you're wrong. Maybe there's something you needed to learn. So when you do make the decision, you now have that, in your toolbox. So I've just dealt with the fear and the identity crisis. I've been like going back and forth between those two, but I really appreciate you ladies. I really do.
Oh, you're so welcome. I appreciate you. This was a great conversation, and I agree. The fear is the thing that I can't stand to be around. Like I hate when they come in my chat and all they talk about is like the fear mongering, and they're not understanding that for me, right? And the reason that I create this space is that I'm beyond the fear mongering. And like if anything's going to convince me to believe that this God exists or to worship I wouldn't worship a God. I don't think a God needs worship, but to follow the so-called guidance of some supernatural entity, it's going to be logic. It's going to be truth. It's going to be evidence. Fear mongering me into that shit is never going to do it. And so I hate when they come into the live and I can feel their fear. I can read it through their words. It bothers me so bad because I don't want to be around that.
I think it's
I
also
want.
beneficial to. Oh, I'm sorry, Selena.
No, I just want to thank you because this was a palate cleanser. I gained back a whole lot of the brain cells that I lost this whole night. You don't know how many times I wanted to fall asleep on some conversations, but my brain would not allow me to fall asleep. I was like, what is happening? But this conversation right here was much needed. Thank you for cleansing our palates, for being our after dinner mint.
For
That is
real.
hilarious.
And I just wanted to add the one thing about the fear. Like I think some of the questions that I asked myself with the fear, because I didn't grow up being taught about hell, but I do think that in peeling back the layers of that fear is important. Asking, is it based on facts or tradition or social expectations? And every single time the fear was based on tradition or social expectations, never based on facts. Like literally never. And I think if we don't like give ourselves a permission to be honest with ourselves about the questions that we raise or the questions that we have, you mentioned setting a framework or a template for our children. That is super important. Like we can't raise children who are fearless in terms of being honest with themselves about the things that they believe, about the things that they see, and about how they understand things if we aren't willing to do that ourselves. And recognizing that some of our fears could be cognitive bias rather than reality, because we're recognizing that we are coming from a place of indoctrination. Not that the belief wasn't true. It wouldn't feel like an identity crisis if we didn't truly believe it. Like they always like to come in here and say, you were never a true Christian. You never really believed. I wouldn't have been crying in a corner for months on end about what I was learning if I didn't really believe it. So I think being willing to face those fears and ask those fears questions and reframing it too. Like, is fear always a stop sign? It could necessarily be a sign to keep pushing into areas that will cause us to grow in ways we did not expect. And those are the conversations I think we need to be willing to have with ourselves. I say all the time, deconstruction isn't a team sport. I don't think it can be, because growth isn't. And if we're willing to be honest with ourselves about that and face those fears and have these conversations and sometimes sit with, I don't know, or I don't know yet, that is the most honest position any of us can take.
I think the fear that a lot of believers express when they come in here is evidence that they know that what they're claiming is not true. Like they've never seen a God strike anybody down for not believing in it. Yet that's the thing that they fear the most, and that's the thing that they try to use to fear monger another person. I also think that the fact that like they have convinced themselves that a God will not strike down a adult who's essaying a child, but a God will strike down a human for not choosing it, and it comes from a place of insecurity. And so I think the very fact of holding the belief puts the person in a more vulnerable place that makes them weak and more prone to abuse and attack, if that makes sense. Like the God is supposed to be their stronghold, but the moment the idea of the God is challenged, they fall the fuck apart. Our legs shook. Like when I first started deconstructing, my legs would shake. Like I was so nervous to even just think about the God not being real and not, protecting me and talking to me the way that I thought I was in relationship with this God. It made me so nervous, and it made me feel unprotected and just so exposed. And I think the believers, when they hear us speaking, they